Introduction asterisk. Rebirth, legend, family, destiny. What if one is a demon? What if one is an immortal? The third prince of the Leaf family, Nezha, embarks on a solitary journey to defy fate and save his family by confronting the heavenly court. The peak shall be battled anew, a legend shall unfold. Chapter 1. The catastrophe of the heavenly court. In the primordial chaos, the heavenly court was established, reigning over the three realms, unmatched by any. Yet today, this ancient behemoth faces an unprecedented calamity. The gates of the demon realm burst open, unleashing countless formidable demons. Even the celestial generals find it difficult to resist. The southern heavenly gate shatters in an instant. Celestial array seal the heavens, the earth, and the chaos. The Jade Emperor stands amidst the ruins of the heavenly court, witnessing the relentless slaughter in the celestial realm, glancing at the broken sword in his hand. In his fury and helplessness, he can only activate the sealing array, a measure never before taken, to confine the entire celestial world. Damn it! How can there be so many demons? Nezha, riding the wind and fire wheels, wields his spear like a dragon, each strike capable of sweeping away hordes of demons. Young child, quite impressive, but alas, you're still young. Boom! A massive black hand tears through the void, overshadowing the heavens and eclipsing the stars. With a single blow, Nezha is sent flying, his celestial power nearly exhausted and thus unable to contend. Your third prince is here. Those unafraid of death, come forth. After crashing through a celestial mountain, Nezha steadies himself amidst the ruins, wiping the blood from his lips, and unleashes his three-headed, six-armed divine ability, his combat prowess soaring in an instant. In the celestial realm, Nezha may not be the strongest, but his potential is unparalleled. Demons have descended. The heavenly court shall fall. After today, the three realms shall know no more celestial gods. The master of the Black Hand crosses realms, his form not yet fully materialized, yet his hand carries the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Boom! The Black Hand strikes again, and Nezha's expression changes as he sighs. His celestial power is severely depleted, making it difficult to resist such an assault. Who dares harm my son? A thunderous roar shakes the heavens as a towering golden pagoda appears, spinning to block the Black Hand. The pagoda king, Li Jing, arrives. Father! Nezha cries out, seeing Li Jing bloodied and gravely injured, tears shimmering in his eyes. Do not cry. This is a calamity for the three realms. Never forget that you are the son of the pagoda king. Li Jing remains imposing, patting Nezha's shoulder before launching him away. A peculiar force envelopes Nezha, as if reversing the cycle of reincarnation, striving to send him away from the celestial realm. Father! Nezha roars, struggling against this force. No one can escape. The master of the Black Hand bellows, his figure nearing full manifestation. A black spear, capable of crushing stars, radiates an aura of malevolence, pursuing Nezha. I am here. Do you still wish to obstruct my son? The golden pagoda towers majestically. Despite his injuries, Li Jing confronts the demonic powerhouse head-on. Nezha's vision blurs. He is uncertain of the outcome. He merely feels his body enveloped by the force of reincarnation, traversing the fissures of time and space. Nezha falls into unconsciousness, while the universe ring and heavenly silk shine brightly, guarding their master. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment Li Jing sends him away, a sphere of nine-colored light merges into his being. On the Xuantiand Continent, in the Qiankun Empire, I am not dead. I have arrived in another world, yet I have lost all my celestial power and have become immortal. In the world of cultivation, achieving great success is not inferior to that of celestial generals. I must return to the heavenly court. A young boy mutters to himself. It is the third prince, Nezha. Li Jing reversed the cycle of reincarnation, sending him to this unfamiliar world. But in the process of traversing time and space, Nezha lost all his celestial powers and treasures. Cultivation here follows a hierarchy. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit separation, integration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. To enter the world of cultivation, I must pass the test of the Qiankun Sect. Nezha's eyes gleam with determination. The mundane Qiankun Empire is insignificant. The true heights belong to the cultivation sects. It took him half a year to acclimate to this world. The Qiankun Sect is the most powerful sect in the Qiankun Empire. Only by joining can one become a formidable cultivator. In the early morning, as the sun rises, outside the Qiankun Sect, throngs of people gather, predominantly vibrant youths. Each face reflects curiosity and excitement, their gazes occasionally darting towards the sect's gates, imbued with a hint of reverence. Without celestial power, one cannot cultivate. Lacking even the Qi refinement stage, passing the test seems quite difficult. Nezha finds himself among them, murmuring to himself, yet his eyes shine with unwavering resolve. No matter what, I must enter the Qiankun Sect. His conviction to restore his divinity and save the heavenly court transforms Nezha, once indifferent to cultivation, into a fervent aspirant. Haha, a mere mortal without even Qi refinement dares to join the fray? A young boy overhears Nezha's mutterings and bursts into laughter, drawing the attention of those around. A mortal dares to participate in the Qiankun Sect's trials? Am I hearing this correctly? Is this akin to a bug dreaming of ascending? Mocking voices rise and fall, and in an instant, Nezha becomes the center of attention. Nezha frowns slightly, but remains silent. His demeanor is tranquil as still water. To him, these young men and women are but fleeting clouds. As the third prince, he possesses the composure to rise above such trivialities. Enough. What are you all doing? A voice, though not thunderous, silences all others present. An elder, with white hair and beard, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, appears before the crowd. The elder commands authority. As his gaze sweeps over the assembly, any youth who meets his eyes bows their heads. Upon spotting Nezha, the elder subtly gasps. Among all the youths present, only Nezha can meet his gaze with calmness. This is neither pretense nor a display of strength, but rather a manifestation of inner pride. The test is no trifling matter. Those below the third level of Qi refinement should withdraw. Otherwise, they may face life-threatening dangers. The realms on the Xuantiand Continent are meticulously categorized into 9 levels. The elder's warning, though not exaggerated, causes many youths to hesitate, ultimately opting to withdraw. Yet Nezha stands resolute, unwavering from beginning to end, quietly remaining in place. The elder shakes his head slightly, offering no further words, pointing toward a small hill outside the Qiankun Sect. If you can climb to the top, you will have passed the first test. So simple. The hill is not high. Even an ordinary person could easily scale it, let alone a Qi refinement cultivator. Those who had chosen to withdraw now feel regret, realizing that the elder was not exaggerating. It cannot be that simple. Nezha squints, aware that matters are far from straightforward. Simple, is it? Once I activate the gravitational array of the hill, I hope you still retain your confidence. The elder speaks calmly, raising his hand, his fingertips glowing as a surge of mystical energy pours forth, accurately enveloping the hill's surroundings. Chapter 2. The Qiankun Sect trials the tenfold gravitational force enveloping the hill creates a visible distortion in space. This is the profound essence of the formation, capable of unleashing powers beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. The trial commences, lasting for the span of an hour. With the elder's words echoing, all participants rushed towards the hill. This was an opportunity akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Without joining the Qiankun Sect, their cultivation would never ascend to the Foundation establishment realm in this lifetime. Poof! As soon as they entered the area of the hill, many were unable to withstand the oppressive gravity, spewing blood from their mouths. In the end, a young man at the third level of Qi refinement perished on a mountainside, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. Witnessing this scene, a third of the participants voluntarily withdrew, recognizing their inadequacy. What a terrifying gravity! It directly impacts the internal organs. Nezha's face flushed. Lacking the Qi refinement cultivation, he could not protect himself with Qi like the others and could only grit his teeth and endure. To have made it to the mountainside is commendable, but alas, without any cultivation, it is impossible to ascend to the peak. The elder attendant observed Nezha, shaking his head in quiet reflection. The first trial was designed to eliminate over 90% of the participants, with perhaps only 100 or so expected to succeed. I'm about to collapse. Nezha's face was crimson, feeling the blood within him boiling and churning. The higher he climbed, the more terrifying the gravitational suppression became. At this point, over 100 had reached the summit, leaving only Nezha behind on the hill. Ha! What a stubborn mortal unaware of his own limits. The boy who had previously mocked Nezha sneered, having reached the mountain's peak. I must hold on. I am Nezha, the third prince. I bear the hope of rescuing the heavenly court. My father is still uncertain of his fate for my sake. Nezha roared internally, sometimes belief can create miracles. His eyes radiated a crimson glow as he let out a mighty shout, pressing onward towards the summit. In the end, blood streamed from all 7 orifices as he reached the peak, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. How is this possible? The elder was astonished by Nezha's perseverance, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. He actually succeeded? Xuantiand, the boy who had mocked Nezha, frowned, his expression darkening. The fact that a worm he had ridiculed had managed to slap him in the face incited his fury. You have passed the first trial, but do not rejoice too soon. The subsequent trials will be even more arduous. As the gravitational formation dissipated, the elder led a dozen individuals through the gates of the Qiankun Sect. The next 2 trials were to be conducted within the sect itself. You shall all stay here today. Do not wander about aimlessly, for if you trigger any formations of the Qiankun Sect, no one will be able to save you. The second trial begins tomorrow morning. The elder guided the group to a quaint courtyard, and after his words, he vanished into the air. The courtyard exuded an ancient charm, with enough rooms to accommodate everyone. All were filled with anticipation and trepidation for the trials to come, except for Nezha, who remained furrowed in thought after entering the Qiankun Sect. What is it that calls to me? Nezha sensed a peculiar force beckoning him, filled with familiarity. After settling in, disregarding the elder's warning against wandering, Nezha followed his instincts and ventured into the distance. Where did that kid run off to? I can't find him. Xuantiand arrived a moment too late, seeking to trouble Nezha, but finding only emptiness. A mere mortal dares to undergo the assessment with us. Tomorrow's trial will surely make him regret it. Xuantiand's voice was icy, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Meanwhile, Nezha had reached the banks of Small River. It is the Xuantiand ribbon. Upon arriving at the river, a red lightning bolt entwined around him. Like a dragon or serpent, it was Nezha's innate spiritual treasure, the Xuantiand ribbon. Nezha's face lit up with excitement as he caressed the ribbon, believing it to be a top-tier artifact, regardless of location. However, his smile soon faded upon noticing multiple cracks on the Xuantiand ribbon. Its power diminished to its utmost limit. Did you come to this world to protect me, sustaining damage in the process? I will find a way to restore you. Placing the Xuantiand ribbon close to him, Nezha vowed in earnest. This was his greatest reliance in this world. As night enveloped the earth, Nezha sat cross-legged in his room, seeking to find his qi perception. Due to his physical condition, he had never entered the qi refinement realm. The Xuantiand ribbon glowed in his embrace. Strands of moonlight descended, merging directly into Nezha's being. In a meditative state, Nezha entered a deep cultivation phase, unaware that he had stepped into the qi refinement realm. Furthermore, he was progressing from the first level to the second level of qi refinement. By the next morning, when Nezha woke, he found his cultivation had remarkably ascended to the third level of qi refinement. Xuantiand ribbon, have you aided me? Nezha exclaimed with joy, sensing the ribbon in his arms seemed somewhat fatigued, understanding the reason behind it all. Having entered the qi refinement realm, I feel significantly stronger. Once I join the Qiankun Sect and obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill, I can officially embark on the path of cultivation. The Foundation Establishment Pill was an essential item for cultivators on the Xuantiand Continent. Qi refinement practitioners needed the Foundation Establishment Pill to enter the Foundation Establishment stage. This was why so many sought to join the Qiankun Sect. Only a sect like Qiankun possessed the ability to refine the Foundation Establishment Pill. The second trial is quite simple. Traverse a vast wilderness to reach the endpoint, and you will be considered disciples of the Qiankun Sect. It was still the same elder attendant who led Nezha and over 100 others into a sprawling wilderness within the Qiankun Sect. Armed with the experience from the first trial, everyone knew that things were far from as straightforward as they appeared. There are many demon beasts in the wilderness, the weakest of which are comparable to qi refinement practitioners, while the stronger ones can even rival those in the Foundation Establishment stage. As expected, the elder's words continued, and upon hearing this, everyone changed color. They were merely 17 or 18 years old, having not encountered much bloodshed, and engaging in battle with demon beasts would undoubtedly place them at a disadvantage. This is a life-saving jade pendant. Shatter it in critical moments to form a protective shield. I will also sense and guide you out, but you should know the consequence. Shattering the pendant equates to failure. The elder produced over 100 green jade pendants, distributing them among the crowd. Chapter 3. The method to repair the mysterious silk. The Qiankun Sect was not devoid of compassion. It would not allow multiple lives to be lost to the jaws of demonic beasts merely due to a trial. Upon receiving the jade pendant, many breathed a sigh of relief. Under the supervision of the elderly steward, over 100 individuals were separated and entered the wilderness from various points. Best pray you do not cross my path, Xuantiand warned, casting a menacing glance at Nezha while making a gesture to signify a severed throat. As an 8th-tier practitioner, Xuantiand stood among the elite in the gathering. Do you truly believe I am devoid of rage? Nezha's eyes narrowed. As the illustrious third prince, he found himself repeatedly provoked, sparking a growing desire for vengeance. You have broken through 3 realms overnight at the 3rd tier of Qi refinement. Might you enlighten me on how you achieve this? The steward, having placed Nezha at the end of the line, sought to quell his own curiosity. Accumulation leads to eruption. Nezha mused, employing this phrase to explain his circumstance, unwilling to divulge the existence of the mysterious silk. The steward's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he praised. A splendid principle indeed. I hope to witness your prowess at the conclusion. Certainly, Nezha responded with a radiant smile before dashing into the wilderness. With withered branches and fallen leaves strewn about, the forest emitted an unpleasant odor under the sun's glare. Roar! After traversing several kilometers, Nezha sensed a presence and abruptly leaped aside. A thunderous roar echoed, and a foul wind surged forth. A massive, striped tiger, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, emerged, its claws resembling grinding wheels as they struck the ground where Nezha had just stood, creating a deep crater. Clearly, this was no ordinary beast. It had entered the ranks of demonic creatures, equivalent to a 5th-tier Qi refinement tiger. Narrowing his eyes, Nezha clenched his fist and charged at the demonic tiger. Although he was merely at the 3rd tier of Qi refinement, one's realm did not always correlate with their combat prowess. Hailed as a divine general with unparalleled potential, Nezha, despite having nearly lost all his cultivation, retained his wealth of battle experience. Boom, boom, boom. With the support of his mystical energy, Nezha moved like lightning, his fists raining down upon the demonic tiger. The tiger's roars gradually morphed into cries of anguish as Nezha's speed and strength proved overwhelming. Its massive frame, instead of being an asset, limited its ability to retaliate. In the final moments, the tiger, bloodied and terror-stricken, with eyes like bronze bells, turned to flee with a desperate howl. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Nezha bellowed, invoking the destruction of the god's fist. Gathering a significant amount of mystical energy into his fist, he struck forth with a sound akin to thunder. Boom. Nezha's punch pierced through the tiger's skull, sending its colossal body crashing to the ground. Having slain the demonic tiger, Nezha's countenance paled slightly. At the 3rd tier of Qi refinement, he felt painfully inadequate, as his mystical energy could scarcely support the eruption of his formidable powers. Uncertain of when he would regain his formidable powers, including the 3 heads and 6 arms, the wind-fire wheels, and the Qiankun circle, Nezha gazed into the distant jungle, his expression gradually turning icy. Emerging from the thicket was Xuantiand, a smile gracing his face, which only served to deepen the coldness at the corners of Nezha's mouth. It is said that enemies are fated to meet. In such an expansive wilderness, encountering Xuantiand was indeed a peculiar twist of fate. Nezha calmly tended to the blood on his body, preparing to depart. Never casting another glance at Xuantiand. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? I never imagined I would underestimate you. A mere practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. You are truly pathetic. With a sudden flash, Xuantiand blocked Nezha's path, a long sword materializing in his hand, emanating a chilling, ethereal light. It seems we have no personal grievances, Nezha replied in a flat tone, electricity flickering in his gaze. I simply find you displeasing. Do you dare to contest that? Today, I shall eliminate you. Xuantiand's voice thundered, and the light from his sword surged forth, slicing toward Nezha with deadly intent. Truly, as a practitioner of the 8th level of Qi refinement, his formidable assault could undoubtedly slay those of the same rank. Humph. Nezha snorted coldly, retreating to evade the strike. The chill in his eyes had transformed into a murderous intent. You best shatter your life-saving talisman quickly, otherwise, I shall dismember you today. Swish, swish, swish. Xuantiand's relentless attacks rained down, each blade of light shimmering like a galaxy. The sword in his grasp was no ordinary weapon. It possessed a storage function, indicating that Xuantiand must have a significant background as a practitioner. Kill. Nezha, disinterested in further dialogue, continued to retreat. As Xuantiand grew increasingly agitated, Nezha seized the opportunity and unleashed a devastating punch, the destruction god fist. Xuantiand was taken aback, never expecting Nezha to strike back. It was too late to raise his sword in defense. With a furious roar, he summoned his energy, forming a protective barrier. Crack! Nezha's punch was overwhelmingly powerful, shattering Yuan Hua's barrier and causing him to spew crimson blood. Yuan Hua stumbled backward, his expression darkening, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Nezha's control of the battle was formidable. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, pursuing Yuan Hua relentlessly. I relish verbose adversaries. Nezha grinned, landing another punch squarely on Yuan Hua's chest. Revive for me, spirit sword. Yuan Hua bellowed, channeling all his energy, which surged forth like a volcano, merging into the long sword he wielded. Clang! The sword sang a chilling note, its original sharpness now evolving into a terrifying transformation. Golden patterns illuminated the blade, its momentum increasing exponentially, wielded by Yuan Hua like a mountain of swords. Chaos tapestry, Nezha shouted, a crimson glow emerging from his chest as the fragmented chaos tapestry coiled like a dragon, directly adhering to the golden sword. Hey, do you wish to block my divine sword with mere cloth? Such arrogance. Blood trickled from Yuan Hua's lips, but a cold smile adorned his face. With the resurgence of the divine sword, his power within the Qi refinement realm seemed boundless. However, in the next moment, the sneer and disdain on his face froze abruptly. Crack! As the heavenly silk entwined the golden sword, a peculiar force emanated forth, and the seemingly cracked heavenly silk shattered the divine sword effortlessly. Moreover, upon the destruction of the divine sword, wisps of a unique aura were devoured by the heavenly silk. Nezha, filled with delight, noticed that the once damaged heavenly silk had begun to heal. Could devouring spiritual weapons be the key to restoring the heavenly silk? Nezha was overwhelmed with joy, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. My divine sword. Yuan Hua's heart ached, and in a fit of agony, he roared, his eyes turning crimson. Nezha let out a cold chuckle, his palm trembling slightly as the heavenly silk surged towards Yuan Hua's chest. Though the heavenly silk appeared incomplete, its terror surpassed that of ordinary magical treasures. Chapter 4. The Fallen Sect. As the blood-red heavenly silk approached, Yuan Hua's countenance changed dramatically. Fear pulled him back from the brink of despair. His body trembled involuntarily, sensing the horrifying might of Nezha's strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Hua crushed his life-saving talisman, and a protective barrier instantly materialized to thwart the assault of the heavenly silk. Even if I shatter the talisman, I shall find a way into the Qiankun Sect. When the time comes, I will make you wish for death. Yuan Hua seethed with malice from behind the glowing barrier. Nezha's laughter was cold. We shall see if you live to escape. With a mighty roar, Nezha, resembling a war god, shook his body, channeling profound energy into the heavenly silk, which he swung once more. Whoosh! The sound of the air splitting was deafening as the heavenly silk left behind a blood-red afterimage in the air. Crack! To Yuan Hua's incredulity, the protective barrier formed by the talisman exploded. This is impossible. Yuan Hua gulped, his voice rising in frantic disbelief. By all logic, such a thing should not occur. Yet, the damaged heavenly silk seemed to possess an insatiable hunger for consumption. The barrier was not forcefully breached. Rather, its energy was siphoned away by the heavenly silk. You cannot kill me. My brother is the sixth disciple of the inner sect of the Qiankun Sect. Yuan Hua trembled as he spoke, utterly stripped of his previous arrogance upon feeling Nezha's icy gaze. Even if your brother is the sect master, what does that have to do with me? The heavenly silk pierced Yuan Hua's brow, and in the next moment, his body disintegrated into ashes. This was not Nezha's doing. Rather, the heavenly silk had thoroughly consumed all of Yuan Hua's essence. Is this even possible? Nezha was taken aback, guiding the heavenly silk towards the nearby corpse of the demon tiger. As anticipated, the corpse of the demon tiger was reduced to ashes, and the cracks on the heavenly silk diminished further. Collecting the storage bag belonging to Yuan Hua from the ground, Nezha departed swiftly. Shortly after his departure, the elder steward appeared, frowning at the two piles of ashes on the ground. Is it that peculiar young man? If so, he may be in for trouble. The elder steward clearly recognized Yuan Hua's identity through the essence of the ashes. Although there were no tangible clues, the image of Nezha surfaced in the elder's mind. The difficulty of the second trial indeed surpassed that of the first by a significant margin. Within this desolate forest, countless demon beasts roamed, the majority being at the Qi refinement stage. By evening, only 7 individuals managed to reach the destination. Nezha was among those 7, looking far more disheveled than before the trial commenced. How could Yuan Hua not be among the 7? A young man approached, observing the 7 with a furrowed brow. Elder Bai, have you seen brother Xuantiand's younger sibling? The youth inquired, bending slightly before the elder steward. Ah, it's Zhou Tong. Did Xuantiand send you to fetch his brother? Unfortunately, he perished, leaving only a pile of ashes, Elder Bai replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Xuantiand's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "How is that possible? It's quite normal for trials to result in casualties." Elder Bai uttered a parting remark and departed with Nezha and the other 6. Something must be amiss. Could it be that someone killed Yuan Hua? Xuantiand muttered to himself, hastily leaving to convey this news to Xuantiand. Within the Qiankun Sect, towering mountains loomed, shrouded in ethereal mist, where one could occasionally glimpse celestial cranes and spirit deer soaring and bounding. Nezha and his group of 7, 5 males and 2 females, followed Elder Bai's lead, gazing at the dreamlike scenery around them, all but Nezha appearing somewhat entranced. First and foremost, I congratulate you 7 on successfully joining the Qiankun Sect. Next, you shall choose your mountain gate, and there are some essential facts I must remind you of. Elder Bai spoke as he walked. The 7 perked up, for this knowledge was particularly significant to them as newcomers to the Qiankun Sect. The Qiankun Sect comprises 6 mountain gates: Qiankun Peak, Danyao Peak, Xingyu Peak, Shueling Peak, Luotian Peak, and Sumi Peak. Among these, Qiankun Peak stands as the most formidable, with over 70% of the sect's past leaders hailing from it. Elder Bai elucidated the 5 mountain gates: Qiankun, Danyao, Xingyu, Shueling, and Luotian, before pausing. Elder Bai, you haven't introduced Sumi Peak yet, reminded a girl named Wu Qian from the group. It is best left unmentioned. Just remember not to select that mountain gate. Elder Bai gently shook his head. Once the most powerful mountain gate of the Qiankun Sect, it had fallen into disrepute due to a severed lineage. The White Steward sighed softly to himself, indirectly introducing the situation of the Sumi Peak to a few individuals. The universe is boundless, and so is Sumi. Nezha mused inwardly, raising his brow slightly, intrigued by this mountain gate that had lost its lineage. The White Steward guided the 7 to a grand hall, where 6 passages were inscribed with the names of the 6 major sects of the Qiankun Sect. Clearly, this was the place where Nezha and his companions would make their choices and select their mentors. I wish to enter the Pill Peak. I aspire to become an alchemist in the future. A young boy was the first to declare, stepping directly into the passage leading to the Pill Peak. I wish to go to the Star Moon Peak. I wish to go to the Luotian Peak. Soon, the 6 individuals ahead of Nezha had all entered their chosen paths, leaving Nezha alone in the hall. Are you not going to choose? The White Steward inquired. I choose that one. Nezha pointed to the passage at the far end of the 6, which had yet to be selected by anyone. Sumi Peak. Did you not hear what I said? The steward frowned, perplexed by Nezha's choice. I would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. By entering this declining mountain gate, perhaps I might still attain the position of eldest senior brother, Nezha replied with a grin, stepping forward without hesitation towards the passage of Sumi Peak. It is not perhaps, but certainly. Currently, it seems that the Sumi Peak has only the Peak Master, the White Steward murmured to himself. Upon hearing this, Nezha, who had just stepped into the passage of Sumi Peak, stumbled slightly, realizing that it was even more desolate than he had imagined. However, Nezha's character ensured that his decision would not waver, and ultimately, his figure vanished from the steward's sight. At the rear of the selection hall, 6 individuals sat cross-legged in the void. Floating in the void itself was a testament to their strength, and moreover, there flowed a unique aura of profound Taoism among them. Junior brother Ryun, it seems this time no one will choose Sumi Peak again, one remarked. With you alone leading the mountain gate, you are quite carefree. The speakers were the peak masters of several other mountain gates outside Sumi Peak. The man they referred to as Ryun wore a serene smile, exuding a special ethereal quality. Their words carried a hint of mockery, all teasing the master of Sumi Peak, unaware that someone from Sumi Peak had emerged. Am I a bit late in coming out? Chapter 5. The disdained as Nezha emerged, he found that no one paid him any heed, which left him somewhat disheartened. Someone actually chose Sumi Peak? All eyes were now focused on Nezha, as though they were observing a fool. Ahem, is this how you welcome newcomers? Nezha felt uneasy under their gaze, and cleared his throat twice. Haha, junior brother Ryun is finally no longer a solitary figure. The master of Blood Spirit Peak laughed heartily, his voice thunderous. There is no inheritance at Sumi Peak. Little one, you should choose another mountain gate. In the clear depths of Zhou Ruiyun's eyes, a ripple of emotion surfaced. With a sigh, he spoke. Junior brother Ryun, this is rather against the rules, is it not? How can the mountain selection be so casually altered? Before Nezha could respond, several other peak masters interjected directly. I have made my choice, from this day forth. I am a disciple of Sumi Peak. Nezha, resolute in his decision, would not reconsider his choice of mountain, and his firm declaration sparked a wave of hearty laughter. Since that is the case, follow me, Zhou Ruiyun said, gently waving his hand. A surge of profound energy enveloped Nezha's form. In a brilliant flash of light, Zhou Ruyun and Nezha transformed into a radiant arc, soaring into the heavens and vanishing from sight. This seemingly simple gesture revealed Zhou Ruyun's extraordinary prowess. Junior brother Ruyun's strength has become increasingly formidable. I sense an unfathomable depth. The 5 peak masters furrowed their brows, pondering. Zhou Ruyun, though of the same generation as them, had initially possessed mediocre talent. However, after a century of silent meditation on Xumi Peak, he had remarkably surpassed them, showing signs of overtaking them altogether. Perhaps Late Bloomer was meant for someone like Zhou Ruyun. Wrapped in Zhou Ruyun's profound energy, Nezha transformed into a bolt of lightning, reaching an astonishing speed. In mere moments, he found himself at the foot of an unfamiliar mountain peak upon landing. Upon arriving at Xumi Peak, Nezha truly witnessed the essence of decline. Unlike the other 5 peaks, which were enveloped in celestial energy, Xumi Peak lacked any substantial spiritual essence, with trees being exceedingly scarce. The barren mountain was strewn with stubborn rocks. Such a peak could hardly be called a spiritual mountain, far less comparable to the grand mountains of the mortal realm. In this desolate Xumi Peak, where resources for cultivation were virtually non-existent, one had to seek out everything for themselves. If you have any regrets within 3 days, you may come find me, Zhou Ruyun said as he led Nezha to a courtyard atop the mountain, providing him with books containing the foundational knowledge of the Qiankun Sect. Once settled, Nezha devoted an entire day to perusing the text Zhou Ruyun had given him, gaining a preliminary understanding of the sect's rules. To ascend swiftly to the pinnacle of Qi refinement, he needed to undertake sect missions to exchange for elixirs. On the 3rd day after Nezha's arrival at Xumi Peak, clad in the sect's robes, he descended the mountain. Navigating through the mist-laden forests took him an entire hour until he arrived at the mission pavilion of the Qiankun Sect. Is there actually a disciple from Xumi Peak? The individual responsible for issuing tasks gazed in astonishment at the Xumi Peak token Nezha presented, unable to believe his eyes. Nezha, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "Senior brother, I wish to accept a mission. Eradicate the bandits of Sankong Mountain, and you shall be rewarded with 10 Qi refinement pills. However, as this is your first time accepting a mission, you have yet to qualify for the task selection." After a brief moment, Nezha emerged from the task pavilion, clutching a gleaming crimson gold token. This mission was designated as a team endeavor, and accompanying Nezha was another individual. "Are you the one who will team up with me?" A girl clad in white, appearing to be around 17 or 18, with delicate brows and phoenix-like eyes, her skin as smooth as jade, frowned upon seeing Nezha. The girl was strikingly beautiful, a quintessential beauty, and most notably, her cultivation level was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, 4 levels above Nezha. "This senior sister. I am Nezha. I hope for your guidance," Nezha said, unfazed by the girl's demeanor, maintaining a calm smile. "Is there a mistake? The task pavilion actually assigned me Kai Linger, a partner at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement." A hint of frustration appeared on Kai Linger's forehead as she muttered softly. Nezha raised an eyebrow, gazing towards the distant, ethereal mountains shrouded in mist, choosing not to respond. Strength and dignity are intrinsically equal at all times. With Kai Linger's slight disdain evident, the two exited the Qiankun Sect and, adhering to the information provided by the task pavilion, made their way towards Sankong Mountain. Practitioners at the Qi refinement stage cannot fly, yet with the enhancement of mystic energy, their speed was notably swift. In merely half a day's time, Kai Linger and Nezha had arrived at Sankong Mountain. Located over 100 miles away, Sankong Mountain was not particularly high, with only a winding path leading into its depths. The number of bandits on the mountain was merely a handful, yet the 3 leaders bearing the surname Kong all possessed cultivation at the Qi refinement stage. "Are you really planning to charge in like this, senior sister?" Nezha observed as Kai Linger brandished her autumn water sword, intent on storming up the winding path to Sankong Mountain, leaving him momentarily speechless. "If you are afraid, you can wait here for me. There are just 3 at the 5th layer of Qi refinement." Kai Linger, misconstruing Nezha's hesitation as fear, cast him a disdainful glance before stubbornly ascending the mountain. Nezha sighed, raising a hand to rub his forehead, following behind Kai Linger, thinking to himself how she was all brawn and no brain. Who goes there? Kai Linger's fierce demeanor made it nearly impossible for the bandits of Sankong Mountain to overlook her presence. A group of 5 or 6 burly men, wielding large blades, stood in the path to the summit, obstructing Kai Linger's advance. "Hey, look, it's just a little girl." Upon seeing Kai Linger, the men's eyes gleamed with interest, having never encountered such a stunning maiden before. A chorus of lewd laughter ensued, causing Kai Linger to shiver under their heated gazes. her willow-like brows knitting together in icy fury. You all deserve to die? Enraged, Kai Linger drew her sword, empowered by mystic energy. The blade glowed with a chilling brilliance akin to lightning, weaving a deadly web of sword light in the air. The bandits, mere mortals, had never witnessed such a display and found themselves unable to evade it in time. The blood-red sun hung low in the sky, casting a sanguine glow over Qiankun Mountain, accentuating the scattered remnants of limbs and blood, rendering the scene akin to a hellish battlefield. Who dares to disturb my domain at Qiankun Mountain? Seeking death, are we? A thunderous roar echoed through the mountains as 3 burly men burst forth from the summit. Each of them, enveloped in profound energy, were cultivators at the Qi refining stage, exuding an intimidating aura that radiated an undeniable malevolence. At that moment, Kai Ling, gazing upon the scattered remains and engulfed by the overwhelming stench of blood, turned pale. Chapter 6. Kai Ling-er's shock in a fit of rage. Kai Ling-er dispatched several bandits, yet she had never witnessed such a gruesome scene before. The oppressive aura of bloodlust emanating from the 3 bandit leaders weighed heavily upon her, igniting a sense of dread within her heart. It became evident that she was nothing more than a novice, unaccustomed to the harsh realities of her surroundings. The 3 leaders of Qiankun Mountain exchanged glances, recognizing the delight in each other's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, they transformed into blurs of lightning, charging towards Kai Ling-er with the intent to subdue her. Be careful, Nezha cautioned Kai Ling-er, surprised to discover her fragile mental fortitude. Moments ago, she had exuded a fierce determination, but now, fear rendered her trembling. The sound of Nezha's voice jolted Kai Ling-er from her stupor, only to find the trio of bandit leaders' attacks imminent. Gritting her teeth, she raised her longsword defensively, though it was a mere token gesture. Boom. Thud. Kai Ling-er was unceremoniously hurled backward, crimson blood spilling from her lips, her sword shattering into fragments. This was not solely due to her own inadequacies. Rather, it was the discrepancy in the information provided by the Qiankun Sect, as the trio's cultivation levels were at the 6th tier of the Qi refining stage. Coughing violently, Kai Ling-er lay on the ground, regret flooding her mind. The thought of falling into the hands of these men sent chills down her spine. You've killed 5 or 6 of our subordinates. Now you shall pay with your own flesh, they sneered, their gazes appraising her figure with lewd intent. Meanwhile, Nezha had been completely overlooked, his presence regarded as insignificant compared to their strength. I relish such delicate little maidens, especially one who is a celestial at the Qi refining stage. One of the men approached Kai Ling-er, a wicked grin plastered on his face as he crouched down, reaching out towards her face. Get away from me. Don't touch me. Kai Ling-er had never encountered such a scene before. Terror had seized her completely, draining her of color. Clang. Without uttering a word, Nezha brandished an iron spear, drawn from Yuan Hua's storage bag. With a speed akin to that of a dragon or tiger, the spear, enveloped in profound energy, pierced through the throat of the bandit leader who had dared to loom over Kai Ling-er. Nezha's strike was executed with such swiftness that it could only be likened to a bolt of lightning. As blood gushed forth, the bandit leader's face remained twisted in a lewd grin, a testament to the precision of Nezha's attack. Have you forgotten about me? With a slight smile revealing his pearly white teeth, Nezha brandished his iron spear in hand as he faced the remaining 2 adversaries. The astonishment etched on their faces soon morphed into fury, a terrifying malice surging towards Nezha like a tidal wave. Despite the chilling atmosphere, Kai Ling-er, standing before Nezha, felt an unexpected sense of security. Enduring the oppressive aura emanating from the 2, Nezha remained unfazed, his countenance betraying no sign of distress. As one of the most promising divine generals in the celestial realm, destined to become a war god of the heavenly court, Nezha had previously vanquished countless demons. The malevolent energy of 2 Qi refinement realm cultivators would have no sway over him. That was a mere fantasy. Kill. They roared in unison, their long knives gripped tightly. Advancing towards Nezha from either side, the blade's radiance descended like a whirlwind, a strike potent enough to effortlessly cleave gold and shatter stone. These 2, forged in the crucible of blood and bone, though only at the 6th level of Qi refinement, could rival those at the 7th and 8th levels. Yet, encountering Nezha marked their misfortune, as his spear seemed to possess a life of its own in his grasp. The trajectory of the spear's brilliance was beyond comprehension, resembling a convergence of countless bolts of lightning across the cosmos. In terms of spear technique, no one in the entire celestial realm could surpass Nezha. Sizzling sounds echoed as the 2 bandit leaders bled profusely. Despite unleashing their utmost power, it was in vain. Boulders flew from the summit of Three-Hole Mountain, and anything touched by Nezha's spear light would explode on contact. Flee! They finally could bear no more. Terror etched on their faces as they turned to escape. With a cold smirk, Nezha flicked his spear, unleashing 2 precise thrusts. The impact was devastating. The bandits' chests erupted, blood gushing forth, revealing stark white bones and shattered organs. In truth, had Kai Linger not been present, Nezha would have employed the universal silk, and this battle would have concluded long ago. Kai Linger sat on the ground, her white dress stained with blood and dirt, gazing at Nezha in shock. How could your combat prowess be so formidable? Nezha smiled gently, severing the heads of the 3 bandit leaders with his spear before extending a hand to lift Kai Linger from the ground. We should return. Thank you, she replied. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Earlier, she had mocked Nezha for his cultivation level, but had it not been for him, her fate might have been far graver than death. I had almost forgotten, Nezha said, hoisting the iron spear in the 3 heads as he walked toward the direction of the Qiankun Sect, careful not to reveal the existence of his storage bag in front of Kai Linger. After all, storage bags were quite rare in the realm of cultivation. The journey to and fro consumed nearly a day. By the time Nezha and Kai Linger returned to the Qiankun Sect, it was already deep into the night. The silvery moonlight, tinged with crimson, cast an eerie glow upon Nezha and Kai Linger. Come forth, Nezha commanded, abruptly halting his steps as he gazed toward a small grove outside the Qiankun Sect. Kai Linger, who had been trailing closely behind him, paused as well, her face reflecting confusion as she glanced between the distant grove and Nezha. She sensed no unusual presence. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a figure emerged from the thicket. Under the moon's illumination, the shadow of this individual stretched long, obscuring their features. Could it be a ghost? Kai Linger shivered, instinctively drawing nearer to Nezha. Nezha, however, remained unperturbed. He had vanquished true demons before. The spear in your hand bears the aura of Yuan Hua. It seems his demise is indeed linked to you. As the figure approached Nezha and Kai Linger, a chilling glint flickered in their eyes, fixated on the iron spear in Nezha's grasp. The person was none other than Zhou Tong, a follower of Xuantiand, Yuan Hua's elder brother. It is not a ghost, but merely a senior brother from the inner sect. What a fright you gave me. Kai Linger sighed in relief, wiping away the non-existent sweat from her brow. Having been startled earlier in the day, her psychological resilience had evidently waned. Chapter 7. The downfall of Zhou Tong. With a thunderous thud, Zhou Tong's final step resonated, and a radiant halo appeared behind him, an overwhelming aura surging forth like a rainbow, bearing down upon Nezha. The towering ancient trees around them trembled, uprooted by the immense pressure. A foundational stage cultivator, surpassing the 9th layer of qi refinement. He had coalesced profound energy within, reaching an extraordinary level. What are you planning? Senior brother? Kai Linger's complexion paled once more, her delicate frame trembling involuntarily. The person you seek is me. Nezha sighed inwardly, stepping forward to absorb Zhou Tong's menacing aura. Under the autumn moonlight, Nezha faced Zhou Tong, undeterred despite the vast difference in their realms. You may leave, today. I only seek his life. Zhou Tong shot a glance at Kai Linger before turning his attention back to Nezha, for this was the task entrusted to him by Xuantiand. Hurry and go, Nezha urged Kai Linger, wishing to conceal certain techniques from prying eyes. A mere foundational first layer, Nezha held no doubt in his ability to slay him. No. Kai Linger's reaction surpassed Nezha's expectations, though fear gripped her heart. She resolutely chose to stay. Fixing her gaze upon Zhou Tong, she mustered her courage, declaring, Senior brother, do you not fear the sect's punishment for turning against a fellow disciple? Zhou Tong's expression shifted slightly, regardless of the circumstances. Slaughtering one's own sect members was a grave taboo. No one will know the cause of your deaths. It was evident that Zhou Tong harbored murderous intent towards Kai Ling, a sinister grin spreading across his face under the moonlight. Clang! A Dao sword erupted from Zhou Tong's mouth, initially no larger than a palm. Yet it swelled in the wind, ultimately transforming into a 3-foot-long blade, exuding fierce radiance as it slashed towards Nezha and Kai Linger. Beneath the night sky, Kai Linger's pallid visage resembled that of a corpse, her panic rendering her momentarily oblivious to the need for defense. Get lost, Nezha bellowed, his eyes widening, as he swung his iron spear in a circular motion, propelling it forward with tremendous force. The spear whistled sharply, its terrifying power causing it to bend perilously close to breaking point. Boom! The iron spear collided with the Dao sword, creating a resounding explosion that scattered sparks like fireflies, sending ripples of air radiating outward. Kai Linger staggered back, her feet leaving distinct marks on the ground. Crack. Ultimately, the iron spear, though considered a formidable weapon in the eyes of the mundane world, was no match for the Dao sword wielded by Zhou Tong, shattering upon impact. Nonetheless, Nezha's formidable strength sent Zhou Tong hurtling backward. How could this be? After toppling 5 or 6 ancient trees, as thick as grinding wheels, Zhou Tong finally steadied himself. His blood surged within him, and his arms tingled. Had it not been for the protective aura surrounding him, his internal organs would surely have sustained grave damage. Stronger than Yuan Hua's golden sword, it was indeed a superior magical artifact. Magical artifacts, treasured instruments, spiritual tools, divine weapons. These are the classifications of a cultivator's weapon. Intricately divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. Nezha gazed at the Dao sword in Zhou Tong's hand with sparkling eyes, envisioning the restoration of considerable strength should he consume it with the Xuantiand silk. To his astonishment, Zhou Tong possessed innate divine strength, yet he would have no further opportunities. Wounded by Nezha, Zhou Tong's pride hung by a thread, his fury surging to the heavens. He mistakenly believed Nezha's strength to be merely natural. Now, as he summoned the Dao sword anew, it surged once more. Ultimately, the blade extended to dozens of feet, radiating a heavy aura, and with Zhou Tong's swing, it descended like a small mountain. Rumbling. Be careful, Kai Ling'er cried out, struggling to fathom the sheer magnitude of the impending assault. She doubted whether anyone below the Foundation establishment stage could withstand such force. Nezha's eyes shimmered with brilliance, 2 flickering flames burning at their core. As the colossal Dao sword approached, a red light slithered forth from his chest like a writhing serpent. Enveloped in profound energy, the Xuantiand silk appeared as a cascade of crimson starlight, entwining the massive Dao sword. What is this? Zhou Tong frowned at the blood-red fabric, but his expression quickly shifted to one of alarm. Not good, he shouted, commanding the Dao sword to retreat, sensing the pressure emanating from the Xuantiand silk. Zhou Tong's reflexes were remarkably swift, yet he was still a moment too late. The Xuantiand silk exuded a devouring aura, siphoning the essence from the colossal Dao sword. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Tong's weapon transformed into mere dust. The magical artifact lay in ruins, and Zhou Tong's spirit was severely affected, causing him to spew blood from his mouth. I will kill you. Zhou Tong's visage twisted with rage, his entire being radiating profound energy, transforming into streams of resplendent light that filled the void. In his fury, Zhou Tong had lost all semblance of reason. Otherwise, he would never have dared to launch such reckless assaults following the destruction of his Dao sword. His heart was unsteady, leaving one to wonder how he had cultivated in such a manner. Nezha's face bore a look of disdain as he raised his palm, a flicker of flame igniting at his fingertips. The flame, no larger than a fingernail, caused the ambient temperature to surge dramatically upon its emergence. The frost-laden ground began to exude vapor as the icy crystals evaporated without even the time to transform into water. This was the 3-flavor true fire, the primordial flame belonging to Nezha, now summoned forth in its full glory. What kind of flame is this? Zhou Tong's attacks dissipated into mere wisps of smoke, a swell of fear rising within him as he beheld the flickering flame under Nezha's command. He turned and fled in terror. No life can endure the 3-flavor fire. Nezha wore a confident smile. Although it was merely a flicker of the 3-flavor true fire, it still emanated from the hands of the 3rd Prince Nezha. With a hiss, the 3-flavor true fire pierced through the void and struck Zhou Tong directly. His protective energy melted away, and amidst a dazzling blaze, Zhou Tong struggled and vanished, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Are you still human? Kai Ling'er stood in stunned silence, utterly shocked by the scene before her. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that a foundation-building expert could fall to Nezha, a mere cultivator at the 3rd tier of Qi refinement. Nezha retracted the 3-flavor true fire, extinguishing the flames sparked by the high temperatures among the dried branches and leaves on the ground before turning to face Kai Ling'er. His cold, indifferent gaze flickered with a hint of light, as if hesitating. Do you intend to kill me? Kai Ling'er felt a chill run down her spine under Nezha's scrutinizing gaze, her hands clutching her shoulders as she trembled slightly, her delicate features growing increasingly pallid. Forget everything you have seen today. Nezha sighed inwardly, ultimately refraining from striking. Although eliminating Kai Ling'er would enhance his safety, his character dictated that he would not perform actions contrary to his own principles. Chapter 8. The Hunt. Kai Ling'er exhaled in relief, vowing to keep the events of the day to herself. After tidying up slightly, the two entered the Qiankun Sect, where they submitted their mission and received 10 Qi refinement pills each. Overwhelmed by fear, Kai Ling'er found it difficult to feel joy as she glanced at the pills. After bidding farewell to Nezha, she departed hastily. Nezha, clutching the 10 Qi refinement pills, returned to Xumi Peak, where he settled into a meditative posture in the courtyard to begin his cultivation. The moon's essence and the sun's radiance were the finest gifts bestowed upon cultivators by the heavens. The Hunyuan silk, having absorbed Zhou Tong's Dao sword, had regained much of its vitality and now assisted Nezha in his training by drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With the assistance of the Qi refinement pills, Nezha's cultivation surged at an astonishing pace, from the 4th level of Qi refinement to the 5th, then to the 6th, ultimately stabilizing at the 7th level of Qi refinement. An elevation of 4 realms in a single night would surely leave outsiders utterly astounded. His origins shrouded in mystery, yet his disposition remained untainted. Unbeknownst to Nezha, not far from his courtyard, Zhou Riyun sat cross-legged amidst the clouds, observing his every movement. In truth, Zhou Riyun had been present since Nezha vanquished Zhou Tong. As dawn broke, Nezha was roused from his meditation by the commotion outside, beneath the Xumi Peak. Numerous disciples from other mountain gates of the Qiankun Sect wandered about, seemingly treating the peak as a tourist attraction. Could this be a ploy from Xuantiand to test him? Nezha furrowed his brow, sensing the situation was far from simple. A dozen disciples from the Qiankun Sect rode upon spiritual beasts, their cultivation levels ranging from the 8th to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Clearly, these individuals were not recent initiates of the sect. Peak Master, are the disciples from other mountain gates permitted to roam freely on Xumi Peak? Nezha did not descend, but sought out Zhou Riyun directly. According to the rules, they are not, Zhou Riyun replied, maintaining her ethereal demeanor, seemingly ordinary yet imbued with extraordinary depth. Nezha nodded, a brilliant smile gracing his face. Might I inquire if the Peak Master possesses any archery instruments? I find myself lacking adequate weaponry. Exercise caution, Zhou Riyun cautioned, raising her hand to reveal a radiant dark gold longbow that she offered to Nezha. The bow emanated a luminous aura, its brilliance strikingly exceptional, a treasure indeed. Nezha was taken aback, not expecting such generosity from the esteemed master of Xumi Peak. Suppressing the restlessness of the heavenly silk within him, which yearned to devour the dark gold longbow, Nezha expressed his gratitude and turned to descend the mountain with the bow slung over his shoulder. Are we truly to subdue that Nezha? Would it not invoke the ire of the Peak Master? One among them pondered. What is there to fear from the fallen Xumi Peak? If the Peak Master wielded any authority, she would have intervened to expel us long ago. The group had now reached the midsection of Xumi Peak, their spiritual beasts occasionally unleashing resounding roars. This was a test of Zhou Riyun's stance, for after all, they were one of the 6 major mountain gates of the Qiankun Sect, and they could not afford to be careless. Have you come to Xumi Peak with my consent? Nezha appeared, stepping forth with a smile, his longbow on his back amidst the swirling mist. Consent? You are Nezha? The eyes of the group lit up upon seeing him. With thoughts of the rewards awaiting them after subduing Nezha, they exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they chose to strike. Boom. The dozen high-level cultivators of the Qi refinement realm unleashed their powers in unison, a myriad of mystical energies erupting in a dazzling display. Coupled with their tamed spiritual beasts, the resounding roars accentuated their formidable presence. It was indeed the hour of the hunt. With a faint smile, Nezha grasped the dark golden longbow behind him. As he drew the bowstring taut, his strength surpassed that of any peer. The exquisite longbow, once fully drawn, radiated a brilliant light, ultimately manifesting as a spectral arrow imbued with terrifying energy fluctuations. Buzz. Upon release, a beam of light, more resplendent than lightning, traversed the void, akin to a sun illuminating the sky. Boom. The combined assault of a dozen individuals erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic energy storm that obliterated the surrounding trees. How could it be so fearsome? The group of young men and women paled, hastily retreating. The sheer power of Nezha's bow made them acutely aware of the chasm between their abilities. There is no such thing as a free lunch. They all realized this truth. It was no wonder that suppressing Nezha came with such substantial rewards. Did they truly think Xumi Peak was a mere tourist attraction? Observing the group turning to flee, Nezha smiled faintly and began to draw the dark golden longbow once more. Buzzing resonated incessantly, an overwhelming hum that could induce dizziness. Each pull of the artifact-level longbow consumed an astonishing amount of energy. Yet, the essence within Nezha seemed boundless, allowing him to unleash a barrage of dazzling arrows, firing dozens in rapid succession. Ah, you killed my barbaric bull. My heavens, you shot my spirit deer. The cries of despair echoed as the formidable energy arrows detonated, toppling the group, while their spirit beast mounts were all struck down by Nezha's relentless shots. Even a tourist destination requires an entrance fee, and feeling a pang of hunger, Nezha wondered if these quarry would suffice for a feast. Gazing at the multitude of spirit beasts on the ground, he felt his mouth watering. I will fight you. A boy, eyes aflame with fury, charged at Nezha. However, the disparity in strength quickly sent him hurtling backward faster than he could advance. Nezha dusted off non-existent dirt from his attire and addressed the group. In 3 breaths, if I see your faces again. I cannot guarantee that my next arrow will not find its mark upon you. His audacious demeanor incited gritted teeth among the disheveled youths. Yet, wise men do not suffer immediate losses, and given their initial transgression into Sumi Peak, they could only cast Nezha a furious glance before hastily retreating. With such bountiful spoils, should he roast or prepare a hot pot? Nezha collected the spirit beasts and began to prepare them in a small courtyard atop the mountain. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. At Xingyue Peak, Xuantiand, brother of Yuanhua, stood beneath this very gate. Upon hearing that Nezha had effortlessly defeated a dozen high-level qi refinement practitioners, his brow furrowed slightly, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Yuanhua's demise was undoubtedly intertwined with him, and the disappearance of Zhou Tong during his investigation. Could it also be attributed to Nezha's hand? Xuantiand, with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, was deep in contemplation, emanating an intense aura of profound energy. At this critical moment of his breakthrough, he could not afford to act rashly. Otherwise, he would have personally subdued Nezha long ago. What need was there to seek the aid of others to avenge the death of his brother? In 3 days, I shall emerge and resolve this matter with my own hands. In the dark chamber, only Xuantiand's cold voice echoed. Chapter 9. The Demon King of Chaos. The news of Nezha subduing several disciples from various sects and slaying their spirit beasts quickly spread throughout the Qiankun Sect. As the sole disciple of Sumi Peak, Nezha's fame within the sect soared. He could easily overpower more than a dozen warriors at the 9th level of qi refinement, making him seemingly invincible among those in the foundation establishment stage. Entry forbidden. Nezha erected a stone tablet half his height at the foot of Sumi Peak. This act was perceived as a provocation by the disciples of the other 5 sects, particularly by those whose spirit beasts Nezha had slain, who tirelessly sought allies to suppress him. A howl echoed through the air, announcing the arrival of another challenger at Sumi Peak. A peak-stage qi refinement azure wolf, larger than a lion, approached, its claws sharp as blades, leaving distinct imprints with each step. Upon the azure wolf sat a youth clad in the inner sect attire of the Qiankun Sect, bearing the emblem of a sword on his chest, marking him as a disciple of Luotian Peak. I have come to witness the infamous Demon King of Chaos. Qian Daoren's voice, infused with profound energy, resonated powerfully across Sumi Peak. In an instant, birds took flight and leaves fell, all affected by the overwhelming presence. Zhou Ryun's ordinariness seemed to have led the disciples of Qiankun Sect to forget the existence of the master of Sumi Peak. Another opportunity for a feast? Nezha mused. Though he thought the taste of wolf meat might not be particularly delightful, he emerged, a toothpick fashioned from a bone held in his mouth. The spirit beasts from the previous day, aside from what he had consumed, had all been devoured by the merging heaven silk. The more complete the recovery of the merging heaven silk, the swifter Nezha's cultivation would progress. Humph. Qian Daoren snorted, disinterested in exchanging words with Nezha. He had been summoned to subdue Nezha, not to engage in banter. Sky-capturing palm. Qian Daoren raised his fair hand, which, under the influence of profound energy, extended infinitely towards Nezha. In the end, his palm grew to the size of a small mountain, looming ominously above Nezha, casting a shadow over the blazing sun. I rather like the moniker Demon King of Chaos. Surely no one would find it inappropriate for a demon king to seize what he desires? With a grin, Nezha began to draw back his dark golden longbow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 beams of radiant light erupted forth, shattering Qian Daoren's massive palm. Nezha continued to unleash arrows, a cascade of brilliant light filling the void, exuding an aura of terror. Qian Daoren's expression darkened entirely. As an inner sect disciple at the 1st level of the foundation establishment stage, he nevertheless felt a chill run down his spine at the sight before him. Get lost, he bellowed, an immense surge of profound energy erupting from within him, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. The resplendent light emitted by Nezha's dark golden longbow shattered countless arrows in an instant. However, the sheer number of arrows was overwhelmingly terrifying, rendering the destruction of a few inconsequential. Nezha maintained a calm demeanor, repeatedly drawing his bow, forcing Qian Daoren to retreat continuously. What on earth is this? Qian Daoren couldn't help but curse. He had discerned that Nezha's dark golden longbow was a treasured artifact. Such a bow was exceedingly difficult to draw for cultivators at the qi refinement stage. Yet Nezha's unabashed use of it suggested that even a Foundation establishment practitioner would find it challenging to replicate. Ultimately, Xuantiand could no longer withstand the onslaught. The crimson furnace hovering above him swayed perilously, unable to contend with the torrential rain of arrows. Turning to flee, he found Nezha hot on his heels, once again loosing an extraordinary arrow. With a hum, this arrow was infused with Nezha's formidable vitality. A streak of blood light cleaved through the void, and astonishingly, the furnace above Xuantiand exploded. A mournful cry erupted from the mouth of a 9-layered Qi refinement realm azure wolf, the target Nezha had locked onto. Blood gushed forth, and the wolf collapsed, shattering several boulders upon impact. Cold sweat streamed down Xuantiand's back. He couldn't afford to feel heartache at that moment. Had Nezha aimed at him directly, he would have surely met his demise. With a grin, Nezha approached Xuantiand, effortlessly toppling the inner sect disciple of Luotian Peak with a single palm strike, snatching away his storage bag. "You can't do this." Xuantiand's eyes blazed with fury. The bag contained all his wealth, years of hard work. "Behave yourself, or I won't hesitate to leave you half dead," Nezha warned, kicking Xuantiand aside, sending him crashing into a tree. The surge of his vitality, coupled with the heartache, caused Xuantiand to spew crimson blood. Suddenly, an ear-piercing eagle cry pierced the air as a black spirit eagle, measuring 5 or 6 zhang, soared to Xumi Peak. Upon the eagle's back sat a Foundation establishment practitioner, an inner disciple of Blood Spirit Peak. Ascending Xumi Peak atop a flying spiritual beast was an unequivocal provocation, a blatant display of disrespect towards the sect. He would not have dared to do so at any of the other sects. Otherwise, the surrounding formations would have autonomously activated, obliterating him on the spot. Did he truly think Xumi Peak had no guardians? Today, let me, the senior brother of Xumi Peak, teach you a lesson in humility. Nezha's anger flared as he raised his dark golden longbow. In a fleeting moment, the black eagle was struck down by Nezha, and the inner disciples of the Blood Spirit Peak followed in the footsteps of Xuantiand, being subdued by Nezha and compelled to surrender their storage bags. Over the course of the ensuing half-day, Nezha suppressed 7 or 8 foundational stage inner disciples, amassing an impressive collection of storage bags. By the time Nezha's achievements reverberated throughout the entire Qiankun Sect, no one dared to provoke him at Mount Xumi. With the 6 Gates Spirit Realm set to open tomorrow, are you prepared to participate? The 6 Gates Spirit Realm is a unique spatial secret realm, abundant with precious spiritual herbs, yet it is also home to numerous formidable beasts. Most of the spirit beasts subdued by the inner disciples of the Qiankun Sect originate from within this realm. Zhou Riyun handed Nezha a token representing Mount Xumi, which grants him the qualification to enter the 6 Gates Spirit Realm. Nezha mused to himself, surely the 6 Gates Spirit Realm will not disappoint. He would not forego the opportunity to enhance his strength. Over the past 2 days, the mysterious Heaven Silk had devoured many magical artifacts, all contributed by the inner disciples. It was evident that the cracks on the mysterious Heaven Silk had diminished by more than half, significantly accelerating Nezha's cultivation speed. At that moment, Nezha's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage. Chapter 10. The bounty for the artifact. The opening of the 6 Gates Spirit Realm, which occurs once every 3 years, filled many disciples of the Qiankun Sect with excitement. The peculiar laws of this secret realm allow each individual only one opportunity to enter in their lifetime, provided their cultivation does not exceed the foundational stage. Thus, nearly everyone opts to enter only after reaching the foundational stage, ensuring safety while maximizing their chances of discovering rare resources and subduing powerful beasts. Nezha, entering at the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage, is likely the first in a millennium to do so. Within the 6 Gates Spirit Realm, anyone who can slay Nezha will be rewarded with this mid-grade artifact. Despite being in seclusion, Xuantiand was acutely aware of everything transpiring in the outside world. The bounty for a mid-grade artifact was sufficient to incite frenzy among foundational stage cultivators. Many foundational stage inner disciples, eligible to enter the 6 Gates Spirit Realm, opted to do so this time. For them, the greatest opportunity was not merely to seek spiritual herbs or subdue spirit beasts, but to slay Nezha in exchange for a mid-grade artifact. Having only entered the sect a few days prior, Nezha had remarkably cultivated to the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage, showcasing Zhou Riyun's fondness for the sole disciple of Mount Xumi. As the 6 Gates Spirit Realm opened, the peak masters of the other mountain gates were momentarily startled upon seeing Nezha, attributing his rapid cultivation to Zhou Riyun. Zhou Riyun smiled calmly, remaining silent. Only he knew that Nezha's cultivation advancement had nothing to do with him. It was time to unveil the 6 Gates Spirit Realm. As the disciples of the Qiankun Sect gathered, The 6 peak leaders rose, transforming into radiant rainbows soaring into the sky. Against the backdrop of a clear azure expanse, 6 resplendent suns seemed to materialize. The thunderous roar of their power reverberated, as the formidable energies of the 6 individuals intertwined to form intricate patterns in the void. 6 tokens emerged from their hands, drawing together to ultimately manifest a portal. The fabric of space was rent asunder, revealing a pitch-black fissure, with the tokens serving as the framework to stabilize the gateway. This dark portal resembled the gaping maw of an ancient beast, exuding an aura of primordial chaos. The disciples of the Qiankun Sect were left in awe. The power displayed by the 6 peak leaders epitomized their aspirations. You have 3 days. Enter and seek your fortunes. At the command of the sect leader, thousands of young men and women surged into the portal, vanishing amidst the flickering light. Within a peculiar pocket of space, the density of spiritual energy surpassed that of the outside world. Towering ancient trees stood amidst the ceaseless roars of fierce beasts, painting a picture of a desolate realm. This was the 6 gates spiritual realm. As Nezha stepped into this realm, still stabilizing his form, he sensed a piercing sound behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, driven by instinct, Nezha transformed into a streak of lightning, evading the impending danger. Boom! A golden light struck the ground where he had just stood, sending soil flying and creating a massive crater. Was that a foundation-building stage lightning serpent? Nezha turned to see a golden serpent, barely half a foot long, yet adorned with lightning runes, its cold gaze fixated on him. In a flash, the lightning serpent became a blur, unleashing arcs of lightning as it lunged toward Nezha's brow with the precision of a blade. The serpent was aptly named not only for its ability to manipulate lightning, but also for its lightning-fast speed, making it a formidable opponent. A glimmer of insight sparked in Nezha's eyes as he clenched his fist and retaliated. Divine Destruction Fist. His extensive combat experience allowed him to deftly counter the serpent's assault. Crack! The divine lightning shattered first as Nezha's fist collided with the serpent's head, sending scales and blood flying. Nezha, with a physique as pure as jade, had once attained sainthood through his corporeal form. Though he had fallen to the mortal realm, his recovery heralded his return to the path of physical sanctity. Hissing, the lightning serpent recoiled, flying backwards several meters before crashing into a boulder, shattering it to pieces. Compared to cultivators, the beasts possessed an even more acute sense of awareness. Realizing the challenge posed by Nezha, the lightning serpent hesitated briefly before deciding to flee. Swiftly, it turned to escape. Nezha, of course, would not let such a splendid prey escape. With a subtle tremor of his arm, the crimson silk of the heavens erupted forth like a sanguine galaxy. The shimmering fabric, radiating with ethereal brilliance, bore scarcely any visible cracks. A wisp of divine energy began to emanate, and no matter how swift the lightning serpent was, it could not outpace the celestial silk. Howl! Encased within the silk, the lightning serpent emitted a sound akin to a wolf's howl. However, its struggles soon ceased. Its form vanished, leaving behind but a demon core the size of a fingernail, which fell into Nezha's grasp. A foundational period beast has a certain probability of condensing a demon core, albeit a mere 1 in 10 chance. Fortune smiled upon him. Nezha smiled faintly. The demon core, imbued with pure spiritual power, could assist cultivators in enhancing their prowess. Thus, the demon core is often referred to as a natural elixir. Indeed, my luck is remarkable, for not only have I acquired a treasured artifact, but I have also stumbled upon an unexpected boon. A voice, tinged with excitement, broke the silence as a youth, scarcely 20, emerged from the nearby wild forest. A disciple of the inner sect at the 3rd level of the foundational period. His intentions were clear, to claim Xuantiand's bounty. Stowing away the demon core, Nezha's gaze turned frigid. His succinct words were sufficient to capture much useful information. Xuantiand's offer was substantial, exchanging a treasured artifact for the head of a mere chi refinement cultivator. Nezha spoke calmly, his eyes narrowing with a glint of murderous intent. Yet, do you truly believe you can secure this reward? Haha. I, Xiaofeng, have been in the foundational period for 5 full years. If I cannot subdue you, a mere chi refinement cultivator, I might as well meet my end by crashing into a wall. Xiaofeng's laughter echoed through the desolate realm. Though Nezha had a record of defeating foundational period practitioners, those were merely novices. The disparity between him and Xiaofeng, who had cultivated for 5 years and reached the 3rd level, was monumental. Today, I shall use your head. Xiaofeng revealed his pearly white teeth, conjuring a blood-red banner with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! The blood-red banner billowed, conjuring a terrifying crimson whirlwind that shattered mountains and decayed ancient trees in its wake. an unstoppable force charging toward Nezha. Chapter 11. Overwhelming. The blood-red banner stirred a tempest of crimson winds, filled with the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits. Does it appear formidable? A cold smirk graced Nezha's lips. He had once battled an unidentified malevolent entity beyond the realms, high above the 9 heavens. He had entered the heavenly court through sheer strength, having endured the trials of the divine war and countless encounters with otherworldly fiends. Nezha could unreservedly assert that he had engaged in more battles than Xuantiand had meals. The blood-red banner before him was clearly not forged through orthodox methods of the Taoist sect. If strength is futile, then cunning must prevail. Nezha pondered, his gaze shimmering as he beheld the blood-red banner swirling in a tempest of crimson winds. Within a mere 3 breaths, he discerned the flaws concealed within the tattered flag. A resolute determination had already taken root in his heart. The blood winds, accompanied by the chilling wails of vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, approached him, yet Nezha remained impassive, allowing the tormented souls to rush towards him. A look of compassion flickered in his eyes as he parted his lips, uttering an incantation that flowed from his mouth like a gentle stream. Great sage, grant pardon, liberate these forlorn souls, and bless all beings. What was this? The sudden turn of events left Xuantiand utterly unprepared. His blood-red banner, a treasure he had named the Vengeful Spirit Banner, had been crafted through a ritual originally intended for the reverence of fallen soldiers in the realm of mortals. The purpose was to provide a refuge for those who sacrificed themselves for their country, ensuring they would not become restless spirits. By a twist of fate, this secret art had fallen into Xuantiand's hands, though he possessed only fragments of the complete ritual. Consequently, the technique meant to nurture souls was amalgamated with an ordinary spiritual banner, transforming it into the Vengeful Spirit Banner. While it lacked the potency of a truly forged blood-red battle flag, it had proven formidable in past encounters. As long as it did not face cultivators of the Golden Core stage or those wielding extraordinary treasures. When the banner unfurled, it ensnared all souls, leaving behind only soulless corporeal forms. But now, Xuantiand witnessed an astonishing spectacle. The very Nezha sought after by Xuantiand was reciting an incantation, and the vengeful spirits that had intended to assault him were gradually regaining their lucidity, no longer driven by the banner's malevolent influence. Transcendence. Xuantiand's countenance shifted, filled with horror and rage. This is an esoteric technique of the Buddhist sect. You traitor, he bellowed, his voice laden with fury. I shall report what transpires here to the sect. How dare you align yourself with those Buddhist heretics? As he spoke, he frantically attempted to retract the banner. If he failed to do so, the souls painstakingly gathered within it would surely be liberated by Nezha's transcendence. As Xuantiand retracted the banner, Nezha remained unperturbed. During the moment he transcended the souls, he unexpectedly discovered that with each spirit he liberated, glimmers of invisible golden light emerged in the air around him, merging with his very being. Bit by bit, they fortified his cultivation and propelled him towards a higher realm. At that moment, he had achieved the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. These golden glimmers were all too familiar to Nezha. They were the luminous manifestations of merit, which he had borne upon his head in the form of a divine wheel for eons. Almost every celestial deity with merit in the heavens bore a substantial golden wheel behind them. However, the golden wheels of merit were accumulated by Nezha after he became a deity in the heavenly court. Thus he had always been perplexed about their significance. He frequently wondered why other celestial beings gazed at the golden wheels behind his head with envy. Now, a glimmer of understanding had begun to dawn upon him. The utility of such a thing for lower-tier cultivators was unparalleled, surpassing that of any elixir or miraculous remedy. It was said that within the supreme elixirs of the Supreme Lord in the Palace of the 33 Heavens, there existed components infused with the essence of merit. At this moment, Nezha looked at Xuantiand, not with animosity, but rather with a newfound intrigue directed towards the grand banner in Xuantiand's hand. It was not a mere weapon. It was a collection of supreme, divine medicines. Nezha's gaze was fixated on the banner, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts, leaving Xuantiand feeling a pang of anxiety. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. What was there to fear? The incantation Nezha had just recited possessed genuine transcendent power, a skill only those monks in the western lands of the heavenly profound continent could wield. He was now facing a traitor of the Qiankun Sect. Why should he be afraid? Xuantiand mused, bolstering his courage. If you are wise, surrender now. I can guarantee your life if you confess to the sect's law enforcement hall. Perhaps there is still a chance for you to survive. A sudden thought struck him, and he began to counsel Nezha. Nezha rolled his eyes at Xuantiand, who incessantly barked like a hound. The incantation he had just chanted was not a Buddhist sutra for transcending souls. As a traditional Taoist disciple, how could he possibly resort to the practices of those monks? What he had recited was the Taoist scripture for guiding souls, equally effective for the purpose of rebirth. Hearing Xuantiand's words, Nezha pondered whether there were indeed practitioners of Buddhism in this world, but his actions did not falter. Gripping a long spear, he thrust it forward, the tip piercing the air with a piercing whistle as it lunged toward Xuantiand. Feeling the lethal aura emanating from the spear's tip, Xuantiand's expression drastically changed. Hadn't this young man just appeared to be at the 7th or 8th level of weapon refinement? How could he have ascended to the pinnacle of qi refinement in such a brief moment? Could it be that he had been concealing his true prowess? Xuantiand thought frantically as he evaded Nezha's assault, drawing forth a large blade from his storage pouch. Yet another artifact forged from vengeful spirits. The hilt was tangible, visibly entwined with wailing souls that lamented in agony. A swirl of dark light enveloped the blade, unleashing a black streak of light toward Nezha. Observing this, Nezha couldn't help but chuckle. Was this lad foolish enough to employ such a peripheral weapon against him? Nezha mused, once more reciting the guiding scripture. This time, he harnessed the surrounding golden light of merit, accelerating the purification of the vengeful spirits significantly. In a mere 5 breaths, the souls bound to Xuantiand's blade were entirely cleansed. Xuantiand's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld his once mighty artifact reduced to an ordinary tool. Struggling to accept the reality. What sorcery have you employed? Xuantiand bellowed at Nezha. Who is employing sorcery here? It is you who is resorting to such trickery. Nezha's sword-like brows shot upwards as he wielded his long spear with relentless vigor. The spear spun rapidly in his hands, and an unusual flame flickered to life at his fingertips, spiraling up the shaft and coiling towards the tip. A profound sense of impending danger surged within Xuantiand, sending alarm bells ringing in his mind. Chapter 12. The Kill. Xuantiand observed the flames entwined around Nezha's spear, but dismissed the notion that the threat emanated from it. Disciples of the Qiankun Sect also practiced elemental spells, utilizing fire techniques to amplify their offensive capabilities, an endeavor typically reserved for novice practitioners. True masters, however, always prioritized efficacy over superficial grandeur. Xuantiand mused disdainfully. He remained confident in his foundational cultivation at the 3rd level, scarcely perceiving any lethal threat from Nezha. Soon, he diverted a fragment of his focus to survey his surroundings. He reasoned that any existential peril would likely arise only after he had dispatched Nezha, as it was more probable that someone would seek to capitalize on his victory. Nezha, engaged in combat with Xuantiand, keenly sensed the distraction and a flicker of anger ignited within him. Even the mighty Sun Wukong, who battled with me, would never dare to lose focus. Who do you think you are? Nezha scoffed inwardly. With a sudden surge of speed, the spear in his grip accelerated, and the flames coiling around it condensed into a single point, gathering at the spear's tip. The intensity of the dazzling 3-flame fire grew increasingly vivid and lethal. Xuantiand felt an acute sense of danger emanating from his chest. Momentarily stunned, he glanced down to find the spearhead had pierced through his sword, as if it were mere parchment, effortlessly rendering it ineffective. Having breached the sword, nothing remained to impede the razor-sharp point. Xuantiand could only watch in horror as the spearhead plunged into his heart. With a sickening thrust, before he could utter a cry of agony, an overwhelming wave of searing heat coursed through his limbs and body. Before he could comprehend the situation, his consciousness descended into eternal darkness. Humph, the 3-flame fire spares nothing. Save for that stone monkey. Gazing at the ashes scattered at the spear's tip, Nezha instinctively recalled the mischievous monkey who had once piqued his interest. According to his father, the heavenly king Li Jing, he and the Monkey King shared a common origin, both intertwined with the legendary 7-colored stone that Niuhua used to mend the heavens. Shaking his head to dispel the lingering thoughts, Nezha surveyed the scattered remnants on the ground, feeling a twinge of exasperation. In igniting the 3-flame fire within, he had inadvertently unleashed too much power, resulting in the destruction of Xuantiand's storage pouch, causing its contents to spill forth. Silently, he opened his own storage pouch, methodically reclaiming the scattered items before preparing to depart. In the Qiankun Sect, harming one's fellow disciples was a grave taboo, albeit a rule that applied predominantly to ordinary disciples such as himself. Should a disciple of the inner sect, like Xuantiand, release a bounty notice as he did this time, the higher echelons of the sect would undoubtedly turn a blind eye. Indeed, wherever one goes, strength speaks volumes. Nezha thought, spitting vehemently, as he randomly chose a direction and sprinted forth. Along the way, Nezha drew weapons from his storage bag while nurturing the Huntian Ling, hoping for its swift restoration. Once the Huntian Ling was restored to artifact level, it would regain a fraction of its former might, capable of shattering mountains and stirring seas. In stillness, it would absorb the essence of the sun and moon, enhancing his ability to gather spiritual energy. Not long after Nezha departed, two figures clad in azure appeared at the site of his confrontation with Xuantiand. Beside these azure-clad figures stood a peculiar two-headed demon wolf. The wolf's body was split in black and white, its heads similarly contrasting in hue, clearly a creature of extraordinary lineage. A distinctive chain, adorned with intricate runes, was tightly coiled around its neck, a clear indication of its non-ordinary nature. "Quickly, show me where he went," one of the azure figures commanded, cracking a whip against the demon wolf. The wolf, in pain, raised its menacing black head, baring its teeth and emitting low growls, while the white head obediently lowered itself, sniffing the ground. "Senior brother, why do you think Master ordered us to kill that Nezha?" The azure figure on the left, not holding the chain, suddenly inquired. "Do not ask so many questions. This concerns the struggle of several peak masters. We need not know more. We simply have to execute our task." The other azure figure replied in a hushed tone. "It is said that Xuantiand, ranked 6th in the inner sect, also has a grudge against Nezha and has issued a bounty. I believe Nezha 1T survived to see the spiritual realm, senior brother. We need not rush after him," the left azure figure remarked. Suddenly, the two-headed wolf howled, prompting them to look down. The wolf's front paw, on the white side, pointed towards a grove. "Humph! Let us go," commanded the azure figure, urging the wolf towards the woods. "Hey, senior brother, why the haste? A mere group of disciples at most at the 5th or 6th level of Foundation establishment cannot possibly seize the kill before us." At this moment, Nezha remained oblivious to the two sent to assassinate him. Unlike the bounty issued by Xuantiand, some were resolutely determined, while others were indifferent. And yet some were entirely uninterested, even with the temptation of a mid-grade treasure. What they did not know was that in various directions of the 6 gates to the spiritual realm, small groups akin to the azure figures were converging, all with the singular purpose of claiming Nezha's life. A sharp sound of a spear pierced the air, signaling the demise of yet another demon beast, a 3rd-level Foundation establishment creature. Nezha, now firmly in the Foundation establishment stage, wielded his spear with increasing finesse. Techniques he once could not utilize due to insufficient cultivation were now at his command. Nezha felt as though he were a high-ranking official within the earthly realm's military. With each promotion, he gained authority over an increasing number of soldiers. As long as he continued to enhance his cultivation, he believed that one day he would ascend once more to the 9 heavens, dominating the world beneath him. Yet, was this to be the conclusion? He gazed skyward, recalling the enigmatic force that had shattered the 33 heavens and vanquished countless celestial beings. A lingering apprehension still echoing in his heart. Merely returning to his former pinnacle was insufficient. He yearned for more. He aspired to become so formidable that even the multitude of gods and Buddhas from times past could not withstand his every strike. He sought to be powerful enough that the Jade Emperor, seated upon his imperial throne, would no longer dare to wield the divine list as a means to threaten his family. He longed to shatter the barriers of this world and return to the heavenly court. Collecting his thoughts, Nezha continued to tread through the spiritual realm, navigating the nearly man-high shrubs. Suddenly, a commotion of battle caught his attention. Parting the foliage, he discovered a familiar figure, Kai Ling. At that moment, Kai Linger was fiercely guarding a fruit, emitting a faint glow with one hand, while brandishing a sword against 3 individuals clad in the attire of the Qiankun Sect's outer disciples. It appeared that Kai Linger found herself in a precarious situation. Chapter 13. The wandering calamity from Kai Linger's rapid breaths and the multiple tears in her garments. Nezha quickly discerned her distress. "Do you not fear the sect's punishment for attacking a fellow disciple?" Kai Linger admonished, her complexion pale. The trio before her erupted into raucous laughter at her words. "The sect?" We've inquired and found that they have no means to monitor the inner realms. "This means whatever we do here remains unknown to them. And who says we intend to kill you? Simply hand over that millennium-old vermilion fruit, and there will be no trouble." One of them insincerely urged Kai Linger to relinquish the spiritual fruit. Nezha, concealed among the shrubs, rolled his eyes in exasperation, questioning how Kai Linger had managed to survive thus far. Should he intervene to rescue her? He pondered, just as he was deep in contemplation. A formidable aura emanated from the woods behind the 3 disciples. Nezha looked up, his pupils constricting in alarm. The peak of Foundation establishment. A gasp escaped him. Calamity within the spiritual realm. Nezha suddenly recalled the warning given to him by Zhou Riyun, the master of Mishu Peak, before his arrival. There is calamity within the 6 sects of the spiritual realm. What did calamity entail? Wherever it appeared, it brought devastation, leaving no stone unturned. The form of calamity was unpredictable. It could inhabit the body of a human, take possession of a beast, or assume the guise of inconspicuous trees and other forms. The most terrifying aspect of calamity was that whatever being it occupied, it inherited that being's strength from life, and could even manifest greater abilities through transformation. At that moment, Nezha beheld the calamity, a force that had taken possession of a colossal elephant's body. The colossal elephant's body had long since decayed, its flesh emitting a foul stench as it clung to putrid remnants. A strange black mist enveloped both the interior and exterior of its form, while its eyes were replaced by two pools of nebulous darkness, exuding an aura of decay and desolation. Nezha quickly recalled his previous knowledge, only to discover with surprise that such a being had never existed in the three realms. The three individuals opposite Kai Linger remained oblivious to the calamity approaching from behind them. They merely noted Kai Linger's wide-eyed stare, filled with terror as she gazed intently at them. Were they truly so fearsome? Had they frightened her without even raising a hand? The leader of the group pondered in confusion. Curiously, he turned to look, only to find himself wide-eyed as well, trembling uncontrollably. Calamity. The disciple's tongue stumbled over the word as he slowly uttered calamity. In an instant, the hearts of the two companions beside him turned cold, and they spun around to face the source. What are you waiting for? Run. The two reacted swiftly, recalling the need to flee, and dashed towards Kai Ling, forgetting even the spiritual fruit. However, if escape were so simple in the face of calamity, it would not be deemed a calamity at all. A thunderous trumpeting echoed as the giant elephant unleashed a multitude of blood-red, succulent flesh buds from its decaying form, which transformed into meaty whips in the blink of an eye, sweeping towards the fleeing trio. One of them, noticing the impending assault, flipped his hand, summoning a sword of magic. With a swift stroke, he cleaved the flesh bud in two. Yet, an even more astonishing event unfolded before Nezha, who observed from the shadows. The severed ends of the flesh bud erupted with sticky pink blood and flesh, splattering onto the bodies of the three disciples. 1, 2, 3. Within 3 breaths, Nezha beheld the 3 disciples halt abruptly, as if they had lost consciousness. Their physical forms deteriorated at an alarming rate, soon transforming into mere skeletons. Wisps of white smoke emanated from the bones, swiftly drawn into the giant elephant, becoming part of it. Witnessing this scene, Nezha's brow furrowed with concern. Upon revisiting his memories, Nezha gasped in horror. This was an abomination. The term abomination referred to this calamity within the 3 realms. Unlike vengeful spirits or malevolent ghosts, which lingered due to the strong desires of the deceased, abominations had existed since time immemorial, outside the cycles of the 3 realms and the 5 elements. In an ineffable existence, wherever life thrived, abominations could be found. They represented the collective embodiment of all negative energies and malevolence in the world, more sinister and terrifying than the blood-soaked realms of the Azuras. Even among the deities of the 3 realms, most would steer clear of them. To Nezha's knowledge, the only forces capable of countering abominations were the cultivation of Buddhist teachings, specifically those who had attained the status of Arhat, and the Taoist arts of thunder and merit. Wait, it appears that his 3 flames of true fire can also restrain malevolence. Nezha pondered, his gaze flickering, contemplating whether to give it a try. After all, in the millennia since his ascension to immortality, he had never encountered such malevolence, and his curiosity about this entity was piqued. The terrifying giant elephant continued to roar, while Kai Linger trembled in place, muttering incomprehensibly. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. You cannot see me, she thought, as Nezha stealthily approached. Suddenly, he decided against rescuing her. With her intellect, she had essentially bid farewell to the realm of cultivation. Kai Linger, her eyes darting about, had now reached Nezha and exclaimed, Nezha! A bead of cold sweat trickled down Nezha's spine as he noticed the malevolent giant elephant, which was about to depart, abruptly turn its massive head towards him. His lips twitched slightly, and with his right hand poised like a sword, an otherworldly flame flickered at his fingertips. Fixing his gaze upon the giant elephant, Nezha commanded, Go. The minuscule 3 flames of true fire surged forth at an astonishing speed towards the colossal beast. Like a droplet of water entering a pot of hot oil, Nezha observed. With clarity, the black mist enveloping the giant elephant roiling as if boiling in hot water. If the 3 flames of true fire were a mere ordinary flame, then the black mist surrounding the elephant was akin to incendiary oil. What had begun as a flame no larger than a thumb erupted into a torrential blaze upon contact with the giant elephant, engulfing it in flames with each passing moment. Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such an effect when the three flames of true fire encountered malevolence. Then, memories of his time in the heavenly court flooded his mind, recalling how deities would often come to borrow his three flames of true fire. When he inquired why they frequently sought his fire, they remained reticent. Now, it seemed likely they used it to eradicate malevolence. Among the celestial beings possessing the three flames of true fire were Nezha, Erling Shun, the divine Lord Yangjian, and the esteemed Taishang Laojun residing in the 33 heavens. As this thought crossed his mind, Nezha felt a twinge of annoyance. The reason those deities frequently came to him for fire was probably that they could not procure it from Yangjian and lacked the audacity to seek it from Laojuan's residence in the Doshui Palace. While his thoughts wandered, Kai Linger approached him with a face full of astonishment. I never imagined your fire technique could be so formidable, capable of injuring malevolence. She exclaimed. Wait, this is strange. My master once mentioned that ordinary elemental techniques have nearly zero lethality against malevolence. Kai Linger muttered to herself, her eyes spinning in curiosity. As she marveled at the giant elephant ablaze in the distance, she turned her gaze towards Nezha, seemingly having discovered something extraordinary. Chapter 14, The Vermilion Fruit. Nezha, somewhat irked by her unwavering stare, extended his hand towards Kai Linger. Hand it over. What? Kai Linger replied, her expression one of bewildered innocence. The vermilion fruit in your hand. Nezha inhaled deeply and stated, this is for my master's healing. I cannot give it to you. Kai Linger cradled the precious Zhu fruit in her arms, her expression one of vigilant protectiveness. The millennium-old Zhu fruit was a rare treasure, difficult to cultivate. Without its protective box, it would easily spoil. How could one endure the wait for the awakening of the spirit realm? Nezha pinpointed the crux of the matter, striking at the very soul. Is that so? Kai Linger was momentarily taken aback. Soon, with a sense of defeat, she remarked, then I shall give it to you, as a token of gratitude for saving my life. With that, she handed the Zhu fruit to Nezha. Nezha accepted the fruit, though internally he felt a twinge of disdain. Once he had ascended to the heavenly court, he, the esteemed third prince, had never deigned to consume a millennium-old Zhu fruit. In the celestial gardens, such fruits were abundant, merely trifles to be savored for amusement. Little did he expect that today, he would have to extend his hand for a millennium-old Zhu fruit from a little girl. A true affront to his divine dignity. Yet, despite his thoughts, Nezha's hand did not hesitate. He promptly popped the fruit into his mouth, without a moment's pause or deliberation. Watching Nezha swallow the fruit, Kai Linger opened her mouth, as if to speak. However, upon witnessing Nezha merely burp afterward, she gazed at him in astonishment. You consumed it just like that? The Zhu fruit contains at least 900 years of medicinal potency. Kai Linger exclaimed, wide-eyed. Nezha rolled his eyes in response. What else would you have me do? He had once treated such millennium-old Zhu fruits as mere sweets, his body long accustomed to their overwhelming medicinal power. Though he had arrived in this realm with his powers nearly stripped away, his physical form remained intact. For him, this type of substance, effective only on the body, was merely a means to restore his cultivation. In mere moments, Nezha digested the fruit's potency. Observing the towering ancient trees surrounding them, he pondered aloud. Didn't they say the spirit realm is filled with treasures? Why have I seen none along my path? Upon hearing this, Kai Linger perked up. Indeed, the spirit realm was replete with spiritual materials and treasures, but they were not found in this area. We are currently at the periphery of the spirit realm, where only some spiritual fruits can be found, she explained, a hint of disappointment in her tone. The truly valuable items are concentrated in the inner circle. If we head east, we shall emerge from this forest. And what of you? What do you plan to do next? Nezha inquired. I will search for another spiritual fruit that is not so easily spoiled, Kai Linger replied, invigorated, her eyes sparkling with determination. Nezha observed her, nodding internally. Despite her somewhat naive nature, her character was commendable. Rather than searching outside, it would be wiser to venture inward, Nezha suggested. But the inner areas are reserved for core disciples of the inner sect, where beasts of foundational realms 5 or 6, and even those at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Rome, wouldn't we be courting death with our current levels of cultivation? Kai Linger said, a note of fear creeping into her voice. Do you still wish to gather the spiritual fruits for your master? Stop hesitating. If you do not go, I shall venture forth alone. Nezha waved his hand impatiently, expressing his annoyance with women, who often dither in their decisions. Hey, wait for me. Kai Linger, witnessing Nezha stride ahead, promptly cast aside her doubts and called out loudly. Thus, the two of them made their way towards the eastern edge of the forest. As they walked, Nezha felt a tinge of confusion. Throughout their journey, they had encountered no other disciples. Although he had heard from Zhou Ruyun that the spiritual realm was vast, he had no true grasp of its expanse. Thus far, he had met 5 individuals, including Xiao Feng, who perished at his hands, and 3 others who fell victim to the malevolent forces. This led Nezha to harbor a misleading impression that the spiritual realm was rather small. He shared his thoughts with Kai Linger, who promptly provided an explanation. In truth, this 6 gates spiritual realm had been under the aegis of the Qiankun Sect for 5 centuries and remained incompletely explored. Each time the realm was opened, disciples were allowed entry in batches, positioned at the extreme edges of the previously explored territories. Upon their return, each disciple was required to draft a route map for the sect's compilation. To date, the confirmed regions extended from Lianyun Mountain in the east to the mysterious sea in the west. After the exploration of the eastern and western sides, the elders of the sect established that this secret realm was irregularly shaped, unlike the conventional spherical formations. Subsequently, the sect commenced explorations to the north and south, yet it remained far from fully charted. Various factors hindered progress, including disturbances from demonic beasts and the influence of the malevolent forces within this realm. An additional significant factor was that the entering disciples were merely at the foundation establishment stage. Even if they had mastered flying techniques, their endurance was limited. Listening to Kai Linger's detailed account, Nezha felt a sense of awe. The vastness of the spiritual realm, which the Qiankun Sect had failed to fully explore over 5 centuries, was indeed remarkable. If disciples at the foundation establishment stage could fly to scout the secret realm, it might expedite their endeavors. However, given the multitude of dangers lurking within the 6 gates spiritual realm, who would be foolish enough to take to the skies, risking their lives for swiftness? Stay alert. I hear something ahead. Kai Linger suddenly halted, whispering to Nezha. Her voice, close to his ear, caused a slight tickle, prompting him to shift away a fraction. At that moment, they had reached the forest's edge. Parting the towering shrubs revealed a magnificent lake. Peering intently, Nezha observed 2 groups engaged in fierce combat on the shore. The clash of short swords resonated with a metallic clang, accompanied by the occasional flash of rainbow light as a large head was severed, soaring through the air. Given their attire, it was evident that they were all disciples of the Qiankun Sect. Kai Linger gasped in shock. How could they turn against their own comrades? Nezha cast a sidelong glance at Kai Linger and replied in a grave tone. On the path of cultivation, each step is of utmost importance, evading the cunning of heaven and earth, and forging one's own destiny. Along the Grand Avenue, the remnants of countless corpses are never absent. As Kai Linger pondered the words of Nezha, she suddenly noticed him boldly stepping forth. Chapter 15. I am Nezha, the 3rd prince. Hey, come back. Kai Linger called softly from behind Nezha. Nevertheless, he was undeterred, resolutely advancing forward. Witnessing Nezha's stubbornness, Kai Linger could only stamp her foot in exasperation, too apprehensive to follow. The reason for Nezha's fearless departure was not without purpose. The 2 groups of individuals clashing were embroiled in a fierce contest over 2 damaged treasures, which at that moment hovered silently above them. Despite their broken state, these artifacts still emanated a terrifying aura, causing the very fabric of space around them to ripple. These treasures were none other than the fire-tipped spear and the universe ring, which Nezha had lost upon arriving in this realm. Nezha's gaze burned with intensity as he beheld these relics that had accompanied him through countless ages, his eyes aflame with desire. The disciples of the Qiankun Sect also recognized Nezha, their hearts racing. Yet, what occupied their minds most was the allure of the 2 treasures nearby. Even though a bounty had been placed on Nezha's head, the prospect of acquiring a mid-grade artifact paled in comparison to the broken treasures before them. The feasibility of defeating Nezha was uncertain. In the presence of so many witnesses, should they dare to attack him? Their sect could not turn a blind eye to the events transpiring in the spirit realm, nor would they offer their support. Unless, of course, someone could eliminate all witnesses, a notion that bordered on absurdity. Those with such power were surely formidable figures at the Golden Core stage, and they would not squander their efforts on mere artifacts, even if those artifacts radiated the essence of high-grade treasures despite their damage. In that moment, Nezha wielded the Hunyuan silk in one hand and a stolen sword in the other, deftly weaving through the fray until he plunged into the heart of battle. Nezha, you seek your own demise. One of them bellowed, having initially had no intention of killing him. You are courting death. Nezha regarded them with a scornful smile, his eyes surveying the surroundings with haughty confidence. A thunderous proclamation erupted from his lips. I am Nezha, the 3rd prince. Where is my fire-tipped spear? With a swift response, the fire-tipped spear suspended above soared into Nezha's outstretched hand. Universe ring. Come. Even in its damaged state, the universe ring could not be hindered from emitting its profound essence. racing into Nezha's grasp with a velocity that matched that of the fire-tipped spear. Not far away, Kai Linger watched Nezha in this moment, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with waves of emotion. At this moment, Nezha stood poised with his fiery spear measuring 1 zhang and 8, while in his left hand, he wielded the resplendent universe ring. His body was entwined with the mysterious sky silk, and his long hair was tousled by the wind, cascading outward. An aura of unparalleled majesty radiated from him, as if he were the very epicenter of the universe. Huh, what a mere third Prince Nezha, scoffed one individual, his face a mask of disdain. He was a disciple who had entered the mountain gate alongside Nezha and had witnessed his tattered appearance in the past. The treasures recognized their master. What stage of artifact is this, truly? Gasped another, observing the treasures that flew effortlessly into Nezha's grasp. Impossible. Impossible. These items within the spirit realm are meant to be unclaimed. How could they possibly recognize a master? Regardless of how it came to be, we must eliminate him. The treasures rightfully belong to us. The two factions, once embroiled in conflict, now united in a common vendetta, resolved to dispatch Nezha before anything else. Nezha, however, regarded them with contempt. How could his self, wielding his life-s artifact, be compared to his unarmed self? Allow me to demonstrate why I am known as the third Prince Nezha. He roared within, without a hint of hesitation. Gripping the fiery spear, he charged into the throng before they could react. With a single sweep of the spear, flames danced in his wake. This was no ordinary fire. It was the true fire of 3 flavors, cultivated within the spear over millennia. Indeed, within the Inferno's grasp, several unprepared individuals attempted to shield themselves with their weapons, only to be horrified as the flames incinerated their artifacts in an instant, spreading swiftly to engulf them. Those nearby, catching glimpses through peripheral vision, watched in horror as the bizarre flames consumed their comrades, reducing them to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. Panic seized their hearts. In their years of cultivation, they had never encountered such an eerie flame. These pitiful creatures are utterly defenseless, Nezha thought disdainfully, his movements relentless as he casually flung the universe ring with his left hand. The ring struck a man squarely in the chest, yet it did not halt there. Instead, it pierced through him at an astonishing speed, unleashing a torrential shower of blood. Impossible. Impossible. You are merely a novice in the Foundation establishment stage. How dare you kill us with such ease? One cultivator exclaimed, uttering such absurd words amidst the chaos. Nezha, hearing this, could only twitch the corner of his mouth. What kind of logic is this? Just because you are weak, do you think you have any right to complain? With a swift shift of thought, Nezha seized the mysterious sky silk from his shoulder and hurled it at the man. Boom. The mysterious sky silk was a treasure capable of encompassing all, capable of turning the tides of battle. With a single strike, the man who had just spoken was obliterated into a cloud of blood mist, not even uttering a scream. At this juncture, the two factions were nearly paralyzed with fear from Nezha's overwhelming onslaught. Simultaneously, their gazes towards the treasures adorning Nezha intensified with fervor. In their perception, Nezha was merely at the first level of the Foundation establishment stage, yet he wielded those 3 artifacts to dominate them effortlessly. Indeed, it must be the merit of that treasured artifact. I must obtain it. A fervent gaze lingered on this thought, only to be struck by the mixed celestial silk the next moment. Old Nezha, you harmed the brethren of our sect. I shall certainly inform the elders. The voice admonished. If you possess any sense, relinquish the artifact in your grasp and surrender. In such circumstances, it was audacious to utter such shameless words. Yet, to Nezha, these words felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard them before. With a slight turn of his brow, Nezha flashed a grin at the one who spoke. You intend to inform the sect elders? Indeed. You wish for me to surrender? Yes. You desire me to be sensible? Absolutely. The speaker sensed an inkling of unease yet maintained his bravado. Then I shall simply eliminate you all, and no one will ever know, correct? Nezha smirked, a cruel smile reminiscent of a demon curling at the corners of his lips. Correct? Instinctively, the man responded affirmatively, only to snap back to reality in the next moment. Was Nezha truly planning to annihilate them all? Laughter erupted among the crowd. You impudent child. I have labored in the foundational stage for 20 years, and none of my peers would dare utter such words. Do you truly believe that wielding your artifact grants you the power to slay us all? A seemingly elder cultivator scoffed. How can one know without trying? Nezha murmured, his head bowed, lost in thought, his voice laden with foreboding. Moreover, I have done so before. Nezha suddenly raised his head, and a wave of astonishment washed over the disciples of the Qiankun Sect. For behind Nezha, a hazy phantom began to materialize. This specter towered 6 zhang in height, adorned with a golden crown, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm wielding a mystical artifact, all of which were mere illusions. Among these artifacts were a circle, a bow, a spear, a brick, a sword, and the celestial silk. The circle, spear, and silk bore an uncanny resemblance to the fire-tipped spear, the Qiankun circle, and the mixed celestial silk currently in Nezha's possession. This is the manifestation of the Taoist sect. One onlooker gasped in terror. This is a relic of inheritance. The artifact itself carries the legacy, another disciple remarked with a mix of fear and greed. Brothers, even if Nezha summons the manifestation from the artifact, he is merely at his last gasp. Laughter echoed. I have heard the sect master speak of manifestations. Only those in the spirit separation realm can sustain such forms. How dare this Nezha, at his nascent foundational stage, attempt to deceive us? The speaker, a youth clad in the attire of the Qiankun Sect, adorned with a jade token representing an inner disciple of the blood spirit peak, possessed a cultivation level of the 8th layer of the foundational stage. Hearing the discourse regarding manifestations before him, Nezha cast a disdainful smile, his eyes glinting with derision. How could these individuals comprehend that, while he could no longer uphold the former manifestation of heaven and earth? However, it is capable of awakening the latent bloodline power deep within the body. He did not arrive in this realm merely to be reincarnated. This corporeal form remains that of a celestial being. In other words, within him flows the blood of immortals. Although it is currently challenging for Nezha to nurture the celestial energy contained within that blood, even a single drop of celestial blood's power is sufficient to elevate his mental state several realms in an instant. Not to mention the mere mortals before him. It would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Once Nezha has unleashed the power of his bloodline, he could effortlessly suppress them with a mere flick of his wrist. Esteemed colleagues, if you are concerned, let us wait and see how long Nezha can maintain this form, spoke the disciple from Blood Spirit Peak. His eyes betrayed a mixture of suspicion and caution. Who are you to believe that my manifestation cannot last? Nezha inquired, calculating the remaining time of his bloodline power. A single drop of celestial blood could sustain him for an hour, but given his current mental strain, any longer would likely harm the foundation of his spirit. Upon hearing this, the disciple's spirits lifted, and with an air of arrogance, he declared, I am Xuantiand, an inner disciple of Blood Spirit Peak. Never heard of you, Nezha replied nonchalantly, twirling his fiery spear. You. Xuantiand was immediately incensed, for in all his time at Blood Spirit Peak, not a single junior had failed to greet him respectfully. The fact that this Nezha had never heard of him was utterly intolerable. Just as Xuantiand seethed with anger, Nezha continued, however, you are indeed correct. My manifestation cannot be sustained for long. Nezha flashed a grin at Xuantiand. Why do you believe you can stall until my manifestation concludes? While I choose not to kill you. The brilliance of murderous intent glimmered in Nezha's eyes, akin to that of an Azura amidst the blood-soaked seas of the 6 paths. The disciples of Qiankun Sect present were unaware that Nezha had once been known not only as a righteous deity of the heavenly court, but also in his earlier years held the fearsome title of the Demon Child. Humph, do you presume to take advantage of my lack of knowledge? The manifestation of divine powers can at most elevate one's cultivation by a few minor realms. Do you truly think it can enable one to transcend major realms to fight? Xuantiand thought, reveling in the banter with Nezha to buy time. At that moment, he heard a statement he never wished to hear. So, I suppose I shall take the opportunity before my manifestation concludes to eliminate you all, Nezha declared calmly, stamping his foot forcefully on the ground, transforming into a whirlwind as he charged back into the throng. The towering manifestation behind Nezha immediately swung its 6 arms, brandishing weapons to attack the crowd. Meanwhile, the 3 indistinct heads occasionally opened their mouths, unleashing small jets of flame directed at the onlookers. Some disciples, witnessing the flames approaching, instinctively performed hand seals and summoned a water dragon from the lake, directing it towards the flames spewed forth by Nezha's manifestation. In the eyes of mortals, water and fire are traditionally incompatible, with water extinguishing fire. In the eyes of these disciples, who had only recently detached themselves from the mundane world, the water dragon conjured by their spells should have extinguished Nezha's flames in the blink of an eye. However, they were met with disappointment. All gazes turned in astonishment towards the flame, which, in an instant, evaporated the water dragon into a cloud of steam and continued its relentless advance towards the disciple. With a soft hiss, the flame swept past the disciple's body, reducing him to a pile of ashes in the blink of an eye. The scene was terrifying, igniting a thought in the minds of those who witnessed it. The 3 flavors of true fire emitted by Nezha's manifestation carried an essence of Tao that harked back to his days as a celestial being. Had any high-ranking member of the Qiankun Sect been present, they would have gasped in awe, for the comprehension of Tao is a rarity among practitioners. Typically, only those who have reached the golden core stage earn the qualification to grasp such profundities. Yet, at this moment, Nezha was merely a cultivator at the first layer of the foundation establishment stage. However, this scene was one that no one else could perceive. Nezha had resolutely decided that he would ensure the demise of the group before him. With his resolve solidified, the profound energy within Nezha surged violently. To the eyes of Tianyun and the others, the golden light behind Nezha's manifestation suddenly intensified, rising like a full moon, exuding a terrifying aura. This was impossible. Tianyun's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The many disciples behind Tianyun began to doubt whether they had fallen into an illusion. Their sensations stemmed from the undeniable aura of the golden core stage emanating from Nezha. "Run!" Tianyun shouted, turning to flee into the distance. Nezha glanced up, a trace of disdain flickering at the corner of his mouth. The manifestation behind him joined hands, drawing a bow and knocking an arrow. Although it was merely the illusory form of the Qiankun bow, it still possessed unfathomable and terrifying power. As the bowstring was drawn, the surrounding void rippled with waves. A glimmering arrow of golden light gradually materialized in the hands of the manifestation. Nezha mirrored the action of his manifestation. His gaze fixed calmly on the retreating figure of Tianyun. "Go," he uttered softly. A streak of light shot forth like a meteor piercing through the void, seemingly transcending the concepts of time and space. Before the arrow could reach him, a massive void ruptured within Tianyun's body, revealing a gruesome display of blood and flesh. Nezha, who had released the arrow, furrowed his brow slightly, for this single shot had already halved the duration of his manifestation. Without further ado or unnecessary movements, Nezha summoned forth the 3 heads and 6 arms of his manifestation. 5 breaths later, apart from the distant Kai Linger, who was hiding and covering her mouth in shock, no other living soul remained. As Nezha ruthlessly dispatched everyone around him, Kai Linger sprang forth, her heart aching as she gazed upon the scattered magical artifacts. "Nezha, you are truly formidable, but could you please be more mindful next time and refrain from incinerating the storage bags?" Behind her, the manifestation of the rapidly dissipated, and Nezha collapsed onto the grass, rolling his eyes at her remark. "Cough, cough." Nezha pressed his hand against his chest, a look of anguish crossing his face, which elicited deep concern from Kai Ling. "What is wrong, Nezha?" she inquired as she approached his side, worry etched on her features. "I'm fine. Just the after effects of unleashing this power," Nezha replied, grimacing as he clutched his chest, feeling a pervasive ache coursing through his limbs. This torment would likely persist for at least half an hour. The blood within him, infused with celestial energy, was dwindling with each use, and every exertion inflicted damage upon his meridians. Although he had crossed into this realm with the foundation of an immortal body, the strength of his physical form had long been stripped away by the cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, he would not have emerged from the entrance test of a cultivation sect so battered and bruised. "Let us go. Someone is coming." Nezha suddenly lifted his head, his gaze flickering towards the east. "What do we do?" Kai Linger exclaimed in a flurry of panic. "Ugh, carry me," Nezha said, exasperation evident in his tone. "Me? Carry you?" Kai Linger gasped in disbelief, taken aback by Nezha's request. "Enough with the chatter, hurry. I sense malice approaching." Nezha frowned, summoning a flicker of strength to leap onto Kai Linger's back. Feeling the robust form behind her, her cheeks flushed, yet she did not protest his actions. "Which direction should we head?" Kai Linger asked as she hoisted Nezha onto her back. "West." Quickly, Kai Linger's expression shifted, a tinge of fear glimmering in her eyes. "Nezha, we are quite close to the Eerie Sea. Regardless of how strange it is, we must go. Now. Nezha urged in a hushed yet frantic tone. Although his head dissipated, a remnant of its power lingered. He could distinctly sense not only the malevolence from the east, but also from the north and south, all imbued with a deadly intent aimed squarely at him. A warning blared within Nezha's mind, signaling that the approaching adversaries were beyond his current capabilities to confront. Despite his confusion, wasn't he the highest cultivation level in the 6 Doors spiritual realm merely at the peak of foundation establishment? He dismissed such thoughts. Now was not the time for contemplation. The priority was to vacate this place post-haste. With Nezha's persistent urging, Kai Linger bit her lip, channeling her as she sprinted swiftly westward. Moments after Nezha had departed, 2 disciples clad in azure robes approached from the southeastern, eastern, and northern shores of the lake. If Nezha were a tad more acquainted with the Qiankun Sect, he would undoubtedly recognize that these figures clad in green are disciples from the law enforcement halls of various mountain gates, with the exception of Muksa Peak. As they gazed at the scattered magical artifacts and weapons not yet fully collected, the 6 green-clad individuals felt their hearts ignite with fervor, only to swiftly suppress their yearning. It appeared they had departed not long ago. "Were you approaching from the north and south?" inquired one of the 2 green-clad figures arriving from the east. "They must have fled westward," replied the one from the north. "West, west, west." 3 emphatic exclamations elicited expressions of astonishment from the trio. This was followed by a brief silence. After a prolonged pause, the most powerful among the 6 green-clad individuals spoke. "We shall pursue them. If we have not sighted them by the time we near the mysterious sea, we will abandon the chase." "Agreed." The others responded in unison. Chapter 17. The Mysterious Sea. Why are you so fearful of the mysterious sea? On their flight westward, Nezha inquired of Kai Linger. Upon hearing Nezha mention the mysterious sea, Kai Linger shuddered involuntarily. "Are we truly going to the mysterious sea?" Her voice quivered, tinged with the hint of tears. "When you introduced me to the 6 realms, you failed to mention what renders the mysterious sea so peculiar." Observing Kai Linger's palpable fear, Nezha felt a twinge of surprise, unable to fathom the source of her trepidation. As if sensing Nezha's astonishment, Kai Linger opened her mouth to elucidate. "The mysterious sea instills fear not only in me, but in all disciples of the Qiankun Sect. According to the previous generation of disciples who ventured into the spirit realm, each year there are those undeterred by death, either voluntarily or inadvertently arriving at the mysterious sea, some disappearing without a trace, while others become prisoners of the mysterious sea." "What is a prisoner?" Nezha noted the term prisoner with renewed interest, sensing a deeper significance. "A prisoner is..." "Well, you'll understand when we get closer." Kai Linger intended to elaborate, but suddenly froze, lifting her gaze ahead. Nezha followed suit, and what met their eyes was an expanse of ocean shrouded in gray mist. Kai Linger halted before the last gnarled tree at the shoreline, pointing towards the gray sea ahead. "This is the mysterious sea. It does possess an air of peculiarity," Nezha mused, gazing upon the tranquil surface that resembled a flawless mirror. Perhaps due to the gray mist, the ocean reflected not the sky, but an indistinct sea of gray. Suddenly, a flicker of realization ignited within Nezha's mind, as if he had encountered this scene before. "I feel as though I have seen this place somewhere," he murmured, causing Kai Linger to startle beside him. "Right. What about the prisoners you mentioned?" Nezha queried. "You can approach the shore, but do not step into the ocean. From the beach, you will be able to see the prisoners. Whatever you do, do not enter the sea, for it is fraught with danger," Kai Linger cautioned fervently. With a flash in his eyes, Nezha realized that his body had nearly fully recovered. He extended his leg and took a step forward. In an instant, the surroundings transformed in his perception. Goosebumps began to rise on his skin. To Nezha's astonishment, he found himself on a bustling street, flanked by magnificent buildings. Among these edifices were establishments of ill repute. Even the smaller structures, less overt in their nature, resonated with sounds that left no doubt as to their true purpose. As his lips twitched slightly, Nezha observed a pallid youth clad in the robes of the Qiankun Sect emerge from one of these buildings, cradling 2 alluring foreign women in his arms. Nezha could immediately discern that the young man's essence had been drained by indulgence and vice. Suddenly, Nezha sensed something amiss. He was in the enigmatic sea, and this street along with the Qiankun disciple might merely be an illusion. In that moment, he regretted not possessing the discerning eyes of Sun Wukong or Erling Shun, which would enable him to pierce through the veils of deception and ascertain his true location and predicament. Resolved, he decided to shatter this illusion with force. In the next instant, Nezha appeared before the Qiankun disciple, his hand clenched around the god-slaying fist, and he struck the youth with a powerful punch. Instead of the anticipated sensation of impact upon flesh, his blow connected with something fragile, like brittle bone. Upon closer inspection, the surroundings had shifted once more. The ancient street, adorned with red lanterns, had vanished, leaving before Nezha nothing but a decayed skeleton. Was this the same Qiankun disciple? Nezha furrowed his brow, but dismissed the thought and stepped forward again. The scene transformed yet again, and this time, he found himself within the grand hall of Qiankun Peak. A lecherous-looking man, donned in the ceremonial garb of the sect leader, sat brazenly on the seat of authority, while numerous disciples of the Qiankun Sect prostrated before him. In Nezha's perception, the disciples beneath the lecherous man seemed to exist in a void, devoid of any life force. Only the lecherous youth still emanated a trace of vitality. At that moment, the youth appeared to notice Nezha, his brow furrowing as he demanded, "Who are you? Why do you not bow before me?" Nezha's mind began to piece together the mystery. It seemed the enigmatic sea had the power to tempt the desires of the heart, conjuring corresponding illusions that ensnared one's true spirit and body within this realm. This could be regarded as a form of immortality, surviving within the illusion until it ultimately shattered. Had he not intervened today, the youth would likely have continued to indulge in his delusions of grandeur as the sect's leader. With a sense of melancholy, Nezha acted swiftly. He took a decisive step forward, his hand deftly flipping to reveal the fire spike spear, which he wielded with conviction as he aimed for the lecherous youth's head. As he observed the derisive glint in the youth's eyes, Nezha unleashed a sweeping strike, striking true at the youth's skull. In truth, the young man's cultivation, as perceived by Nezha, was far from weak, boasting a foundation of the 5th level. Yet, this 5th-level foundational aura felt incredibly feeble, akin to a candle on the verge of extinguishing, awaiting the moment when its oil runs dry, at which point the essence of the despicable youth would dissipate into the eerie sea. The illusion shattered once more, yet Nezha did not advance. Instead, he was astonished to find Kai Linger had inexplicably appeared at his side. Although her body trembled, displaying a clear fear of the ominous sea, she pointed behind her and remarked, "Someone is pursuing us." Nezha raised his gaze and beheld 6 figures clad in green standing beneath the crooked tree where they had initially stood. These figures were quietly observing the pair, their eyes betraying both pity and a murderous intent. From these green-clad figures, Nezha sensed a formidable and sharp aura, indicative of peak foundational cultivation. Are they here to kill me? He wondered, taken aback by their unabashed murderous energy. They are from the law enforcement hall, Kai Linger said with a complex expression. In her mind, she knew that she and Nezha would likely be perceived as accomplices. The law enforcement halls of the various sects were overseen by the law enforcement elders, who were generally high-ranking members of the Qiankun Sect. Without orders from these elders, the green-clad individuals could not have entered the spiritual realm to hunt Nezha. If these figures reported back about her association with Nezha, it would surely jeopardize her standing within her own sect. The thought left Kai Linger feeling rather despondent. Is the sect trying to kill me? Nezha queried, puzzled. It's not the sect that seeks your demise, but the remaining 5 peaks, Kai Linger retorted, rolling her eyes. You entered Mi Su Peak. Are you unaware that the other 5 peaks have always been at odds with its master? Why? Nezha was taken aback. He had sensed the dwindling numbers at Mi Su Peak, seemingly lacking even its own legacy. However, he had not anticipated that Mi Su Peak's standing within the Qiankun Sect was so precarious. Nevertheless, having chosen this sect himself, he resolved to remain until the day he restored his cultivation. I truly do not know, Kai Linger sighed, shaking her head. She gazed anxiously at the 6 green figures, silently observing them from afar. Wherein they here to kill me? Why haven't they come in? Nezha pondered, perplexed by the stillness of the 6. Of course they're here to kill you. Just look at their murderous intent. However, they do not dare enter the eerie sea, fearing that you might fight back and drag them down with you, Kai Linger remarked, stifling a giggle. Ah, I see, Nezha realized, casting a glance at the ominous sea behind him, the inexplicable familiarity washing over him once more. As if struck by a sudden insight, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Nezha's eyes. Do you dare to enter the eerie sea with me? Nezha inquired of Kai Linger. Upon hearing Nezha's words, Kai Linger's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you insane? Do you wish to become a prisoner, living a perpetual, muddled existence in the eerie sea until your spirit and flesh dissolve? No, I am not mad. I possess a means to ensure your safe passage from the eerie sea, Nezha declared, his lips curling into a cryptic smile. Although Nezha's body had fully recovered at that moment, he refrained from drawing upon the celestial energy coursing through his veins to confront the 6 disciples of the law enforcement hall. The reason was simple. Nezha felt it was a losing proposition. In his heart, Nezha had formed a rough hypothesis regarding the origins of the eerie sea and was confident in his ability to emerge from it. Are you coming or not? If you choose not to, then I shall proceed alone. Observing Kai Linger's skeptical gaze, Nezha smirked and took the lead, stepping into the frigid waters. As he waded into the sea, Nezha's smile broadened, bolstered by further conviction in his surmises. Though Kai Linger felt trepidation watching Nezha plunge into the water, she resolutely followed, gritting her teeth and stepping into the eerie sea as well. In the distance, beneath the gnarled tree, 6 disciples of the law enforcement hall gaped in astonishment at the 2 figures entering the eerie sea. Brother, are they throwing their lives away? One disciple queried. No. I must admit, I find their audacity commendable. They dare to enter the eerie sea, replied the one addressed as brother, a look of admiration crossing his face. Brother, the sect has sent word. Just as another disciple was about to speak, his expression shifted abruptly, and he retrieved a jade talisman from his waist. With a surge of mystical energy, he activated the talisman, which projected an image of an elderly man clad in white. Disciples, the 6 bowed in unison, surprised that the sect master was contacting them. Someone has seen Nezha employing a secret technique not passed down by the Buddhist sect, suspected to be linked to the Western Buddhist teachings. Regardless, you must capture him. Remember, bring him back alive. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. The old man in white concluded, abruptly severing the connection. The six exchanged glances, bewildered. Brother, is it true that entering the Eerie Sea does not necessarily equate to certain death? The disciple addressed as brother forced a wry smile. Perhaps. Look, they are still traversing the Eerie Sea, are they not? Let us seize the opportunity while they have not ventured too far and capture them, then make a swift retreat. One suggested. Agreed. There is no time to waste. Let us pursue them. The leading disciple gritted his teeth and commanded, channeling his energy to soar through the air toward Nezha's direction. Kai Linger cast a glance back at the six figures gliding through the wind and couldn't help but mutter a curse, calling them fools. Nezha, traversing the Eerie Sea, glanced back at Kai Linger, puzzled by her admonishment. Observing Nezha's expression of utter bewilderment, Kai Linger, in exasperation, embarked on yet another session of enlightenment. The enigmatic sea. The deeper one delves, the more terrifying the peculiarities encountered. Precisely how terrifying, do not inquire of me. Those who possess such knowledge remain forever ensnared within. What relevance does it bear that you label them fools? Nezha's gaze drifted across the fog-laden surface of the sea, seemingly in search of something, whilst he posed a question. To call them fools is merely to highlight the folly of those who dare to traverse the Eerie Sea, inevitably provoking the anomalies that lurk in its depths. It is uncertain who the unfortunate soul's master is, for they have evidently failed to impart such crucial information. As Kai Linger voiced her grievances, her eyes remained fixed on Nezha. Ever since they set foot on the strange waters, Nezha's eyes had been scanning the surface, oblivious to what he sought. This piqued Kai Linger's curiosity immensely. At this moment, she had already connected Nezha's quest with the exit he had mentioned. Chapter 18, The City of Untimely Deaths. Concurrently, Kai Linger kept a vigilant watch on the six silhouettes soaring above the Eerie Sea, silently wishing for the anomalies to manifest from the depths. After all, she remained uncertain whether they would perceive her as an ally of Nezha and eliminate her on the spot. Just then, as the six figures glided on the winds above the peculiar waters, they drew exceedingly close to Nezha. I told you, flying is the most convenient mode of travel. Nezha can hardly escape this trap now. Who would have thought the Eerie Sea was nothing more than this? I often heard the elder disciples of the Golden Core stage speak of its terrors, yet it appears rather trivial. Wait, something feels amiss. The final disciple, flying at the rear, suddenly felt an unsettling tremor in his brow. Do not let the fearsome reputation of the Eerie Sea intimidate you. As cultivators, we cultivate both heavenly hearts and our own. So what is there to fear from this mere anomaly? Just as this audacious disciple spoke, a chilling howl erupted from the depths of the Eerie Sea. Instantly, all halted in their tracks. In stark contrast to the others, whose faces paled, Nezha appeared remarkably exhilarated, exclaiming, "Yes, this is it. This is it." Though Kai Linger was gripped by fear, her curiosity about Nezha's exclamation was insatiable. Unable to contain herself, she posed her inquiry. "You shall know soon enough," Nezha replied, echoing Kai Linger's earlier words back to her. With a roll of her eyes, Kai Linger turned her gaze towards the depths of the Eerie Sea. There, amidst the perennial calm of the peculiar waters, a tempest suddenly arose, stirring the gray mist atop the surface into grotesque formations of clouds. These clouds, woven from the gray fog, took on bizarre shapes, resembling malevolent spirits. From the depths of the Eerie Sea, an even more thunderous howl resonated. The gray clouds hovering over the sea suddenly appeared to receive an unspoken command, swiftly converging towards the surrounding gray mist. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into countless diminutive gray dragons, darting toward the enigmatic depths of the ocean. Yet, even in the absence of the gray mist, the surface of the strange sea remained shrouded in gray. Only Nezha understood the reason behind it all. For this peculiar sea was a manifestation of the underworld. In a previous life, there existed a spectral spring within the underworld, where the living floated upon the surface while the deceased sank into the abyss. Its expanse was as vast as the heavens, its depths capable of reaching the nine hells, its mysteries revealing all things, and its malevolence capable of extinguishing countless souls. Legend has it that the primordial treasure, the Black Lotus of the Netherworld, was conceived within this spectral spring. Most crucially, above the spectral spring rested a colossal island, upon which stood a city named the City of Wrongful Deaths. Although Nezha was not entirely certain whether the City of Wrongful Deaths existed within the strange sea, he was convinced that this peculiar body of water was indeed the spectral spring. Capture Nezha. Delay could spell disaster. Seize him and depart swiftly, urged one of the disciples of the law enforcement hall, sensing the escalating tension in the atmosphere. Understood, replied the other 5, and instantly, they soared toward Nezha. Meanwhile, Nezha remained fixated on the depths of the strange sea, where he beheld a convoy enveloped in gray mist swiftly approaching. In no time, they arrived before the 6 figures clad in azure garments. Who dares to fly before the city of wrongful deaths? A commanding voice rang out from the forefront of the convoy, where a general clad in ebony armor stood, his expression inscrutable. Yet, Nezha keenly discerned that this general's true spirit was alarmingly incomplete, driven solely by lingering obsessions. This was a ghostly general. Nezha instantly recognized the identity of this figure, the underworld's ghostly general. Excitement surged within him as he swept his perception across the entire convoy, including the ominous black carriage adorned with dragon motifs at its center. However, the carriage was empty. The ghostly soldiers surrounding the general were similarly afflicted, their true spirits fragmented, devoid of any lingering souls, driven only by remnants of their essence and a flicker of obsession that animated their spectral forms. A sense of disappointment washed over Nezha. He had hoped to leverage these ghostly generals and soldiers to reclaim his place in the heavenly court, yet he found himself bereft of even a single interlocutor. At that moment, high above the strange sea, the ghostly general urged his spectral steed forward, coming to stand before the 6 disciples of the law enforcement hall, one hand resting upon a dark chain at his waist. With a swish, a flash of darkness swept across the sky above the strange sea, and in an instant, the souls of the 6 disciples were ensnared, their bodies plummeting into the water with 6 resounding splashes. Having dealt with the 6 law enforcement disciples, the ghostly general and his spectral soldiers turned their attention toward Nezha. Kaling, trembling in fear, cowered behind him. Nezha's gaze darkened. The unfolding scene was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Originally, one would expect to encounter a ghostly general with a sound mind. However, what appeared before him was a specter consumed by obsession. Had the ghostly general retained his faculties, Nezha could have relied on his former identity as the 3rd prince to persuade his counterpart to escort him out of the ominous sea. Yet now, he was left with no choice but to fight. Observing Nezha brandishing his weapon, Kai Linger's face fell into despair. Is this truly your method, Nezha? In her perception, the ghostly generals before them exuded an intense aura characteristic of formidable beings at the Golden Core stage, solely relying on their physical forms. How was she to contend with such overwhelming power? There were at least 20 specters and a single general. This was insurmountable. It was all over. She felt certain she would perish here. Kai Linger's thoughts raced, unaware that Nezha was once again channeling his blood imbued with celestial energy. To Nezha, unleashing his blood for a skirmish with disciples of the Qiankun Sect was a waste. However, against the ghostly general before him, it was anything but. At that moment, Nezha sensed a potent killing intent emanating from the ghostly general. This was an energy he had once possessed. Who had he been? He was the illustrious Grand General commanding the heavenly army, the formidable marshal of the Golden Rings, the 3rd Prince of Heaven, Nezha. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he could recognize such an aura. Yet, how could this seemingly ordinary ghostly general exude an energy that dared to rival that of Nezha from his celestial days? Moreover, the ghostly general, though merely at the Golden Core stage, was somehow capable of sustaining such a dense aura, which perplexed Nezha greatly. Setting aside his doubts, Nezha's gaze flickered as the divine form of his former heavenly self re-emerged behind him. With 3 heads and 6 arms unfurled, Nezha unleashed his full might without holding back. Countless spectral arrows imbued with the resonance of thunderous arrows shot forth from his hands, with each strike claiming the life of a specter. To Nezha's astonishment, he found himself limited to using only 2 hands to eliminate the specters, while the remaining 4 hands were occupied countering the ghostly general. The general had drawn a tiger head linked blade from his waist, wielding it with impeccable precision, unleashing slashes imbued with a sense of annihilation. This compelled Nezha to summon every ounce of his focus. Alas, the martial general possessed only 2 hands, while Nezha wielded 6. Under this circumstance, the specters were swiftly vanquished, leaving only the ghostly general standing. A streak of dark light slashed through the air, causing the void to tremble. Nezha struggled to fend off the ghostly general, baffled by the source of such formidable strength. At that moment, Nezha assessed his own prowess, estimating himself to be at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Although there were time constraints, he was indeed a genuine 9th level Golden Core practitioner. Coupled with his past combat experience and the diverse techniques and spells available to those at the Golden Core stage, he should have been more than capable of overpowering the ghostly general. As the battle raged on, Nezha was astonished to discover that the ghost general grew increasingly formidable amidst their conflict, his aura evidently surging to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Upon realizing this, Nezha's mouth twitched slightly, his heart racing with urgency. His current manifestation could only endure for a brief period, at most 2 incense sticks worth of time. Should he continue to employ this form beyond that, it would come at the cost of his foundational strength. A solution must be devised. While grappling with the ghost general, Nezha pondered deeply. A flicker of movement caught his eye. He spotted the dragon chariot previously guarded by the ghost general. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he unleashed the fierce 3 flames true fire from his fire, directing it toward the ghost general, only for it to be swiftly extinguished by the gray mist emanating from the general. Nevertheless, this momentary obstruction allowed Nezha to seize the opportunity to dash toward the dragon chariot, pulling Kai Linger along with him. Upon opening the chariot door, he was relieved to find it unoccupied. With the ghost general's gaze now fixated upon them, Nezha promptly closed the chariot door, causing the intense scrutiny to vanish. Outside, the ghost general seemed to lose his target, hovering momentarily before the malevolent energy within him surged, releasing tendrils of gray mist. Soon, these coalesced into spectral soldiers exuding the aura of the Golden Core stage. The ghost general then reorganized his ranks, silently guiding the dragon chariot deeper into the eerie sea. Inside the chariot, beads of cold sweat trickled down Nezha's forehead. The side effects of utilizing his celestial power were resurfacing, compelling him to stifle any sound, lest he attract the ghost general's attention. Although Nezha was aware that the ghost general would not dare to damage the chariot, he couldn't help but worry. What if they were heading toward a more formidable adversary? That would spell their doom. Where are we going? Kai Linger whispered cautiously through the chink in the chariot. I don't know. It appears we are heading into the depths of the eerie sea, Nezha replied, gazing out at the colossal island that had come into view. Indeed, once they entered the island's territory, the ghost general landed the chariot and proceeded toward a massive city on the island. Feeling the gap in the chariot becoming constricted, Nezha discreetly widened it to gain a broader view. Through his eyes, he beheld the island in a state of utter decay, as if no signs of life had graced it for millennia. This thought brought a wry smile to Nezha's face. How could the city of the wronged harbor any living souls? It was a realm meant solely for the deceased. As the ghost general's procession advanced, Nezha soon spotted an immense city wall. Having visited the underworld, he instantly recognized it as the distinctive wall of the city of the wronged. Every brick exuded an essence of wrongful death, though it differed from what Nezha recalled. In the depths of memory, the walls of the city of the wrongly executed are eternally haunted by the wails of malevolent spirits, desperately struggling to escape their stone confines, yet remaining trapped until the day of their suffering is alleviated. Strangely, beyond the dragon carriage, not a single malevolent spirit can be found upon the towering walls, not even a common ghost nor the presence of Nezha himself. As Nezha pondered this perplexity, he was suddenly struck by a scene that sent tremors through his very soul. Chapter 19. The secret beyond the dragon carriage. Immense walls stretched towards the heavens without end. All that Nezha beheld were the formidable walls of the city of the wrongly executed. To his astonishment, embedded in one of these walls was a colossal battle axe, its size rivaling that of a mountain, towering at least 100 feet high. The head of the axe was deeply embedded within the wall, and even in its unmoving state, it radiated an aura of terrifying might. The vibrations emanating from it revealed that it was suffused with celestial energy. Moreover, Nezha sensed a familiar essence resonating from the axe. In an instant, memories surged through Nezha's mind, recalling a scene from his previous life in the heavenly court. At that time, an unknown extraterrestrial demon had begun to infiltrate the celestial realm. This demon possessed a peculiar trait, capable of releasing a special power that permeated the wills of the celestial beings, shattering their essence and causing them to lose their vitality. For those celestial beings, like Nezha, who ascended to divine status through sheer strength, they remained unscathed, their foundations unyielding against the extraterrestrial demon. However, due to various complex circumstances, the majority of celestial beings in the heavenly court were of lower foundation. Just before Nezha confronted the demon, the 33 heavens of the heavenly court had been breached, leaving only the concealed 3 saints' heaven, a realm inhabited by the 3 sages. Curiously, when the extraterrestrial demon attacked the heavenly court, the sages suspended in chaos did not intervene. This enigma left Nezha bewildered. During the battle, most celestial beings perished, with only a fragment of true spirit escaping into the divine list. Some powerful celestial beings, such as Erlang Shenyang Jian and the 8 immortals, were forced to flee into the outer realms, now lost in some hidden lair. At that moment, within Nezha's gaze. The mighty axe embedded in the walls of the city of the wrongly executed pulsed with a trace of the extraterrestrial demon's essence. Could it be that the underworld had also fallen? Nezha's heart jolted. The Nine Nether Underworld was a power comparable to the Heavenly Court, perhaps even more formidable in its concealed strength, housing ancient beings whose might could rival that of the sages. In an instant, Nezha's mind became a tumult of confusion. If the underworld had indeed been breached, his plans to restore his powers and return to the Heavenly Court would have to be abandoned. What is that, Nezha? Kai Linger gasped in astonishment, her hand covering her lips in surprise. Kai Linger also caught sight of the massive axe. Nezha cast a casual glance at her and inquired, "Do you wish to know?" Just as Kai Linger was about to respond, she noticed the profound look in Nezha's eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. No, I do not wish to know. It is merely a weapon." Observing her ostrich-like demeanor, Nezha chuckled softly, as the ghostly general led the resurrected spectral soldiers. Safeguarding the convoy's advance, they soon arrived beneath the city walls. Upon reaching this point, Nezha realized that the city was not the dilapidated ghost town he had envisioned. At the city gate, two colossal specters stood guard. These giant spirits were the Oxhead and Horseface from the underworld, serving as protectors of the Nether Emperor and tasked with the roles of soul-locking and ghost-capturing. Just as Nezha assumed, these specters were mere remnants of true spirits. Acting on instinct and obsession, a familiar aura emanated from the city gate, an unmistakable presence of the otherworldly demons he could never forget. Could it be tainted by the otherworldly demons? Nezha pondered in astonishment. Suddenly, realization struck him. At that moment, his body was infused with celestial energy, and his essence contained the foundation of a celestial being. In the eyes of these familiar otherworldly demons, he was akin to a beacon of light traversing the darkness. Even if these specters were only remnants of true spirits, once tainted by demonic energy, their perception of celestial beings would be exponentially heightened compared to that of ordinary cultivators. The only solace for Nezha was that the guarding specters were generally not very powerful. In the city of the wronged dead, living beings could not enter. Only those who relinquished their corporeal forms could gain entry. Despite being tainted by demonic energy, the Oxhead and Horseface still performed their duties driven by obsession. Nezha couldn't help but smirk at the thought. Did they truly believe he was foolish? If he abandoned his body, given the current strength of his soul, he would not only be unable to enter the city of the wronged dead, but would likely be devoured by the Oxhead and Horseface, transformed into pure energy. Resolutely, Nezha pushed open the door of the dragon chariot and stepped out. In that instant, at least 10 fierce auras erupted from the city, surging towards him like an overwhelming tide. There were spectral deities within the city, not mere remnants. At least deities of the celestial realm. Nezha's heart raced, realizing that his decision to disembark had been rather reckless. Yet what could he do? Was he truly to abandon his corporeal form to enter? Given the circumstances, Nezha could only set aside his apprehensions and boldly present himself. Since there were deities within the city, it was certainly better than the incomplete true spirits of the Oxhead and Horseface. There was at least a chance for dialogue, was there not? Nezha thought to himself, turning to Kai Linger beside him, and instructed, if a conflict arises, stay back. Kai Linger, bewildered, nodded in agreement, her mind engulfed in a state of confusion. No one had ever known that deep within the eerie sea lay such a vast island, upon which stood an immense city, built by phantoms and malevolent spirits. This city was even more magnificent and imposing than the grandest royal capitals of the mortal realm she had ever beheld, imbued with an indescribable quality that captivated her senses. Kai Linger recognized the ghostly generals and spectral soldiers, including the infamous Oxhead and Horseface, as phantoms. After all, in her understanding, no spirits dared to roam in the light of day on the Xuantiand Continent, openly appearing before the world. This was a realm devoid of divine pathways, which explained Kai Linger's bewildered expression. Sensing the presence of over a dozen formidable beings within the city, at least at the level of scattered immortals or earth immortals, Nezha furrowed his brow slightly. Although their strength seemed inferior to that of his previous life, they were undeniably stronger than his current self. A dragon in shallow waters. Nezha sighed inwardly. An ethereal yet violent aura surged from Nezha, resonating with the fierce energies within the city. This was a manifestation of his celestial roots, illuminating the vestiges of his former divine identity. It felt as though he were proclaiming, "Hey, old fellow, I was once a celestial deity in the heavenly court. Respect is still due, do not misjudge me." Upon sensing the aura Nezha had unleashed, the fierce energies abruptly quivered, softening considerably. Nezha felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had merely taken a gamble, hoping that the spirits within the city were untainted by demonic influences. Chapter 20. The underworld and Yama Oxhead and Horseface, do not be disrespectful. We humbly invite the esteemed immortal to enter the city for a discourse. An aged voice resonated within the city of Wangsasai, filled with a sense of nostalgia, imbued with an inexplicable charm. Upon hearing this, Nezha remained unfazed, while Kai Linger was taken aback. What had she just heard? An invitation for the immortal to enter the city? What is an immortal? The ultimate goal of cultivation on the Xuantiand Continent. An existence transcending this realm, ineffable, coeval with the heavens. With a mere gesture, they could pluck stars and seize the moon. In stillness, they could create worlds. The name of the immortal was always a taboo in the Xuantiand Continent. Whenever matters related to immortals arose, they typically stirred up a tempest of bloodshed. Yet now, within this city, an unknown entity was actually welcoming an immortal? Upon receiving the invitation from within the city, Nezha felt a sense of relief. At least he would not have to engage in a direct confrontation. In Nezha's heart, he was uncertain of his ability to contend with a dozen or so spirits at the level of scattered immortals. After tidying his somewhat disheveled attire, Nezha stepped forward. The realms of the underworld and heavenly court were, after all, part of the same system. As colleagues, he felt obliged to extend a measure of courtesy. He could not allow them to perceive the heavenly deities as mere shadows of his current self. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Nezha and Kai Linger had already entered the city of Wangsasai. Guided by the horse-faced figure ahead, the two arrived before a grand palace. The palace bore an uncanny resemblance to the Yama Hall from Nezha's memories, where souls were judged in the city of wrongful deaths. Intricate carvings of ghostly dragons and azura totems adorned the stone pillars that supported the structure. Unlike the majestic heavenly palaces that exuded an air of authority, towering above the world, this Yama Hall lacked such grandeur. It also did not possess the carefree essence of some celestial buildings, where the ambience radiated a sense of eternal bliss. A chill breeze brushed past, yet Nezha, who possessed the essence of an immortal, remained unperturbed. In contrast, Kai Linger beside him could not help but shudder. Upon entering the hall, an eerie coldness enveloped them. A dozen or so dark-robed spirits of the underworld bowed their heads in silence within the vast chamber. Above them, on a raised platform, sat a middle-aged man clad in a deep black dragon robe. A sphere of luminous darkness hovered above his head, rapidly shaping and transforming a world within its depths. In this realm, the cycle of life and death transpired in an instant, showcasing the violent creation and destruction of existence. The middle-aged man, adorned in his dragon robe, emanated profound insights into the Tao, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. Memories surged forth in Nezha's mind, and he recognized the figure before him. As expected, this man was the king of Bianqing, tasked with overseeing countless cities of wrongful deaths among the 10 Yama kings. However, something about his demeanor seemed amiss. Is it truly the third Prince Nezha? The king of Bianqing spoke, his voice echoing through the hall. Nezha contemplated his response, deciding it best to refer to himself as an immortal. Although he no longer wielded the formidable powers of his past, nor held a position in the heavenly court, the essence of his celestial lineage remained intact, justifying his self-identification. Kai Linger, standing beside Nezha, had only dared to cast a furtive glance upon entering the hall, keeping her head bowed like the other spirits. Upon hearing Nezha's self-proclamation, her mouth twitched in disbelief, feeling that he had audaciously uttered such grandiose claims. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss. Prior to their entrance, there had been whispers in the city about welcoming an immortal. Could it be that they were indeed referring to Nezha? Realizing this, Kai Linger trembled slightly, sensing she had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. Stealing another glance at Nezha, she quickly dismissed her internal speculation. In her eyes, Nezha lacked the ethereal and carefree aura typically associated with legendary immortals. Instead, it was the middle-aged man in the black dragon robe who exuded a certain charm. Yet, Kai Linger remained oblivious to the presence of any true immortals in this place. If they were indeed celestial beings, surely they would have ascended to the immortal realm by now, rather than lingering on this earthly plane. Had Nezha been privy to Kai Linger's thoughts, he would likely have burst into laughter. The essence of immortals lies in their fundamental difference from ordinary cultivators. Among countless billions, only a select few may possess the qualifications to ascend to divinity, embarking on the path of the divine. Among these, perhaps only one may truly be deemed worthy of becoming an immortal, and even then, they may not survive the tribulation of ascension. In Nezha's memories of the celestial realm in his past life, many deities proclaimed themselves as true immortals. However, in the eyes of Nezha, who genuinely achieved immortality through his own efforts, these claims were mere expressions of their aspirations. In reality, they could only be regarded as divine beings, not true immortals. Immortals, indeed, may still retain their humanity, whereas divine beings do not necessarily share this trait. In his previous life, Nezha encountered numerous deities, obscured by the fervent beliefs of their followers, losing their true selves and instead embodying the ideals projected by their devotees. The gods who entered the heavenly realm, recognized by the cosmos, could survive while maintaining their true essence. Conversely, those lesser beings from the earthly realm, unworthy of divine status, became wandering pseudo-deities, corrupted by envy of divine power, leading to their malevolent worship among mortals. Under such rituals, they transformed into something neither human nor ghostly, wreaking havoc upon the world. After distorting their true nature to gain formidable strength, they even dared to challenge the righteous deities of the heavenly court, attempting to usurp divine positions. This has been the long-standing aversion and hatred of the celestial realm towards such malevolent worshippers. In truth, these divine beings are not as formidable as they appear. The powers of many lesser deities generally stem from the faith of sentient beings. Some greater deities, however, either occupy their divine positions through sheer strength or manipulate the forces of cosmic law inherent in their status. Nonetheless, a fundamental distinction remains between divine beings and immortals. In terms of raw power, 100 ordinary deities would not suffice to equate to the prowess of Nezha in his past life, except, of course, for the figure of King Bianqing before him. Although the latter also held a divine position in the mortal realm, he was a deity of the underworld. Much like the celestial beings governing the stars, his divine status granted him dominion over formidable cosmic powers. Amidst these swirling thoughts, Nezha heard King Bianqing speak. "I am nearing my demise." Startled, Nezha looked up. Upon uttering these words, a torrent of malevolent energy uncontrollably seeped from King Bianqing. "As you can see, I have been tainted by this dark energy and have little time left," he said with a bitter smile. "Though I am uncertain how you, the third prince, found yourself in this realm, it is fortuitous to encounter an old comrade." In an instant, King Bianqing regained his imposing demeanor, reminiscent of the ruler of the myriad souls in the city of the wrongly dead. Chapter 21. A shocking revelation. Nezha pondered how King Bianqing came to this place, and why the city of the wrongly dead was also present. Concerned about the imminent demise of King Bianqing, he disregarded the latter's sentiments and hurriedly inquired. Upon hearing Nezha's question, the once imposing visage of King Bianqing shifted dramatically, revealing an expression of sheer terror on the face of one who once commanded the vast city of the wrongly dead. The dark dragon robe adorning King Bianqing billowed, unleashing a chaotic, viscous aura of demonic energy that swiftly corroded the garment, which could be deemed a treasure of celestial essence. Through the gaping tear in the fabric, Nezha glimpsed the essence of King Bianqing as an underworld deity, his ethereal soul entwined by tendrils of thick, sticky demonic energy. A fleeting expression of anguish crossed the king's visage, his eyes betraying a hint of terror, as if recollecting some harrowing memory. It took him a considerable time to regain his composure. "Third prince, do you have any idea how many years I have lingered here?" King Bianqing replied, his words veering off topic as he cast his gaze beyond the grand hall, his eyes seemingly piercing through the annals of time. Nezha's pupils constricted. He began to understand the ineffable resonance in the ancient voice he had heard outside the city. It was the essence of time, a quality born only through the relentless erosion of ages. Nezha had only witnessed such a trait in those primordial deities who, nearing the end of their lifespans, succumbed to slumber through obliteration. Even celestial beings are not exempt from the constraints of mortality. Yet, the duration of life varies greatly, dictated by one's cultivation and divine rank. As for King Bianqing, occupying a significant position in the underworld and governing countless souls of the wrongfully deceased, his lifespan was undoubtedly substantial. Could it be that King Bianqing was nearing the end of his life? What an absurdity! It had been merely over a millennium since the turmoil in the heavenly court and his arrival in this realm. Nezha had encountered King Bianqing over 1,000 years ago, when the king radiated vitality, his divine light capable of illuminating the underworld for millions of miles. To think that merely 1,000 years could bring him to the brink of death was unfathomable to Nezha. Seemingly discerning Nezha's thoughts, King Bianqing's voice, imbued with a profound sense of desolation, echoed. "Nezha, you have traversed the 6 realms of reincarnation to arrive in this world, and it appears you have only just arrived." Though phrased as a question, his tone was imbued with certainty. Before Nezha could respond, King Bianqing continued, "You may not possess as deep an understanding of the 6 realms as we, the deities of the underworld. In truth, the 6 realms possess the capacity to manipulate the flow of time. You may wonder how I discern this. It is because I see no traces of the 30,000 years of temporal erosion upon you, unlike myself." As King Bianqing spoke, His words resonated with the weight of ages. In fact, I witnessed the moment you entered the cycle of reincarnation. On that day, the otherworldly demons not only invaded the heavenly court, but also breached the gates of the underworld. At that moment, I was engaged in managing the trillions of vengeful spirits within the city of the wrongfully deceased, when suddenly, the underworld trembled. A colossal hand, forged from the very fabric of laws and chaotic energy, descended from the heavens, shattering the earth of the underworld with a single blow, just one blow. Nezha felt a jolt of shock at these words. The scene described by King Bianqing bore a striking resemblance to the invasion of the heavenly court. Could it be the same assailant? How audacious to wage war against two realms simultaneously. Nezha pondered, his mind in turmoil. King Bianqing's voice, now laden with sorrow, continued to narrate. With a single strike, the dominion of the underworld, which held sway over countless cycles of life and death, was obliterated. Even the formidable Emperor Fengdu could not withstand the might of that hand. Can you fathom this? The Emperor, who had already attained the exalted realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, was rendered powerless beneath that blow, stripped of all his Taoist essence, leaving only a flicker of true spirit to flee into the cycle of reincarnation. As King Bianqing recounted this, disbelief etched upon his countenance remained palpable. It was not only King Bianqing who found it hard to believe. Nezha shared the same sentiment. In the myths of the mortal realm, Emperor Fengdu was a subordinate of the Eastern Peak Emperor, the deity of Mount Tai. Nezha could only exclaim in incredulity. Who is Emperor Fengdu? He is a being of the same echelon as the celestial emperor of the heavenly court. How could he be reduced to mere essence by a single strike? If even Emperor Fengdu could be so diminished, what of us ordinary spirits of the underworld? In King Bianqing's words, he had suddenly found himself relegated to the status of an ordinary spirit. A slight twitch at the corner of Nezha's mouth betrayed his disapproval. Fortunately, the owner of that hand seemingly held no interest in us, the spirits, and after vanquishing Emperor Fengdu, vanished into thin air. At that moment, we were still unaware of the heavenly court's invasion. Just as we were preparing to report to the heavenly court, a horde of extraterrestrial demons appeared. Thus, we engaged in battle with these otherworldly fiends. One by one, the spirits of the underworld fell, and territories were lost. It was then that I witnessed a breach in the underworld, which led to the heavenly court. It was then that I realized the heavenly court had also been breached. I also saw you, being sent into the 6 realms of reincarnation by the heavenly King Li Jing. Yet, at this point, King Bianqing suddenly paused. But what? Nezha inquired. However, King Bianqing continued. At that moment, the true spirit of Emperor Fengdu re-emerged from the cycle, compelling all spirits of the underworld to abandon their Tao and flee into reincarnation. Do you understand? Emperor Fengdu is the only one capable of wielding the power of time within the 6 realms of reincarnation. Nezha, curious about the scene of his own entry into reincarnation, had been preoccupied with the heavenly court at that time, oblivious to his surroundings. He listened as King Bianqing continued. At that moment, Emperor Fengdu activated the temporal force of the 6 realms of reincarnation, which led to a world unrecorded in history, this very realm. Though he initiated the power of that time, it was not under his control. Hearing this, Nezha felt a flicker of understanding dawn upon him. So, I was sent to this world's present time, while you arrived here 30,000 years prior. King Bianqing nodded, a look of mentorship gracing his features. Suddenly, he shifted the topic, an enigmatic smile flickering in his eyes. Do you know what these extraterrestrial demons are? Nezha's heart raced, sensing a shift in King Bianqing's demeanor. They are the deities of the heavenly court. They are the gods of the underworld. They are also the exalted sages suspended beyond the heavens. At this, King Bianqing's expression twisted into one of madness, a frenzied aura enveloping him. At this moment, the king of Bianqing bore no resemblance to the ruler of the underworld. Indeed, he appeared more deranged than any earthly madman. Nezha cautiously took a few steps back, his expression grave and resolute as he declared, impossible. At that time, our heavenly court was also under siege. With many celestial beings perishing as the demonic forces invaded, there was no opportunity to launch an assault on the underworld. Furthermore, with the agreement between the Emperor of Fengdu and the Heavenly Emperor in place, no deity would dare to overstep their bounds. Upon hearing Nezha's words, the king of Bianqing offered a grim smile. Chapter 22. The True One of Tai? I know it is not our heavenly court, but what if that heavenly court is not yours? What do you mean? Nezha asked, furrowing his brow. At that moment, as Nezha posed this question, all the spectral beings within the hall suddenly lifted their gazes towards the entrance, their faces reflecting shock and fury. In an instant, the king of Bianqing seemed to transform back into the king of the 9 netherworlds, who commanded the fates of countless vengeful souls. They are coming. Nezha, we are doomed. But you still have a chance. I shall help you escape. The king of Bianqing rose, casting his gaze toward the entrance of the hall, his words leaving no room for contradiction. Just as Nezha was about to inquire what was happening, he abruptly sensed a sharp, familiar aura emanating from outside the hall. Extraterrestrial demons. Nezha's expression shifted dramatically. At this moment, he was certainly no match for those demons from beyond. Turning his head, he saw a hazy figure shrouded in chaotic energy materializing at the entrance of the hall. Within the hall, all the spectral beings unleashed a multitude of divine spells in an instant, directing them toward that indistinct figure. These underworld spirits exuded nothing more than the aura of scattered immortals. While the hazy figure at the entrance resonated with a presence akin to that of a Tai golden immortal in Nezha's perception, Kai Linger trembled nearby, her mind clouded with confusion. What kind of cultivation is this? In her over 20 years of cultivation, she had never encountered a practitioner of such formidable prowess. Even the esteemed elder from the Qiankun Sect had not exuded such an overwhelming aura. If Nezha were aware of Kai Linger's thoughts, he would surely remark, "My dear, you are mistaken. This is an immortal, an actual immortal." The hazy figure at the entrance of the hall slowly advanced, the rhythm of its Tao resonating as it passed, illuminating the path with its profound insights. This is impossible. Nezha's eyes widened, as if he might burst his very orbs. In his recollections, those extraterrestrial demons were merely creatures tainted by chaotic energy, polluted and aberrant. Though they possessed intelligence, they were utterly out of sync with the cosmos. How could they possibly comprehend the Tao? Could it be that they were also beings of the celestial path, yet concealed themselves as chaotic demons? Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, Nezha abruptly heard the voice of the king of Bianqing. "Nezha, do you not wish to know what the extraterrestrial demons truly are? Allow me to enlighten you." As the king of Bianqing approached Nezha, he pressed a firm hand upon Nezha's shoulder, and a sudden surge of energy erupted from his being. The realms of immortality, scattered immortal, earthly immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, and the supreme golden immortal, saw the king of Bianqing's cultivation ascend instantaneously to that of the supreme golden immortal, as if his mystical powers had returned to him. Following this elevation, the other shadowy deities within the grand hall seemed to receive a signal, and in the blink of an eye, their levels of cultivation soared to the golden immortal realm. Yet, in Nezha's gaze, it was evident that such a transformation would come at a significant cost. The chaotic demonic energy, which had been suppressed within the king of Bianqing, began to surge violently, enveloping him at an astonishing speed. In an instant, he transformed, taking on the same appearance as the enigmatic visitor at the entrance of the hall. Nezha's heart trembled as he heard the king's hoarse voice cutting through the hazy, chaotic mist. "Who has come this time?" A light laughter echoed from the indistinct figure. "Oh, can you not guess? Since you are reluctant to speak, I shall uncover it myself," the king of Bianqing murmured as he stepped forward, closing the distance to the shadowy figure in a heartbeat. From the shrouding mist that enveloped him, a broad black dragon sleeve emerged, and a hand that shimmered with resplendent light reached forth, swiftly advancing towards his face. The shadowy figure, taken aback by the sudden aggression of the king, found the mist upon their visage dispersed in an instant. Upon revealing their face, Nezha's heart jolted with recognition, and the name escaped his lips involuntarily. "Master." I did not expect to find a remnant of the false court here," the one Nezha had addressed as master remarked, directing a surprised gaze towards him. "Why? It appears I have a disciple here." A light chuckle escaped their lips, yet their eyes harbored no trace of warmth. "This cannot be an illusion? No, the Tao rhythm emanating from him is identical to that of my master." Nezha's mind raced. Who was his master? It was the Supreme One, the true immortal, a disciple of the revered Xuantiand Continent. How could he possibly be a chaotic celestial demon? Nezha snapped back to reality, his thoughts swirling rapidly. "Nezha, do you see? This is another Supreme One." The voice of the king of Bianqing pierced his reverie, cold and awakening. "Who are you?" Nezha demanded, fixing his gaze upon the now obscured visage once more. "I am your master, yet not your master. However, you are not my disciple." The shadowy figure replied with a hint of nostalgia. Had I known you were here, I would have brought my disciple Nezha along to devour your essence. The great Tao awaits." The implications of these words sent a chill through Nezha's heart. Was there another Nezha in this world? As Nezha sought to inquire further, the voice of the king of Bianqing interrupted once more. "Nezha, you must leave. Leave. You have hidden for 30,000 years. Today, not a single one shall escape." As the chilling words of the true man of Tai echoed, a voice icy as the depths of winter emerged. No sooner had the words faded than a sweeping dust, piercing through the shroud of chaotic demonic energy, surged directly toward King Bianqing. With a swift motion, King Bianqing conjured a black dragon seal, radiating an overwhelming aura of authority, which he cast into the air. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal seal, 3 zhang wide, hovering above the true man of Tai. Beneath the seal, the ominous words of the underworld's Yama were etched in dark script, emanating a potent pressure that bore down upon the true man of Tai. Amidst their confrontation, a spectral figure approached Nezha, sweeping its grand sleeve to envelop both Nezha and Kai Linger, transforming them into a streak of rainbow light as it darted toward the hall's exit. Observing this, the true man of Tai emitted a cold snort, unleashing another sweeping dust, which unfurled into countless white threads, surging toward the spectral guardian protecting Nezha. At the moment the dust appeared, Nezha abruptly turned his head, recognizing the unmistakable aura emanating from it. It was a treasure truly belonging to the true man of Tai. Yet, it was wielded by this current incarnation of Tai, leaving Nezha's heart heavy with trepidation. In Nezha's eyes, the true man of Tai ranked among the foremost in the teachings of the Chan, possessing profound celestial arts and an arsenal of divine artifacts. Without delving into Nezha's thoughts, the spectral guardian, shielding both Nezha and Kai Linger, produced a brush the size of a hair and pointed it at the oncoming torrent of dust. A mystical light burst forth, causing the chaotic demonic energy surrounding the guardian to surge, intensifying further as the brush disintegrated into powder. From the roiling chaotic energy, Nezha discerned the guardian spitting blood. The brush revealed the guardian's identity as a judge of the underworld. Chapter 23. Escape. King Bianqing seemed to sense the unfolding situation and, with a swift gesture, summoned a fierce black wind that swept Nezha and Kai Linger further away. Nezha understood that King Bianqing had resigned himself to despair, seeking only to facilitate their escape. The black wind surged swiftly, yet the sweeping dust of the true man of Tai was no less adept. Countless threads of dust swiftly annihilated the judge of the underworld, rapidly pursuing Nezha. Feeling the imminent threat of the approaching threads, Nezha's heart raced. This was a true immortal of Tai. Even if he were to exhaust every ounce of celestial power and blood within him, he could not hope to contend with such an adversary. Just as the threads were about to pierce through the black wind and strike Nezha, a command resonated from King Bianqing's lips. Ocean of the underworld, arise. This invoked the authority of the underworld's divine office. Instantly, a bizarre sea surged forth, and a colossal hand, formed from the ethereal waters of the underworld, rose to intercept the threads of dust. Countless delicate strands embedded themselves into the giant hand, succumbing entirely to its corrosive grasp. Bianqing reached into the sleeve of his dark dragon robe and retrieved a treasure ship, no larger than a child's toy, which he hurled towards the direction of Nezha. In mere moments, it rapidly expanded, enveloping both Nezha and Kai Linger before tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing. Observing this, Tai Jinren let out a discontented snort, his ominous voice echoing in Bianqing's ears. You may escape for now, but you cannot evade fate forever. To be consumed by us is your destiny. Upon hearing Tai Jinren's words, Bianqing's expression remained impassive as he summoned a sword of law, launching a frenzied assault against Tai Jinren, unfazed by the chaotic demonic energy swirling around him. After Nezha's departure, Bianqing seemed to cast aside all restraint, unleashing his full power in a relentless attack against Tai Jinren. The aftermath of their battle manifested in layers of profound and terrifying Taoist principles, almost taking on a tangible form above the eerie sea. At that moment, all disciples of the Qiankun Sect within the Six Doors spiritual realm turned their gazes towards this spectacle, sensing the overwhelming and fearsome energies colliding over the mysterious sea. How formidable! Not even the peak masters can compare to a fraction of their might, remarked a disciple with a grave expression. Impossible. The peak master is a formidable being at the nascent soul stage, another disciple exclaimed, unable to fathom that the two energies could surpass those of their leaders. What is transpiring over the eerie sea? A disciple questioned in alarm. Why are you panicking? We are at the eastern edge of the spiritual realm, the Lianyun mountain range, at least 10,000 miles away. Do you truly fear they could reach us here? A nearby companion chuckled, seemingly in response to his words. Everyone in the spiritual realm clearly witnessed a magnificent long sword, forged from celestial power, appearing in the sky above the eerie sea, dispersing the perennial dark clouds that loomed over it. This sword, adorned with countless runes, towered high into the clouds and dipped low into the eerie sea. Disciples closer to the sea, overwhelmed by fear, had already knelt in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Bianqing, have you lost your mind? Echoed a furious shout from the direction of the eerie sea, and a colossal manifested above it, even grander than the sword that had just appeared. Were it not for the radiant energy swirling around its surface, one might mistake it for a true giant. This bore a solemn expression, yet a faint smile graced its lips, hinting at a sense of liberation. Among the many disciples of the Qiankun Sect, they observed this clad in garments reminiscent of an imperial official, one hand cradling a black dragon seal, while the other pointed towards the celestial sword. As the cloud swirled, yet another towering emerged, this one a youthful Taoist with ethereal features, carrying a whisk on his back and a sword in hand, divine light flickering behind his head. At this moment, the young Taoist appeared utterly exasperated, his ethereal demeanor disrupted. Everyone heard the young Taoist vehemently rebuke the man clad in official robes. Bianqing Wang, do you seek death? I will not accompany you to the grave. With that, he casually waved his hand holding a feathered whisk, effortlessly tearing open a rift in space. The numerous disciples looked on in astonishment. Many had read about such feats in books or heard their mentors speak of them. To rip open a spatial fissure with a mere flick of the wrist signified an existence at least at the great ascension stage. Could it be an immortal? Some disciples pondered as they gazed at the Taoist. Can you escape? Witnessing Tai Jinren tear through the fabric of space, Bianqing Wang's countenance turned cold. A sinister smile gracing his lips as he swung his crimson gold sword towards Tai Jinren. A beam of sword light swept forth, radiating powerful waves in all directions. The residual energy surged across the six gates spirit realm, compelling many disciples to instinctively summon their magical artifacts for protection. Yet, the waves passed silently over everyone, seemingly causing no harm. At that moment, a disciple stared in horror at the grove before him. The once lush and flourishing trees had, in an instant, transformed into withered trunks. Junior brother, you. Just as this disciple was engulfed in confusion, an ancient voice resonated from beside him. Turning towards the sound, he beheld a weathered elder clothed in the garb of the Qiankun Sect, staring at him with palpable terror. He recalled that his senior brother had stood beside him moments ago. How had he aged into an old man? Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him, and he instinctively pointed at the elder, only to be jolted by a wave of dread. His own hand appeared astonishingly aged, with veins resembling gnarled roots protruding from his skin, and the once smooth texture from years of cultivation had become wrinkled. What has happened to me? He tried to voice the question, but found his voice emerged frail and ancient. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded throughout the spirit realm. Everyone recalled the earlier wave of energy, astonished by the severe consequences it had wrought. And what of the Taoist in the sky? Bianqing Wang, release me. At this moment, Tai Jinren had transformed into an elderly figure, his hair stark white, the muscles of his face nearly withered away to the bone, a terrifying sight to behold. I have hidden here for 30,000 years, eroded by the passage of time, my foundation of immortality consumed, and from this understanding, I have attained this divine ability. What do you think? Bianqing Wang spoke with a light-hearted chuckle, though the chaotic demonic energy surrounding him threatened to obliterate him entirely. Below him, the city of the wrongly dead seemed to have endured countless years, now reduced to mere mounds of earth. Chapter 24. The collapse of the spirit realm. Realizing that Bianqing Wang was resolute in his fatal intent, Tai Jinren's visage contorted in rage as he slowly withdrew the crimson gold sword embedded in his chest. At this moment, Tai Jinren no longer possessed the Tao fruit of a Tai golden immortal. His aura swiftly plummeted. With a single strike, he had lost the 3 flowers atop his head, reduced to an ordinary true immortal. As the long sword was drawn, Tai Jinren initially believed he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, he was astounded to discover that all of the magical power emanating from the king of Bianqing had suddenly retracted. Raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of the king of Bianqing smiling at him. You. Tai Jinren's face reflected sheer terror as a thought struck him. Let us die together. Tai. Before Tai Jinren could react, the king of Bianqing's divine manifestation shattered, leaving only his true form standing in the void. Even in death, I shall never coexist with you otherworldly fiends, declared the king of Bianqing with resolute determination. As soon as his words fell, the king's body transformed into a fruit that shimmered with a radiant glow, upon which the essence of Tao flowed almost visibly. This was the Tao fruit, a culmination of everything the king of Bianqing had possessed. Gazing at the Tao fruit, a glimmer of greed flickered in Tai Jinren's eyes, only to be quickly swallowed by overwhelming dread. He comprehended the true purpose behind the king of Bianqing revealing his Tao fruit. It was not to bestow it upon him, but rather to ensure they would meet their demise together. Meanwhile, within the 6 gates spiritual realm, the disciples of the Qiankun Sect went into a frenzy upon witnessing the Tao fruit. Even from a distance that felt insurmountable, They could distinctly sense the almost tangible resonance of the Tao emanating from it. In the presence of such a precious treasure, the answers to questions they had never understood seemed to crystallize in their minds, and their previously stable cultivation levels began to ascend gradually. Driven by the allure of this extraordinary treasure, the disciples of the Qiankun Sect charged towards the direction of the strange sea, completely oblivious to its inherent oddities and the formidable presence still looming above. At that moment, the lone remaining powerful entity in their midst had no time to concern himself with them. Fear glimmered in Tai Zhenren's eyes as he beheld the Tao fruit transformed from the king of Bianqing, which was rapidly alchemizing the surrounding space. It was distilling everything into its most primordial essence. This Tao fruit was transmuting the very fabric of this secret realm. Yet, Tai Zhenren found himself ensnared, his cultivation insufficient to breach the barriers of space. Although his Tao cultivation remained at the true immortal realm, the magical power within him had been rendered void by that single strike. Even as he exerted every ounce of effort to harness the mystical energy of this secret realm, it proved utterly inadequate to meet his needs. Confronted with this realization, despair began to engulf Tai Zhenren. The Tao fruit, embodying the will of the king of Bianqing in life, continued to transmute the space with haste. Below, the disciples of the Qiankun Sect, who had just reached the strange sea, found themselves swiftly disintegrating into nothingness as they attempted to ride the winds. Witnessing this, the other disciples nearby felt a chill creep into their hearts and quickly regained their composure, fleeing in the opposite direction. "Run, quickly!" echoed the sounds of wails and cries from the forest bordering the strange sea. The lower-ranked disciples of the Qiankun Sect could not fathom why a living being could simply dissolve into nothingness mid-flight. Meanwhile, Tai Zhenren was still struggling to resist. Due to his cultivation as a true immortal, he managed to resist the transformative power of the Tao fruit with considerable effort. However, if this continued, he would surely perish in this place. At that moment, a rift in space opened beside him, and a middle-aged man dressed in a dark black dragon robe appeared at his side. If Nezha were still present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this man bore an uncanny resemblance to King Bianqing. Not only did they share identical appearances, but their auras were nearly indistinguishable as well. The sole difference being that this King Bianqing was firmly established as a Tai golden immortal. "Tai, what mischief have you wrought?" Upon arriving, the middle-aged man directed an irate shout at the Tai true person, his words dripping with dissatisfaction. I never anticipated his fervor would be so intense. Quickly, while his Tao fruit has not yet completely dissipated, consume it directly. The Tai true person, while resisting the spreading resonance of the Tao fruit capable of causing transformation, spoke urgently. Hearing this, the middle-aged man snorted coldly, sweeping his sleeve in a grand gesture, channeling his internal mana and extending his hand toward the Tao fruit. As if sensing the aura of this middle-aged man, the Tao fruit began to tremble violently. Both the middle-aged man and the Tai true person's pupils constricted in alarm. Not good. Before either could react, the Tao fruit transformed into nothingness, and simultaneously, a peculiar Tao resonance swiftly radiated outward. This time, neither the middle-aged man nor the Tai true person could muster any resistance. They were instantly transformed into nothingness by this terrifying resonance. Moreover, the entire spiritual realm was gradually dissolving into a chaotic void under the influence of this resonance. At the Qiankun Sect, the 6 peak masters were engaged in maintaining the flow of mana while casually chatting. Aside from the master of Misu Peak, Zhou Riyun, the others were exchanging thoughts. In just one day, we will close the 6 gates of the spiritual realm. I wonder what our harvest will be this time. Casually remarked the master of Blood Spirit Peak. It should not differ much from previous years, replied the master of Dan Medicine Peak, simultaneously controlling the mana flow while refining pills with one hand, astonishingly managing to multitask. Just then, all 6 peak masters abruptly looked up towards the pitch-black portal in the sky. Not good. The master of Qiankun Peak displayed a look of horror, immediately intensifying the flow of mana into the token, and the other 5 peaks followed suit. What is happening in the spiritual realm? Why is it collapsing? Exclaimed the master of Xuantiand Peak, his expression grim. Among the disciples who had entered the spiritual realm, Xuantiand Peak had the largest contingent. Naturally, the other peak masters were equally distressed, as most of the newly initiated disciples had ventured into the spiritual realm. Among them, Zhou Riyun appeared the most troubled. Gone was his usual calm demeanor. His Misu Peak was not like the others, having only Nezha as a disciple. If anything were to happen to him within, he would find himself utterly alone. Although he had yet to develop any deep feelings for Nezha, his curiosity about him was profound. The Master of Six Peaks continued to fervently channel his mana into the token. However, how could these cultivators at the nascent soul stage possibly provide the resources necessary to organize a secret realm? They were not immortals. Only those legendary beings, capable of shaping worlds, could orchestrate such a feat, and merely infusing spiritual power into the secret realm would not suffice. In mere moments, a multitude gathered behind the Master of Six Peaks. These were the esteemed elders of the Qiankun Sect and the leaders of various peaks from past generations. Their expressions were grim as they fixated on the pitch-black portal in the sky. Suddenly, without any assistance from others, the six tokens maintaining the secret realm's passage erupted violently, disintegrating into dust. The Master of Six Peaks coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze horrified as he watched the portal gradually fade away. From the remnants of that portal, they sensed the aura of a legendary immortal. Meanwhile, Nezha and Kai Linger were aboard a treasure ship, which, after traversing through multiple spatial rifts, finally came to a halt. When the king of Bien City had sent them off from the Six Peaks spiritual realm, the ship seemed to have absorbed an overwhelming amount of mana. By the time they reached the Xuantiand Continent, it was on the verge of collapse. As the ship came to a stop, Nezha and Kai Linger immediately leaped off. In an instant after disembarking, the ship shattered into countless fragments, which then turned to dust. Nezha's heart tightened. He understood that this was the consequence of the king of Bien City's demise. The treasure ship, being the king's magical artifact, was undoubtedly connected to him. Thus, with his death, the ship was destined to be destroyed. However, Nezha had not anticipated that the ship would dissolve into nothingness. Had he witnessed a similar scene before? During a previous campaign against demons, when a demon, cornered by heavenly soldiers, transformed its entire cultivation into a Dao fruit and self-destructed. This meant that the king of Bien City had also self-destructed. A wave of sorrow surged within Nezha's heart. Such a death was the epitome of true demise. Converting one's Dao fruit along with the surrounding space into pure primal essence, returning it to the universe. The higher one's cultivation, the more extensive the transformation. This method of death was referred to in his past life as the path of martyrdom, leaving no trace of true spirit behind, with everything intimately related to the individual vanishing entirely. Nezha lifted his head, casting his gaze around, concealing the sorrow within as he contemplated all that had transpired in the Six Peaks secret realm. Remembering the king of Bien City's formidable cultivation, Nezha felt a shiver run through him. It was very likely that they could never return to the Qiankun Sect. He understood that the Dao fruit of a Tai golden immortal could obliterate that secret realm entirely. If the secret realm were reduced to ashes, only he and Kai Linger would remain to return to the Qiankun Sect. Surely, that would not bode well. Moreover, within the Qiankun Sect, there exists an inexplicable pursuit from the higher echelons, a matter that even Nezha finds perplexing. While he could somewhat comprehend if disciples from other sects sought to provoke him, he is baffled as to why the upper management of Qiankun would issue a decree to hunt down a mere disciple like himself. Unable to fathom the reasoning, he chooses to put it aside for the time being, knowing he will not find answers immediately. This ability to let go of the unanswerable is one of Nezha's virtues. "Where's this place?" inquired Kai Linger, who had regained her composure. "I don't know," Nezha replied with a roll of his eyes, questioning the significance of her inquiry. Without another word, he selected a direction and began to walk away. "Hey, wait for me. Where are you going?" Kai Linger called out anxiously, watching Nezha's retreating figure. "There are signs of habitation ahead. I shall investigate," Nezha answered without turning back. After walking for a considerable distance, the duo stumbled upon a quaint village. At the entrance, a throng of modestly dressed villagers had gathered, seemingly engrossed in something unknown. As Nezha and Kai Linger approached, they discovered that the villagers were encircling an unconscious woman. "She is a demoness. We must not harbor her," exclaimed an elder among the onlookers, his white hair and garments indicating his status as the village chief. He pointed towards the comatose woman, even prodding her forehead with his cane. Nezha expanded his perception and, upon closer inspection, his pupils constricted. The protrusions upon the girl's head were unmistakably dragon horns. She was a dragon. Furthermore, her bloodline was extraordinarily potent. Within Nezha's perception, a slumbering azure dragon spirit lay quietly coiled on the ground, its essence seeping out due to her unconscious state, thereby revealing her true form. At that moment, the elder's voice rang out again. "In Weishui village, we cannot take in those of unknown origin. Foolish child, how can you claim that this girl saved you? How could a frail woman possibly rescue you? It was the villagers who saved you, and you speak nonsensically. It seems you are bewitched by this demoness." The elder, clad in fine garments, rebuked a robust young man standing protectively in front of the unconscious dragoness. Unfazed by the elder's tirade, the young man, dressed in coarse linen, stood firm, preventing the other villagers from approaching the unconscious girl. Upon hearing the elder label the dragoness as a demon, a flicker of anger crossed his face. Elder Wu, I respect your age, and thus I address you as such. However, this does not grant you the liberty to fabricate lies. Pray tell, which of you here is the one who saved me? When I was drowning in despair, you all stood idly by on the shore. Do not think I am unaware. As he spoke, the young man's expression grew fervent, pointing at the unconscious dragoness. There are indeed demons lurking beneath the Weishui River. But she is certainly not one of them. Were it not for her, I would have long been devoured by that creature. The elderly gentleman in splendid attire gazed at the robust youth with heightened emotions, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, fearing the young man might charge at his frail limbs. Young man of the Zhang family, if you wish to protect this creature, you must relinquish your qualification for the Qiankun County examination. We shall not trouble you otherwise. The old man spoke slowly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing the mention of the Qiankun provincial examination, the burly youth's expression shifted abruptly, transforming him into a fierce guardian akin to a wolf protecting its territory, his menacing aura palpable. You old scoundrel Wu, I knew you had ulterior motives in bringing so many tenants here. It seems this is your true aim. The elderly gentleman, surveying the surrounding villagers with a resolute gaze, retorted, and if so, what of it? Will you comply or not? The youth's face darkened at the old man's blatant disregard for decorum. His fists clenched as if contemplating a course of action. Yet, he cast a glance at the unconscious dragon girl behind him, revealing a flicker of hesitation. In the eyes of Nezha and Kai Linger, the youth's cultivation was merely at the third level of qi refinement, a typical novice among practitioners. In stark contrast, the group surrounding the elderly man boasted cultivations at the 7th or 8th levels, significantly surpassing the youth's prowess. Amid the murmurs of the other villagers, Nezha gleaned the essence of the unfolding events. The previous day, the robust youth and other village youths had returned from the rural examination of the Qiankun Empire, with only the young man of the Zhang family emerging successful among the village's young men. As they traversed the nearby Weishui River on bamboo rafts, tumultuous waves suddenly erupted, causing countless fish and shrimp to leap from the water, seemingly fleeing from an unseen terror. A villager spotted a massive shadow beneath the river, prompting a collective gasp. The shadow, alerted by their cries, rushed towards them, capsizing their raft in an instant. Once overturned, the young men plunged into the water, desperately swimming towards the shore. The Zhang youth was swept away, and upon counting heads after reaching the bank, the others realized he was missing, leading them to fear the worst. They hastened back to the village to summon help, knowing that seeing a person alive is preferable to discovering a corpse, especially since the Zhang youth was the only one to pass the examination. Shortly after many villagers arrived at the riverbank, they noticed a significant amount of blood staining the water. Then, the Zhang youth emerged from the depths, swimming back to the shore while cradling an unfamiliar woman. In their ignorance, the villagers misconstrued the dragon girl as a demon. Thus, the current scene unfolded, while the elderly gentleman harbored ulterior motives, seeking to leverage the situation to secure his grandson's chance to participate in the county examination. As Nezha continued to observe the unfolding drama with curiosity, the dragon girl's eyes gradually fluttered open. A fierce and sacred aura emanated from her awakening, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Nezha and Kai Linger, intrigued, turned to see the dragon girl rising, adorned in a simple white silk garment. She uttered softly. The dragon maiden gazed at the villagers gathered around, her movements exuberant and her voice a melodic call. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Nezha's forehead. How could this dragon maiden be unable to speak? What manner of dragon was this? Dragons are inherently sacred and noble beings, endowed with an instinctive understanding of their lineage, gifted with talents and knowledge that defy the ordinary. This naturally includes fluency in human speech. Yet here stood a dragon before Nezha, completely mute in human language. Nezha felt a sense of incredulity. Even if one were reluctant to speak human words, surely one could articulate in dragon tongue. The language of dragons allows for seamless communication with countless other races, far surpassing human dialects. A dragon may choose not to utter human language, but it is simply unfathomable for one to be incapable of speaking in dragon tongue. What was the situation with this dragon? Nezha pondered, observing the unfolding scene. At the village entrance, a group of villagers watched the dragon maiden, who radiated an extraordinary presence. Even though many villagers were ordinary mortals unversed in cultivation, they could still sense her uniqueness. Particularly, the elderly man in fine garments felt a tremor in his heart as he beheld the suddenly awakened dragon maiden and sensed her regal aura. Even among the esteemed officials he had encountered in the prominent towns of the Qinqing Empire, none possessed a fraction of the dragon maiden's majestic essence. Could it be that this young lady held a significant lineage? The elder mused, feeling a twinge of apprehension. "You are awake," exclaimed a robust young man, his voice brimming with joy at the sight of the dragon maiden's revival. The previous day, as he was dragged to the depths of the Weishui River by a malevolent creature, despair had nearly consumed him, extinguishing his will to survive. Just as he believed he was destined to perish within the belly of the beast, this girl had appeared, extending her delicate white hand beneath the water and effortlessly vanquishing the creature with a mere grasp. In an instant, the demon lay lifeless, its blood staining the riverbed. However, after that encounter, the girl surprisingly fainted in the water, and with the threat of the creature gone, the young man's will to live surged anew. He had rescued the dragon maiden and brought her back to shore, intending to return her to the village for recuperation, but then these bewildering events transpired. Eep! The dragon maiden tilted her head slightly, observing the young man before her. With a cheerful gesture, she reached out her delicate hand, seemingly intending to pat his head. The young man, upon witnessing her outstretched hand, was suddenly flooded with a vivid memory, the image of the dragon maiden reaching out towards the demon. His body trembled, and he instinctively took several steps back. What does she intend to do? He chuckled nervously, regarding the dragon maiden with trepidation. Eep! The dragon maiden looked at him with curiosity, acutely aware that this young man, the one she had saved the previous day, appeared to be fearful of her. Does the young lady not speak? He pondered, coming to a realization. So she is mute. Oh, the poor girl. Murmurs of sympathy arose among the onlookers. Indeed, the hearts of men are ever fickle, Nezha thought upon witnessing this turn of events. Oh, unable to speak? That is quite agreeable. The elderly man in fine garments reflected with a sense of relief, now that he understood she was merely mute. As long as they steadfastly assert that the girl is a monster, it is certain that no villager would dare to take her in, nor would anyone be willing to harbor her within the village. If the young man from the Zhang family, lacking in discernment, insists on keeping her, it would play directly into his hands, providing him an opportunity to threaten the young man into relinquishing his qualifications for the county examination. Contemplating this, the elderly gentleman in splendid attire spoke up. Young man of the Zhang family, even if she were mute, it would not alter the fact that she is a monster. Do not entertain the notion of keeping her. The robust youth, taken aback by these words, turned to glare furiously at the elderly gentleman. She is merely mute. Why must you humiliate her so? He retorted angrily. What do you mean mute? Have you ever seen a mute with horns? Can you name a single villager who bears horns? The elderly gentleman's response, laden with two rhetorical questions, rendered the young Zhang speechless. The nearby villagers, upon hearing this, began to ponder, and, despite the dragon girl having harmed no one thus far, they still perceived her as a monster. After all, in their experience, only monsters bore horns. At this moment, Nezha discerned that the elderly gentleman wielded considerable influence within the village. If he did not wish for the dragon girl to remain, he would undoubtedly ensure she did not. Moreover, this outburst was likely a maneuver to secure the young man's qualifications for the county examination. Determined to intervene, Nezha could not bear to witness this misunderstood dragon being persecuted by a group of ignorant mortals. He pushed through the crowd, stepping forward. Since you are unwilling to take her in, allow me to escort her away. Who are you? The elderly gentleman inquired, perplexed by Nezha's sudden appearance. Who I am is of no concern to you, Nezha replied dismissively, striding directly to the dragon girl. Come with me. As he spoke, he extended a hand toward her. The dragon girl tilted her head, gazing at Nezha with curiosity. Who is this person? Why does he radiate such a comforting aura? If Nezha were aware of her thoughts, he would surely chuckle. The essence that surrounded him was that of Ao Bing, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, whom he had slain. In the previous world, ordinary individuals would hesitate to offend dragonkind. To slay a dragon would inevitably leave one with the dragon's essence. Only half-dragons, beings who had consumed dragon pearls, or those who had killed dragons could retain such a scent. Nezha was acutely aware of this. In the realm of the original Four Seas Dragon clan, they would undoubtedly hold a strong disdain for him upon encountering him. However, this world was different. Nezha considered leveraging the aura left by Ao Bing to gauge the dragon girl's reaction to him, and it appeared to be quite positive. As Nezha entertained these thoughts, his smile grew warmer. Meanwhile, the elderly gentleman was far from pleased. He had hoped to use this girl to coerce the young Zhang into surrendering his qualifications for the county examination. If she were to be taken away by Nezha, how could he exert pressure on the young man? In an instant, The elderly gentleman's eyes flickered with cunning as a plan hatched in his mind. Take her away? Who has granted you permission to do so? Surround him and permit no escape. One cannot dismiss the possibility that this individual is a creature of the supernatural. With a grand gesture, the elderly man in ornate robes summoned the robust youths to encircle their target. Who, may I inquire, did you label as a monster? A voice, calm yet resonant, pierced through the air. It was unmistakably Nezha. Kai Linger, lingering at the periphery of the crowd, felt a shiver run through her heart. She had never witnessed Nezha in such a tranquil state. What could have transpired? The dragon maiden, positioned opposite Nezha, possessed an innate sensitivity and acutely sensed the oppressive aura emanating from him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption beneath the ocean's depths. I speak of you. If you are not a monster, then why did you attempt to abduct her? A smile crept upon the elder's face, pride swelling within him for his quick wit. You accuse me of being a monster? Nezha suddenly lifted his gaze to the boundless azure sky, a subtle smile curving his lips that sent a tremor through those who beheld him. Very well, allow me to reveal my monstrous side. Tilting his head, he addressed the elder with deliberate calmness. Unbeknownst to the elder, he had committed a grave error. Not even in the celestial realm of his past life had any deity dared to label Nezha as a monster. Upon Nezha's initial arrival in the heavenly court, a heedless golden immortal had whispered that Nezha, the third prince, had gestated among mortals for a decade before his birth, deemed a monster by the common folk. Coincidentally, on that very day, Nezha chanced upon the remark, resulting in the golden immortal suffering a catastrophic defeat, his foundation shattered, relegated to reincarnation in hopes of rebirth. From that moment forth, no one in the heavenly court dared to utter a word against Nezha. The golden immortal remained unascended until the invasion of the demons into the celestial realm. Upon hearing Nezha's words, the elder felt an inexplicable chill grip his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that the suddenly appeared young man before him had brandished a spear. A wicked smile danced upon Nezha's lips as he slowly addressed the elder. You claim I am a monster? Realizing the imminent threat, the elder retreated hastily, exclaiming, eliminate him. Whoever succeeds shall be exempt from this year's grain tax. Yet, to the elder's astonishment, his command elicited no response from the assembled men. Could it be that this paltry reward is insufficient? The grain tax for an entire year is no trivial sum. The elder pondered, bewildered. As he observed the dozen or so sturdy youths remaining indifferent, he reluctantly declared again, I shall add another year. At his words, one among them turned, regarding the elder with an expression fraught with complexity, an amalgam of pity, fear, and derision. Soon, more young men followed suit, casting him similar looks that sent panic coursing through the elder's veins. I am a monster. Yes, indeed, I am a monster. As if recalling the haunting shadows of his childhood, the years when he was labeled a monster by all, Nezha advanced step by step toward the elder. Wherever he passed, the youths fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. The surrounding villagers cast puzzled glances at the young men, perplexed as to why they lay prostrate on the ground. It soon became apparent that these prostrate youths were all practitioners of the village. Some villagers, observing the figure of Nezha, began to comprehend the situation. It seemed this Nezha was a formidable cultivator. What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. This is Weishui village, quite close to Weishui prefecture. The elderly man in splendid robes, trembling with agitation, spoke as Nezha approached him step by step. Hee, am I a monster? Nezha tilted his head slightly, regarding the old man with a sinister smile. Suddenly, the fiery spear resting on his shoulder shot forth, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Ah! The elderly man cried out in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he realized he had been impaled by the fiery spear. Do not kill me. Please spare my life. Help! He shrieked, feeling as though his body had been pierced, a chill spreading from his shoulder. The nearby villagers observed the old man, now lifted by Nezha, with strange expressions, entirely devoid of the usual arrogance he exhibited. Moreover, a foul odor accompanied the dampness around the old man, prompting Nezha to furrow his brow. As a former celestial being, Nezha held his pride. He would never sully his hands on such a person. However, disrespected by the old man's words, Nezha felt displeased and resolved to administer some punishment. Gradually suppressing the fiery pulse in his heart, Nezha gave a slight shake of the fiery spear. Instantly, the elderly man's body was sent flying. Nezha cast a disdainful glance around before striding towards the dragon maiden, saying, Come with me. The dragon maiden stared at Nezha for a few moments, then nodded, a bright smile illuminating her face. Just as Nezha was about to take her away, a robust young man, who had previously stood in front of the villagers to protect the dragon maiden, rose to his feet. Wait, he summoned his courage to speak. though his legs trembled, for he sensed the aura of a foundation-building cultivator emanating from Nezha. Upon hearing the Zhang family youth daring to call out to Nezha, the young men still kneeling in reverence felt a surge of admiration. Chapter 27. The origin. The attire worn by Nezha was unmistakably that of a sect disciple, in stark contrast to the half-hearted practitioners among them, who relied merely on decent, innate talent and the nurturing of spiritual energy to naturally enter the Qi refinement stage. In contrast, those disciples of the sect were all exceptionally gifted, their talents rare and exceptional, in terms of both cultivation speed and combat prowess. They were leagues beyond these amateur practitioners. Thus, they regarded the Zhang family youth's audacity to address Nezha with respect. What is it? Nezha, having a favorable impression of the youth, paused to inquire. Can I accompany you? After a moment's thought, the youth, at a loss for how to address Nezha, unexpectedly referred to him as brother. Nezha inwardly rolled his eyes, unable to suppress a sense of amusement. In this era, it was a novelty for anyone to dare to call him brother. Not just anyone could claim the title of Nezha's sibling. Contemplating this, Nezha turned to lead the dragon maiden out, casting a glance devoid of interest at the young man surnamed Zhang, his voice indifferent as he stated, "We are leaving." Upon hearing this, the young man from the Zhang clan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He merely wished to accompany Nezha, hoping to leverage their association for his own gain. Suddenly, his expression hardened as he shouted, "You cannot take her away." Nezha, however, did not halt his stride. He only glanced at Kai Linger outside the crowd and reiterated, "We are leaving," before continuing forward. Such straightforwardness, a blatant disregard for the words of the Zhang youth, was noted by the villagers. The young man felt a deep sense of humiliation at being ignored by Nezha. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes, and in a mere moment, he closed the distance to Nezha's back, now only a yard away. As Nezha walked on, a cold smile crept across his lips, and he brandished the fire-tipped spear he had yet to stow in his storage bag, drawing a graceful arc through the air. Whoosh! In an instant, the spear blurred into motion, coming to rest firmly against the young man's throat. He halted abruptly, knowing that a mere inch further would result in the crimson tip piercing his windpipe. Nezha turned his head, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his gaze as he addressed the young man. "Hand it over." "What do you mean, hand it over?" The young man replied, his voice dry, paralyzed by fear as if trapped in quicksand. He realized the tales spun by the storytellers in the county were indeed true. Any cultivator a significant realm above him could effortlessly suppress him with their aura. He had once dismissed these stories as mere embellishments for dramatic effect, but now he recognized their authenticity. The oppressive atmosphere clung to him like a parasite, stifling his very movements. He was convinced that any attempt to act would result in the spear puncturing his throat in an instant. Most importantly, he could not comprehend Nezha's request. What could he possibly possess that would entice a disciple of a sect? Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing his pupils to constrict. The qualification for the county examination of the Qiankun Empire. You understand. Nezha's expression remained cold and scornful, clenching his teeth. The young man hesitated for a second before retrieving a token from his robe and tossing it towards Nezha. The fire-tipped spear retracted suddenly, lifting the cord attached to the token before landing in Nezha's hand. With a sigh of relief, the young man felt the icy pressure on his throat dissipate. Yet an overwhelming sense of sorrow washed over him. "By the way, how do I get to the nearest county from here?" Nezha inquired once more, turning his head. The young man, his lips twitching as he suppressed his anger, gritted his teeth and replied, "Head west." Beside Nezha, Kai Linger cast a sympathetic glance at the young man, lamenting the fact that not only had the dragon maiden been taken away by Nezha, but even the path to advancement for ordinary cultivators in the Qiankun Empire had been usurped by him. How pitiable. Meanwhile, the dragon maiden observed her surroundings with curiosity. In her mind, the young man before her held far less significance than Nezha. After all, Nezha emanated an aura of comfort, a sensation she had only previously experienced in the presence of her mother, whom she had never met. As for saving the young man, it was merely a casual act on her part. "Let us proceed," Nezha beckoned, moving forward until he gradually vanished from the villagers' sight. Once Nezha and his companions disappeared, the villagers collectively exhaled, their gazes filled with pity for the Zhang family youth, fully aware that his prospects had come to an end. In the Qiankun Empire, the path to advancement for cultivators could only be traversed once in a lifetime. The level one could attain depended solely on their own abilities. Passing the township examination granted the qualification to hold office within the locality, along with the monthly cultivation resources provided by the Qiankun Empire. Moreover, the pursuit of cultivators by the esteemed families of the mortal realm was akin to a leap from fish to dragon, a distinction of great significance. After successfully navigating the township examination, one would qualify for the county examination, followed by the prefectural and provincial tests, culminating in the esteemed palace examination. However, these qualifications could be seized by others before one officially assumed office. The young man from the Zhang family, who was merely 2 days away from applying for a minor official position at the county office, had not anticipated such a calamity. The villagers sighed in collective sympathy before dispersing. Meanwhile, the elderly man in splendid robes cast a cold glance at the young Zhang, then fixed his gaze on the direction Nezha had departed, contemplating whether to utilize his connections within the county office to exact revenge on Nezha. Having distanced himself significantly from the area, Nezha suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing a palpable malice approaching from behind. He understood that his heightened perception stemmed from the celestial bones and blood within him, a fundamental awareness possessed by immortals. Turning his head, he beheld the direction of the village from whence he had come. With a flick of his wrist, a radiant bow adorned with shimmering colors materialized in his hand. The precious artifact gifted to him by Zhou Riyun, the master of the Mi-Su peak of the Qiankun Sect. Drawing back the bowstring, an arrow formed from condensed arcane energy appeared, ready to be unleashed. With a swift motion, he knocked the arrow and released it. Buzz! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the arrow vanished from sight as Nezha stowed the bow away. A true man never looks back at the dead, unless the person still breathes. If they do, then he shall return for another. Such were Nezha's thoughts, which evoked memories of his past life at Xuantiand Pass, where he had wielded the Qiankun bow and Xianyuan arrows, drawing and shooting 3 arrows upon reaching Chaoga. At the village entrance, 3 miles away from Nezha, the elderly man in splendid robes, who had just risen, felt a jolt in his brow. Before he could ponder the sensation further, consciousness slipped into darkness. Meanwhile, the young Zhang, observing the unfolding events, caught sight of a streak of light descending from the heavens, which in an instant pierced through the elderly man's skull. Thud! The body of the elderly man in fine garments collapsed directly to the ground. Had there been any high-ranking cultivators present, they would have discerned that the soul within the old man's body had been shattered by the arrow. Murder! A few lingering villagers, hearing the commotion behind them, turned to see the scene and gasped in horror, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the young man of the Zhang family. Standing before the corpse of the elderly man, the young Zhang was momentarily speechless, confronted by the frightened expressions of the villagers. Before he could offer any explanation, the villagers shouted again, "Help! The Zhang kid has committed murder." In an instant, a mix of shock and fury surged within him. He realized that no amount of effort would cleanse him of this accusation. Ignoring the cries behind him, he fled into the woods. Chapter 28. Xuantiand County. Let us not dwell on the predicament of the young Zhang. At this moment, Nezha and his companions traversed the desolate wilderness, their eyes set upon a distant city. "Nezha, what do you intend to do with the county examination token from the Qinqing Empire?" Kalinger inquired, breaking the silence that had lingered throughout their journey. In truth, she harbored concerns. Since emerging from the Six Gates spirit realm, Nezha had refrained from discussing matters pertaining to the Qiankun Sect. By now, Kalinger was aware that Nezha harbored his own secrets. After all, how could a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Nezha engage in equal dialogue with the master of that mysterious city within the Eerie Sea? Upon hearing Kalinger's question, Nezha turned to her and stated, "I shall not return to the Qiankun Sect." Kalinger was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing. "If we are not returning to the Qiankun Sect, where shall we go?" Then, recalling the token Nezha had seized from the young Zhang, she began to piece together his intentions. "Naturally, we are to participate in the county examination of the Qinqing Empire," Nezha replied, rolling his eyes and gesturing towards the city visible in the distance. "Are you intending to become a traitor to the Qiankun Sect and align yourself with the Qinqing Empire?" Kalinger's expression shifted, her gaze now wary as she scrutinized Nezha. "Traitor? We are likely already wanted by the Qiankun Sect. Do you not believe it?" Nezha's assertion was met with disbelief from Kalinger. "Impossible. Why would you deceive me? How could it be that only the 2 of us survived?" She vehemently shook her head, refusing to accept Nezha's words. Nezha let out a cold laugh, regarding Kalinger with the eyes of one who perceives the naivety of a child. "After we were expelled by the treasure ship, it shattered. Do you know why?" Nezha resolved to clarify the harsh reality for Kalinger. He still needed her to accompany him to the county examination of the Qinqing Empire, as he was not yet well acquainted with this world. "Why?" Kalinger asked, her innocence shining through. Observing her bewildered expression, Nezha decided brevity was best. "The being I conversed with in the Grand Hall was a divine entity, and it self-destructed in martyrdom, leading to the ship's demise." As he spoke, Nezha's voice momentarily faltered before he resumed in a sinister tone. "He was a celestial being, and the formidable power he wielded after his martyrdom could effortlessly annihilate a small secret realm. Listening to Nezha's words, Qiankun found herself momentarily paralyzed in thought. Celestial beings? Could they truly exist? Was there indeed a celestial figure standing before her? If so, was the ethereal silhouette clad in a black dragon robe also a celestial being? A torrent of thoughts surged through Qiankun's mind, oscillating between disbelief and an inner voice urging her to trust Nezha, who had no reason to deceive her. Just as she contemplated inquiring further, she noticed that Nezha and the Dragon Maiden had already turned their backs, leaving her with only their silhouettes. Nezha, you're going to participate in the county examination. What am I to do? Naturally, you shall accompany me. Xuantiand County, one of the 800 counties of the Qinqing Empire, was the destination Nezha and his companions had just reached. At the entrance of Xuantiand County, a steady stream of travelers flowed in and out, with disciples clad in the garments of various cultivation sects making their way into the city, showcasing its bustling prosperity. As Nezha mused, once under the auspices of the Heavenly Court, which ostensibly governed the three realms, it was also home to an innumerable array of vast and minor realms akin to the sands of the Ganges. Nezha had traversed many of these realms and now found Xuantiand County's cityscape comparable to that of a minor world-esque royal city. Having cultivated for many years and gained considerable insight, Nezha understood that the prosperity of humanity within a major world was crucial for its elevation to a grand world, akin to the three realms. Suddenly, a thought struck Nezha, and he felt an ephemeral spark of realization, as if he had overlooked something profoundly significant. He furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment, but could not grasp the essence of that fleeting insight, reluctantly setting aside the pursuit of that elusive thought. Raising his gaze, he noticed that Qiankun had approached the city guards, paying a sum of spirit stones as a toll. The trio, upon entering the city, sought refuge in a modest inn. As the door to their room gently closed, a servant boy, at the third level of the refining stage, outside muttered, 3 people sharing a room? Within, Nezha and the others, all cultivators themselves, could clearly hear the boy's remarks, and an awkward expression surfaced on their faces. Aside from the mute Dragon Maiden, the trio's financial situation was dire. The Dragon Maiden was, without question, impoverished. Nezha possessed merely 300 medium-grade spirit stones, all stowed away in his storage bag, obtained through plunder. Qiankun fared even worse, having less than 10 medium-grade spirit stones on her person. The cost for a night in the inn was a minimum of 20 low-grade spirit stones, even for the most basic accommodation. Logically, one would expect Nezha, with his 300 medium-grade spirit stones, to be more affluent. However, upon inquiring about the county examination at the inn, Nezha discovered that participation required a fee of 100 medium-grade spirit stones. In order to prevent any future necessity for spirit stones, Nezha decided to rent a relatively spacious room, sufficient for 3 individuals to rest comfortably on the floor. Ahem, let us first go and have something to eat, Nezha said as he rose from his stool, clearing his throat to mask the embarrassment on his face. Naturally, the other 2 did not object, with the Dragon Maiden eagerly exclaiming about food. Upon arriving in Xuantiand County, after various attempts at communication and even uttering a single phrase in the dragon language, Nezha realized that this Dragon Maiden might not truly be a dragon. She could not comprehend even this simple phrase, leading Nezha to suspect he had misjudged her nature. Or perhaps she was not a dragon at all, merely possessing draconic traits. Thus, he began to repeatedly extend his perception to ascertain the truth. Ultimately, he could only attribute the Dragon Maiden's lack of understanding to the possibility that the dragon lineage in this world was indeed unique. With his thoughts gathered, the trio descended to the first floor of the inn, where patrons and travelers mingled over meals. Servants dashed about with trays, swiftly delivering plates brimming with aromatic delicacies. The culinary arts in this realm are quite impressive. Even ordinary mortals can create such delightful dishes, Nezha mused to himself. At that moment, as Nezha surveyed the bustling floor, he observed that every table was filled to capacity. So many people, Qiankun remarked with a pout. Just then, her eyes sparkled as she noticed a table ahead where 4 diners had finished their meal and were preparing to leave. The 3 of them hurried to the vacant table, but just as they were about to sit down, a coarse voice interrupted. Wait. Chapter 29. Seizing another opportunity, Nezha and his companions turned towards the sound, only to see a robust man clad in luxurious satin garments striding towards them, pointing at the empty table. This place belongs to your 4th master. Do you understand? The man boasted arrogantly, flanked by 4 similarly attired youths, clearly members of a certain faction. The other diners in the inn, noticing the commotion, instinctively lowered their voices. Isn't that the 4th master Zhong, who secured a place in the county examination? Someone whispered. Indeed. Do you think that young man will yield his seat? Another speculated. Observing Nezha and Kai Ling-er's attire, which bore the insignia of a cultivation sect. This promises to be entertaining. Hush. Nezha glanced helplessly at the imposing figure before him, absorbing the surrounding whispers. It was truly disheartening to encounter such individuals everywhere, this man and his 4 companions. With their cultivation at merely the 3rd or 4th foundation stage, dared to act so domineeringly. They seemed entirely oblivious to the principle of humility on the path of cultivation. Should they inadvertently offend a powerful figure, they would swiftly learn their place. This table is impossible to relinquish, for he is hungry as well. Of course, even if he were not hungry, it would still be inconceivable to yield. He has only ever witnessed others offering seats to the 3rd Prince Nezha. Never has he heard of someone granting him a seat. With a memory stretching back over 10,000 years, Nezha found this situation exceedingly novel. Contemplating this, he cast a peculiar glance at the towering man before him, entertained by the thought of teasing him. Do you know who I am? You dare to ask me to yield my seat? Nezha's expression shifted, adopting a pretentious demeanor, his gaze filled with haughty disdain, simultaneously emanating the aura of his foundational stage. Cough, and who might you be? Upon sensing the sudden shift in Nezha's presence, Lord Zhong's countenance subtly changed, pondering the origins of Nezha. Observing his attire, which was anything but ordinary, particularly the resplendent Tai Chi embroidery on his chest, it bore the essence of a disciple from a sect of immortals. In an instant, Lord Zhong recollected that he, as the son of the leader of the Weixian gang, tasked with the unsavory work for the Weixian prefecture, was well acquainted with the garments and characteristics of all disciples from the nearby immortal sects within a 5,000-mile radius. He was no fool. He understood that he could only bully the weaker cultivators and ordinary folk without backing, but it would be sheer folly to confront any immortal sect, as it would spell disaster for both him and his father. Yet, upon feeling the piercing gazes surrounding him, Lord Zhong could only muster a facade of toughness. At that moment, Nezha's proud voice resonated once more. Who am I? You are unworthy to know. Nezha's tone was both arrogant and indifferent, leaving Lord Zhong perplexed about Nezha's origins. Uncertain of Nezha's true identity, Lord Zhong felt a pang of anxiety, contemplating whether to concede this table and save face. Move aside at once. Nezha stepped closer, his expression cold and commanding. However, behind him, Kai Ling nearly burst into laughter. Upon learning she was in Weixian Prefecture, she realized her position on the western border of the Qinqing Empire, while the Qiankun Sect was situated on the eastern side, separated by more than 100,000 miles. The Qinqing Empire, being the sole empire on the Xuantiand Continent, spans vast territories and is intricately connected with countless immortal sects, its borders nearly encompassing the entirety of the continent. In fact, behind every corner of the Qinqing Empire, the shadows of immortal sects loom, collectively exerting control over the empire while siphoning off resources and talents essential to their needs. Given the immense distance separating the Qiankun Sect from this place, it is entirely reasonable that the locals are unaware of its existence. With a slightly contorted expression, Kai Ling struggled to suppress her urge to laugh, but in the next moment, she found herself unable to chuckle any longer, for she realized that Nezha was indeed not speaking in jest. To engage in a serene conversation with the enigmatic being over the strange sea, and to be regarded as an adversary worthy of annihilation by that formidable entity, is sufficient evidence of Nezha's extraordinary nature. Could it be that Nezha is a scion of a hidden sect, or perhaps possesses a treasured artifact, or something else entirely? As Kai Ling indulged in her flights of fancy, Master Zhong's expression shifted dramatically. He was convinced that the youth before him undeniably hailed from a sect of cultivation. Through his perception, he distinctly sensed that Nezha's profound energy was exceptionally solid, his aura nearly concealed to the point of being imperceptible. Based solely on this, Master Zhong was certain that Nezha belonged to a cultivation sect. If Nezha were aware of Master Zhong's thoughts, he would merely retort that he was overthinking it. Upon entering the Qiankun Sect, Nezha had indeed practiced its cultivation methods. In this world, many cultivators referred to the ambient spiritual energy as profound energy, and the power derived from assimilating this energy into their bodies as profound force. After practicing several of Qiankun Sect's scriptures and discreetly observing some disciples, Nezha discovered that few in this realm compressed and condensed their spiritual energy to elevate their cultivation level. From this observation, Nezha could ascertain that the majority of individuals in this world, under similar conditions and levels, would likely be no match for him in combat. Not for any particular reason, but simply because Nezha practiced the orthodox methods of the mystical gate, wherein the spiritual energy needed to be highly concentrated before advancing to the next realm. In contrast, the scriptures followed by the cultivators of this realm typically only absorbed spiritual energy into their physical forms, with even a modest degree of refinement being a considerable achievement. Throughout his journey, Nezha had encountered cultivators whose spiritual energy was dispersed rather than concentrated, rendering it difficult for them to establish formidable power. Consequently, Nezha resolutely decided to revert to the scriptures of his previous life. Upon realizing that Nezha was likely a disciple of a cultivation sect, Master Zhong instinctively recoiled, silently stepping aside. However, Nezha was not inclined to let him off the hook so easily. "Do you possess a county examination order?" Nezha inquired, turning to Master Zhong. Master Zhong's lips twitched, and a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. Disciples of a sect would not require a county examination order. Typically, if an ordinary disciple of a cultivation sect wished to serve within the Qinsheng dynasty, they merely needed to inform their sect, which would then place them in a position under its control. Moreover, those chosen for external assignments were usually cultivators of lesser talent. As his thoughts swirled, Master Zhong felt a sudden clarity wash over him. This young man before him, despite his youth in foundation-building cultivation, was likely not a disciple of any sect. Even if he were, he would be a disregarded disciple. For even a disciple of little importance would not require to seize a county examination order from another. With this realization, Master Zhong lifted his head, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "You little brat, how dare you threaten me? Today, you shall learn your place." Before he could finish his words, the sinister smile on Lord Zhong's face transformed into one of sheer terror. A blood-red spear, exuding an icy aura, was poised against his throat, radiating a chilling sharpness. "What do you know?" Nezha mused, a smile dancing on his lips. "Gulp. I know this seat can be relinquished." Lord Zhong stammered, swallowing hard. In that fleeting moment, he had not even perceived how Nezha had drawn his weapon. He merely felt a cold breeze brush past, followed by the fiery spear pressing against his throat. "No, you cannot yield." Upon hearing Lord Zhong's words, a malicious grin spread across Nezha's face as he retorted with a tone of disdain. Then what to do? Lord Zhong felt his thoughts stagnate, his 4 bodyguards drawing their swords and encircling Nezha and his companions. "Then hand over the county examination decree." Nezha completed Lord Zhong's sentence. Upon hearing this, a bitter pang struck Lord Zhong's heart. The decree was obtained through his father's relentless efforts, having sought the favor of many and showing great filial piety to secure connections for his future. How could he simply surrender it? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he subtly signaled to a subordinate nearby. The subordinate instantly grasped Lord Zhong's intent. "Are you calling for help?" Nezha's gaze turned icy as his unarmed hand suddenly extended, fingers poised like a claw. A horrifying wail, akin to that of a malevolent spirit, echoed in the ears of those within the inn. Rakshasa finger. This technique, a manifestation of Nezha's innate martial skill derived from his celestial Rakshasa soul, had been refined within him, culminating in a divine ability known as Rakshasa finger. This technique could sever souls and merge with flesh. Perhaps Nezha's Rakshasa finger could not contend with formidable foes at present, but it was more than sufficient against these unrefined practitioners of spiritual energy. The patrons of the inn gazed in terror at Lord Zhong's subordinate, who, upon being struck by the dark light emitted from Nezha's finger, was instantaneously transformed into a grotesque mass of putrid flesh, uttering not a single cry of anguish. What sorcery is this? It is utterly terrifying. Where are those from the Qiankun Sect, who incessantly proclaim the eradication of evil? One disciple of the Qiankun Sect remarked. Nezha, having caught wind of their murmurs, was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such sects claiming to guard against evil in this realm. However, his Rakshasa finger was no esoteric dark art. It was a divine technique. Divine techniques, in Nezha's past life, were merely a euphemism for supreme arts. In simpler terms, they were skills approached with a sense of the way, practiced to their utmost limits, leading to the realization of divine powers. But setting this aside, Lord Zhong's gaze fell upon the heap of decayed flesh that was once his subordinate, a tremor coursing through him. Was this not excessively brutal? Perhaps it would be wise to comply and relinquish the county examination decree after all. In Lord Zhong's mind, 2 inner voices clashed. One urged him to concede, warning of the fierce adversary before him, while the other insisted on maintaining a faade of calm and surrendering the decree for the sake of safety. How could the son of the leader of the Wasian gang bow to an ordinary cultivator? Nonsense. He is anything but ordinary. Lord Zhong's mind roared in protest. Both the blood-red spear and that extraordinary technique could not possibly belong to an average person. Even the core disciples of the immortal cultivation sects he had encountered were unlikely to wield such terrifying arcane arts. While Zhong's thoughts were tumultuous, Nezha's impatient voice broke through. Have you made your decision? Nezha urged, noticing Zhong's momentary distraction. Oh, all right. Zhong replied with a sheepish smile, retrieving a county examination token from his pocket and handing it to Nezha. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers in the inn rolled their eyes in disbelief. Zhong was infamous in Xuantiand County for his ruthlessness. Even ordinary disciples from some immortal sects feared him. Who would have thought they would witness such a display of submission from him today? Someone quietly scoffed at the sight. Nezha took the token from Zhong's hand, casually examined it, and upon discovering it was identical to his own, stored it in his spatial pouch. All right, hurry and leave. Don't delay our meal. Nezha remarked with an eye roll, taking a seat at the dining table and beckoning the inn's servant for food. Very well, we shall take our leave, Zhong said, his voice dripping with deference. Yet, as he turned away, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. At the table, Nezha, possessing the foundation of the immortal way, sensed the concealed malice emanating from Zhong, causing him to pause momentarily with his chopsticks, though he made no outward show of it. Releasing Zhong was part of Nezha's ulterior motive. He had long learned from conversations about Zhong being a local tyrant. To strike at the root of the problem, one must deal a decisive blow, a lesson Nezha, seasoned by countless battles, certainly understood. His motivations for this course of action were deeper. At that moment, Nezha's gaze was firmly fixed on a figure in the corner of the inn, someone whose stature closely resembled his own. This individual wore a wide-brimmed hat veiled by thin gauze, obscuring their features, dressed in unremarkable yet extraordinary green attire that thoroughly masked their aura. However, Nezha had noticed this person the instant he descended the stairs. A whirlwind of fear, dread, confusion, and joy surged within him as he turned his gaze upon them. Veins throbbed on his forehead, a silent warning echoing within him. This person harbored immense terror and equally great fortune. Moreover, Nezha could distinctly feel that this individual had been observing him intently, their gaze complex and unfathomable. This figure in green was the first in this world to instill such a profound sense of dread in him, a sensation even the previous Tai Junren had failed to evoke. It felt as though this being posed a significant threat to his very existence, akin to a natural adversary. In Nezha's past life, only a handful could evoke such a feeling within him. Only figures such as Yang Jian, Sun Wukong, the Heavenly Emperor, the Tathagata, Lu Jianxian, or those exalted sages residing within the chaos could evoke such trepidation in Nezha. Although Nezha's current cultivation is not profound, the remnants of his past life's memories and the foundation of his celestial path remain intact. In essence, Nezha is not merely immortal. His present endeavor to rebuild is akin to refilling an emptied bucket. The source of his unease undoubtedly stems from an existence capable of erasing him at the very core. This is a force that Nezha cannot contend with at present. In his previous life, he might have had a fighting chance, but now, that existence could easily suppress him with but a gesture. Consequently, Nezha hopes that this formidable presence is merely curious about him and does not intend harm. For his own safety, he has allowed Master Zhong to depart, permitting him to summon assistance, thereby providing Nezha an opportunity to escape. Naturally, this plan hinges on the possibility that the other party does not seek him out. Yet, to hedge against any eventualities, Nezha yearns for a natural departure from this place. As his thoughts swirled, the inn attendant served the meal at the table. The Dragon Maiden and Kai Linger, disregarding decorum, began to eat voraciously. Chapter 31, The Green-Clad Guest. The Dragon Maiden, being unschooled in the ways of the world, is of no concern, but Kai Linger is preoccupied with the thought that, regardless of the calamities that may befall them, a tall figure will always be there to shield her. Nezha has now become that towering figure in her heart. Thus, these two carefree souls did not immediately notice Nezha's peculiar demeanor. After a while, Kai Linger, perplexed, observed that Nezha had yet to touch his food. Why aren't you eating? She asked, slurping a piece of stir-fried spirit herb into her mouth, her innocent gaze fixed on Nezha, puzzled as to his lack of appetite. However, Nezha was too consumed by a rising sense of crisis to respond. His anxiety had reached an alarming peak. Where are they? Why haven't they come yet? Nezha silently shouted within. Why hasn't Master Zhong called for help yet? Suddenly, he stood up, his gaze icy as he locked onto the figure in green, who had also risen. Do you wish to draw outsiders into the fray, to shatter the fates? Came the delicate voice of the green-clad figure. Nezha's entire being trembled. This voice was unmistakably his own. Above Xuantiand City, a long river seemingly materialized from another realm, stretching across the sky. Upon this river, stars twinkled, and upon closer inspection, one would discern that each star represented a separate world. An inexplicable aura enveloped the entirety of Xuantiand City. A wondrous sensation of time and space, beyond the grasp of mere words, suddenly descended upon Nezha. It felt as though he were submerged in a viscous river, far more terrifying than swimming in the celestial river of weak water. Every fiber of his being bore the weight of an unimaginable force, yet it felt as if nothing existed at all. "Who are you?" Nezha managed to utter. His voice strained. Meanwhile, inside the inn, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. In the entirety of Xuantiand City, not a single soul could move. Every individual's expression, thought, and essence seemed to be frozen in that singular moment. The only ones capable of motion were Nezha in the inn and the enigmatic figure clad in green. The distinction lay in Nezha's struggle to move. Even the slightest action drained the celestial foundation embedded deep within his being. Even the activity of thought consumed the dwindling remnants of his celestial essence. Overwhelmed and suppressed. A sense of terror and dread engulfed Nezha's spirit as a dry voice escaped his lips. "Who are you?" "Who am I?" The figure in green, head slightly bowed, revealed a peculiar smile through the veil of his hat. "I am someone you need not know. Perhaps you may call me the green-clad guest. Come, let us share a drink and forge a friendship." With that, the figure tossed a wine flask towards Nezha. Suddenly, the oppressive, viscous sensation enveloping Nezha dissipated, granting him a semblance of freedom. Nezha caught the flask, silently exchanged glances with the figure, and raised it to his lips. The refreshing taste of the wine awakened his senses, reminiscent of the celestial spirits he had imbibed in the heavenly realm. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and a flash of insight struck him. Nezha's pupils constricted as he turned to the green-clad guest, exclaiming, "You are an otherworldly demon." "An otherworldly demon? It seems you are the one in the outer realm now," the green-clad guest replied, his lips curling into an enigmatic smile, causing Nezha's thoughts to falter momentarily. Nezha furrowed his brow. The guest's words left him somewhat perplexed until a possibility dawned upon him, sending a tremor through his mind. "Is this your world?" Nezha's voice was dry yet resolute, affirming his conclusion. "Not entirely foolish, but you are mistaken. This is merely the lower realm, while the upper realm is our domain." The green-clad guest gestured upwards. Nezha glanced above, his gaze shifting to the peculiar celestial river enveloping the entirety of Xuantiand City, his brow furrowing in deep contemplation. "Are you truly this powerful?" Upon hearing Nezha's inquiry, the figure's lips, obscured by the veil, twitched slightly. "Is this what you consider power? It merely reflects your own insignificance." The guest's voice carried a hint of bitterness and self-mockery. "So what do you intend?" Nezha's gaze flickered. He could not deny that the being before him possessed the capability to annihilate him. I wish to kill you." The green-clad guest slowly removed his hat, revealing his true visage. At that moment, Nezha's pupils dilated in shock, his very essence nearly spiraling out of control. "Who are you?" Nezha bellowed, incredulous at the reality unfolding before him. At this moment, the figure clad in blue before Nezha had completely unleashed the essence of his aura, presenting a clear and vivid manifestation before Nezha's eyes. Apart from the disparity in cultivation, every aspect, from appearance to physique, and even the fundamental essence, mirrored Nezha impeccably. "Who am I?" "I am you," the blue-clad figure chuckled, gradually approaching Nezha with deliberate steps. "Do you know? I have awaited this day for an eternity, merely to encounter the you from another universe." The voice of the blue-clad figure sent a shiver of unease and terror through Nezha. "Once I eliminate you, I shall seize the foundational essence within your body, replenishing myself and ascending to greater heights." As the blue-clad figure stood before Nezha, he softly spoke with a visage identical to Nezha's. "Are those the extraterrestrial demons as well?" Nezha's voice trembled, grappling with the unsettling truth about these otherworldly fiends. "Do not gaze at me so. You ought to be grateful to me. Grateful that I have no intention of ending your life just yet." A smile graced the blue-clad figure's face as he continued to regard Nezha. "You are not yet strong enough. Should I kill you now, the foundational essence I could acquire would be far too meager. Do hasten your growth, and when you attain the level of a sage in your world, I shall return to finish you." The sincerity and gravity etched upon the blue-clad figure's face resembled a casual exchange, akin to asking, "Hey, have you eaten?" Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, the blue-clad figure waved his hand, conjuring several artifacts that materialized beside him. "Ah yes, you needn't search for your other treasures. I have already located them for you, and even made some enhancements." Floating serenely next to the blue-clad figure were the twin swords, the yin-yang sword, the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, the wind and fire wheels, the golden brick, and the Qiankun bow with its arrow. These were unmistakably Nezha's artifacts from his previous life. However, at this moment, Nezha could no longer sense the familiar aura emanating from the 6 artifacts, a clear indication that their spiritual essence had been obliterated. The blue-clad figure waved his hand again, and the fire-pointed spear, the mysterious silk, and the Qiankun circle hidden within Nezha's storage bag flew forth. Nezha could feel the tremors of resistance emanating from the 3 artifacts, yet they were rendered utterly powerless, burdened by an oppressive and viscous weight that bore down upon him. What do you intend to do? Nezha asked with great difficulty. Nothing much. You see, I possess these artifacts as well, though they are not yet perfected. I merely require them to become more complete. As Nezha's artifacts materialized, the blue-clad figure's expression radiated excitement, and with a wave of his hand, 9 identical artifacts appeared in the air, exuding formidable energy. The moment these artifacts emerged, they surged towards Nezha's own treasures. A brilliant cascade of golden light erupted as the vibrations of the artifacts reverberated through the air, with the blue-clad figure suppressing Nezha's treasures, which were utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, they were devoured by their identical counterparts. An imposing, mysterious, and transcendent force manifested upon these artifacts. Sacred artifacts. Nezha's heart was heavy with sorrow as he beheld the scene before him, his spirit sinking. What is a sacred artifact? It is an instrument wielded by a sage. Nezha had once laid eyes upon Nuwa's sacred artifact, the map of mountains and rivers, and the emanations radiating from the 9 treasures before him were strikingly similar. 9 in total. Such artifacts can only be wielded by a sage, implying that the figure before him, the cloaked guest, must possess at least the cultivation of a sage. Our premature encounter contravenes the will of the other celestial pillars. I must take my leave. Strive to attain the sage realm swiftly. I await the day I can vanquish you. The cloaked guest solemnly collected the 9 sacred artifacts and addressed Nezha as though bidding farewell to an old friend. Just as Nezha's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in anger, the figure of the cloaked guest gradually faded, vanishing along with the long river in the sky. At the moment the river disappeared, the entire city of Xuantiand sprang back to life. All beings within resumed their activities, blissfully unaware that time had slipped away from them. Sacred artifacts, the essence of sages, and the secrets of the extraterrestrial demons left Nezha's mind in disarray. Hey, that brat is right there. A furious shout roused Nezha from his reverie. He looked up to find that it was Uncle Xuan, who had summoned others. A throng of foundation-building cultivators, even some at the Golden Core stage, had gathered. Although their auras were weak, their numbers were overwhelming. In an instant, Nezha teetered on the brink of fury. The loss of the treasures that had accompanied him throughout his previous life, along with the fragments of truth regarding the extraterrestrial demons, had left his thoughts in turmoil. Nezha, shall we flee? Kai Ling, with remnants of leafy greens clinging to her lips, asked timidly. Nezha silently turned away, a flicker of crimson demonic intent surfacing in his eyes. This was the essence of Nezha's soul. When his body and spirit had transformed into the lotus form in his past life, they had long since merged into one. Thus, strictly speaking, there was no distinction. The body was the soul, and the soul was the flesh. The 10 golden core cultivators beside Uncle Xuan felt a sudden chill as Nezha turned, their hearts racing as if calamity were imminent. Meanwhile, the other patrons in the inn, upon witnessing Uncle Xuan arrive with such a multitude of cultivators, had already fled outside. 2 guests, shall we engage in combat? The innkeeper had quietly approached Uncle Xuan, whispering, "Get lost." Uncle Xuan's hand struck the innkeeper's head, sending him tumbling out of the establishment. With a malevolent grin, Uncle Xuan gazed at Nezha. "Kid, why the silence? Weren't you quite boastful just a moment ago? Come, show me your bravado again." Seeing Nezha's impassive demeanor, Uncle Xuan assumed he had been cowed. He stepped closer, his coarse visage nearly touching Nezha's, as he spat insults with abandon. In Nezha's view, the spittle was hurtling toward his face, just as it was about to land. An eerie aura surged forth from Nezha's body, sweeping outward in a tumultuous wave. Master Xuan felt a fierce gust of wind brush against his face, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes. Alas, no sooner had he shut them than he sensed a powerful hand clasping his throat, lifting him off the ground. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld Nezha, adorned with an eerie smile, his eyes gleaming with a demonic crimson hue. Instinctively, a shiver coursed through Zhong's heart as he stammered. What do you intend to do? Behind Zhong, dozens of Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, some covering their faces with their hands, while others stood aghast. They had never witnessed a young master willingly delivering himself into the hands of an adversary. A Golden Core cultivator shook his head in despair, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. As others began to share similar thoughts, a crisp sound echoed throughout the first floor of the inn. What was that sound? Someone wondered aloud, scanning the surroundings in search of its source. A keen observer quickly spotted Nezha, his eyes now flickering with an ominous black flame. Meanwhile, Zhong, his neck twisted at a grotesque angle, remained with wide-open eyes, silently questioning them. How dare this boy attempt to kill me? With a flick of his wrist, Nezha sent Zhong's lifeless body hurtling aside, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. You have slain the young master, cried a golden core cultivator, his eyes instantly reddening with rage. They had been tasked by the leader of the Wei Xian gang to protect Zhong, and now, with his demise, they feared the wrath of the gang leader, Zhong Yudao. In a frenzy, a group of golden core cultivators disregarded the eerie black flames in Nezha's grasp and charged at him, weapons drawn. A cold laugh escaped Nezha's lips. His eyes, devoid of any superfluous emotion, filled instead with a sense of desolation and the essence of slaughter. The black flames in his hands surged violently, enveloping him in a blaze that, paradoxically, did not harm a single table or chair within the inn. Born with the demonic powers of the Rakshasa, behold the Rakshasa flame. With a gentle shake of his hand, parts of the Rakshasa flame transformed into a dark long sword. Moreover, the flames behind Nezha coalesced into a fearsome three-headed, six-armed figure, each limb wielding a weapon crafted from the very essence of the Rakshasa flame. These weapons were none other than those Nezha had wielded in his past life. With one hand, he drew the Qiankun bow and Xian Yuan arrow. With the other, he grasped the Yin Yang sword. In one hand, he held the fire spear, while the other clutched the Qiankun circle and a golden brick. Surrounding his neck and shoulders was the mystic tapestry, and his body was shrouded in the 9 dragons' divine fire shield, with his feet firmly planted on the wind fire wheels. Yet, all these weapons were manifestations of the Rakshasa flame. Perhaps they should be called the Rakshasa sword, the dark spear, the black brick, the 9 dragons' Rakshasa shield, and the Rakshasa wheel. A flurry of chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, only to be swiftly quelled by Nezha, who recognized that these were merely vestiges of his longing for those treasures. At that moment, the cultivators opposing Nezha, 10 golden core practitioners, gazed at him with eyes nearly popping from their sockets. A divine ability? In a state of discontent, Nezha did not respond to their words. Instead, he mounted his dark, fiery wheels and soared into the air, charging towards the cultivators. Chapter 33. The Rakshasa demon body. At this moment, the Rakshasa flames enveloping Nezha were ignited by his celestial power and essence blood, otherwise awakening the Rakshasa demon body, which had long been sealed by his master Tai Zhenren in a previous life, would not be an easy feat if the Rakshasa demon body could not be awakened. Then harnessing the Rakshasa flames would be out of the question. With a powerful thrust of his spear, he unleashed a torrent of black flames. The golden elixir stage cultivators, already unnerved by the eerie black flames surrounding Nezha, swiftly evaded his attack. Alas, the black flames scattered across the ground, and over a dozen foundation establishment stage cultivators, caught off guard, were engulfed by the flames. Like water splashed into a hot oil pan, the black flames surged to life. Within 3 breaths, those touched by the black flames were reduced to mere ashes. A cold smirk played on Nezha's lips. The Rakshasa flames, the flames of the 6 realms of reincarnation, harm the soul upon contact, leading to certain death. Such power is not something these novice cultivators, who have barely grazed the surface of the immortal path, could withstand. Contemplating this, Nezha showed no mercy. His 4 arms, in perfect synchrony with his 2, drew back a bow and swiftly released arrows forged from the Rakshasa flames, shooting 5 arrows at a time, with the intent to annihilate everyone within the inn. The fire-tipped spear shot forth like a dragon, emitting a series of terrifying howls that instilled fear. The Qiankun circle occasionally soared through the air, yet it no longer possessed the indomitable qualities it once had. Rather, due to its composition of Rakshasa flames, it forced the enemy to evade. From behind, Nezha appeared as an imposing figure akin to the legendary celestial deities, leaving Kai Linger in a state of awe. Outside the inn, some cultivators who had been stealthily observing the scene gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the battle unfold inside. A golden elixir stage cultivator, accompanying Lord Zhongxi, glanced into the inn and was struck with dread. Incredibly fierce. In just a matter of 10 breaths, only 5 golden elixir stage cultivators remained standing, himself included. He had never encountered such ferocity from a foundation establishment stage cultivator. This was not cultivation. The golden elixir stage cultivator grimaced, contemplating whether to discreetly escape. After all, as a golden elixir stage cultivator, he could surely flee without the leader of the Wei Xian gang, Zhong Yudao, coming after him. Resolute in his thoughts, the golden elixir stage cultivator decided to make his exit. However, as he stealthily approached the door, he halted abruptly. Nezha stood before him, and upon turning his head, he realized he was the last one remaining. Plop! The golden elixir stage cultivator knelt before Nezha, his face a mask of despair as he lamented, "I was left with no choice." Nezha merely regarded him silently, his three-headed, six-armed visage dissipating. His gaze icy as he spoke, "Take me to the Xuantiand gang." Upon hearing this, the golden elixir stage cultivator's heart raced violently. Could it be that he intended to strike against the Xuantiand gang? The Xuantiand Sect is not merely composed of these individuals. It even harbors a formidable nascent soul elder. Moreover, the Xuantiand Sect has intricate connections with various nearby sections. Could it be that he genuinely intends to confront the Xuantiand Sect? The Golden Core practitioner, kneeling before Nezha, pondered this while secretly casting a glance at him. However, Nezha's expression revealed nothing of his intentions. With a heavy heart, the Golden Core practitioner obediently rose to his feet, leading the way ahead, all the while feeling a deep sense of dread. There was no escaping his fate now. Whether by Nezha's side or upon returning to the Xuantiand Sect, punishment was inevitable. "Wait here for me," Nezha instructed as he turned to Kai Linger and the Dragon Maiden before departing. The two nodded in a daze and then obediently settled back, showing no concern for the peculiar corpse of Lord Zhong. As Nezha traversed the streets of Xuantiand City, he was guided to a grand mansion by the Golden Core practitioner named Wang Danquan. During their journey, Wang Danquan divulged all he knew. He revealed that the leader of the Xuantiand Sect, Zhong Yudao, had left the city yesterday at the behest of a certain cultivation sect and was currently absent. Within the sect, there were 500 Foundation establishment practitioners and 100 Golden Core offerings, with Zhong Yudao being the only one at the nascent soul level. Wang Danquan felt compelled to share this information, fearing that Nezha's finger, exuding an eerie aura, would pierce through him if he refrained from speaking. Who could fathom the nature of that boy's finger, capable of extinguishing a person's 3 souls and 7 spirits, akin to the black flames that once emanated from him? Albeit seemingly diminished now, Nezha's audacity to come here stemmed from his Rakshasa demon body, which could enhance his cultivation through slaughter. This method had previously been condemned by his master, Tai Jinren, who sealed the Rakshasa demon body deep within him. In the past, even during campaigns in the heavens, he was forbidden from utilizing it. Furthermore, the seal set by Tai Jinren was exceedingly troublesome. The stronger Nezha's cultivation grew, the more formidable the seal became. For a long time, Nezha had nearly forgotten about this extraordinary trait of his. However, after his recent slaughter of Lord Zhong and his entourage, absorbing the murderous energy, Nezha's cultivation had now reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Even without the Mitian Ling, his rate of advancement would no longer dwindle. Once he fully breaks the seal on his Rakshasa demon body, his cultivation speed would reach an astonishing pace. Nezha harbored no fears regarding the necessity for slaughter. The higher his cultivation through murder, the greater the rewards he would reap. Given that this world is the stronghold of the extraterrestrial demons, what could he possibly fear? Before the mansion's grand entrance stood guards, all at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Upon seeing this, Nezha broke into a grin. The 2 guards recognized Wang Danquan. "Guardian Wang, weren't you accompanying the young master to resolve a minor issue? How is it that you've returned so swiftly? Where's the young master?" Upon hearing this, Wang Danquan's lips twitched, at a loss for words and too fearful to speak. "He is dead." It was not Wang Danquan who spoke, but rather Nezha, standing beside him. "Who are you?" Despite Nezha's formidable presence, the guard, self-assured in his role as a protector of the Xuantiand gang, felt no fear. Wang Danquan's lips twitched once more. How could this Foundation establishment stage individual be so audacious? Did he not see that I was being held captive? Dare to inquire who I am? Call for reinforcements? Guess who I am? Nezha replied with a malicious grin. At these words, the 2 guards were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend, and then they erupted in fury. "You dare to mock us? Seeking death?" One guard shouted angrily, brandishing a magical sword and charging towards Nezha. The guard dismissed Nezha's claim of having killed Master Zhongxi. He could not fathom that a mere Foundation establishment could slay a Golden Core master. Huh. Nezha's expression turned icy in an instant as he pointed forward. A flash of dark light surged forth. The charging guard crumpled to the ground, his body disintegrating into a mass of putrid flesh within moments. Initially believing his comrade could handle Nezha, the remaining guard rubbed his eyes, seemingly in disbelief at the horrific scene before him. With just a single gesture, his fellow guard had perished, and in such a gruesome manner. Suddenly, realization struck him. Nezha had not been jesting. He had indeed likely killed Master Zhongxi. In that moment, he let out a thunderous cry, "Enemy attack!" Within the Weixin gang's residence, the guards and disciples, engrossed in their own cultivation, were jolted by the piercing alarm of an enemy assault. As the largest faction in Weixin County, the Weixin gang had long settled into complacency, forgetting the essence of being cultivators. Thus, upon hearing the harrowing shout, the inhabitants were initially stunned, most dismissed it, with only a handful rushing towards the source of the sound. After 5 breaths, the remaining guards and cultivators within the estate heard more anguished cries, and it dawned upon them that a grave situation was unfolding. Soon, over 40 Golden Core disciples hastened to the estate's entrance. Upon their arrival, the Golden Core disciples' pupils constricted, unable to believe their eyes. They beheld that most of the guards who had rushed ahead were nowhere to be found, leaving behind only grotesque heaps of foul-smelling flesh. A moment's contemplation made it painfully clear what those remnants were. Before the estate's entrance, more than 20 Golden Core disciples were engaged in battle with a youth clad in sect attire, while an increasing number of Foundation establishment guards stood frozen in fear, seemingly paralyzed by terror, observing that the youth emanated merely the aura of the 9th level of Foundation establishment. They found it inconceivable that he could have slain so many within a mere 10 breaths. The 40-odd Golden Core disciples who had arrived subsequently exchanged puzzled glances. Where's the enemy? That youth? Come on, really? He is just a... Most of the devotees with such thoughts, as their minds churned, beheld a formidable Gold Core cultivator, now lifeless at the hands of the young lad. Let us strike together, cried a Gold Core devotee, his face etched with fear amidst the fray. Initially, they presumed it was merely an unwise adversary seeking vengeance against the Xuantiand Sect. Yet they were astonished to discover such an extraordinary talent, wielding a terrifyingly potent finger technique and a weapon of formidable caliber, a long spear. The spear surged forth like a dragon, its intent piercing through the protective aura of the Gold Core practitioners. Had Nezha been privy to the thoughts of this devotee, he would have scoffed, albeit with a hint of perplexity. If the external celestial demons were indeed so powerful, it implied that the cultivation methods of this realm must possess some merit. Yet, why did the practitioners before him wield such rudimentary spells and techniques? Surely, even the most reclusive cultivators would possess at least a couple of protective spells. This was not the time for such contemplations. Suppressing his growing doubts, Nezha swiftly brandished the long spear, which he had retrieved from his storage pouch. Fortuitously, he had not squandered all his treasures on nurturing the Xuantiand silk. Otherwise, he would find himself weaponless. Countless spear shadows enveloped the surroundings, and to the distant onlookers, Nezha appeared as an incarnation of a divine warrior, akin to a deity of destruction. Single-handedly, Nezha engaged nearly 30 Gold Core practitioners, occasionally claiming the lives of several, a spectacle both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief, others sighed in admiration, while a few gazed upon him with longing. With a spear in hand, he defies the odds, unafraid of his foes. Such respect, such admiration, yet such sorrow, remarked an observer, for in the eyes of the gathered cultivators, Nezha's actions seemed akin to courting death. Setting aside the relationship between the Xuantiand Sect and the various cultivation schools, there remained nearly 80 Gold Core devotees and over 400 Foundation establishment guards. No matter how adept Nezha was, sheer numbers could overwhelm him. Moreover, there was the absent Yuaning leader, Zhong Yudao, and the newly arrived Gold Core devotee, who now recognized the young warrior in the fray as the enemy. Bold indeed, shouted one devotee fiercely, summoning a small cauldron, which he hurled skyward, instantly enlarging and descending upon Nezha to suppress him. Nezha's gaze flickered, a trace of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. What a worthless cauldron. Inferior even to a treasured artifact. Nezha's corporeal form, a lotus body cultivated over millennia in the celestial realm, had reached near legendary strength, akin to that of a divine artifact. Although reincarnation had transformed his lotus body into that of a mortal, in the midst of his relentless slaughter, he absorbed the essence of destruction, enhancing not only his cultivation but also his physical form. His body had ascended to an astonishing level, rivaling the strength of a top-tier treasure. As his gaze shifted, the colossal cauldron above plummeted, while 8 swords, wielded by an unknown Gold Core devotee, circled Nezha in a bagua formation, incessantly darting towards him from all directions. Humph! Nezha let out a cold snort, swiftly retracting his long spear and raising his fists, striking fiercely upwards. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deep collisions reverberated through the air, causing those with lower cultivation nearby to instinctively cover their ears and gaze upward, their eyes wide with astonishment. My cauldron! The attendant of the small cauldron screamed in horror, spewing blood, his face turning as pale as gold leaf. In the blink of an eye, the attendant's realm plummeted by 3 minor levels, with faint signs of regressing back to the foundation establishment stage. This small cauldron was a treasured artifact he began to nurture shortly after entering the golden core stage. As an alchemist, it was essential for his craft. Thus, this small cauldron was indeed his life's treasure. At this moment, the cauldron had long lost its original shape, having been struck back into a spherical form by Nezha, who grasped it in his hand and twisted it into a heap of scrap metal. Amidst this, a strand of divine consciousness attempted to escape, only to be extinguished with a mere gesture from Nezha. Nezha cast a disdainful glance around, and none dared to meet his gaze. Even the golden core attendants felt a chill of fear. At this moment, 8 sharp magical swords circled Nezha, employing intricate techniques to incessantly stab at his body from various angles. Yet, they only produced a cacophony of clashing metal, merely tearing his garments without inflicting any visible harm upon his flesh, not even leaving a single mark. With a sinister grin, Nezha lunged towards the crowd. This time, he chose to forego the spear, opting to use his bare hands instead. The golden core attendant, upon witnessing Nezha's approach, was gripped with terror as he sensed the young man's aura steadily escalating, seemingly on the verge of reaching a critical threshold. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering echoed forth. The skies darkened ominously. The heavenly tribulation. The expressions of all present cultivators shifted dramatically. In the Xuantiand Continent, what is the heavenly tribulation? It is the trial of those possessing extraordinary talent, a calamity reserved for that which the heavens cannot tolerate. To pass it is to live, celebrated by the heavens and earth. To fail is to perish, leaving not a trace of one's true spirit. More importantly, the nature of a person's heavenly tribulation reveals the extent of their strength and potential. Chapter 35, 50,000 miles? Not merely. During the tribulation, the greatest taboo is having others nearby. Not only does it heighten the difficulty of the tribulation, but it also endangers those around. The heavenly tribulation is no trifling matter. Should others linger within the vicinity during someone else's trial, the heavenly will assume they are assisting. If one person is present, the tribulation increases in intensity. If 2 are present, it escalates further, and so forth. The more individuals interfere, the more terrifying the tribulation becomes. At this moment, what troubled the cultivators present was their utter ignorance of the extent of Nezha's heavenly tribulation's reach. Typically, the scope of a heavenly tribulation spans several dozen miles, with legends claiming that prodigies from certain sects could invoke tribulations stretching over 100 miles. Furthermore, ancient records speak of tribulations that once enveloped thousands, even tens of thousands of miles. Yet, in the present day, no cultivator believed such tales, due to the fact that many cultivators may not have even crossed the tribulation. A significant number possess mediocre aptitude, often finding the breakthrough to the golden core stage as their utmost limit, scarcely inciting the jealousy of the heavens. Should they encounter fortuitous circumstances, the nascent soul stage might be their pinnacle. Over the past millennia, instances of individuals successfully navigating the tribulation have become exceedingly rare, with most of those who have succeeded now regarded as paragons or esteemed elders within their sections. At this moment, numerous golden core offerings of the Xuantiand Sect cast morose glances at Nezha, comprehending that they must withdraw from the vicinity to afford him the space necessary to face the tribulation. Otherwise, caught in the tempest of heavenly wrath, regardless of whether Nezha can endure the tribulation, they would undoubtedly meet their demise alongside him. Indeed, among the golden core offerings within the Xuantiand Sect, an overwhelming 99% have never faced the tribulation, instead attaining the golden core stage as a natural progression of their cultivation. The sole individual who has faced the tribulation, at this juncture, is reluctant to confront it again, as the shadows of that experience loom large over him. This golden core offering, the master of the 8 magical swords, with a flick of his hand, summoned the swords back to him. He cast a piercing gaze at Nezha, seemingly lamenting the fortune of this young man. Sensing the envious and resentful stares from the golden core offerings of the Xuantiand Sect, Nezha flashed a mischievous smile, his impish demeanor resurfacing. Heavenly tribulation, is it? Nezha murmured, his steps leading him toward the retreating golden core offerings. A collective jolt surged through the hearts of these cultivators. What does he intend to do? If he seeks death, he needn't drag us along. Observing the expressions of terror and astonishment on the faces of the 78 golden core offerings, Nezha found amusement in their fear. With a chuckle, he advanced a few more steps, prompting the offerings to retreat further. Unaware of the nature of this realm's tribulation, Nezha mistakenly believed it to be no different from that of his previous life. He forgot that he was no longer in his original universe. The 2 grand worlds might not share similarities. Seeing that the golden core offerings were actually intimidated by him, Nezha's playful spirit surged, and he began to chase after them. Scatter and run, barked the leading offering, burdened with the 8 magical swords. Upon hearing this, the others deemed it sensible and promptly dispersed. Quite clever. Nezha mused to himself, eyes locked on the vocal golden core offering as he pursued relentlessly. Why are you chasing me, you rogue? The golden core offering, now acutely aware of the commotion behind him, was taken aback. Chasing you? I intend to end you. Nezha grinned wickedly. Retrieving the precious bow lent to him by Zhou Riyun of the Qiankun Sect from his storage pouch, and drew it back to launch an arrow. Instantly, more than 10 streaks of light shot forth, swiftly homing in on the offering. The offering's brows furrowed as he suppressed his fury, forming seals with his hands. Summoning his swords to unsheathe and deflect the arrows that soared like meteors, producing a series of sharp, ringing sounds. Nezha gazed intently. His eyes narrowed in surprise at the fact that the Golden Core period offering had cultivated 8 fine swords, all mid-grade treasures, comparable to the precious bow in his possession. Just as Nezha pondered how to pursue these Golden Core period offerings, the sky above darkened with thick clouds, crackling with serpentine flashes of crimson lightning. These electric serpents were both eerie and terrifying. What struck fear into the hearts of the cultivators in Xuantiand City was the overwhelming extent of the clouds, which seemed to stretch infinitely beyond sight. Could this be a heavenly tribulation? Perhaps it was merely a natural phenomenon, signaling an impending storm? Within the city, a cultivator wore a ghastly expression, remarking to his companion, "It must be an astronomical event, for aside from the ancient records of legendary figures who could endure tribulations, no one else could manifest such a vast spectacle." Another cultivator nearby dryly responded, "What if he truly is one of those ancient prodigies?" This utterance sent chills down the spines of the 2 cultivators. Turning to glance, they discovered an enigmatic figure whose cultivation level was indiscernible, having approached them unnoticed. Strangely, their spiritual senses failed to detect this person's presence. Such circumstances could imply one of 2 possibilities. Either an illusionary technique was at play, or this individual possessed a cultivation level far beyond their comprehension. The 2 Golden Core period cultivators exchanged glances, deciding it prudent to avoid provoking this mysterious figure, and they turned to offer a respectful salute. "Greetings, esteemed senior. What leads you to believe he is an ancient prodigy?" The cultivator on the left dared to test the waters, pondering what if this individual were merely a trickster employing illusions. Would they then have called him senior in vain? The figure clad in white regarded them with a meaningful glance before responding. The extraordinary phenomena of a heavenly tribulation already affirm his potential to become a prodigy. Whether he is truly deemed one will depend on his ability to withstand the tribulation. Upon hearing these words, the 2 cultivators nodded thoughtfully, internally agreeing with the white-clad figure's assessment. Suddenly, a dreadful realization dawned upon them. We are still within the scope of the heavenly tribulation. We must flee. Terror-stricken, they attempted to harness their spells and escape the area. Yet, just as they lifted off the ground, delicate hands descended upon their shoulders. "Do not attempt to leave. You cannot escape. The range of this tribulation spans at least 100,000 miles, the white-clad figure remarked with a hint of surprise in his gaze. "Esteemed senior, please let us go. If we remain, we shall face dire consequences." The 2 cultivators exclaimed in unison, panic etched upon their faces. The white-clad figure, with a mere gesture, halted the flow of their internal energies, instantly revealing to them that the person before them was undoubtedly a high-level cultivator, an undeniable powerhouse. Yet, they could not help but think, even if he is a formidable being, must we be sacrificed? If he wishes to witness the tribulation, he could simply remain alone. Why involve us? The 2 Golden Core period cultivators were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, feeling both aggrieved and bewildered. The figure in white cast a faint glance at the 2 individuals, seemingly comprehending their thoughts, and slowly began to elucidate. This tribulation differs from ordinary ones. As long as one does not intervene actively, it poses no threat to others. "How do you know this so well, senior?" inquired one of the golden elixir cultivators, his curiosity piqued. "Do not ask what should not be asked." The expression of the figure in white turned indifferent in an instant. After casting a brief glance at the 2, he directed his gaze towards the heavens. Upon sensing a trace of his aura, the 2 cultivators obediently fell silent. At that moment, their thoughts were tumultuous. Is this person the leader of a sect? That aura seems reminiscent of the spirit-severing stage. But no, I have been fortunate enough to encounter someone at that level, and they were not this potent. Could it be? As they spiraled through their thoughts, they dared not conjecture further, since the esteemed individual assured them there would be no danger to bystanders. They accepted it as truth and shifted their focus to the impending tribulation above. In the sky, Nezha had utilized his floating technique from a past life to ascend. The onlookers in Xuantiand City were momentarily stunned by this spectacle. Why is he flying to face the tribulation? One person gaped in astonishment. Perhaps he possesses an abundance of mystical energy? Another speculated. Even with ample energy, such waste is imprudent. The floating technique is immensely taxing. Utilizing it to ascend leaves him little for the tribulation. Noticing the commotion below, Nezha raised an eyebrow, observing that most of the crowd was fleeing in the opposite direction of his approach. Aside from the golden elixir cultivator from the Xuantiand gang he was pursuing, very few remained nearby. Though Nezha could not fathom their reasons for fleeing. Wasn't it merely a tribulation? It felt as if a primordial beast had descended upon them. As Nezha pondered, arrows continued to fly from his hand, trailing luminous streaks through the air. Meanwhile, the golden elixir cultivator ahead of him was on the verge of a breakdown. Seeing the ominous shape of the tribulation forming in the sky, he abruptly halted and turned around. "Young friend, please spare me. Do not follow me any longer," the golden elixir cultivator pleaded, his face a mask of terror and desperation. Nezha narrowed his eyes, a playful smile gracing his lips. "You cannot simply abandon your pursuit. One must see things through to the end," he gently admonished, momentarily glancing at the heavens. Upon observing the ominous tribulation, Nezha felt his thoughts momentarily freeze. What is this tribulation? His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upward. The impending tribulation before him was magnitudes greater than the one he faced during his foundation establishment in his previous life, when he transitioned to the golden elixir stage. The thunderclouds in the sky amassed a formidable presence. Crimson lightning snakes danced within, instilling dread in all those beneath them. The might of heaven and earth is truly terrifying. As Nezha beheld the fully formed thunderclouds, he ceased to dwell on their nature. He sensed a thread of danger emanating from the tempest. He discerned the uniqueness of the thunderclouds, or rather, the distinctiveness of the realm surrounding him. This thundercloud was unlike the one encountered by Nezha in his previous life, where the tribulations were governed by the deities of the heavenly realm. The might of the tribulation depended on the deeds of the one undergoing it, whether they had committed virtuous actions or malevolent ones, and this determined the intensity of the thunderstorm. Typically, such tribulations contained an essence of divine grace. However, the tribulation now manifesting before Nezha lacked any trace of celestial charm. It seemed to be a natural occurrence, birthed from the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. Across from Nezha stood a golden core stage worshipper, whose gaze revealed a profound despair as he beheld the fully formed tribulation. In an instant, his expression morphed into one of ferocious intent, directing his gaze menacingly at Nezha. To this worshipper's fierce glare, Nezha paid little heed. While the fifth level of the golden core stage was formidable, he was not without the means to contend with it. Perhaps he could not easily vanquish his opponent, yet he was confident that he would not be severely harmed. Even as he stood at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, once he weathered this tribulation, that golden core worshipper would be at his mercy. Casting a sidelong glance at the worshipper, Nezha's eyes brimmed with malice. At this moment, the pent-up rage within him, after having slaughtered countless foes, had dissipated somewhat. He was no longer consumed by a thirst for blood. Nevertheless, this individual still warranted annihilation. "My Rakshasa body requires further slaughter to elevate my cultivation," Nezha mused. Fixating intently on the worshipper, he noticed the burgeoning fury in the golden core stage's eyes, igniting a blaze of wrath within him. Driven to such a desperate plight, he had yet to exact his vengeance, and Nezha dared to regard him with such disdain. "I shall risk my life today to inflict grievous harm upon you, ensuring your demise beneath the weight of this tribulation." The worshipper contemplated coldly. He understood that Nezha's physical prowess surpassed that of his magical sword, likely possessing the strength akin to a top-grade artifact. Although he was curious about how Nezha had honed his body to such an extent, this was not the matter at hand. His singular focus was on extinguishing Nezha's life. In an instant, 8 magical swords were unsheathed, hurtling toward Nezha with lethal intent. The golden core worshipper summoned the full might of his swords, hesitating momentarily before producing an object from his robes, appearing to be a formation diagram. He cast the item skyward, and those below who had not yet fled beheld its true nature. Hiss! The extreme sword soul diagram. A cultivator below gasped in astonishment. What is the extreme sword soul diagram? It is a sword formation diagram that requires a total of 9 swords to establish the array. Once the formation is complete, it creates a realm of swords within which 9 genuine blades can inflict corporeal harm, accompanied by 999 true swords capable of assaulting the soul. Hiss! The crowd. Upon hearing this revelation, could not help but draw in their breaths sharply. If one lacked sufficient defenses against the soul, wouldn't that spell certain doom? Instantly, many gazed at Nezha, who was poised to face the tribulation, as if they were witnessing the death of a man. At that moment, an eerie voice echoed through the air. The Celestial Alliance's golden elixir cultivator, who was initially thought to possess only 8 swords, has cast this array diagram for what purpose? Just moments ago, the crowd believed that Nezha was doomed, and now they glared angrily at that individual. Their emotions were a tangle. They were not blind and had indeed seen the 8 swords, yet had momentarily forgotten. Why did he have to vocalize it? The onlookers below began to murmur, and as one voiced their confusion, a frenzied voice from the Celestial Alliance's golden elixir offering echoed from the heavens. Ha ha ha. Today, if you chase me beneath the tribulation, then let us perish together. The golden elixir offering of the Celestial Alliance shouted hysterically. Nezha, whose divine sense was already extended, absorbed the discussions below. Upon realizing that this sword array inflicted damage solely to the soul, Nezha silently rolled his eyes. If this sword array could harm even a hair on him, he would concede defeat. Though he thought this inwardly, he still allocated a fragment of his focus to the golden elixir offering. In the sky, blood-red electric serpents coalesced, transforming into thunderbolts as large as stars, dazzling in the firmament. Were it not for the knowledge that a tribulation was underway, one might mistake the terrifyingly radiant thunder for constellations. The thunder in the sky emitted waves of terrifying energy that even those on the ground could distinctly perceive. I recall the last time someone underwent tribulation within 1,000 miles of Celestial Alliance City. Who was it? Someone questioned. It was the leader of the Celestial Alliance. Zhong Yudao, came the reply. Was his thunder tribulation this fearsome? Hiss. It seems not. The crowd engaged in lively discussion, with those who had witnessed Zhong Yudao's tribulation reminiscing. I remember 5 years ago, when Zhong Yudao faced his tribulation, the storm clouds seemed to cover only a single mountain peak. How does this compare? There is no contest. Though a thunder tribulation could signify a person's exceptional talent and comprehension, it is the survivor of the tribulation who is the true victor. Otherwise, it would all be in vain, someone lamented. Soon, the crowd's attention shifted back to the sky, their thoughts having detached from the turmoil surrounding the Celestial Alliance. Now fixated on the figure above. If that youth fails to endure the tribulation, all would be lost. If he succeeds, it is likely that the entire region of Celestial Prefecture will undergo a transformation. Among the assembly were astute individuals who understood the implications of someone overcoming such a terrifying tribulation. It signified the birth of a prodigy, the attention of formidable powers directed here, and that the Celestial Prefecture would become a gathering place for great upheavals in the coming months, provided that the youth remained within its confines. In the heavens, the golden elixir offering of the Celestial Alliance, witnessing Nezha's disregard, felt a chilling delight within. This way, he could prepare thoroughly, waiting for the moment Nezha faced the tribulation to strike, ensuring a single, decisive blow to eliminate him. At this moment, the thunder in the sky seemed to have fully brewed, and orbs of lightning descended with an unparalleled swiftness. Nezha's gaze flickered, and a lotus mark materialized upon his forehead. The first stage of the tribulation thunder, the refining thunder, was akin to the heavenly tribulations of his previous life, albeit slightly more formidable and intense. As its name suggests, the refining thunder was intended for the tempering of the physical body. Yet, Nezha felt a twinge of discomfort in his past life. He had harbored a particular disdain for this initial thunder, which struck the flesh. However, Nezha's 3 souls and 7 spirits had long since fused with his corporeal form, rendering them out of their rightful place. Thus, when the refining thunder struck him, it not only exercised his body but also his soul, resulting in a pain that would escalate 100-fold. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to endure the agony. Collecting his thoughts, Nezha prepared to focus on the tribulation. Meanwhile, the golden elixir devotee had already arranged 8 swords, positioning himself at the center of the formation, effectively becoming a sword himself. It is worth noting that becoming the focal point of such a formation, merging body and weapon, posed significant risks, transforming him into a part of the magical artifact. However, in the devotee's mind, there was little distinction now. He believed he was undoubtedly doomed beneath the celestial thunder. A few years prior, he had witnessed the sect leader, Zhong Yudao, transcend to the nascent soul stage. He had also seen one of his companions inadvertently caught beneath the heavenly tribulation, reduced to mere ash within 3 breaths. The memory sent a chill through the golden elixir devotee's heart. To be struck by heavenly lightning meant certain obliteration. Although this was merely a tribulation for foundational cultivation, it was not something he could withstand. Contemplating this, the golden elixir devotee felt a convulsion in his heart. What manner of creature was this youth before him? It was one thing to be exceptionally talented at such a tender age, but to step into the golden elixir realm at this youthful prime was terrifying. Even more alarming was the vast scope of his tribulation. Did he truly intend to drag the entire Xuantiand County down with him? The golden elixir devotee mused. This suited his intentions perfectly. The destruction of Xuantiand County would incite hatred towards Nezha from both the local government and the sections. With so many to accompany him in death, would he not die with grandeur? The golden elixir devotee steadied his thoughts, his expression turning solemn as he transformed into a sword, embedding himself within the formation. Go! With a flick of his finger, the entire formation surged towards Nezha. He actually uses himself as a sword, the focal point of the array. Incredible! Someone exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. What? Do you wish to learn? Turning to the speaker, they found it was a man clad in white. After contemplating the prospect of becoming part of the formation, the young man shook his head vigorously. No one wished to inadvertently become an array spirit, stripped of freedom and subjected to servitude. Just as the colossal formation and the thunder were about to descend upon Nezha, a grand golden light of merit slowly rose from behind his head. The golden light of virtue. In the ethereal city of Xuantiand, the figure clad in white stood before two golden elixir cultivators, his eyes wide with astonishment and uncertainty as he gazed at Nezha. He could scarcely fathom how Nezha had amassed such an abundance of merit and golden light, for merit is a rare treasure, elusive and difficult to attain. Only those who are unwaveringly devoted to righteousness, seeking nothing in return, can possess the golden wheel of merit. Ordinary individuals typically lack it. Merit is not something one can simply manufacture through occasional good deeds. Rather, it requires a steadfast commitment to virtuous actions, day after day, year after year, until the end of time itself. At that moment, the tempestuous clouds above began to shift ominously. Chapter 37. A golden elixir within my belly. The heavens erupted with thunder as Nezha was enveloped in the divine wheel of merit behind him. Crimson lightning suddenly surged towards Nezha. Countless streaks of radiance burst forth, and 999 phantoms of swords appeared, hurtling swiftly towards him. The golden elixir offerings gazed upon Nezha's silhouette, their expressions twisted into maniacal laughter. But in an instant, that laughter morphed into sheer terror. A strand of calamity lightning, separated from the storm clouds, surged towards him. In the eyes of the golden elixir offering, that strand of calamity lightning exuded an aura of unfathomable dread, awakening a sense of impending doom within his heart. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the bolt of lightning struck him down, plunging his consciousness into darkness. The golden elixir offering of the Xuantiand Sect met his demise, swift and decisive, leaving not even a trace of ash, his soul extinguished and his existence obliterated. With the formation's eye extinguished, the array dissipated, and the myriad sword phantoms vanished before they could reach Nezha. Now, the only adversary remaining before Nezha was the impending tribulation. Gazing up at the storm of tribulation, Nezha focused his mind, his brow twitching in anticipation. The forging thunder, as expected, was excruciating. Damn, this truly hurts. Nezha cursed inwardly, realizing that the lightning tribulation he faced was far more formidable than in his previous existence, astonishingly terrifying. The layers of clouds churned, and the flashes of lightning instilled a sense of dread in the cultivators still present in Xuantiand City. Is this the tribulation? One cultivator lamented bitterly. This speaker was also a golden elixir cultivator, who recognized that if he were beneath the thunderclouds at that moment, he would likely be obliterated in an instant. Many nearby, upon hearing his whispered lament, felt a deep resonance with his sentiments. Nezha, still standing tall amidst the storm, evoked a sense of bitterness within them. Not far from them, the enigmatic figure in white regarded Nezha in the sky with clear eyes, a faint whisper escaping his lips. This is merely the beginning. The true terror lies ahead. The two golden elixir cultivators before him naturally heard the murmured words. Before they could turn to inquire, the storm clouds above began to exhibit new changes. Familiar energies surged forth, prompting Nezha to abruptly lift his gaze towards the heavens. At this moment, the ominous clouds above were tumultuously swirling, akin to a boiling cauldron, with winds howling and clouds twisting into bizarre shapes that dissipated in an instant. Suddenly, the pitch-black clouds of calamity erupted into a kaleidoscope of colors, first condensing abruptly before blooming like a lotus flower. Upon contact with the crimson lightning, this lotus shattered swiftly, as if transformed into an ink-wash painting, spreading its hues across the ominous clouds, which rapidly transformed into a spectrum of colors. What troubled Nezha was the unmistakable presence of countless former celestial comrades wafting through the calamity. Before he could ponder further, the clouds above began to shift once more. Countless ominous clouds slowly gathered, coalescing into a massive, towering gateway. This entrance was familiar to Nezha. Meanwhile, within the perilous city, the white-clad figure, standing behind two gold core cultivators, had lost all semblance of composure, his face marred by horror. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? Waves of uncontrollable energy emanated from him, filling the air with a palpable sense of dread that intensified the fear of the two cultivators before him. In contrast to the unknown terror that plagued the white-clad figure, the two gold core cultivators perceived their situation with stark clarity. From the energy radiating off the white figure, they sensed an overwhelmingly potent force, one unlike anything they had ever encountered. They exchanged glances, their expressions a bitter mix of fear and resignation. They had previously felt the might of a fusion realm cultivator, yet the aura emanating from this enigmatic figure far surpassed that of any ancient being they had witnessed, by thousands, if not tens of thousands, of times. Desperate to flee, they found themselves immobilized, their very essence suppressed by the white-clad figure's overwhelming presence. As if an insurmountable mountain weighed down upon them. Helpless, they cast forlorn gazes skyward. Above, the ominous clouds had coalesced into a grand and majestic gateway, exuding an aura of primal divinity and authority, reminiscent of a timeless existence. Within that portal lay a veiled energy, unfathomable and endless, eluding Nezha's perception. The gateway before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the south heavenly gate from his memories. That familiar sensation suggested that behind the portal lay the celestial realm of Ur. As Nezha pondered the transformation of the calamity, the clouds continued to evolve. Gurgling streams, cobblestone paths, ancient pavilions, and towering pines unfolded before him. A river of stars spanned the heavens, with palatial structures suspended in the sky, and myriad spirit herbs and ancient trees exuding an alluring fragrance. It was as if this entire scene were remarkably real. Yet, Nezha knew it was all an illusion. This must be a fabrication. Otherwise, how could he explain who he truly was in this moment? Unbeknownst to him, his consciousness seemed to be ensnared in a mesmerizing web. A terrifying thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Nezha turned his gaze towards the sound, where he beheld the south heavenly gate, shrouded in tumultuous calamity clouds that formed a humanoid figure. Under the extraordinary power of the calamity clouds, a seemingly vibrant being materialized before Nezha. Yet, within its eyes, he detected no trace of emotion, resembling a mere puppet. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial soldiers of Ur, gazing at Nezha with an icy indifference. Wielding a weapon forged from the very essence of the calamity clouds, the celestial soldier cast a fleeting glance at Nezha, and in an instant appeared before him, brandishing a great halberd that unleashed a cacophony of thunderous roars, striking towards Nezha's forces. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the golden light of Nezha's protective merit, advancing without impediment. Nezha's lips twitched in disbelief. What manner of celestial soldier was this? It surpassed even the deities of the thunder department. The force was accompanied not merely by wind and thunder, but by calamity lightning. Nezha gritted his teeth, contemplating the impossibility of evading that halberd. With a flash of insight, Nezha's blood lotus mark upon his forehead emitted a divine light, colliding with the celestial soldier's great halberd. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, inciting panic among the countless golden core cultivators within the city of Xuantiand. Was this a Foundation establishment cultivator? A fifth-tier golden core cultivator gazed blankly at Nezha, murmuring in disbelief. Nezha unleashed a series of divine lights from his forehead, radiating unmatched might as they surged toward the celestial soldier. The clash between one being and the calamity resonated throughout Xuantiand City, causing countless pavilions to crumble into oblivion. No one dared approach within 100 feet of Nezha. All cultivators kept their distance. A thunderous shout echoed. Die. Chapter 38. The mysterious, numerous cultivators turned their attention to the source of the voice, witnessing Nezha, ensconced in shimmering golden light, being pursued and assaulted by the celestial soldier born of calamity. What is this? The white-clad guest exclaimed in astonishment, for in his sight, Nezha transformed the golden merit into a long spear, engaging in battle with the celestial soldier. At this moment, Nezha appeared to be engulfed in a state of unconsciousness, relying solely on his combat instincts to wage war against the celestial soldier. Meanwhile, his self-awareness found itself ensnared within the ocean of consciousness. In this realm, a mysterious black orb emerged, surrounded by a nebulous aura of chaos, adorned with countless celestial inscriptions. These inscriptions were not meant for mere observation, but rather for profound comprehension. Instinctively, Nezha grasped their essence, and soon, those celestial inscriptions transformed into streams of radiant light, shooting forth in all directions within the ocean of consciousness. In the next instant, various extraordinary phenomena manifested within Nezha's conscious realm. A great sun rose within the ocean of consciousness, beneath which blossomed numerous lotus flowers, accompanied by tender shoots of precious herbs. Celestial radiance filled the skies, as auspicious ethereal figures of dragons and phoenixes danced gracefully, while purple energy flowed from the east, illuminating Nezha's conscious realm with seven-colored divine light. A multitude of wondrous manifestations and endless methods unfurled, profound and enigmatic, resonating like the sounds of the universe and the sacred melodies of the Tao, echoing thunderously within Nezha's heart. Nezha found himself engulfed in confusion as he beheld a silver-armored celestial warrior amidst the myriad of extraordinary phenomena. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this celestial being was none other than the heavenly soldier transformed by the thunderbolt he had just witnessed. Unlike the indifferent visage he had previously encountered, this silver-armored warrior emanated an essence of will, wielding a great halberd within the depths of Nezha's consciousness, conjuring various mystical and arcane methods. As he continued to observe, Nezha's heart trembled profoundly. This celestial soldier was unreservedly imparting the essence of its cultivation to him, elucidating the fundamental principles of its practice. What practitioner would ever divulge the core of their cultivation so openly? In Nezha's understanding, such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable. What was unfolding before him? As doubts surged within, Nezha was suddenly awakened. At that moment, within the ocean of his consciousness, he could discern the features of this celestial soldier with unprecedented clarity. Astonishingly, it bore an exact resemblance to the celestial guardian who had long stood watch at the southern heavenly gate. However, upon closer examination, Nezha was astounded to discover that the fundamental aura emanating from this celestial soldier was distinctly different from that of the guardian he remembered. That very distinction sent a chill coursing through him, for the essence of this soldier was palpably more potent than that of the celestial being embedded in his memory. This indicated that the soldier's cultivation was superior to that of the guardian he recalled. Yet, to Nezha, this was an impossibility. The celestial warriors serving in the heavenly courts all possessed a fragment of true spirit that had merged with the divine list, thereby suppressing their cultivation. Unlike those deities who had achieved divinity through their prowess and could continue to enhance their skills through practice, the essence of the celestial soldier in his consciousness should not differ from the one etched in his memory. Recalling the figure of the green-clad visitor, whose essence was nearly identical to his own, a sense of foreboding enveloped Nezha. He began to suspect that this celestial soldier before him did not originate from the heavenly realm he once inhabited, but rather from the celestial domain of the green-clad visitor. The celestial soldier within his consciousness continued to demonstrate its path of cultivation, eliciting an enigmatic sensation that surged within Nezha's heart. This feeling propelled him to swiftly comprehend the soldier's methods, further solidifying his belief that its origin was decidedly not from his former heavenly abode. As Nezha remained ensconced within the soldier's demonstration, he absorbed the profound fluctuations emanating from it, rapidly grasping the unique cultivation techniques that belonged to this celestial being. By the time Nezha fully comprehended the soldier's methods, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. The cultivation paths of these celestial beings were entirely disparate from those of his own world. A mere comparison revealed that the methods of an ordinary celestial soldier were far more profound and esoteric than those practiced by a second-generation immortal like himself, a disciple of the third generation of the Chan teachings, drawing closer to the essence of the Tao. In that moment of realization, Nezha could not help but draw a sharp breath. This was merely a gatekeeper of the heavenly realm, yet its prowess was astoundingly formidable. However, why do the celestial soldiers seem to merge with the heavenly tribulation, stripped of their consciousness? What could possibly be the reason? There was no time for deep contemplation as the myriad extraordinary phenomena within Nezha's sea of consciousness swiftly dissipated, leaving only the enigmatic chaos pearl, gracefully swirling in the depths of his mind. This pearl? Nezha furrowed his brow lightly. He felt an oddly familiar aura emanating from it. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly yanked Nezha's consciousness back into his corporeal form. No longer was his gaze clouded with confusion. His eyes now sparkled with clarity. Just moments before, as his consciousness delved into the sea of awareness, his physical body had been relying on its instinctive combat prowess, and the heavenly soldiers transformed from the tribulation to engage in battle. For some inexplicable reason, the accumulated merits had transformed into a long spear in his grasp, making him evenly matched against the celestial soldiers. With a flicker of thought, Nezha instinctively began to employ the offensive technique he had observed from the celestial soldiers in the Sea of Consciousness, the dragon tiger following technique. This technique allowed the celestial soldiers to integrate the essence of the dragon and tiger into their own combat methods, enhancing their battle prowess. Similarly, Nezha could infuse the spirit of the dragon and tiger into his spear techniques. As his mind focused, a resounding roar of dragons and tigers echoed, causing Nezha to glance in surprise at the long spear in his hand. Upon merging the essence of the dragon and tiger into his spear technique, ethereal images of the dragon and tiger manifested with each movement of the spear. Perhaps due to the peculiar nature of the merit power, Nezha mused. After all, the celestial soldiers before him were also employing the dragon tiger following technique, yet they did not have the ethereal images accompanying them as he did. With a shift in thought, Nezha concentrated his spirit, dismissing all else. The pressing matter at hand was to navigate through this bizarre heavenly tribulation first. As his gaze flickered, he thrust the spear, instantly creating a myriad of spear shadows that lunged toward the celestial soldiers. Accompanying these countless spear shadows were the thunderous roars of dragons and tigers, and an indistinguishable multitude of ethereal images. The ethereal forms of the dragon and tiger surged forward alongside the spear, striking at the celestial soldiers. Previously, in the Sea of Consciousness, Nezha had seen that the opponent had utilized other techniques, yet now they appeared rigid, relying solely on mechanical instincts when faced with the onslaught of the ethereal images. It seemed that the celestial soldiers had been reduced to mere automatons, devoid of any profound understanding that comes with spiritual cultivation. Though the celestial soldiers could fend off 200 or 300 spear shadows, they were unable to withstand the overwhelming multitude that followed. In the blink of an eye, the celestial soldiers were torn apart by the spear shadows, disintegrating into pure lightning that flickered a few times before vanishing into the air. Nezha paused, momentarily taken aback. In the heat of battle, he had nearly forgotten that these celestial soldiers were merely manifestations of the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 39. The Celestial Tribulation. Surely, this first tribulation must be coming to an end? Nezha pondered as he gazed skyward. At that moment, the vast portal in the heavens shifted once more, releasing a terrifying aura that was far beyond what one would expect from the Foundation establishment stage, emanating a power even more formidable than that of a typical heavenly tribulation. In the celestial realm above, tempestuous thunderclouds roiled, giving birth to ferocious beasts with ghastly visages. Among the tumultuous clouds, menacing three-headed phoenixes soared, casting their shadows upon the earth as if they were defiant beings akin to Sun Wukong, standing imperiously amidst the clouds with their staffs cleaving the skies. Legendary primordial creatures, recorded only in ancient texts such as the cannibalistic CNCN, the fearsome Qiankun, and the vengeful Dohing, manifested alongside other formidable entities unknown to Nezha, their colossal forms and terrifying countenances evoking sheer dread. Yet, this was merely the beginning. What astonished Nezha further was the cataclysmic cloud, swirling violently as it rapidly expanded outward. One formidable figure after another, exuding unmatched majesty, stood atop the heavens, causing Nezha's expression to shift dramatically. It appeared that there were those intent on thwarting his tribulation. The terrifying thunderclouds roiling above reminiscent of his former friends and allies from the celestial court. Were these celestial beings? In the city of Xuantiand, some cultivators were already regretting their presence, realizing that this was no ordinary tribulation. Even the pallor of the white-clad guest shifted repeatedly, his gaze filled with horror as he beheld the figures in the sky. Celestial tribulation. Have you re-entered the path of celestial cultivation? The white-clad guest exclaimed in terror towards Nezha. Celestial tribulation? What was this? Nezha, hearing the exclamation, found himself perplexed, and his expression suddenly altered as he sensed that the individual in white seemed to know his origins. Before he could ponder further, an unusual sensation coursed through him. To his astonishment, Nezha discovered that his cultivation was ascending layer by layer, as if he were on the verge of reclaiming his past prowess. In his previous life, although Nezha possessed only the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, he had vanquished demons of the Deluo realm, albeit those were merely inferior Deluo beings. Nevertheless, they were still Deluo entities. Though bewildered by the unfolding events, the restoration of his cultivation was undoubtedly a boon. After all, in Nezha's current view, the multitude of heavenly soldiers and generals appeared to be aligned with the figure in green. The only perplexing aspect was that these heavenly soldiers seemed devoid of consciousness and lacked the sacred aura characteristic of divine beings in the celestial court. Above the clouds, majestic palaces loomed, ethereal energy rising as a mist of vibrant colors enveloped the scene, resembling the celestial paradise of the past, hazy and indistinct. As the tribulation evolved, the celestial palaces manifested from the thunderclouds grew increasingly solemn and sacred, radiating golden light and embodying a grand and imposing presence. The former celestial palaces were forged from rare divine materials, treasures seldom found in the world, with even a single shard a rarity across the 3,000 realms. This was the accumulation of eons since the establishment of the celestial court in ancient times, and the atmospheric phenomena of the tribulation eerily mirrored Nezha's memories of the celestial realm. Numerous grand formations existed within the celestial court, interconnected and composed of divine-level arrays. In Nezha's sight, the formations of this illusory celestial court were also undergoing transformation. Nezha could not help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this tribulation truly tailored for him? It seemed he was being regarded with an extraordinary level of importance. A ray of brilliance descended from the heavens, stirring the once impassive celestial beings, seemingly devoid of consciousness, who had been transformed by the tribulation of the heavens into action. One deity, with a single sweep of his sword, unleashed a divine radiance that obscured the sun, causing all cultivators within the vast expanse of the celestial city to tremble in fear. To those who seek the divine, death, a cold, lofty, and detached voice resonated, clearly heard by all cultivators within 1,000 miles of Celestial City. What exactly were those beings in the sky? Within the city, discussions arose among the cultivators, an undercurrent of unease rippling through the air, thickening the atmosphere with tension and dread as they feared whether those godlike figures above would raise their blades against them. Everyone understood that Nezha's tribulation was extraordinary. Many felt a growing anxiety, with countless cultivators unsettled. This was a tribulation of the celestial path, and the divine beings above were once holy deities of the celestial court, birthed from the brewing of this celestial lightning tribulation, for only such a tribulation could give rise to these entities. The celestial tribulation targeted those with a foundation in celestial arts, who had cultivated ancient methods to a significant degree. The voice of the figure in white reached the ears of numerous cultivators, allowing them to exhale in relief, for at least they could assure themselves that none practiced the ancient celestial arts. The cultivators' fear dissipated, replaced by a calm composure. Kill. Nezha, upon witnessing that overwhelming brilliance, stood firm, uttering but a single word. Having restored his former celestial cultivation to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, Nezha finally made his move. A multitude of beams converged like divine rainbows, surging towards the celestial spirits above, transforming into a resplendent ocean, terrifying in its might. The divine beings, born from the celestial tribulation, were indeed formidable. Standing together, they formed a fearsome army capable of sweeping through thousands, dismantling all in their path. In but a fleeting moment, Nezha's radiant strike shattered, despite his magical prowess augmenting it, dispersing into a shower of light that drifted through the sky. Kill. The cry arose once more, this time from the celestial soldiers above. Several celestial generals led the heavenly troops conjured by the tribulation across the sea of thunder, wielding their weapons like a torrential wave, bearing down upon Nezha. Their overwhelming magical power surged forth, akin to a vast sea of stars, advancing relentlessly. With a deafening roar, Celestial City was reduced to ruins. Rubble soared, dust billowed, and the once grand Celestial City, with its exquisite towers, was utterly obliterated, the earth itself cracking open. Before the celestial soldiers of the ancient heavenly court, not a single cultivator dared to intervene. In response, Nezha remained impassive, harboring no intention to engage, for he sensed that his restored state was time-limited. Once the time elapsed, he would revert to his previous foundation building or golden core stage. Simultaneously, a torrential downpour commenced. The rain transformed by the powerful gods at the cloud's peak of the tribulation, as arrows of rain shot down towards Nezha from the heavens. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the heavy curtain of rain, an aura of sheer terror permeated the atmosphere. Raindrops, glistening like sharpened blades, came pouring down in a relentless torrent, enveloping the entire city of Xuantiand, leaving Nezha with no place to hide. Small-time trickster. Nezha sprang into action, taking a single step that transported him to the cloud-covered realm of the rain deities in an instant. With a sweep of his grand sleeve, he unleashed a thunderous force that shattered all the rain blades and arrows, reducing them to mere droplets that fell to the ground. Chapter 40. The essence of the celestial spirits. Nezha's assault did not cease there. The calamity clouds still harbored numerous deities radiating an extraordinary energy, appearing particularly resplendent, mysterious, and intensely vibrant. They emitted an astonishing wave of power, a terrifying aura that struck fear into the hearts of all within 1,000 miles of Xuantiand. Even the ancient beings undergoing tribulation were filled with dread. Those who seek the path of immortality shall perish. One celestial being exclaimed, observing Nezha's indifferent demeanor. All the deities atop the calamity clouds raised their weapons, roaring loudly, their magical energies surging forth in a fierce advance. With a resounding boom, amidst brilliant radiance, Nezha stood surrounded by divine light, his protective form shining brightly. Soon, the magical attacks unleashed by the deities recoiled, their energies dissipating into waves of spiritual essence. Are you celestial beings? No, you are merely puppets, Nezha declared, his voice cold and thunderous, having discerned the true nature of these deities formed from the thunderous tribulation. Better to call them celestial spirits than deities, for while they bore the might of the divine, they lacked independent will, a bizarre phenomenon. Even though Nezha held such views, none dared to belittle these celestial spirits forged from the tribulation. At this moment, Nezha refrained from employing further techniques. Instead, he stepped forward lightly, wielding a long spear forged from his own merits, an instrument of virtue, sweeping it forward. With a resounding clash, the heavens and earth reverberated, a golden brilliance enveloping the entire sky. The spectacle was terrifying beyond measure. The might of his spear reverberated throughout Xuantiand, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Nezha's strength surpassed all imagination. The golden spear light pierced half the sky, causing the thunderclouds and numerous celestial spirits to dissipate in a cascade of spiritual radiance, an irreversible vanishing that could not be reconstituted by the tribulation. This single strike was overwhelmingly powerful, slaying a multitude of celestial spirits upon the calamity clouds, their luminous forms flickering as they succumbed to the onslaught. Nezha stood with his spear drawn, a light chuckle escaping his lips as flames erupted around him, 9 fiery dragons entwining him in a display of formidable might. This was Nezha's manifestation of the 9-dragon divine fire shield, originally a treasure, now a miraculous power, regrettably snatched away by the green-robed guest. At that moment, atop the calamity clouds, several celestial generals and swathes of heavenly soldiers charged toward Nezha, their murderous intent boiling over like smoke from the 9 heavens, blotting out the sun, and their battle cries shaking the earth. Yet, shortly after their war cries rang out, an eerie silence fell. What followed was a sight of countless luminous spirits scattering into the ether. The celestial beings transformed by the heavenly tribulation are indeed formidable. Yet how could they possibly compare to the renowned warrior Nezha, the first among the great generals beneath the heavenly court of Ur? Nezha had scarcely engaged in battle with the tribulation spirits when the city of Xuantiand was reduced to ruins, almost entirely leveled to the ground. A group of fortunate survivors stood at a considerable distance, gazing at the devastation with bewildered expressions. "What on earth has transpired?" murmured one of the cultivators. Beside this group stood 2 figures, Kai Ling'er and the Dragon Maiden. One gazed at Nezha with a look of existential doubt, while the other regarded the 9 dragons' divine fire shield surrounding him with an expression of confusion. At that moment, a new development arose amidst the thunderous tribulation. "What is that?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. With a clang, a massive seal shot forth from the heavens of the tribulation, inscribed with swirling runes and accompanied by an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon Nezha. Upon witnessing this, Nezha's gaze flickered slightly, and the 9 dragons of the 9 dragons' divine fire shield surged towards the seal. Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying aura emanated from behind the seal, abrupt and jarring, as a golden light shot towards Nezha like a bolt of lightning. Nezha remained calm and composed, retracting his merit spear, extending one hand. He concentrated his spiritual energy to form a golden ring, resembling the Qiankun circle. After millennia of companionship, Nezha had thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the Qiankun circle, allowing him to effortlessly mimic its form. Regrettably, it lacked the ethereal charm of its divine counterpart, rendering its combat power significantly diminished. Yet, it sufficed for the current situation. Nezha mused. Holding the Qiankun circle firmly, Nezha hurled it forth with great force. The circle, entirely golden, radiated a blinding brilliance after being infused with magical power, rivaling the sun itself. With a resounding impact, the Qiankun circle shone with unparalleled intensity, its overwhelming golden light surging forward, directly smashing into the seal and creating a crater, subsequently carrying it deep into the stormy clouds of tribulation. The onlookers, cultivators below, could scarcely believe their eyes. Nezha had repelled the terrifying seal with a single sweep of his circle. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the Qiankun circle. At that moment, Nezha, clad in heavenly thunder and wielding the Qiankun circle, emanated a distinct divine aura that compelled those present to avert their gazes in reverence. Although merely a youth, Nezha commanded a profound respect among the Golden Core cultivators and others within a 1,000-mile radius, including the scattered immortals remaining on the Xuantiand Continent, who trembled in awe at his presence. This was a visceral tremor of the soul, evoking an inexplicable sensation towards Nezha, akin to that felt in the presence of a deity. Had they known that Nezha was, in fact, a celestial being at this moment, they would have been left speechless. As Nezha vanquished a multitude of heavenly tribulation spirits, wisps of refined energy emerged from the tribulation, swiftly converging upon him. Nezha's heart raced as he beheld the ethereal essences, countless fine threads of energy manifesting from the void, cascading towards him like a river of stars. In the blink of an eye, Nezha was engulfed by an infinite tide of refined energy. Within Nezha's body, a thread of divine soul was emerging, leaving him utterly astonished. After all, Nezha's divine essence had long been fused with his corporeal form, so the manifestation of another divine soul was perplexing. What, indeed, were these vital energies? At this moment, the vital energies that had entered Nezha's being had already merged with the spiritual essence, transforming into a peculiar form of energy, remarkably refined. Nezha discovered that his current spiritual power could only condense into 81 unique energies, which coiled within his spiritual ocean, slowly rotating like the celestial rivers of the universe. The figure in white gazed at Nezha in the heavens, his spirit trembling. Even he did not possess the terrifying aura Nezha exuded at this moment. He realized that Nezha was on the verge of embarking on the true path of immortality, just as he had. The figure in white was, in fact, another incarnation of Nezha from a different dimension, a realm that also contained a celestial court, 3,000 worlds, and myriad beings. Yet one day, everything changed, and subsequently, the figure in white arrived in this vast world. As he looked up at the sky, memories flooded his mind, filling him with profound nostalgia. Even during his own trials on the path of immortality, he had never managed to cultivate such an abundance of celestial spiritual power. The figure in white marveled, his voice trembling with awe. Chapter 41, Slaughter. Are you not also Nezha? What could possibly differentiate us? The figure in white pondered. At this moment, the celestial spiritual energy surrounding Nezha was extraordinarily dense, continuing to surge towards him with relentless speed. If Nezha were aware of how to harness this celestial energy, it would undoubtedly be a rare opportunity. By converting this ever-flowing celestial energy, he could embark upon an entirely new path. However, Nezha remained unaware, merely following his body's instincts to gradually refine this unprecedented energy. Soon, the celestial energy surged forth, and with his eyes tightly shut, Nezha's aura became increasingly sacred and ethereal. A luminous veil of celestial power enveloped his body, akin to a grand sun in the heavens, astonishing in its brilliance. Moreover, some of the celestial energy infused into the merit spear he held behind him, transforming it from a mere void of energy into a tangible form. In this unique state, Nezha might very well be able to contend with me, the figure in white observed from below, contemplating silently. Yet, he wondered if Nezha could truly control this newfound power. As the celestial energy continuously flowed into Nezha's being, his body, at the Tai golden immortal stage, found it somewhat overwhelming, a faint pain resonating within. With the influx of abundant celestial energy, Nezha began to grasp its inherent qualities. It transcended worldly constraints and was far more aligned with the essence of immortality than the spiritual energies he had previously cultivated. This was an energy that, by its very nature, surpassed spiritual power. Had it not been for the divine bones and foundation of immortality within him, he would have likely been overwhelmed and perished from the sheer force of the celestial energy. Although Nezha felt a sense of bewilderment regarding the sudden silence of the heavenly tribulation, he knew it was not the time for contemplation. He was acutely aware that if this continued, he would inevitably be overwhelmed by the inexplicable celestial energy that had surged forth. This predicament was untenable, Nezha thought anxiously. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, and he conceived a plan. In the heavens, Nezha's entire being radiated with brilliance, and the once familiar divine power of the 3 heads and 6 arms reemerged. A substantial amount of celestial energy surged into this ethereal manifestation, fortifying Nezha's corporeal form. Just as he reveled in the influx of celestial energy, a thunderous roar reverberated from above. Flash! Nezha opened his eyes to witness a spatial rift tearing through the void above the heavenly tribulation. From the rift emerged a jet-black beam, morphing into a blade that expanded rapidly, stretching thousands of feet long. descending upon him with the force to extinguish the stars. Resist it not. Nezha's spirit trembled as he attempted to evade, yet the body infused with celestial energy was rendered immobile. Just as it seemed he was on the brink of demise, a figure materialized amidst the swirling thunderclouds of the heavenly realm, a venerable elder clad in a Taoist robe. The elder's hand flashed with golden light, radiating brilliance akin to a great sun bursting forth. Within the radiance appeared an ancient golden crow, which in an instant collided with the dark blade, resulting in a violent upheaval that resonated throughout heaven and earth. The shockwave from this clash swiftly radiated outward, impacting all living beings within a myriad of miles. The cultivators in Xuantiand City were horrified to discover that their realms had silently diminished by one level. In the sky, the sinister blade was shattered, dissipating into the void. Damnable celestial tribulation. A voice bellowed in furious condemnation from the rift. As the words faded, a pure white whisk emerged from the rift, unleashing a torrent of silver light that transformed into countless strands, resembling hair, cascading from all directions towards Nezha. The elder, seated amidst the clouds, closed his eyes in meditation, extending his hand. With a resonant hum, four enigmatic swords materialized beside him, emitting a chorus of sword chimes, entwined with auspicious mists, their edges sharp enough to cleave through the void. With a gentle gesture, the elder directed the swords towards the myriad silver strands, and they vanished in an instant, reappearing at the four cardinal points of the heavens. A grand array materialized between the four swords, embodying the cosmic principles of Tai Chi, the dualities of yin and yang, the cyclical nature of the four symbols, and the mysteries of the 8 trigrams. The sword array of extermination. Both Nezha and the enigmatic entity from the rift exclaimed in unison. With a resounding clang, the four swords resonated in harmony, and where the array manifested, countless spectral swords swiftly appeared, reducing the cascading silver strands to ashes in the blink of an eye. Yet, it was regrettable that it was not the true sword array of extermination. The mysterious entity from the rift sighed, and after uttering those words, it hurled an object from the spatial rift towards Nezha. It appears that the elder transformed by the tribulation was intent on confronting the enigmatic existence. In a fleeting moment, the elder cast forth an object, and 2 resplendent rainbows soared into the heavens, vanishing into the clouds. 2 mysterious artifacts, their origins unknown, engaged in a fierce battle amidst the cloud cover. Beneath the tumultuous clouds, a tempest raged, howling winds and ominous gales clashed, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. The sky was a spectacle of bizarre phenomena as the 2 formidable beings unleashed their powers, conjuring terrifying sights. The cultivators of Xuantiand City were left aghast, their hearts racing and minds reeling. Was this the essence of true strength? Such power was utterly terrifying, capable of obliterating mountains and flattening vast seas with ease. Even more astonishing was the sight of Nezha, appearing merely as a youth, compelling a mysterious powerhouse to act against him repeatedly, while that peculiar tribulation seemed to shield him. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed through the sky. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, the ground quaked beneath them. The celestial swords, poised at the 4 corners of the sky, emanated boundless divine light. The transcendent aura within this divine radiance overwhelmed nearby cultivators, forcing them to kneel in submission. With a gentle command, Nezha drew upon the inexhaustible essence of celestial energy, summoning a 3-headed, 6-armed manifestation that radiated blinding divine light. Remarkably akin to the grand aura of the elder amidst the tribulation, sacred and unparalleled. A thunderous crash erupted from the clouds, and the illusory formation known as the celestial slaying array began to fracture. Following this sound, the array trembled violently, fervently absorbing the ambient spiritual energy to mend itself. My celestial artifact. A wail emerged from the spatial rift, filled with sorrow. The elder within the tribulation clouds sprang into action, his eyes snapping open, exuding an intimidating gaze. With a wave of his grand sleeves, 4 extraordinary swords transformed instantaneously, hurtling towards the direction of the rift, their blades shimmering with a myriad of lights, radiating pressure in all directions. As the 4 swords plunged into the rift, a cry of despair echoed, and an arm tumbled forth from the breach. The arm descended from the heavens, bathed in a brilliant crimson light, the blood a striking hue of red gold. To the astonishment of the surrounding cultivators, a drop of blood that landed nearby instantaneously transformed into a shimmering lake. This is the essence of immortality. It must be immortal. The cultivators near the lake exclaimed, their faces alight with madness. Chapter 42. The Golden Light Through the Dimensional Circle. The immortal path tribulation. I shall remember this grudge. A voice, filled with vexation, reverberated from the other side of the rift. The dark and terrifying spatial rift, under the elder's onslaught, was gradually dissipating. Upon hearing this voice, Nezha's gaze flickered. It dawned on him that he was not facing the core formation tribulation, but rather the immortal path tribulation. What, then, was this immortal path tribulation? A multitude of questions surged within Nezha's mind, each demanding answers. With a heart full of uncertainty, he turned his gaze towards the elder amidst the tribulation clouds. The elder, however, remained utterly indifferent to the voice emanating from the rift, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixated on the fissure. Compared to the other celestial beings transformed by the previous tribulations, the gaze of the old man, though imbued with a hint of vitality, appeared to be tightly restrained by some unseen force. As his eyes shifted towards Nezha, a flicker of life momentarily danced within them. Nezha felt a surge of familiarity wash over him, a startling realization dawning. This is the primordial heavenly venerable. Is this the true form of the primordial heavenly venerable? He stared in horror at the old man, witnessing the consciousness gradually fading away, transforming into the same state as the other celestial beings. An inexplicable sorrow welled up within Nezha's heart. He longed to uncover the true identities of these figures within the tribulation clouds, yet answers eluded him. Perhaps it was simply because he was not yet strong enough. At that moment, the ominous tribulation clouds in the sky began to dissipate, and a beam of golden light shot forth from the southern heavenly gate, hurtling towards Nezha in the blink of an eye. He made no move to evade it, sensing no danger, for the golden light seemed devoid of malice. However, upon contact, Nezha felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He sensed his recently attained Tai golden immortal realm rapidly plummeting, descending all the way to the foundation establishment stage, and it showed no signs of stopping. A glimmer of fear flickered in Nezha's eyes as he realized his cultivation continued to fall. He had not anticipated that the cost of abruptly regaining the Tai golden immortal state would be so exorbitant. His gaze shifted from astonishment to terror, then settled into a state of calm acceptance. Although Nezha was oblivious to the true nature of the golden light, he distinctly felt that it posed no real threat to him. Why is this so? He pondered. Eventually, he sensed that his cultivation's descent had come to a halt. A bitter smile crept onto his face, for he had reached the limits of his decline, and it was not only his cultivation that had diminished. Even his previous life's lotus body had transformed into that of a mere mortal, with his celestial roots, essence, and even his celestial bones now reduced to mortal blood and bones. Simultaneously, Nezha discovered that he possessed a soul, albeit one that was merely that of a common human. Would he, from this point onward, be condemned to a life as a mortal? Nezha's gaze turned vague with uncertainty. Just as he believed he had succumbed to a mortal existence, a remarkable transformation occurred within him. A resplendent golden elixir emerged from the depths of his consciousness, slowly swirling upon the ocean of his awareness. What is happening? Nezha was taken aback. Despite his millennia of cultivation in his previous life, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. He had never heard of anyone being able to condense an elixir within their consciousness. Wait, this is not an elixir. As Nezha immersed his mind in the ocean of consciousness, he realized that the golden elixir was rapidly disintegrating, transforming into pure energy that infused itself into his limbs and bones. While he remained absorbed in this state, a mocking laughter echoed from the vanishing spatial rift. The celestial tribulation cannot protect him. As soon as the words fell, from the vanishing void of a fist-sized spatial rift, an object emerged, darting towards Nezha in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, the elder who had accompanied the tribulation had dissipated along with it, leaving Nezha without assistance. Observing from 1,000 miles away in Xuantiand City, the figure in white was taken aback by the object ejected from the rift. Not good, he exclaimed, swiftly turning and soaring away from Xuantiand City. The object, radiant and circular, expanded rapidly as it was expelled, enveloping a vast area of 10,000 miles around Xuantiand City in mere moments. What is that? Nezha pondered, gazing at the luminous ring in the sky, unsure of its nature. The figure in white, not yet far from the scene, found himself caught within the grasp of the glowing circle. His complexion turned pale. While Nezha was oblivious to the object's significance, he recognized it all too well. This was a mysterious treasure from the spatial rift, known as the Golden Light Crossing Circle, capable of transporting individuals to unknown realms beyond comprehension. The figure in white could hardly fathom that the being would forsake such a treasure merely to prevent Nezha from remaining in this world. Yet, he had no desire to leave the Xuantiand Continent. His expression shifted, realizing he was an unwitting victim of circumstance. At that moment, the radiant circle that enveloped the 10,000 miles around Xuantiand City shimmered slightly and vanished. From a heavenly perspective, it appeared as though nothing had altered within the city. However, to anyone within that vast expanse, it became evident that all living beings had vanished without a trace. Nezha blinked, observing a colossal tree before him, so grand that it would require 10 people to encircle it, perplexed by how he had suddenly found himself in a different location. A glance skyward revealed 3 great suns hanging in the heavens, yet he felt no overwhelming heat. In that instant, Nezha realized he was likely no longer in his original world. Suddenly, amidst the towering woods, a cacophony erupted, sparks flying in all directions. A surge of electric energy crackled ominously, and a thick, azure lightning bolt shot forth, aimed directly at Nezha. Instinctively, he raised his arm in defense. A gentle tremor coursed through his left arm, emanating a layer of ethereal light, enveloping him in a luminous aura. His arm gleamed like jade, resplendent and clear. Strange runes began to manifest and flicker across Nezha's arm, akin to a multitude of stars, radiating their celestial brilliance and dissolving the azure lightning in an instant. With a resounding crash, Nezha's instinctive battle reflexes surged forth. Without hesitation, he kicked with his left leg, uprooting the massive tree before him and launching it toward the direction of the lightning. With a crack, another bolt of lightning descended from behind the tree, aiming straight for Nezha. However, at that moment, Nezha arrived before the trees, stamping his foot fiercely on the ground. He leapt into the air and, with another forceful step downward, a tremendous crash reverberated as yet another colossal tree was sent flying. The flash of lightning dissipated. Feeling the runes inscribed upon his body and the extraordinary strength coursing through him, estimated to be at least 5,000 or 6,000 pounds, Nezha was astonished. Yet he could not afford to dwell on it, for enemies still lurked in the shadows. Chapter 43, Assassination from Behind the Trees. The foe that had launched an attack against Nezha finally revealed itself, a creature that was a sinister amalgamation of serpent and dragon, entirely shrouded in black. The serpent-like beast coiled around the giant tree, flicking its tongue with icy coldness, its elongated body supporting a fearsome head that lunged towards Nezha with ferocity. Upon the serpent's flickering tongue was an enigmatic pattern, radiant and brilliant, illuminating the surrounding forest of colossal trees, followed by a thunderous roar that filled the air with a palpable menace. Behind the serpent, an ethereal apparition resembling a dragon emerged, lunging towards Nezha. Unfazed, Nezha gracefully traced a circle in the air with one hand, releasing a cascade of starlight from his form. A blazing fire lotus manifested, casting a dazzling glow as it stood resolutely before the spectral serpent. This was a technique Nezha subconsciously invoked, unaware that he was wielding a power he had never encountered before. The serpent was formidable, its body as thick as a massive tree trunk, its scales densely packed, embodying the essence of a primeval beast, as if it were a remnant from a time long past. With a resounding boom, the fire lotus blossomed gently, and the spiritual energy surrounding Nezha coalesced instantaneously into a sea of flames, the fire lotus radiating an overwhelming majesty, charging directly at the serpent. This was a fundamental clash of techniques. Amidst the fierce collision with the serpent, the fire lotus blazed intensely, sparks flying everywhere, littering the ground around them. The serpent twisted and writhed, unleashing waves of dark energy from its maw, causing the nearby trees and soil to emit a sharp, crackling sound as they were violently corroded. With a muffled thud, the fire lotus surged with a brilliant red glow, from which emerged the phantom of a phoenix, its form instantly expanding like a cloud of fire. Soaring above the serpent with an astonishing ferocity, a fire phoenix, Nezha gasped at the sight of the magnificent bird, the divine bird. How could this be possible? What kind of technique is this? Not far from the forest, a few golden core cultivators from Xuantiand City exclaimed in astonishment. Although Nezha did not fully comprehend the transformation occurring within him, he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the phoenix, one that only an ancient divine beast could possess. Within the forest, the eyes of several golden core practitioners were fixated intensely on the phoenix apparition, their gazes ablaze with fervor. This was the legendary ancient divine beast. The phoenix, its aura timeless and extraordinary. Surely, it bore an unparalleled secret technique. One among the golden core cultivators keenly discerned the truth. With a thunderous roar, the phoenix, wielding an icy might, dove downward, soaring over the serpent's spectral form. Its talons, ablaze with fiery radiance, descended directly upon the serpent. The ancient phoenix exerted a powerful tug, effortlessly tearing apart the serpent's body, which shattered into 2 pieces. showering the ground with a sparse deluge of crimson rain that soon ceased to flow. Previously, during the tribulation, Nezha had been oblivious to the nature of his heavenly trial. However, upon arriving in this unfamiliar realm, he found his comprehension of the profound truths of the universe deepening with each passing moment. Just as Nezha contemplated exploring his surroundings, several golden core cultivators hidden within the forest sprang into action, launching an impressive assault upon him. With a resounding flap, the ancient phoenix spread its wings, enveloping the scene in a fiery brilliance. A terrifying aura emanated as it dove towards the 4 golden core cultivators, its form obscured by flames, rendering it all the more fearsome. Nezha initiated his offensive, shielding himself with a fiery lotus while simultaneously directing the ethereal image of the ancient phoenix to confront the approaching cultivators. One of the golden core cultivators bellowed, brandishing a glowing long knife, exuding a menacing aura. A dark blade of energy shot forth, rapidly expanding. Within that ominous blade, a grotesque, beastly apparition resembling a lion with wings roared towards the phoenix. A violent collision ensued, and the hideous flying lion, in a fit of rage, soared into the sky to engage the ancient phoenix. The clash produced a dazzling spectacle, akin to 2 celestial bodies colliding, illuminating the previously shadowy expanse of the towering forest. A mournful cry echoed as the grotesque flying lion howled in despair. The ancient phoenix, descending with ferocity, struck down with its claw upon the lion's head, piercing it cleanly. With a resounding explosion, crimson flames surged forth, dispersing the flying lion into pure spiritual essence that vanished into the ether. The knife-wielding cultivator was left in shock, hastily casting defensive spells. The ethereal form of the ancient phoenix unfurled its wings, morphing into a terrifying cloud of fire that obscured the forest canopy as it charged towards the knife-wielding cultivator. The winds howled fiercely as Nezha leapt 100 feet into the air, landing before another golden core cultivator holding a spiritual banner, a fiery lotus hovering above his head, showering distinctive sparks around him. "Ah!" exclaimed the banner-wielding cultivator, his face etched with terror as he found himself unable to evade the fiery sparks. Nezha advanced gracefully, the fire lotus spinning abruptly, unleashing a stream of flames that ignited the banner, engulfing it in fierce flames. This was the true fire of the 3 flavors. Following this, a muffled thud resounded as Nezha delivered a powerful kick to the cultivator's chin, sending him tumbling backward, blood spewing from his mouth and nose. Nezha landed gracefully, his eyes gleaming with determination as he seized a massive tree trunk nearby and raised it high, bringing it crashing down upon the banner-wielding cultivator's head. The banner-wielding cultivator screamed in agony, for he was merely a wild cultivator with a physique of ordinary strength. The overwhelming weight of the colossal tree striking him was an unbearable sensation. With a sudden cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, followed by 2 broken teeth. His entire face racked with excruciating pain as he let out a piercing scream. Nezha, exercising restraint, chose not to extinguish the life of the banner-wielding cultivator, for he sought to uncover the nature of this place. Perhaps these individuals could prove useful. "Altogether," cried another golden core cultivator, launching an attack alongside his companion. Nezha discarded the banner-wielding cultivator as one would toss away a fruit pit and summoned the fire lotus. He charged at the 2 assailants, a brilliant radiance erupting around him. Flames flickering, malevolent spirits swirling, phoenixes calling, as spiritual energy surged, wreaking havoc in the forest. One of the cultivators, wielding a large seal, spread his fingers wide, summoning a fearsome beast formed from condensed spiritual energy that roared and lunged at Nezha. Alas, it proved ineffective. Nezha raised the fire lotus and unleashed a stream of true fire. The beast, resembling the ancient predator Tautai, opened its terrifying maw and devoured the true fire without a trace of damage. This sight startled Nezha. What formidable seals they possessed. Chapter 44. Overwhelming force suddenly. A cold light shot through the air like lightning, aimed at the back of Nezha's neck. It was another golden core cultivator, gripping a precious bow, ruthless and decisive, drawing and loosing arrows infused with vengeful energy that surged toward Nezha with alarming force. This is a ghostly technique, Nezha thought to himself, a sense of foreboding washing over him. From the depths of the forest, a startled cry echoed. Sensing something, Nezha turned sharply, his eyes sparkling with clarity and purity. With a tremor of his arm, runes shimmered and another fire lotus materialized beside him. With a thought, the 2 fire lotuses intertwined and spiraled together, merging into a blazing white lotus. This incandescent blossom radiated an extraordinary heat, warping the very space around it. The archer unleashed another soul-piercing arrow, Yet Nezha gently urged the scorching white lotus, which emitted soft hissing sounds as it melted the approaching arrows of vengeful energy before they could reach him. The archer and the seal-wielding cultivator exchanged astonished glances. Hidden nearby, the cloaked figure in white sighed softly. Truly, Nezha, having just transcended the tribulations of the celestial path. He wielded celestial power with such finesse. Beside the cloaked figure stood the two other golden core cultivators, who, upon hearing the praise for Nezha, dared not utter a sound. The archer, his face now pale, had continuously loosed arrows since the onset of the confrontation, yet none had harmed Nezha in the slightest. He had never gained the upper hand, and the blow to his confidence was immense. Do you wish to kill me? Have you considered how you will meet your end? Nezha remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, the archer's face turned ashen, yet his gaze hardened with malice as he grimly knocked another arrow, conjuring a barrage of vengeful arrows to rain down upon Nezha. Two golden core cultivators simultaneously launched an assault on Nezha, while the forest echoed with thunder and the cries of mythical phoenixes, accompanied by a deafening roar reminiscent of a voracious beast. The ancient phoenix's ethereal form resounded with a long cry, its wings beating powerfully, obscuring the entire expanse of the colossal forest. As the wings flapped, torrents of fiery rain cascaded down, exuding a terrifying and vast aura that instilled a sense of dread and oppression. The phoenix overpowered the monstrous figure, its might unparalleled and unstoppable. The ancient phoenix's spectral figure was engulfed in raging flames, swiftly entangling the beast in a fiery embrace, transforming all its internal power into flame, burning with utmost intensity. Within mere moments, the beast was reduced to pure spiritual energy, its essence dissipating into the air. With a thunderous crash, the cultivators wielding the seal and bow were sent flying by Nezha's swift strike, coughing blood as they crashed into the towering trees, utterly disheveled. The expressions of the two golden core cultivators beside the figure in white were filled with astonishment. They were aware that those individuals were also golden core practitioners, and Nezha had subdued 4 of them. Did this not imply that he could easily overpower them as well? Glancing once more at the figure in white before them, the two cultivators hesitated, realizing that, even without considering Nezha, they dared not make any move in the presence of this formidable individual. Although they sensed Nezha possessed secret techniques, the 3 cultivators, one wielding a bow, one a seal, and one a banner, had previously held a respectable status in the city of Xuantiand, where they were regarded as part of the middle class. Now, however, they found themselves in utter disgrace, overpowered by a single individual, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Nezha charged forward, delivering a kick to the bow-wielding cultivator, sending him flying like a ball into another tree. The bow-wielding cultivator shrieked in agony, never having experienced such a miserable fate. Driven by greed and convinced that Nezha possessed secret techniques, he now pondered if perhaps Nezha was devoid of any such power. No, Nezha must possess something, or else he would not have endured such punishment. The bow-wielding cultivator lamented bitterly within. The seal-wielding cultivator and the newly awakened banner-wielding cultivator attempted to flee, yet their efforts were in vain as Nezha pursued them, delivering brutal kicks that caused blood to spurt from their mouths and noses, leaving them writhing in pain upon the ground. Ultimately, Nezha seized all 3 of them, striking their chests with 3 resounding palms. The air was filled with simultaneous cries of despair. Even as golden core cultivators, they could not withstand Nezha's might. In an instant, their cores shattered, and they collapsed like ragdolls beside the tree roots, wailing in agony. "You cannot strike me. I am the son of the Lord of Xuantiand City," exclaimed the seal-wielding cultivator, mustering his spirit to confront Nezha. With a resounding thud, Nezha, without even glancing at him, pressed his palm onto the seal-wielding cultivator's crown. A dull sound echoed as the cultivator's 7 orifices bled, and he quietly perished. Witnessing the demise of his companion, the banner-wielding cultivator trembled and fainted from fright. Nezha, upon witnessing the scene, was rendered speechless. How could one reach the golden core stage with such timidity? Once one embarks on the path of cultivation, one must be prepared for the constant specter of death. The archer among the cultivators glanced at Nezha, his eyes pleading for mercy. Nezha rolled his eyes and, with a casual gesture, struck down the archer, ending his life instantly. As the battle concluded, the phoenix dissipated into ethereal energy. Just as Nezha intended to inspect his own condition, 3 streaks of light suddenly illuminated the horizon, soaring towards him. In an instant, they arrived. "Excellent. I just witnessed your decisive actions. This individual is desired by my celestial holy court." As the light faded, the first figure revealed was an elderly man clad in white, surrounded by auspicious clouds. "Humph, what is your celestial holy court to me?" This disciple rightfully belongs to my Qianshu hall. The second streak of light revealed a middle-aged man adorned in a resplendent star-patterned robe, wielding a sword that radiated unmatched sharpness. In Nezha's memory, the sword intent emanating from this man could only be matched by the sword immortal El Dongbin in the days of the heavenly court. The third streak of light arrived, revealing a woman draped in emerald robes. Nezha couldn't help but admire her grace. Child, your talent is exceedingly rare in this world. Possessing the foundation of the Golden Core Path, would you care to join my celestial holy court? We are the foremost court in the imperial realm, with countless celestial arts at your disposal. Join us, and the great path awaits. The elderly man's gaze was intense as he approached Nezha, unable to contain his eagerness. Just then, a cold snort echoed beside him. Humph! Do not listen to the old fool's nonsense. Come to my Qianshu hall. We are the foremost in offensive prowess within the imperial realm. If you join us, none shall rival you. The middle-aged man in the deep blue robe also gazed intently at Nezha, as if he were a rare treasure. Nezha turned his attention to the stunning woman, who smiled softly. My Cold Moon Pavilion has never accepted male disciples, nor do we accept those of ambiguous nature. At this moment, being in a foreign land, Nezha pondered that entering a sect would be most beneficial, but which one to choose? You wish to take him as a disciple? A cool, detached voice suddenly resonated. The four turned towards the source, their pupils narrowing. A figure in white approached gracefully, seeming like an immortal untainted by the mundane world. What puzzled them was that the person's face seemed shrouded in mist. None had noticed his presence earlier. From where had he emerged? The elderly man, the star-robed middle-aged man, and the captivating woman regarded the white-clad guest with caution. He is an ancient celestial being. Are you certain you wish to take him as a disciple? The white-clad guest spoke slowly. In the next moment, the two individuals who had initially greeted Nezha with enthusiasm suddenly grew cold, their expressions filled with hesitation. Even the stunning woman cast a look of pity towards him. What ancient celestial being? I am not. Nezha furrowed his brow in denial. You are. And your denial does not determine the truth. The man in white chuckled softly, producing an object from his voluminous sleeves. It was a token inscribed with the character for celestial. An ancient celestial being. The three before Nezha exclaimed in unison upon seeing the token. Indeed, I am an ancient celestial being. The man in white stated nonchalantly, the mist of mystery around his face gradually dissipating. Nezha's pupils contracted. This man's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. In that instant, he recalled the figure of the man in green. Is this person the green-clad Nezha? No, it cannot be. The aura is different. Nezha's thoughts raced, his gaze deepening. Do not regard me with such eyes. I am not him, yet we share the same fate, the man in white said, shaking his head as he regarded Nezha. Confused by his words, Nezha was at a loss, unable to comprehend the meaning behind them. You will understand in due time, the man in white remarked before striding into the depths of the vast forest. The individuals before Nezha now regarded him with complex expressions. The elderly man in white and the middle-aged man in starry robes sighed softly, turning to take a step into the void, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from Nezha's sight. Only the breathtaking woman lingered, staring at Nezha for a moment before saying, "This is the endless wasteland. Continue in that direction, and you will encounter signs of civilization. Do not inquire about the ancient celestial beings. You shall learn in time." With that, she sighed lightly and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from Nezha's view. Throughout the encounter, Nezha remained perplexed, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he found everything shrouded in mystery. It seemed he must first seek out signs of life. He contemplated the direction indicated by the stunning woman. However, Nezha did not rush to depart. Instead, he began to investigate the situation within himself. As his consciousness immersed in the sea of awareness, Nezha was taken aback. He beheld a chaotic pearl of unknown origin within his consciousness, radiating beams of light akin to starlight, each illuminated by intricate runes, appearing extraordinarily mystical. As he attempted to delve into the essence of the enigmatic pearl, a piece of information imprinted itself upon Nezha's mind. The Supreme Qian Scripture? Nezha was astonished. The name bore an air of distinction. As he pondered the information, he understood that this was the method of cultivating the Supreme Qian Spirit Crystal. To practice the Supreme Qian Scripture was fundamentally different from the path of immortality. It required a robust foundation. In the initial stages of cultivation, one must possess a physique akin to the primordial gods and demons, and the soul must be immensely pure. This was a pathway directly leading to the realm of the immortals. From the outset, Nezha was certain of this. Yet, such a method of cultivation was exceedingly arduous, even scarce in the former heavenly court. Even more terrifying is the fact that this supreme mystery scripture requires the mastery of 814, 932 arcane characters, which must then be imprinted upon one's flesh, blood, and bones. If it were only this, Nezha felt he could manage it. But the final requirement is to engrave these arcane characters into the soul and true spirit. What is the soul? Without cultivation, the soul is the most fragile aspect of a living being. Even the most powerful deities, having cultivated their divine souls to great heights, would rarely resort to using their souls unless absolutely necessary. This method astonishingly demands the imbuement of arcane characters onto the true spirit. As Nezha contemplated this, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. What kind of technique is this? He pondered. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Nezha resolved to refrain from cultivation for the time being and ventured northward. However, after walking for a short while, he decided to pursue the supreme mystery scripture. Realizing that he could no longer practice the techniques he had previously mastered, it seemed as though something was obstructing his cultivation. Reluctantly, Nezha began to cultivate the supreme mystery scripture. He arrived in a desolate wilderness, where jagged stone mountains rose steeply, adorned with raging waterfalls cascading down. Any ordinary cultivator would find themselves trembling in fear at the thought of traversing this terrain without employing their magical powers. The waterfall was fearsome. Nezha witnessed a monstrous beast accidentally fall into the water, only to be instantly swept away by the torrent, crashing into the depths below and being reduced to mere flesh and blood. This was the very place Nezha chose for his training, beneath this extraordinary waterfall. Boom! As Nezha stepped under the cascade, he was immediately toppled by the white waves. The waterfall plummeted from heights of hundreds to thousands of meters, its force overwhelming. Undeterred, Nezha rose, gripping the rocks with hands like iron clamps, holding his breath as he began to ascend, each step a grueling challenge. The white waves enveloped him, and a distinctive white crest could be seen on the cliff face, for the torrent's power was beyond the capacity of ordinary human strength to withstand. Thud! A massive boulder fell, hurtling towards Nezha with such speed and ferocity that it sent shivers through his very being. Even as he was submerged by the white waves, Nezha sensed the danger and quickly dodged aside. Though he evaded the descending boulder, he stumbled, and with a thunderous crash, was swept away by the surge of water. This was merely the beginning. The ultimate cultivation would require him to withstand the relentless waves and eventually swim against the current of the waterfall. As the sun set, battered and bruised, Nezha found a cave to shelter in. At this moment, having undergone tribulation, Nezha had become a mortal being. During the day beneath the waterfall, he had chosen a relatively safe area to strengthen his physical form. Chapter 46, The Supreme Mystery Scripture. This marked the first step in cultivating the Supreme Mystery Scripture. And Nezha's body was a canvas of bruises, mottled with shades of blue and purple. In his previous pursuits of celestial scriptures, Nezha had never endured such physical injuries. Returning to the vibrant figure of Nezha, he mustered his resolve, a wisp of spiritual energy coalescing before him, transforming into a finely crafted carving knife. Nezha furrowed his brow slightly, then concentrated on the knife, guiding it with his consciousness to inscribe the first mystic symbol upon his arm. This symbol, etched upon his forehead between his brows, bore the likeness of a blazing flame. Carefully manipulating the spiritual carving knife to trace the intricate design upon his brow, a fleeting sting was felt as he executed each stroke, meticulously crafting the symbol that required a total of 81 strokes. As time ticked away, Nezha finally completed the engraving. Upon the symbol's finalization, a wondrous phenomenon erupted. With a thunderous roar, his entire being radiated light. The spiritual energy within him surged, producing a resounding echo. Ethereal chants reminiscent of celestial beings resonated from his corporeal form, accompanied by the ferocious cries of ancient beasts, startling the nearby demonic creatures into a hasty retreat. At this moment, the ocean of Nezha's consciousness also illuminated, revealing towering mountains and the celestial bodies in motion. As if the ancient pantheon of deities were chanting in unison, their voices grand, mysterious, and solemn. In a trance, Nezha felt as if he had returned to a primordial age, listening to the sages imparting wisdom. The spiritual energy surrounding him erupted, drawing forth a torrent of essence toward his physical form. These energies occasionally morphed into ancient divine beasts such as azure dragons, Paishio, and phoenixes, vividly alive, exuding a sacred aura, almost palpable in reality. Within Nezha's body, blood surged through robust veins, glistening with a liquid akin to dew, yet radiating a golden glow. This liquid was the highly concentrated essence of celestial energy, nourishing Nezha's veins, bones, and flesh. Enveloped in a multitude of extraordinary phenomena, Nezha's body shimmered with a divine light, an aura of the extraordinary enveloping him. Thus passed the night, and with the dawn of the third day, Nezha awoke from his meditation. He felt that his physical form had attained a terrifying strength compared to the previous day. Now, should a foundational stage cultivator stand before him, Nezha sensed he could obliterate them solely with his corporeal might, devoid of any spells or supernatural abilities. Taking a deep breath, Nezha's eyes sparkled with determination as he made his way once more to the waterfall. Days turned into weeks as Nezha diligently practiced in this locale, rising early and returning late. When hunger struck, he would catch a beast to satiate his appetite, and when thirst beckoned, he would drink directly from the waterfall's cascading waters. The waterfall thundered, a deafening roar crashing down from the mountain. Nezha, facing the misty torrent, began to attempt the climb. Struggling upwards, he pressed on despite the peril, allowing massive boulders dislodged by the waterfall to collide with him as he clung to the rock face, ascending. In just half a month, he had forged a body of iron and bronze. Suddenly, a massive boulder cascaded down from above, not from the highest point, yet its descent alongside the waterfall was awe-inspiring. Weighing clearly thousands of pounds, upon impact, it would exert a tremendous force of at least tens of thousands of pounds. Nezha was engulfed by the white torrent, sensing an impending crisis. Nevertheless, he chose not to evade this time, instead opting to withstand the impact with his physical body, eager to discover the limits of his strength. With a resounding thud, the boulder struck his back, producing a deep, muffled sound, as the white waves surged skyward, creating a vast, chaotic expanse. Nezha did not channel his spiritual energy, yet his physique emanated a crystalline luster, casting a hazy glow. He successfully absorbed the blow purely through his physical prowess. His body trembled as the ethereal light of the mysterious inscriptions receded. Although his back throbbed painfully, his bones remained uninjured, and he had withstood the impact. Nezha grinned widely. This was the culmination of his arduous training over the past fortnight, a relentless pursuit of improvement that required no invocation of mystical inscriptions, allowing his body to naturally radiate a layer of transcendent light. This was the sheer power of the physical form, utterly formidable. Was this the true path to immortality as described in the Taishan canon? Nezha pondered aloud. Thus, day after day, month after month, Nezha toiled diligently, returning home each evening battered and bruised. Fortunately, within this endless wasteland, there existed a plethora of savage beasts devoid of intelligence, and the region he had chosen was populated by rather ordinary creatures. Initially, Nezha had intended to practice for a while and then depart. However, upon attempting to venture in any direction, he encountered numerous formidable beasts, their combat prowess rivaling that of those in the integration stage. Until he attained the strength to contend with beings of the nascent soul stage, he resolutely refused to act recklessly. Half a year swiftly passed, and as he engaged in his daily regimen, Nezha gazed upon the rising three suns on the horizon, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Now, Nezha had long discarded his sect's garments, donning instead the pelts fashioned by the beasts, emanating an aura of wildness. His exposed skin gleamed like jade, the mystical inscriptions naturally concealing themselves when not in use, and he exuded a fierce vitality reminiscent of those who transcended through martial prowess. In this moment, Nezha felt utterly unperturbed by the waterfall's onslaught. Even if the entire cascade were to engulf him in an instant, he would remain fearless. Bathed in the morning glow, his silhouette was cast against the rising sun, radiating an unspoken air of terror, akin to ancient deities, his physical form saturated with the essence of the wild. Nezha was confident that should he reclaim his celestial status now, his combat abilities would far surpass those of his previous life. However, I believe I can grow even stronger. Nezha mused to himself. With a newfound resolve, he decided to dedicate an additional month to further refining his physique. Boom. Another day of rigorous training commenced, with the heavens clashing with thunder and torrential rain. Although it was broad daylight, standing beneath the waterfall, Nezha found himself enveloped in darkness, unable to discern much light. Yet, a sense of joy blossomed within him, for this sudden calamity had caused the waterfall to collapse. Amidst the tumultuous cascade of the waterfall, boulders were relentlessly hurled downward, crashing toward Nezha with ferocity, accompanied by an even more formidable torrent. Yet, Nezha remained undaunted, resolutely ascending against the current, enduring with his corporeal form, climbing the waterfall, and progressing along the river, steadfastly journeying northward into the boundless wasteland. The river, now swollen with murky waters and ferocious boulders surging forth, heralded a calamity. Nevertheless, Nezha exhibited no fear. Though he was at times swept away by the torrential mountain flood and slammed against the cliffs, he did not falter, regaining his footing and continuing onward. The disaster raged, indifferent to life, yet Nezha's expression remained unchanged as he beheld the desolation along the riverbanks. Chapter 47. Forging without the shimmering brilliance of mystical texts adorning his form, devoid of magical assistance, he relied solely on the arduous trials of his physical being. Enduring countless tribulations and the harsh embrace of the tempest, Nezha's body radiated a lustrous sheen. In silence, he advanced alone beneath the weight of celestial might. As the storm abated, evening descended, the clouds dispersed, revealing a landscape of shattered giants, surging waters, and tumbling stones, where many areas had transformed into vast marshes and small lakes. Nezha, drenched yet unbroken, his body gleaming and unscathed, bore testament to his remarkable resilience. His physical strength exceeded all expectations, and his mental fortitude was equally formidable. After more than half a year of relentless training, he had persevered through the trials of overwhelming celestial power, his will as unyielding as iron. That night, Nezha sat cross-legged within a cave, where flickering flames illuminated the surroundings. This was the culmination of his cultivation before facing the tribulations. The innate mystical texts he had forged now harmonized with his original text. Currently, his form bore the intricate inscriptions of 981 profound symbols, should they be simultaneously activated. Nezha believed he could confront the formidable challenges of the nascent soul stage with sheer physical prowess. During his time in this boundless wasteland, Nezha encountered a source of vexation. The beasts inhabiting this realm, though exuding the aura of their respective realms, exhibited terrifying combat prowess. For instance, upon his initial arrival, he faced a foundational beast that, in battle, astonishingly approached the peak of the Golden Core stage. This revelation left Nezha in awe. While he had encountered fierce beasts before, the sheer strength of the creatures within this endless expanse was unprecedented. Consequently, Nezha felt a sense of disquiet. Even more troubling for Nezha was his realization that each strand of spiritual energy within this realm was imbued with the essence of the celestial. Had he still retained his previous understanding of the Tao, he would have felt utterly outmatched against adversaries of equal standing. Thus, doubt began to stir within him. Were the celestial beings he once knew truly divine? What, indeed, is the essence of divinity? For the first time, Nezha found himself questioning the validity of his former path in the celestial way. Taking a deep breath, Nezha momentarily set aside the perplexing questions that plagued him. Tonight, he was determined to embark on a significant endeavor. He began the formal practice of the second layer of the Tai Xian Jing, inscribing the profound texts into the very essence of his soul. Only through this endeavor could he amass a substantial reservoir of magical power once again. As his consciousness submerged into the sea of awareness, he revisited the enigmatic orb. The second layer of the profound text was to be derived from this chaotic jewel, a revelation bestowed upon him upon completing the first layer of physical cultivation. As Nezha's consciousness brushed against the chaotic orb, a rune shimmered into existence, swiftly penetrating his awareness. In that instant, Nezha beheld a terrifying vision, as if transported to an ancient primordial realm. In a place steeped in the essence of the primeval world, an ancient divine beast, Baizhe, was engaged in a fierce battle against a primordial deity. Nezha fixated on the struggle between the beast and the divine being. His mind unperturbed, Baizhe radiated a soft white luminescence, gradually transforming into a resplendent entity. The clash with the divine was intense, both parties sustaining injuries. Baizhe was tainted with divine blood, yet also bore its own sacred essence, exuding a pressure that shook the heavens and the earth, its form nearly reaching the celestial vault. Observing the tumultuous battle, Nezha's gaze remained unwavering. How many souls had the fortune to witness Baizhe confronting a deity? This rune harbored immense potential. Could this be the wondrous application of the Tai Xian Jing? As he sat in meditation, Nezha's eyes were firmly shut, emanating a tranquil and harmonious aura, surrounded by starlight and enveloped in ethereal white rays, a spectacle of divine mystery. As Nezha delved deeper into the conflict between the beast and the deity, his comprehension of the rune deepened. Gradually, he began to grasp the fundamental significance articulated by the profound text. A radiant brilliance emerged upon his soul, enveloping it as if countless ancient primordial deities were safeguarding his essence, intoning the sounds of the great Tao to nurture his spirit and cultivate his true self, facilitating Nezha's swift metamorphosis. Outside the cave where Nezha resided, countless demonic beasts howled, their eyes fixed upon the entrance, revealing a medley of dread and avarice. In a moment of brilliance, Nezha's physical form shimmered with celestial light, manifesting various divine and beastly apparitions around him. Within him, blood surged like a torrent, each drop nurturing a rune, intricately woven together, with his aura growing ever more formidable. Nezha, eyes closed, radiated light and rain, undergoing continuous transformation. The spiritual energy of the universe, accompanied by the essence of celestial beings, surged within him, nourishing his organs and physical form, rendering him translucent and crystalline. His lifeblood flowing like a vast river, reminiscent of the heavenly constellations in motion. Suddenly, Nezha opened his eyes, all starlight retracting, his body appearing as though sculpted from exquisite jade. The demonic beasts outside the cave were startled, sensing a shift in the air, and scattered in fright. Within the cave, a smirk curled at the corners of Nezha's mouth as he rose, taking a step forward, and found himself standing at the cave's entrance. Nezha fixated on a beast resembling a horse, poised to flee. Extending his hand, he formed a palm strike that instantaneously pierced through the creature. A searing flame erupted from his hand, and after 5 breaths, a savory aroma permeated the air. Casting a glance at the other escaping beasts, Nezha felt no inclination to pursue them. Instead, he seized one of their legs and began to feast. The following day, Nezha emerged from the cave, casting a final glance back before setting his course northward. This marked the 8th month since Nezha's tribulation. In the direction he was heading, there existed a tree demon. A transformed locust tree, notorious for its predation on other beasts, consuming their flesh and bones, siphoning their blood marrow, and refining their essence. A formidable creature indeed. Through numerous investigations, Nezha had ascertained that the tree demon's combat prowess was on par with the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, boasting a cultivation level of the 4th tier in that realm. However, Nezha felt no trepidation. He was confident in his ability to vanquish this tree demon. Proceeding directly, he approached within 50 zhang of the locust tree. Observing the tree demon, now eerily still and markedly different from his previous observations, Nezha grinned. "Locust tree, I know you can hear me. Surrender your heart, and I shall spare your life," he declared, his words laced with a chilling cruelty. After 8 months of cultivation, Nezha had shed certain divine traits he once possessed in the heavenly court. He recognized that he was now merely a cultivator retracing his steps along the path of immortality, and he had begun to doubt the very essence of the celestial path he once followed. Thus, Nezha resolved to regard himself as a novice, meticulously retracing his steps, believing that clarity would eventually dawn upon him. "Do you intend to feign an ordinary locust tree?" Nezha scoffed, awaiting the demon's attack, aware that the area surrounding the tree was imbued with a naturally occurring innate formation capable of bewildering the minds of others. Suddenly, the tree demon stirred. A foul, dark light surged forth as a grotesquely twisted branch lunged towards Nezha, replete with the anguished wails of countless beastly souls, emanating an aura of terror. Unfazed, Nezha's forehead glimmered with arcane patterns, his body radiating a resplendent luminescence akin to starlight, with vitality ascending like smoke toward the heavens. In the face of the menacing branch, Nezha merely extended his hand forward and gently tapped. Taishian's secret technique, falling immortal finger. In an instant, all the souls surrounding the branch dissipated into pure spiritual energy, and the twisted branch was reduced to ash. A scream echoed as the tree demon's true form finally revealed itself. Chapter 48. The demise of the tree demon. Atop the flourishing branches of the locust tree blossomed dark, ominous flowers, exuding an odor both repugnant and alluring. Nezha smiled. While the locust tree's blossoms were typically pale yellow, this particular tree had forsaken the path of immortality, instead embracing the dark arts. Yet, if the tree demon intended to wield these enchanting flowers to ensnare his senses, it would surely be met with disappointment. Nezha let out a cold chuckle, as mystical inscriptions radiated from his body, shimmering in the air. Glowing runes emerged from his flesh, floating around him, spinning gently. Tendrils of black mist drifted from the flowers, dissipating instantly before Nezha, causing him no harm. "A mere 4th level Xuantiand demon dares to challenge me?" Nezha sneered inwardly, extending his right hand, whereupon the gun of virtue materialized. Perhaps at this moment, it should not merely be referred to as the gun of virtue, but rather the celestial spirit spear, for it had absorbed countless celestial energies during Nezha's tribulation, solidifying into a tangible form. When compared to other cultivators' treasures, the celestial spirit spear's rank surpassed that of a top-grade spiritual weapon, only slightly inferior to Nezha's current physical form. With a flicker of determination, Nezha soared forward, closing in on the locust tree demon. With a sweeping thrust, countless branches shattered, echoing the demon's anguished cries through the air. The inscriptions on Nezha's body flowed with energy, channeling immense strength into the spear. With a gentle tremor, a multitude of runes radiated starlight, coursing down his right arm and into the spear. In an instant, the celestial spirit spear blazed with brilliance, adorned with a shimmering, celestial illusion. This was a remarkable application of the mystic runes as taught in the Taishan scripture. Should he gather various spiritual materials in the future, Nezha intended to further refine the celestial spirit spear, inscribing additional runes upon it. Empowered by the celestial illusion, the spear exuded an overwhelming force, visibly fracturing the surrounding space. Sensing a life-threatening peril, the locust tree demon trembled violently, dark mist swirling around it, from which emerged the wails of countless ferocious beast souls. The branches of the locust tree writhed wildly, lashing out at Nezha. Unperturbed, Nezha maintained his focus, thrusting the spear directly into the trunk of the tree. A beastly visage emerged on the demon's bark, its resinous eyes glistening with resentment, fear, and desperation. The manifestation of a beastly face likely stemmed from its isolation in this desolate realm, coupled with its ignorance of the celestial path. Having attained sentience, it had relied solely on instinct to cultivate, growing stronger by consuming the flesh and souls of various demons. However, in Nezha's eyes, this was nothing short of a path to death. If the locust tree demon merely consumed the flesh of other demons, it might have been bearable, but it had also devoured the souls of fierce beasts, and in considerable numbers. The transformation of flora and fauna into demons was already an arduous task, upon gaining intelligence. Akin to that of a 3-year-old child, thoughtlessly consuming the souls of other beings would inevitably taint its once pure consciousness with the memories of those beastly souls. Generally, such beings as the locust tree, after becoming demons, lacked the inheritance of cultivation methods found in certain beastly bloodlines. They were innately incapable of refining their abilities and could only rely on instinct. Rather than a locust tree demon, it would be more accurate to call it a locust tree fiend. Nezha's spirit flowed as the arcane inscriptions of the three-flavor true fire suddenly illuminated, a flicker of flame ascending upon his arm. In the next instant, it surged into his spear, penetrating the form of the locust tree demon. A chilling and fearsome wail echoed, marking the end of the locust tree demon's life. Before Nezha's eyes, the demon's wooden body and branches swiftly transformed into ashes, revealing glimmers of fire within. As the ashes settled, only a tree of flames remained, quietly burning. Nezha grinned, dissipating the power of the inscriptions. Without its source of energy, the fiery tree gradually faded away. Upon the demise of the locust tree demon, the surrounding black mist instantly cleared, and the remnants of the demon's soul turned into twinkling starlight, dissipating into the air. Just as Nezha was about to depart, a glimmer caught his eye amidst the ash. He extended his hand, palm up, and with a gentle wave, a small whirlwind stirred through the heap of ashes, unveiling an object within. Nezha's gaze brightened. A heart of a tree aged nearly 10,000 years. His heart raced, and he inhaled sharply. He recalled having seen tree demons of such age in the heavenly court, like the ginseng fruit tree of the ancestral earth immortal, Xuantiand, or the mother peach tree in the heavenly court's peach garden, all exceeding 10,000 years and having transformed into demons. However, despite their demonhood, these two trees remained securely locked away, yielding fruit for the immortals to consume. The ginseng fruits and peaches they bore were extraordinary in their own right, let alone the heart of the tree. Looking at the heart before him, Nezha felt a pang of regret. Had this tree demon embarked on the path of demon cultivation, it would undoubtedly have been remarkable. Yet, had the locust tree demon been a cultivator, Nezha might not have approached. The combat prowess of fully matured grass and wood spirits was astonishing, especially for a tree demon approaching 10,000 years of age. Such tree demons had stood in the world for countless eons before becoming demons. Had the locust tree demon not recklessly consumed souls, clouding its intelligence, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Nezha picked up the tree heart. Unlike the tree hearts he had previously encountered, this one bore no resemblance to a human heart, but rather resembled the heart of a beast. A consequence of the locust tree demon's indiscriminate consumption of demon beast souls, Nezha mused. He then stored the ancient tree heart into his spatial pouch and continued onward. As he traversed the endless desolation, teeming with demon beasts, Nezha walked for many days before realizing the great terror lurking within this boundless realm. Initially, upon arriving in this inexplicable world, he felt a sense of oppression, assuming it stemmed from the mingling of spiritual energy with celestial essence. However, as he ventured away from the central area of the endless desolation, that oppressive sensation gradually waned. It was precisely within this diminishing sense of pressure that countless formidable demon beasts resided. Moreover, the demonic creatures residing here are distinctly different from those encountered by Nezha in the depths of the endless wilderness. These beings are not devoid of intellect. Rather, they exude a ferocious aura. Some of the creatures Nezha secretly observed appeared to possess a semblance of consciousness. This area is teeming with sentient beings, almost deserving the title of a realm of demons. At this moment, Nezha stood before a grand gate entwined with colossal trees, adorned with peculiar inscriptions that seemed to emanate a hint of demonic essence. Could it be the language of demons? Nezha pondered. In the past, within the Celestial Palace, Nezha had the fortune of encountering an ancient demon, a relic from bygone eras, who was well-versed in the demonic script and possessed formidable power, prompting even the Celestial Palace to show respect. Gazing at the tree gate before him, Nezha felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Surrounding the gate were various creatures, including a gigantic bird resembling a peacock in vibrant blue and beasts akin to Qiankun, even some that bore the semblance of divine beasts, all traversing the area. Many of the demons had already transformed significantly into humanoid forms. At this moment, Nezha was certain that he had entered the realm of demons. This fiery red, one-legged bird demon, akin to an ostrich, must possess the bloodline of a Baifeng, Nezha thought wide-eyed, recalling that there had only been one Baifeng in the Celestial Palace. Human? A demon with a lion's head exclaimed, gazing at Nezha with astonishment. What is the matter? Nezha scratched his head, pondering whether this was indeed a lion that had cultivated into a sentient being. Slurp. The lion demon's enormous head suddenly extended its tongue and licked Nezha's face, close enough for him to feel its warmth. So fragrant. The lion demon gazed at Nezha with intensity, as if he were a succulent piece of roasted meat. Nezha's lips twitched. It appeared the lion demon viewed him as potential sustenance. How could a human venture into the endless wilderness? Are you truly of the human race? After retracting his tongue, the lion demon paused, his expression filled with skepticism as he scrutinized Nezha. At this moment, the lion demon's words attracted the attention of other nearby creatures, who gazed curiously at Nezha, some even sniffing the air as if detecting something intriguing. He is human, but would you dare to consume him? A dog-faced demon interjected suddenly. If he is human, then I dare to eat him. What is there that I would not consume? The lion demon took a couple of steps closer to Nezha, his massive head almost brushing against Nezha's face. Feeling the eyes of the surrounding creatures upon him, Nezha couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Once a divine being in the celestial realm, the foremost warrior of the heavenly court, was he now destined to become a meal for a lion? What a jest! A radiant starry glow manifested, and over 900 arcane symbols were unleashed in an instant, surrounding Nezha with a fearsome aura that compelled the nearby creatures to instinctively retreat a step. Xuantiand? The lion demon exclaimed, startled and retreating further, his gaze filled with disbelief. In the lion demon's experience, he had never encountered such a young practitioner at the Xuantiand stage among humans. As one typically progresses to the Xuantiand stage, their lifespan is significantly prolonged. However, while cultivation can extend life and delay aging, it seldom grants eternal youth, save for certain esoteric techniques or elixirs. The lion demon's eyes flickered momentarily, casting a suspicious glance at Nezha, as if doubting whether an ancient entity lay concealed within the youthful figure. Recalling the recent act of licking a Xuantiand cultivator, who was merely at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, he involuntarily shuddered. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the surrounding demons, Nezha's heart tightened. Although his combat prowess and the aura he exuded surpassed even the pinnacle of the Xuantiand stage, his cultivation level remained at that of the Golden Core, specifically at the 3rd level. Nezha sensed the presence of an ancient demon at the divine transformation stage among the assembly, a presence that fluctuated ominously. He had no desire to confront such a formidable entity within the demon's lair, especially considering that these demons appeared to possess extraordinary capabilities, surpassing those from his previous celestial realm. Their cultivation energies were remarkably refined, hinting at an unknown method of training. With a swift turn of thought, Nezha recalled a detail. Within the chaotic pearl in his consciousness, there seemed to be arcane scripts pertaining to demons. In the next moment, a spirit energy-congealed carving knife materialized within his mind. Swiftly delving into the chaotic pearl to locate the relevant arcane script, ultimately selecting the simplest one. With a flurry of 3 cuts, the arcane script took form, and Nezha's aura transformed dramatically, emanating a unique essence characteristic of demons. The surrounding demons, within 3 breaths, witnessed Nezha's aura shift from the delectable scent of humanity to one reminiscent of their own kind. Immediately, a collective astonishment gripped the crowd, Was he human or demon? I am a demon. The reason I bore a human scent was due to my recent research into a technique capable of completely masquerading as a human, Nezha proclaimed, feigning an air of profundity. Is this the aura of an ant demon? Inquired the previously speaking dog demon, his gaze filled with confusion, twitching his nose as he spoke. So that is the case. You are indeed a venerable ant demon. The lion demon responded with newfound reverence, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. The onlookers were equally astonished, for the transformation of an ant into a demon is a rare phenomenon, significantly more challenging than that of ordinary creatures. Ants are exceedingly uncommon among demons. Yet, when an ant does ascend to demonhood, they often stand as paragons within their realm, capable of overwhelming their peers solely through physical prowess. I shall assist the venerable one, the lion demon exclaimed, noticing the drool on Nezha's face. Hastily retrieving his beast hide garment to wipe it away, Nezha's lips twitched. This lion demon was truly bold. Such actions could jeopardize the profound image he had just established as an enigmatic ant demon. No need for that, Nezha replied, subtly concealing the arcane script on his arm, gently swatting the lion demon's hand away. Bang! Surrounded by various demons, the lion demon darted towards a wooden house like a streak of light, embedding its lion-like body within the wooden planks, leaving only its legs dangling outside. Such immense strength. Truly, it was worthy of being an ant transformed into a demon. The other demons gazed solemnly and swiftly dispersed in silence, for none wished to provoke this ant demon. After all, who would want to be sent flying by a single blow, like that recent lion demon? As the crowd dispersed, Nezha felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed he had managed to evade detection. Now, he thought, it was time to ascertain his location. After half a day's inquiries in this gathering place of demon cultivators, Nezha unearthed some intriguing information. This haven for demon practitioners was established by a demon king from a celestial realm, intended to enlighten numerous demon cultivators about the wonders of heaven and earth. It was precisely for this reason that Nezha discovered a place akin to a library within this gathering, filled with accounts of this continent's extraordinary tales. At that moment, Nezha was in the library known as the Demon Lore Pavilion, perusing a particular volume. The contents of the book astonished him. He had stumbled upon the upper Qian realm of the heavenly mysterious continent. This was, in fact, the very realm that many cultivators of the heavenly mysterious continent aspired to reach, their celestial realm. However, this was not the heavenly domain, according to legend. This realm was a fusion of various large planes, while the world of the heavenly mysterious continent was referred to as a small world by the demon cultivators here. Subsequently, Nezha gleaned peculiar information from another book titled Encounters with Celestial Deities in the Upper Qian Realm, where he learned about the ancient celestial beings. The narrative recounted that 30,000 years ago, during the fusion of a major realm, a group of self-proclaimed celestial deities was encountered. The book provided a relatively detailed description of these beings, among whom was Nezha himself. This revelation sent a chill down his spine, leaving him feeling somewhat unnerved. The text narrated that 30,000 years prior, during the fusion of the Upper Qian realm with another significant realm, a group of cultivators claiming to be celestial deities even established an organization called the Heavenly Court. This realm was ruled by those celestial deities over 3,000 small worlds and 3 major planes. Whenever the Upper Qian realm sought to merge with another major realm, the celestial realm within the Upper Qian realm would issue decrees to the various realms, commanding high-ranking cultivators, such as Nezha and the other celestial beings, to launch assaults on the opposing realm. Following this conflict, the various sects within the Upper Qian realm gleaned knowledge from the organization that called itself the Heavenly Court, thus realizing that this was a pseudo-celestial realm, a fragment of the true celestial domain. The book essentially conveyed these ideas, prompting Nezha to recall the words of King Biancheng during his time in the Six Gates secret realm, stirring his mind profoundly. The timeline described in the book regarding the realm fusion war coincided precisely with what King Biancheng had mentioned. Could it be that the extraterrestrial demons were indeed cultivators from this realm? Then, Nezha glanced at the final page of the book, which mentioned that over the subsequent 30,000 years, numerous fragments of the celestial realm had been discovered, each associated with an organization named the Heavenly Court. And even the celestial beings within bore striking similarities. The ancient celestial beings, as described, are those forsaken by the heavenly laws of this realm after being vanquished in battle amidst the fragments of the celestial realm, never to tread the path of cultivation again. Boom. Upon this revelation, Nezha could no longer contain his overwhelming aura, which erupted forth in an instant, revealing his human essence. He began to grasp certain truths. The assailants on the heavenly court were not necessarily denizens of the Upper Qian Great Realm. They could very well be from other celestial courts. Yet, how could he trust the words of a mere tome? Nezha dared not place his faith in it. His restless energy surged as he felt the need to seek the truth for himself. In a flicker of his gaze, a multitude of demon cultivators emerged behind him. Among them a ferocious lion demon. The lion demon, rendered speechless by Nezha's presence, realized from the aura emanating from the youth that he had been deceived. This realization ignited a furious rage within him. He had been outsmarted by a mortal he typically regarded as prey. However, the lingering pain from his broken arm served as a stark reminder that this human youth was not to be trifled with. The physical form of this youth was more formidable than that of any demon. He was akin to a humanoid beast. "Are you demon or human?" inquired a creature resembling a bifong, its avian eyes glimmering with a perilous light. Outside the demon hearing pavilion, an assembly of demons gathered, their scales shimmering or feathers resplendent, each exuding a radiant aura. Among them was a being shaped like a human, yet bearing the head of a dragon, exuding an imposing presence as golden rays flowed from him. He stepped forth from the throng of demons and entered the pavilion. The atmosphere trembled with the energy of this formidable demon, a spirit-severing entity with a trace of dragon blood, possessing strength akin to that of ancient deities, capable of shifting mountains and seas. "Let me devour him. He is an ancient celestial being, a great source of nourishment." The dragon-headed demon declared with a covetous gaze fixed upon Nezha. "Devour me?" Nezha retorted with a hint of a cruel smile, recalling the last time he had tasted dragon meat during the grand peach banquet in the heavenly court. It seemed that every demon in the vicinity caught wind of Nezha's scent. The modest structure of the demon hearing pavilion shattered, and numerous creatures materialized before him. "How can I be left out of this feast?" With a thunderous crash, the pavilion disintegrated, sending splinters flying amidst the swirling dust, from which emerged a golden four-armed ape. The four-armed golden ape let out a mighty roar that reverberated through the air, instilling fear in all who heard it. It pounded its chest with great force, its primal nature unrestrained, akin to striking a colossal drum, deep and resonant. With a thunderous sound, this towering five-zhong golden being leapt into the ruins of the pavilion, instantly enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, shattering the ground beneath it. Its golden fur glistened as it approached, and with a resounding crash, the earth split apart. The four-armed golden ape bellowed fiercely, baring its fearsome fangs, appearing both menacing and ferocious. Faced with such a sight, the assembled demons were compelled to retreat momentarily. The four-armed golden ape held a notorious reputation within the gathering, and none wished to provoke it without cause. The four-armed golden monkey alighted within the library, peering into the haze, yet failing to discern the presence of Nezha. Its ferocious roars echoed, seemingly asserting its unmatched prowess. Suddenly, a magnificent golden-winged bird soared into view, its wings spanning an impressive five-zhong. Adorned with a vibrant crown of feathers that shimmered with iridescent hues, it circled gracefully above the library. The onlooking demons were struck with apprehension, and even the four-armed golden monkey ceased its howling, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, displaying an expression of wariness. It was the legendary golden-feathered roc, a creature of immense renown. The lion demon trembled slightly, a hint of anxiety creeping in. Nezha, obscured within the dust, observed the emergence of these formidable beasts. The golden-feathered roc emanated a fierce golden aura from each of its feathers, its crown inscribed with enigmatic demonic script, reminiscent of the ancient golden-winged roc of lore. In Nezha's recollection, the roc nurtured by the Buddha possessed the power to part the heavens with a mere flap of its wings, a force unparalleled and earth-shattering. Not far from the library, a fearsome crocodile gazed intently in their direction. Additionally, a massive purple serpent also watched, fixated on the golden-feathered roc. It was evident that this roc bore the bloodline of the ancient golden-winged bird, a natural adversary to serpentine and draconic beings. Boom, boom. The earth trembled as yet another exotic beast appeared, eliciting astonishment among the gathered demons. A creature resembling a bronze-forged ant emerged, its body exceeding 2 zhong in length, each step reverberating through the ground as if a colossal elephant were on the move. The true ant demon had arrived. Legend spoke of its ability to shift mountains and shatter the earth. Gasps of awe escaped the onlookers. This ant demon exuded a chilling aura, and a profound sense of danger welled up within Nezha. It was a tribulation-stage great demon. Hiss! How could so many formidable demons appear? The assembly of demons felt a shiver run through them. These were undoubtedly apex predators among their kind. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed. and a glimmer of light flickered across the ground as a vine-like plant burst forth from the earth. Yet, this was no mere vine. It was a tree formed from intertwining vines, adorned with branches and leaves of a lush, vibrant green. Atop the vine, a fruit resembling a human head radiated a dazzling divine light. Chapter 51. Battle Against Great Demons. The Tree of 10,000 Woods. The multitude of demons recoiled in terror, hastily retreating. The tendrils of the Tree of 10,000 Woods were lethal, ensnaring any creature unfortunate enough to be caught. Renowned for its terrifying reputation in the boundless wilderness. Gazing at this tree, Nezha's heart raced. In days past, within the heavenly realm, he had perused a tome that described precisely such a tree. In the primordial era, when humanity first emerged, there existed a tree of 10,000 woods that seized the essence of heaven and earth, devouring myriad trees to attain a humanoid form. Under its branches, it had once crushed ancient gods of the primordial age before vanishing into the chaos. Suddenly, a tempest surged in the sky, accompanied by bursts of flames. It was the demon bird of the Baifeng bloodline, soaring high, its wings raining down sparks and dispelling the dust. The myriad of demons retreated, for none dared to test the flames of this avian creature. In the past, a great demon had foolishly attempted to consume it, only to be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye by a spark conjured by this bird resembling a mythical phoenix. This avian being, akin to a crane, bore a crimson body adorned with even redder spots, its beak pure white, surrounded by divine radiance that shimmered magnificently. It cast a sidelong glance at the assembled demons. Sweeping over the formidable figures of the golden feathered rock, the four-armed golden ape, the tree of 10,000 woods, and the ant demon, standing alone in the heavens, unmoving upon the clouds, peering into the dissipating smoke. In the vicinity of this diminutive gathering of demons, the number of demonic entities swelled, densely packed and ominously dark. A sight both terrifying and rare, comprising numerous formidable demons. For many years, no human dared to tread upon the endless wasteland. "You are quite audacious, human," spoke the giant crocodile, its roar reminiscent of ancient celestial beings, for a mere drop of its blood could elevate one's cultivation. A fierce beast bellowed, exuding a malevolent aura, its fur glinting ominously, instilling dread. Nezha, upon hearing the beast's words, felt a shudder. He never imagined he could one day resemble a golden cicada from the west. "Huh, you wish to devour me? Who knows who will end up being consumed in the end?" Nezha gritted his teeth, for as the former third prince of Xuantiand Pass and a celestial being of the heavenly court, his pride would not allow a mere horde of demons to trample upon him. If they sought to feast upon him, they ought to prepare for their own consumption. "Are you tired of living, human?" The demons present, all at the divine separation stage, paid little heed to Nezha's words. No sooner had he spoken than the giant crocodile sprang forth with a speed incongruous to its massive form, charging into the dissipating smoke, its surface shimmering with a dark, terrifying glow. Without hesitation, Nezha unleashed a flurry of mystical symbols that enveloped his feet, surging forth like a tidal wave. With a resounding crash, Nezha's foot collided with the giant crocodile. A flicker of rage ignited in the crocodile's eyes as it opened its cavernous maw. Just as the other demons anticipated that Nezha would be devoured, the ferocious crocodile let out a wail, its teeth shattered, blood gushing forth, its massive body sent flying. The other demons scattered, and the crocodile crashed to the ground, unable to rise, its jaw broken, lamenting in agony. A shiver ran through the hearts of the assembled great demons. What a formidable kick! With just a single blow, a great demon was rendered incapacitated. "Do not provoke me. Your grandfather is in a foul mood." Nezha's gaze burned with intensity as he emerged from the ruins of the library, his eyes sparkling with determination, surveying the gathered demons. He then strode forward, pushing aside the onlookers, advancing with an awe-inspiring presence. The observing demons were left dumbfounded. Yet recollecting Nezha's recent display of might, they dared not retaliate. After all, who truly was the great demon here? This human youth was indeed ferocious. Nezha, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, marched beyond the gathering, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the great demons. He displayed a blatant disregard for their might. A multitude of formidable demons cast dangerous glances at the departing figure of Nezha. It was not that they refrained from making a move. The human youth stood alone. While the number of demons present was substantial, who among them would lay claim to the prize? It is worth noting that the flesh and blood of ancient celestial beings held great value for demon cultivators. If they could nurture this celestial youth to their own level of cultivation, consuming even a single drop of his blood could elevate them by an entire realm, with no adverse effects whatsoever. The demons contemplated this, eyeing one another warily, each scheming to feast alone. Well then, I shall take my leave, Nezha declared as he reached the entrance of the demon enclave, turning his head back with a hint of surprise. How could this throng of demons create such a commotion, yet merely watch him depart? Upon hearing his words, the golden feathered rock fluffed its feathers, radiating a sharp, golden aura. Its most vibrant plume, resplendent with iridescent hues, shimmered brilliantly as it glared at Nezha, a fierce glint in its eyes. Human, remember this, today. You shall perish at the hands of the heir of the Phoenix Rock clan. The golden feathered rock's voice rang out like the clash of swords, imbued with an air of authority. Humph, Nezha scoffed, unimpressed. What is this Phoenix Rock? Just because you wear a colorful feather upon your head, you presume to be a phoenix? You are no more than a mere rock, lacking even a fraction of the majesty of the great rock beside the Buddha. At Nezha's derisive whisper, the golden feathered rock was consumed by rage. Its cry reverberated through the air, the brilliance of its plume igniting with fiery hues. A torrent of sharp, golden energy surged from its wings, resembling a rain of golden swords hurtling toward Nezha. With a thunderous roar, the four-armed golden ape intervened, radiating an overwhelming golden light as it soared forward to intercept the rain of golden feathers. In the next moment, the golden barrage struck the four-armed golden ape, producing a resonant clang. What is the meaning of this, brother ape? The golden feathered rock asked, its expression darkening, clearly displeased. I merely wish to prevent you from reducing my meal to a mere pulp, the four-armed golden ape replied with a proud smile, unperturbed by the presence of the Phoenix Rock clan behind the golden feathered rock. To think that you cannot even best a mere monkey, yet still claim to be of the Phoenix Rock clan. Where's the nobility in your appearance? Nezha seized the opportunity to mock, eager for them to descend into infighting. Upon hearing Nezha's words, the golden feathered rock's feathers bristled, glowing with a fierce golden light as fury ignited in its eyes. You insignificant human dare to speak of sacred beings. Humph. Do not fall for the schemes of this human youth. A cold laugh echoed from the cloud above, as a fierce bird resembling a bifong flapped its wings, unleashing a rain of fire that cascaded toward Nezha. As Nezha beheld the fiery wall materializing before him, a smirk graced his lips as he stepped boldly into the flames. Chapter 52, Slaying the Thunder Serpent. The mystical flames inscribed on Nezha's forehead flickered, and a strange red light enveloped his body, rendering the flames incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. The assembly of demons gasped in astonishment. Ha ha ha, old bird, your flames are of little use. You should focus on my prowess instead. A boisterous laugh echoed, emanating from the colossal purple serpent. The serpent's body shimmered with an ethereal purple glow, its form crackling with divine lightning. With its cold, vertical eyes fixed menacingly on Nezha, it twisted its body. A profound sense of peril washed over Nezha, causing his brow to furrow. He raised his hand, and 9 intricate symbols emerged from his palm, radiating a brilliant light. With a swift gesture, the 9 streams of light shot backward, colliding with a beam of purple light in an explosive display that sent shockwaves through the air. Scales, akin to those of serpents, rained down, clattering to the ground like a cascade of weapons, embedding themselves deeply. Along with the scales fell droplets of crimson rain. A piercing scream echoed simultaneously, drawing the attention of the assembled demons, revealing the purple serpent's body now marred with cracks, vast patches of scales having fallen away to expose its tender flesh, releasing an enticing aroma. Instinctively, many demons swallowed hard, captivated by the scent. Truly delectable. No wonder it is a formidable demon in the spirit separation stage, they thought. Just moments ago, Nezha had employed the 9-dragon divine fire shield, a creation of his own inspired by the Taishan scripture. Though still in its nascent form, it was more than sufficient to deal with the purple serpent. The 9-dragon divine fire shield had transcended being merely a magical artifact. It had evolved into a formidable technique. Should the green robe guest reappear, how would he dare to seize it? Nezha mused. In pain, the purple serpent's vertical pupils glinted with ferocity, its body enveloped in purple lightning as it soared into the sky. The heavens darkened with dense storm clouds, and purple lightning serpents danced within, striking down towards Nezha. Without hesitation, Nezha leaped into the air, arms outstretched. A peculiar smile gracing his lips as he charged fearlessly toward the purple lightning, radiating an overwhelming aura. The symbols around him erupted in a dazzling display, encircling Nezha. Among them, 9 extraordinary symbols transformed into small dragons, spiraling around him as if forming a protective barrier. The onlooking demons were taken aback. This human youth possessed such remarkable abilities. They discerned that the 9 little dragons, formed from the characters, bore the essence of true dragons. Many great demons observed but refrained from intervening, choosing instead to silently watch Nezha. In their hearts, they wished for the purple serpent to be vanquished by Nezha, for only then would they have the opportunity to subdue him. In the eyes of the other great demons, Nezha was destined to belong to them. The sky blazed with purple brilliance as torrents of purple lightning cascaded down, aiming to obliterate Nezha beneath its might. Yet, within Nezha's heart, he sought to harness the purple serpent's lightning to comprehend one of the elemental runes within the Taishin scripture, the rune of thunder. Nezha was confident in his newly crafted 9-dragon divine fire shield, fortified by the 9 dragon symbols. Merging with the essence of the 3 flames to reforge the 9-dragon divine fire shield anew. Nezha's bright eyes gazed unwaveringly at the thunder in the sky, standing motionless in midair as the purple lightning struck the 9-dragon divine fire shield. Initially, the shield shattered under the onslaught of the thunder, yet it was swiftly replenished by Nezha, creating a continuous cycle. After a while, although the thunder continued to strike, the 9-dragon divine fire shield remained unscathed. Observing a rudimentary thunder script in his hand, Nezha couldn't help but smile. After a moment of thunder strikes, a menacing serpent's head emerged from the sea of thunderclouds. The purple serpent, with an expression of uncertainty, gazed at Nezha, puzzled as to why its innate divine ability had no effect on him. Had Nezha been privy to its thoughts, he would have found it amusing. He had already begun to grasp the essence of thunder, matching the serpent's understanding of its power. At the same time, Nezha felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, pondering how the serpent, despite reaching the spirit separation stage, had only attained such a meager comprehension of thunder's nature, hindering his own progress. With such thoughts, Nezha decided the serpent was of no further use. In a flash, he darted into the thunderclouds like a bolt of lightning. Drawing upon the memories of his past life and millennia of cultivation, Nezha, having mastered the thunder script, instantaneously comprehended a thunderous movement technique. His body became akin to a streak of lightning, moving with incredible speed. Purple bolts of lightning crackled through the sky as a violet figure plummeted rapidly from the heavens, crashing into the earth. The onlooking lesser demons shuddered upon realizing that it was none other than the recently defeated purple serpent. Now, the serpent was riddled with wounds. Coughing up blood, one of its vertical pupils vanished, and its abdomen bore a gaping wound, as if it had been brutally torn apart by hand. The surrounding powerful demons were taken aback. They too were at the spirit separation stage, yet they had not anticipated the serpent's swift defeat. Reflecting upon their own cultivation, they began to perceive Nezha as a potential threat. Exchanging glances, several powerful demons surged forward towards Nezha. With a glint in his eyes, Nezha deftly evaded one of their attacks, while simultaneously reaching out with lightning speed to grasp the air. He seized a massive leg of a golden four-armed ape, shaking it vigorously as though it were a mere duck in his grasp. The surrounding thunder scripts resonated with power as nearly 100,000 gene of strength coursed through his arms. With a mighty shake, the four-armed golden ape felt an overwhelming force akin to a colossal mountain press down upon it, layer upon layer, from its feet to its head, compelling it to unleash a pained roar. After howling, the four-armed golden ape's eyes rolled back, and it fainted instantly. Such a weakling. Not even a fraction of the legendary great sage's might, Nezha murmured. In the past, when Sun Wukong was trapped beneath the Five Elements mountain, Nezha had secretly attempted to lift it, but the mountain's weight was insurmountable for one who was, at the time, merely a golden immortal. As if sensing Nezha's mutterings, the two advancing powerful demons narrowed their eyes, realizing that he was indeed a formidable opponent. This one is peculiar. Let us strike together. As the words fell, an enigmatic wave emanated from the two formidable demons. Nezha raised his gaze and beheld the two great beasts, one resembling an ant demon and the other a golden feathered rock, both adorned with peculiar symbols. Demon scripts. Nezha's eyes narrowed in realization. The ant demon bore markings on its abdomen that clearly signified an overwhelming power, one capable of withstanding the heavens. Meanwhile, the demon script on the golden rock's feathers shimmered with divine light. However, it appeared fragmented, half symbolizing the element of fire, and the other half representing a sharpness potent enough to pierce the sky. Chapter 53, The Fire of the Mysterious Script. Unyielding, Nezha's heart raced. Yet he found himself ensnared by the two demonic energies, unable to evade their impending assault even with his lightning-fast agility. Humph, you possess demon scripts, but I wield mysterious scripts. Nezha thought coldly, aware of his uncertainty in withstanding the adversary's demon script, given his limited experience with the mysterious scripts. In a fleeting moment, Nezha channeled all the mysterious scripts he had inscribed, causing them to swirl around his body. A glimmer of mystical light emerged as all the scripts intertwined into a singular force. These over 900 scripts represented unparalleled physical strength. Merely the first layer of the supreme, mysterious canon. As Nezha commanded the forceful, mysterious scripts, a three-headed, six-armed avatar materialized behind him, its form inscribed with the same forceful scripts. Yet, that was not all. During his tribulation, Nezha's avatar had been infused with an abundance of celestial energy, possessing formidable celestial power, rendering it akin to a separate entity. Nezha also inscribed the fire scripts he currently mastered onto the avatar, along with the rudimentary lightning scripts, which he etched in an instant. The avatar grasped a long spear, the celestial spirit spear. At that moment, strands of thunder mingled with the three flavors of true fire blazed upon the avatar, as Nezha's gaze became piercing, surveying the nearby vicinity. The great demons, meeting his gaze, felt a tremor in their hearts. Nezha rapidly expended the celestial energy within him, elevating the temperature of the three flavors of true fire. The terrifying flames gradually consumed the liquid form of the avatar behind him, which contained celestial power, various runes, and the unique energies of the avatar and merit, all transformed into a blazing orb hovering above Nezha's head. Who would have thought? I have ignited my own avatar. Haha. A sly smile crept across Nezha's lips, a glint of madness in his eyes. What is he doing? He actually set his own avatar ablaze. Some demons, startled by Nezha's display, questioned in fear. I do not know, but what kind of flame can burn an avatar? This child is peculiar. Quickly, let us slay him. A great demon, the arbor of 10,000 woods, roared. As the words faded, countless tendrils radiating an eerie light surged into the sky, nearly blotting out the sun. Charging towards Nezha in a relentless assault. Resembling a mythical bird, it emitted a piercing cry, wings quivering as an arcane script materialized above its head, enveloped by a radiant sun as it charged resolutely towards Nezha. Too late. Nezha erupted into laughter, his mouth agape, tilting his head skyward. The assembled demons, witnessing the ethereal liquid formed from the Dharma manifestation atop Nezha's head, watched in astonishment as it flowed into his mouth. Madness, one demon thought, yet unease settled in their hearts. The crystalline liquid cascaded down Nezha's throat, infusing his being, while excess dripped down his flesh, enveloping him in a lustrous sheen. The mysterious patterns swirling around Nezha began to spin with increasing velocity. In the blink of an eye, he consumed the entire essence of the Dharma manifestation. Burp. Nezha emitted a satisfied belch, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, tiny arcane symbols swirling within them like a galaxy. Indeed, Nezha's speculation held true. The technique of the Tai Xian true scripture involved inscribing arcane symbols upon every conceivable surface of the practitioner, even upon sustenance. In that moment, Nezha sensed that the liquid essence had fused intricately with his flesh and soul. Originally possessing a mere strength of 100,000 Jun, Nezha now believed he could unleash a force of 500,000 Jun with a single punch. Simultaneously, the ant demon and the golden feathered rock launched their attacks in a flash. The ant demon's cultivation technique bore resemblance to Nezha's, inscribing symbols upon its physical form, albeit limited to the body alone. Meanwhile, the golden feathered rock transformed its feathers into a flying dagger, which bore the phantom of a fire phoenix, moving with unparalleled swiftness. It lunged towards Nezha in an instant. Just as the dagger seemed poised to pierce Nezha's eye, he remained motionless, allowing the blade to strike. A bizarre, piercing sound erupted, akin to a blade striking iron, resonating across the vast expanse. The golden feathered rock's gaze narrowed as he realized that his dagger had no effect on Nezha, disintegrating into the essence of heaven and earth upon contact. How could this be? The golden feathered rock exclaimed in disbelief. A chill swept through the hearts of the other demons. This was the signature technique of the phoenix and rock lineage. The golden feathered rock bore the bloodline of ancient phoenixes and golden-winged rocks, its feathers embodying this ancestral heritage. The feathers could unleash a radiant dagger-like brilliance. Renowned throughout the endless wilderness, often referred to as the celestial slayer dagger, said to possess the power to even slay celestial beings at its zenith. Such might was to be expected. Yet now, the assembled demons beheld in disbelief as the dagger's brilliance failed to even scratch the surface of the young human's skin. How had this human cultivated such formidable flesh? Why was it so terrifying? It is my turn. Nezha's expression hardened, the power of the arcane symbols surging within him, demanding immediate release lest he suffer injury. Nezha stepped forward, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared before the golden feathered rock. With a swift motion, he grasped at the rock's plumage, igniting a fierce flame of true fire in his palm. In an instant, he seized its feathers and swung it around, crashing it violently into a nearby ant demon. With a single blow, the golden-feathered rock was rendered unconscious. "Release our young master." A furious roar echoed as another golden-feathered rock streaked across the sky. Enraged, the rock slashed its wings through the air, golden light slicing through the clouds as it soared towards Nezha's nape. With a sharp thud, Nezha wielded the golden-feathered rock as a shield, blood spraying as the creature let out a mournful cry, awakening from its stupor, narrowly escaping being cleaved in two. "Young master!" The kin of the golden-feathered rock cried out in despair, their eyes filled with fury as they charged at Nezha. Unfazed, Nezha turned, grasping the large bird, and unleashed a torrent of mystical symbols, delivering powerful punches against the rock's kin. The clouds above churned violently, each of Nezha's strikes sending tremors through the air, causing the cloud sea to expand away from him. With a resounding crash, Nezha unleashed over 100 punches upon the rock, its body shattering, feathers raining down as it spewed blood and plummeted from the sky. Yet, Nezha was not satisfied. Resolutely, he charged towards the other great demons, enveloped by an aura of mystical symbols that enveloped the space around him. With a thunderous boom, the bewildered ant demon was once again sent flying, racked with pain. The ant demon gazed at Nezha in terror, recognizing him as a being of immense strength. "How can this be? I possess the might of 100,000 June. Yet I am being overwhelmed." Nezha's gaze turned dangerous as he contemplated the ant demon, and with a swift motion, he snapped the neck of the golden-feathered rock, enveloping its form in true fire, incinerating it within mere moments. Turning to the ant demon, Nezha revealed a chilling smile, his teeth gleaming white. Chapter 54. The Great Shin Melting Furnace. "You dare to slay the young master of the Phoenix Rock clan?" The ant demon exclaimed, shock evident in its eyes. It could not fathom how Nezha, a mere human, could possess such formidable prowess. Was he one of those exceptional figures among humanity? No. He must be an ancient immortal. Surely, no one from the human race in the Tianqian realm would accept him. Wait, how could an ancient immortal maintain such strength in the Tianqian realm? Avoiding the decline of their cultivation? These demons had encountered ancient immortals in the endless wilderness. Those forsaken by the great Tao saw their powers diminish upon arriving in the Xuantiand Continent. As the ant demon's mind raced, its astonishment grew, fixated on Nezha. Nezha flashed a grin, mystical symbols swirling around his arms. The symbols of strength, each one equivalent to thousands of June, now surged forth from Nezha's hands, culminating in a staggering force approaching 500,000 June. Nezha understood that the sole constraint upon him at this moment was his cultivation level, limited to the third layer of the golden core stage. Despite the highly concentrated spiritual energy within him, cultivated through the Tai Xian true scripture, it could not sustain the intense expenditure required. With a force nearing 500,000 June, he struck fiercely against the hand raised by the ant demon. A resounding thud echoed, and the ant demon felt an excruciating pain radiating from its hand, the intensity of which nearly drove it to madness. With a long howl, a colossal ancient celestial demon's phantom emerged behind the ant demon. Nezha's gaze narrowed in astonishment. The ant demon possessed such a lineage. He recognized this phantom. For in the depths of the underworld, there existed a formidable creature known as the Tian ant, whose divine power was earth-shattering. At the conclusion of the Fengshan War, when the deities were enshrined, this Tian ant emerged from the underworld, intent on seizing a celestial position of a star lord. Ultimately, the heavenly court deployed 3 military divisions to suppress it. Nezha, though not present during that battle, was aware that in the effort to subdue this ancient behemoth, 3 star lords perished and none of the 3 armies returned. Returning to the present, Nezha felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he sensed the ant demon's surging might. Humph, even if you possess the legacy of a celestial demon, you are not him. How could I possibly fear you? Nezha coldly mused to himself. In the next moment, all 6 of his arms moved in unison. 3 identical heads of Nezha opened their mouths and unleashed 3 flames of true fire towards the ant demon. Each arm, adorned with mysterious inscriptions, unleashed a punch imbued with a force of 500,000 June. The terrifying power reverberated through the void as the ant demon, with its peculiar compound eyes, gazed upon Nezha, its dark antennae emanating a disquieting aura. Nezha's 3 flames of true fire and the tightly clenched fists of his 6 arms rapidly struck the phantom of the ancient demon, yet to no avail. The ant demon regarded Nezha's odd corporeal form with disdain, and with a single fist, it gently pushed forward. In an instant, that punch seemed to tear through the void, landing heavily upon Nezha's 9-dragon divine fire shield, causing the 9 small dragons formed by the inscriptions to shatter into pure spiritual energy. Each inscription, once etched upon Nezha's physical and spiritual essence, had become an integral part of him. Now that the 9 inscriptions were obliterated, Nezha was instantly injured. Ha ha ha, splendid work. Old Ant, the 4-armed golden ape, long discarded by Nezha, howled in delight from below. Nezha took a deep breath. Deciding to employ a half-formed divine ability he had comprehended while studying the Taishan true scripture. He suppressed his injuries and, with a single step through the void, soared once more before the ant demon. All 6 arms moved in concert, as a multitude of inscriptions erupted from his being. These inscriptions numbered over 900, including those inscribed upon his soul, as well as the inscriptions from the liquid he had previously absorbed into his body. Countless inscriptions surged toward the ant demon, enveloping it along with its immense in a dazzling display. Ah, young human, do you believe that these mere characters, imbued with 1,000 June power, can shake the profound rhythm of the ancient demon, the celestial ant? The ant demon, observing the myriad of intricate patterns radiating an overwhelming aura, scoffed dismissively, hardly regarding Nezha. Upon hearing this, a cold smile curled at the corners of Nezha's lips. With a swift motion of his hands, countless intricate patterns encircling the ant demon coalesced into the shape of a furnace in the blink of an eye. In his previous life, the heavenly court once possessed the elixir furnace of the Grand Supreme Elder, which had forged the 9 revolutions golden elixir and Sun Wukong's fiery eyes. He pondered how his self-created intricate pattern furnace would compare. This thought did not stem from a belief in his own strength being akin to that of the Grand Supreme Elder. After all, the Elder was, at the very least, a saintly incarnation, a power beyond Nezha's comprehension. However, Nezha was acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of the Taishan true scripture, which did not present its methods through written texts, but instead imparted countless intricate patterns within the sea of consciousness. As the intricate patterns engraved by Nezha multiplied, he sensed that these patterns were even more terrifying than the words of the great Tao. They seemed to symbolize the 4 corners of heaven and earth, the ultimate truths of the cosmos, expressed in the simplest and most direct manner. Deep in thought, Nezha suddenly pointed at the furnace formed by the intricate patterns surrounding the ant demon. The ant demon, initially indifferent to the encircling patterns, was suddenly engulfed by a surge of intense dread, a profound sense of fear flooding his heart. This furnace is peculiar, the ant demon thought, and with a sudden movement of his body, he attempted to step out of the furnace's confines. Too late. Nezha observed this with a cold smile, remaining silent as he drew upon a vast reservoir of celestial spiritual power and energy to nourish the interior of the furnace. Using intricate patterns as the furnace and celestial energy as the fire, he sought to incinerate and recreate. Nezha's eyes sparkled with brilliance as the mark of the fire lotus intricate pattern reappeared on his forehead, and the countless intricate patterns encircling the ant demon abruptly closed in. In the eyes of the other demons, the formerly somewhat scattered intricate patterns now swiftly converged, forming a sealed furnace. In the blink of an eye, the ant demon was compressed to a minuscule scale, the furnace formed by the intricate patterns radiating a crystalline glow, almost transparent, allowing glimpses of its interior. As the furnace took shape, countless flames erupted from within. Terrifying flames instantly engulfed the ant demon. This was merely the 3-flavor, true fire, and Nezha's gaze remained fixed on the furnace before him. This is insufficient, not nearly enough. I require flames of even greater strength. If intricate patterns can form a furnace, what of flames? Nezha's mind raced, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Subsequently, a portion of the remaining intricate patterns emerged once again from Nezha's body. Under the influence of Nezha's consciousness, these patterns transformed into a fiery state, merging into the furnace. The flame of the intricate patterns, upon entering the furnace, instantly fused with the 3-flavor true fire. Though the intricate patterns were not inherently flames, under Nezha's conscious control and after merging with the 3-flavor true fire, they acquired the form and essence of fire. Chapter 55. Suppressing the ferocious crocodile. Yet this flame flickered with a crystalline brilliance, remarkably peculiar. The terrifying inferno surged within the furnace, as all the great monsters gazed in horror at the resplendent cauldron suspended in the sky. Within the furnace, the ant demon, under the scorching embrace of the crystalline flames, swiftly melted away its hardened form. It is noteworthy that this ant demon was renowned for its formidable body, impervious to water and fire in this boundless wasteland. Yet here, in Nezha's furnace, it was consumed in a terrifying blaze. Inside the mysterious patterned furnace, The fierce flames instilled dread in the hearts of the demons. For within that vessel, the presence of the ant demon had vanished, after a mournful cry. Its corporeal form and essence coalesced into a small orb. With a mere gesture, Nezha summoned the furnace to his side, and with another beckoning motion, the orb fell into his hand. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the orb, Nezha's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The ant demon, through the refining flames of the furnace, had transformed into a medicinal pill, devoid of any demonic essence, instead resonating with the divine aura reminiscent of the 9-turn golden pill crafted by the Supreme Lord. With a flicker of resolve, Nezha wasted no time in consuming the pill. In an instant, a surge of pure energy flooded through his limbs and soul, rapidly mending his physical injuries. A peculiar sensation arose within his body and spirit. Nezha felt a deeper harmony with the mysterious patterns, suggesting that his success in inscribing new patterns would be significantly enhanced in the future. Indeed, to inscribe these patterns, one must grasp the profound meanings they embody. Without a deep understanding, attempting to inscribe them could lead to dire consequences, rendering success a formidable challenge. Thus, with a fundamental comprehension of the meanings of these patterns, Nezha could inscribe them within his physical and spiritual being, thereby harnessing a portion of their extraordinary power in advance. Meanwhile, the gathered demons watched in disbelief as Nezha transformed the ant demon into an orb. It felt like a surreal dream. They could hardly fathom that the ant demon, once ranked among the most formidable in the endless wasteland, had perished so easily, leaving them in stunned silence. Indeed, the flavor of the pill was quite exquisite. Nezha turned his gaze towards the other great demons present. In that moment, several of them felt a chill in their hearts. If a demon of such combat prowess as the ant demon could meet such a fate, they too could easily share the same grim destiny. The crocodile meat should be quite chewy, Nezha mused, his eyes fixed intently on the massive crocodile attempting to slip away unnoticed. In a flash, he moved with the grace of thunder, closing in on the giant reptile. Enraged, the crocodile twisted its body, baring its fearsome jaws, from which emanated a dense black light aimed directly at Nezha. With keen focus, Nezha prepared to suppress the crocodile, the mysterious patterned furnace hovering above him. Yet, at that moment, a green light surged forth, menacing and silent, aimed at the back of Nezha's head with a lethal intent to pierce his skull. This was the work of the Wanyamu tree, as countless thick vines shot forth from its body, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of vibrant green. As Nezha sidestepped to evade the encroaching green vines, he struck down upon them with a resounding blow that echoed like the clash of metal. Yet, the vine entwined upon the tree of the myriad beings was formidable. It swiftly dodged Nezha's counterattack, radiating an ethereal green light imbued with a corrosive potency intended to erode Nezha's very form. Thus, the battle was poised to erupt. From the heavens, another lion demon charged forth, its colossal lion head shimmering with countless sharp metallic energies. The ancient celestial beings were compelled to partake in the fray. Observing that the assembled great demons were no match, the lion demon rallied the other creatures within the gathering to join forces. With a powerful strike from the Beast King's fist, the lion demon unleashed a ferocious assault, its vine and lion attack akin to a thunderclap, surrounded by a blazing luminescence. Boom! Nezha, shedding all restraint, summoned the mystical furnace adorned with arcane patterns atop his head. As the lid of the resplendent furnace was lifted, crystalline flames surged forth. The moment these flames emerged, they ensnared the tail of the colossal crocodile, which let out a horrific shriek, hastily retracting its appendage, only to discover it had been reduced to a bloodied skeleton. I shan't require the flesh of this celestial being. The giant crocodile seethed with fury, opening its maw to expel a dark, luminous sword, which thundered forth, launching a shaft of radiance that struck a nearby mountain, creating a massive crater. Crack! Nezha's form flickered, as vibrant rays of various hues erupted around him, the manifestations of multiple great demon spells. At that moment, Nezha shifted his focus to the lion demon, which had incited the other creatures to conspire against him. With a chilling resolve, it seemed wise to eliminate it swiftly. Clang! Dark, swirling radiance enveloped the air. The crocodile's magical sword surged towards him once more, its dark glow intensifying. Upon closer inspection, Nezha realized that this sword was fashioned from a bone, its entire surface gleaming like obsidian, both eerie and exquisite. The giant crocodile hovered above the ground, transforming the earth beneath it into a quagmire, demonstrating its formidable prowess to manipulate the surroundings to its advantage. The dark, luminous bone sword descended upon Nezha with lethal intent, and he narrowly evaded it. The ground below was instantly struck, splitting open with a thunderous roar, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion as the vicinity morphed into mire. The sword's dark light possessed a potent corrosive capability, splattering debris over 100 feet away upon impact. Alarm surged within Nezha's heart as he swiftly dodged, barely escaping the fatal strike. The sword flew at him again. He sidestepped just in time, almost tumbling into the mire created by the dark blade. Nezha's expression hardened. This giant crocodile was no ordinary foe, and he needed to remain utterly vigilant. At this moment, the sky was filled with a cold radiance, and Nezha directed his full attention towards the giant crocodile, determined to vanquish it first. Cloaked in swirling arcane patterns, Nezha transformed into a shimmering figure, charging towards the crocodile with his celestial spear, thrusting it forth like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, the multitude of demons stood in awe, witnessing Nezha enveloped in a crystalline glow, resembling a divine warrior, radiating pure white light, exuding a formidable combat prowess that sent shivers down their spines. The colossal crocodile stared in astonishment at the descending figure, utterly unprepared for the tremendous increase in strength that the young human cultivator had achieved in such a brief moment. Initially, the creature was confined to the 5th level of the spirit separation stage, intending to devour the essence and flesh of the human youth. But it had unwittingly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Nevertheless, the crocodile's cultivation was still formidable, ranking among the elite in the boundless wasteland, with few rivals. As the fierce battle ensued, radiant runic flames scattered across the ground, engulfing the crocodile's entire body, while ethereal light danced like jade, tearing apart the gathering place and incinerating trees and buildings alike. At that moment, armed with a luminous ancient sword, the crocodile wielded it with ferocity, cleaving through the chaos, preventing Nezha from unleashing his full fiery potential. Suddenly, Nezha struck again, opting for a physical confrontation against the pitch-black sword, unleashing a torrent of runes and flames that crackled as they ignited the dark blade. The crocodile's expression changed. After dozens of rounds of combat, it began to consider retreat, having exhausted all its trump cards to no avail against Nezha. This was compounded by the interference of another formidable demon in the sky, which occasionally unleashed spells to restrain Nezha, prompting the crocodile to resolve to flee. However, escape was far from easy. A massive furnace materialized above Nezha, its runes shimmering with a silvery radiance, dazzling in brilliance as it shot forth and collided with the crocodile's bony sword. A faint hum resonated as the furnace enveloped the ebony blade, imprisoning it and rendering it immobile. As the battle progressed, Nezha's comprehension of the runes deepened, leading to increasingly powerful transformations. The crocodile's eyes shifted with alarm. It could not afford to lose the bone sword, which had been forged from its own tailbone during childhood and had taken decades to refine into a weapon of such potency. The crocodile charged forward, determined to reclaim its weapon. Nezha, surrounded by a more intense blaze of runic flames, illuminated the surroundings, transforming the void into a sea of fire. "This bone sword is mine," Nezha rejoiced, retracting the runic furnace, which now contained the ensnared sword. This time, Nezha refrained from using the runic flames, intent on preserving the integrity of the weapon, as he found himself in dire need of treasures. "Return it to me," the crocodile roared in a fit of rage. A glimmering stream of fire shot forth as Nezha summoned the runic flames once more. A thunderous explosion ensued as the crocodile narrowly evaded the searing inferno, which threatened to reduce it to ashes. "What manner of fire is this?" The crocodile bellowed in terror and fury. Subsequently, Nezha flipped his hand, and the glistening runic furnace soared into the air, the sky crackling with lightning and flames, a testament to Nezha's mastery of the fire and thunder runes. This time, the full force of the attack struck the crocodile, leaving it defenseless. With a pained scream, the crocodile was engulfed in flames, thrashing violently in the mire, unable to mount any further offense against Nezha. Meanwhile, with a deft motion, Nezha commanded the mysterious patterned furnace to cease spewing flames and instead propelled it towards the formidable tree demon, Xuantiand Ren. This sequence of assaults and movements unfolded seamlessly. From the moment the colossal crocodile was struck by the furnace to its hasty return, all transpiring in the blink of an eye, leaving onlookers scarcely able to react. A crystalline afterimage streaked through the air. Bang! The Xuantiand Ren let out a dreadful wail. Fire can conquer wood, and Nezha's unique flames were no exception. Countless vines of the tree demon withered in an instant, suffering grievous injuries, as a flurry of wood shavings danced through the air. Simultaneously, the roots ignited with arcane fire, and the humanoid head atop the tree was reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh, green blood gushing profusely from the gaping wound at its neck. All the demons present were astounded, In such a brief moment, Nezha had already slain numerous major demons of the spirit-severing stage. It was nothing short of terrifying. Alas, my spiritual power wanes. A sly grin crept across Nezha's lips as he murmured. Pointing with his hand, the mysterious patterned furnace immediately enveloped the Wanmu Rin, which had yet to be reduced to ashes. Following this, Nezha approached the nearly lifeless crocodile, exerting his immense strength to hurl it towards the furnace as well. Courageous indeed. Do you dare to disregard me? A furious roar echoed above Nezha. He glanced upward and scoffed. It was merely a ferocious bird with the bloodline of the Baifeng. Among the demons present, this was the one he feared the least. After all, Nezha was inherently attuned to fire. Having been born with the three true flames, what could he possibly fear from a demon lacking even a fraction of the true might of the Baifeng? Just as Nezha was about to cast the two major demons into the mysterious patterned furnace to refine them into elixirs, a few figures lay in ambush at the edge of this gathering place for demon cultivators, casting furtive glances in this direction while whispering amongst themselves. Is he truly one of our kind, a celestial being? No, he is an ancient celestial. We are merely remnants of the celestial era, not the same, not entirely different. Since he can cultivate, can we not cultivate as well? The concealed individuals marveled in astonishment, never anticipating to witness an ancient celestial capable of cultivation in this boundless wasteland. Their hearts swelled with shock and excitement. This fierce celestial youth, if brought back to the tribe of celestial remnants and taught the path of cultivation, would ensure that no one would dare to bully them again. If word of this spread, the entire Tianxian realm would surely erupt. This celestial youth is already so formidable. Should he reach a higher realm, he could protect and elevate an entire lineage. In this secluded corner, the group exchanged fervent words, unable to contain their emotions. After all, to their knowledge, even within the Tianxian realm, few prominent sects could boast such combat prowess at Nezha's age. Let us observe further, should the opportunity arise. We shall take him with us. The hidden figures whispered. At this moment, within the furnace before Nezha, the massive crocodile shed its scales in a fiery blaze, revealing tender flesh beneath, adorned with flickering spiritual light. This was a manifestation of the profound cultivation achieved by practitioners, where every part of the body radiated with spiritual energy. After a moment of contemplation, Nezha retrieved the deceased crocodile, thoroughly cooked by the mysterious flames, from the furnace. The exposed portions of the crocodile gleamed with a pristine whiteness, appearing remarkably succulent and enticing, infused with a rhythmic spiritual essence, emitting a delightful fragrance that stirred Nezha's appetite. This entire scene unfolded in mere moments. The celestial bird soaring above, reminiscent of a Baifeng, had yet to comprehend the situation when it beheld Nezha vanquishing both the wooden humanoid and the crocodile, one seemingly destined for immediate consumption, the other to be refined into a medicinal elixir akin to the previous ant demon. Quite fragrant. Nezha swallowed hard, casting a glance at the Baifeng above, beckoning it with a playful gesture. Upon consuming just a morsel, Nezha felt a significant resurgence of spiritual energy coursing through his being. The creatures present were no longer threats, but rather a source of sustenance in the form of living elixirs. Even the other beings present, upon witnessing the roasted crocodile, found their throats constricting, surreptitiously swallowing in anticipation, for this was no ordinary flesh but the spiritual meat of a formidable demon in the divine transformation stage. A rare delicacy indeed. Spiritual light clung to the sinews of the meat, with juices flowing between the layers, glistening golden and exuding an irresistible aroma that made mouths water. Merely consuming this crocodile's flesh could serve as a potent remedy, invigorating one's spirit and bestowing a fleeting enhancement of strength. Do you wish to partake? Nezha taunted, tearing off a piece of the perfectly roasted crocodile, holding it aloft with a tone of utter disdain. Provoked by Nezha's actions, the fierce avian creature with traces of Baifeng blood glared with fury, unable to contain its wrath any longer. A torrent of fiery light cascaded from its wings, forming a rain of flames. Remember my name, mortal. Bun. The avian beast roared from above, soaring in the sky and creating a bizarre vortex of fire. Upon hearing this, Nezha's lips twitched. Bun? Who had bestowed such a name upon it? Bun, having recognized the uniqueness of Nezha's physique, noted his remarkable resistance to flames, untouched by the fire's embrace. Yet, as a creature imbued with Baifeng blood, Bun possessed far more terrifying abilities. With its eyes blazing with rage, the Baifeng revealed a mirror beneath its wings, marred with cracks. Yet upon its emergence, it radiated an overwhelming brilliance, surrounded by a myriad of divine lights that flickered around it, as if the voices of myriad immortals resonated throughout the cosmos. Celestial auspices and divine beasts materialized around Bun, who, enveloped in this spectacle, resembled an ancient demon emperor, exuding an aura of immense power, with the mirror illuminating its form like a great sun suspended in the heavens. Nezha gazed at the mirror, his pupils constricting, and he exclaimed, "The Xuantiand mirror." The term Xuantiand was no ordinary name in the celestial realm of Ur. It was synonymous with the heavenly emperor himself. The heavenly emperor, also known as the Xuantiand deity, was the supreme god of the three realms, governing all beings and accompanied by the 4 imperial guardians and the 5 emperors, celestial beings who served at his side. Even Nezha held a measure of reverence for the Xuantiand deity, for it was said that the Xuantiand deity, through the mastery of both the path of the gods and the path of the immortals, 2 paths harmonized, possessed combat prowess rivaling that of a sage, with rumors suggesting he could engage a sage in battle without faltering. The Xuantiand mirror, a relic of the Xuantiand deity, was born of the same essence, existing in tandem with him. As for how Nezha recognized this circular mirror as the artifact of the Xuantiand deity, it stemmed from the time when the great sage sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the heavens. On that occasion, the Xuantiand deity employed the Xuantiand mirror to effortlessly conjure an illusion, ensnaring the fiery-eyed great sage within its captivating depths. Tales among mortals often claimed that the Western Buddha subdued Sun Wukong, but those were mere fables. How could mortal eyes comprehend the techniques of the heavenly emperor? Nezha had witnessed the event clearly. After the great sage had caused a ruckus within the illusion, the heavenly emperor manifested a divine avatar resembling the Western Buddha, entering the illusion to establish a wager with the great sage, leading to the well-known tale of the great sage being imprisoned beneath the 5 Fingers Mountain for 5 centuries. The subsequent journey to the west for scriptures was a tale for another time. With a fleeting glance, Nezha regarded the once sacred mirror, the Xuantiand mirror, now marred with cracks that sent shockwaves through his spirit. He pondered the nature of the being capable of shattering such a formidable artifact, the fundamental treasure of the heavenly emperor, which was immensely powerful and terrifying. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the Xuantiand mirror, Nezha felt a sense of relief. Had he still held a position in the heavenly court, adorned with divine authority, he would have found it nearly impossible to resist its might. However, now that the heavenly court lay in ruins and he was no longer a deity of the heavens, the Xuantiand mirror could not suppress him in his primordial state. The multitude of lesser demons and a few surviving greater demons gazed at the celestial figure in the sky, their hearts trembling. At that moment, the figure appeared extraordinarily divine, strikingly reminiscent of the mythical Bifong. As the demons were awestruck, Bifong stirred, his wings unfurling, balancing effortlessly on a single foot in the void. A massive sun igniting behind him, ascending with an aura so fearsome that beasts within a radius of thousands of miles quaked in terror. Nezha's expression reflected a hint of disdain. He regarded Bifong as nothing more than a pig's nose adorned with green onions, merely leveraging the might of the Xuantiand mirror. Dismissing such thoughts, he blurred into motion, plunging towards Bifong. With 3 heads and 6 arms, adorned with swirling dark patterns, and wielding a spear while a dark-patterned furnace loomed above his head, Nezha's formidable presence, though not as grand as Bifong's at that moment, still radiated an aura of ferocity. 3 beams of divine light erupted from the Xuantiand mirror, hurtling towards Nezha at astonishing speed. Indeed, among artifacts that were not celestial instruments, it was exceedingly rare to find any that could harness the essence of light. Once a magical artifact possesses attributes related to light, capable of harnessing the essence of light, it undoubtedly qualifies as a celestial weapon. This knowledge regarding magical treasures lingered in Nezha's memory. Yet he found it peculiar that he could sense no aura of celestial weaponry emanating from the Xuantiand mirror. Under the control of Bai Yuan, the Xuantiand mirror seemed to possess at most the quality of a high-grade spiritual tool, given its former status as a supreme holy artifact. How could it have fallen to such a lowly state? With a heart full of doubt, Nezha chose to abandon his pursuits in the face of the 3 unavoidable beams of divine light, opting instead to activate his protective patterns. Instantly, the intricate patterns radiated a brilliant glow, cascading down like a waterfall, enveloping Nezha's entire being. As they reached his feet, the patterns coiled and transformed into a resplendent lotus pedestal, encasing Nezha within. At that moment, the 3 beams of divine light struck Nezha, and a drowsy sensation surged from his heart. Through his hazy vision, the surrounding space appeared to tear apart. A sense of dread arose within him, and Nezha was jolted awake. This was one of the deceptive characteristics previously exhibited by the Xuantiand mirror when it had tricked Sun Wukong. Capable of severing a space and evolving it into an illusion, an enigmatic realm that blurred the lines between reality and fantasy, rendering comprehension impossible. Even the once invincible fiery eyes, capable of piercing through all illusions, lost their efficacy before the Xuantiand mirror, leaving Nezha no room for arrogance. At that moment, Nezha noticed the absence of the formidable demons. A tightening sensation gripped his heart. He realized that his current state was likely under the scrutiny of those fearsome beings. If he did not escape promptly, he would soon be at their mercy within this illusion. Contemplating the past when the great sage entered a similar illusion, Nezha furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Logically, upon entering the Xuantiand mirror, his innermost thoughts should have manifested immediately, ensnaring him in a web of deception. Yet, before him lay only the vast expanse of sky, devoid of the demonic figures. In the depths of his consciousness, a tempest of thoughts stirred, leading him to a crucial realization. When he first beheld the Xuantiand mirror, it appeared as though it had been restored, and the three beams of divine light had emerged from a small fragment at its center. Perhaps this was merely a shard of the Xuantiand mirror. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable for its once great power to have diminished to such a degree. As his thoughts reached a sudden halt, Nezha devised a strategy. If the Xuantiand mirror were whole, he would likely be resigned to waiting for his demise. However, now, his eyes sparkled with renewed determination, as if countless intricate patterns were swirling within. The patterns above him suddenly tilted, unleashing a torrent of fiery designs that transformed the severed space into a shimmering ocean of flames in mere moments. Outside this fractured space, Bai Yuan fixated his gaze upon the void, yet found nothing there. I say, old bird, your thunderous rhetoric bears little fruit. Has that celestial youth truly met his end? A formidable demon soared into the air, expressing impatience. Bai Yuan's lips twitched. He found himself at a loss to declare whether the individual was truly deceased. For although he could barely harness a modicum of the artifact's power, he understood its workings only superficially. In past life and death battles, he had exiled all his foes into fragmented realms, from which they had never returned. They must be dead, he muttered with a lack of conviction. Then release him at once. He is an ancient celestial being, a source of great nourishment. Another demon approached, a lion demon, accompanied by a lesser lion demon of merely the 5th stage of golden core cultivation, presumably an elder relative. Upon hearing the lion demon's inquiry, Bai Yuan felt a wave of panic. He had forgotten his desire to consume the flesh of the ancient celestial being, but he could only imprison, not liberate. I cannot release him, Bai Yuan said cautiously. Do you believe me? Stop your nonsense. Your artifact allows you to imprison, so why can you not free him? The lion demon roared with sudden ferocity. Bai Yuan instinctively stepped back, feeling a sense of trepidation. This lion demon was a level above him. At the pinnacle of the separation stage, with a might that far surpassed the lesser lion demon behind him, capable of rending mountains and splitting seas, and had once fought to a standstill against a major demon at the combined stage, truly terrifying. Are you attempting to hoard him for yourself? The lion demon's gaze flickered suspiciously at Bai Yuan, its formidable aura erupting forth. A spectral golden lion manifested behind the demon, adorned with golden wings. A clear indication of its extraordinary lineage. It seemed this lion demon also bore the legacy of ancient, powerful beings. I am not. Please do not make baseless accusations. Bai Yuan stammered, growing increasingly anxious as he faced the two demons whose expressions had shifted ominously. A human rejected by his own kind and forsaken by the Tao felt no fear towards mere mortals. However, before these two formidable demons, especially the renowned Great Ming Lion King whose reputation instilled dread throughout the desolate regions, he could not help but feel intimidated. Bai Yuan understood his own limitations. He was no match for the illustrious Great Ming Lion King, who radiated golden light, while the spectral lion with wings roared fiercely, fixating its gaze upon Bai Yuan. The other demon, of comparable cultivation to Bai Yuan, though lacking his extraordinary mirror artifact, possessed significant combat prowess. After all, he was a royal guard of the Phoenix Duping clan, having arrived only upon hearing the news of the demise of a clan heir in this vicinity. His purpose here was merely to capture the ancient celestial youth, to provide an explanation to the current ruler of his clan. The atmosphere between the two mighty demons and Bai Yuan grew palpably tense, while a throng of lesser demons quaked below. The newly arrived demons were distinctly different from the scattered lesser demons. They belonged to clans and tribes, bearing high noble heritage, unlike the common folk who relied on the protection of demon kings. Initially, when the extraordinarily powerful human youth had vanished, the lesser demons had breathed a sigh of relief. To one's astonishment, it seems that these three formidable demons are on the brink of conflict once again. Are they not deliberately tormenting the lesser demons? In the boundless wasteland, a rare sanctuary has been established, only to be shattered in an instant by the appearance of that ancient celestial youth. Not every demon possesses the capability to traverse the endless expanse freely. With this thought, many lesser demons seethed with resentment, harboring not only animosity towards the human youth, but also towards the reckless actions of the great demons. Were they unaware that this was a realm crafted by the celestial beings of the demon world? While the thoughts of the lesser demons remain unspoken, the heavens above are enveloped in an eerie stillness, as if the mere utterance of the word surrender by Yuan would incite the fury of the two great demon kings. Behind these three formidable beings, ripples stirred in the void, yet none seemed to notice. Yuan, will you yield or not? The voice of the great Ming Lion King resonated coldly, his divine lion's phantom shimmering with golden light, exuding an aura of intimidation. A cold sweat trickled down Yuan's brow as he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to concede or not. To surrender would mean relinquishing something he simply could not part with, while refusing would likely invite a devastating assault, with the possibility of his very essence being shattered. His gaze flickered towards the great Ming Lion King, tinged with a hint of dread. He vividly recalled the last encounter in the endless wasteland, where the great Ming Lion King had engaged in a fierce battle with a newly emerged dragon. At that time, he had merely been a bystander, seeking to glean some advantage by observing the confrontation. In the blink of an eye, the dragon had been torn apart, blood raining down like a torrential storm, while the lion consumed a demon core that was nearly transformed into a dragon pearl. The combat prowess of the great Ming Lion King was astonishing, rivaling that of the most gifted scions of noble clans. Furthermore, behind him loomed an elder lion, reputed to possess the realm of an earth immortal. Should he miraculously prevail against the great Ming Lion King, the earth immortal lion would undoubtedly seek his demise. Caught in a predicament with no clear escape, Yuan was engulfed in panic, observing the turmoil in Yuan's eyes. The great Ming Lion King and the Golden Feather Rock's personal guard exchanged sinister smiles, and in the next moment, they launched their assault. A cascade of divine light materialized in the sky, and a lion's phantom, towering like a mountain, appeared, nearly blotting out the sun. The Golden Feather Rock was inadvertently pushed aside, his heart racing at the sight. This lion was no trivial adversary. The personal guard of the Golden Feather Rock, whose strength surpassed that of his clan's younger leaders, had long been battle-hardened. As radiant golden light erupted, his feathers glimmered with a spectrum of colors, arcane symbols materializing. In an instant, a blade of light surged towards Yuan. Simultaneously, the mountain-like lion's phantom descended with a mighty paw aimed directly at Yuan, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. After all, Yuan was merely a transient occupant of this realm, not truly under the dominion of the earth immortal demon king. What was there to fear? With a shift in his thoughts, the great Ming Lion King showed no mercy in his assault. As the two formidable beams of magical light flickered into existence, Yuan emitted a shrill cry reminiscent of a crane's call, raising the Xuantiand mirror once more. At that moment, an unusual sound of shattering resonated through the void behind the three great demons. Instinctively, the trio turned to investigate the source of the noise, revealing a cascade of crystalline light that surged forth like a deluge, swiftly engulfing a vast expanse of the sky. Countless translucent flames emerged from the void, their ferocity causing the great Ming Lion King's expression to shift dramatically. The ethereal manifestation of his divine lion began to disintegrate upon contact with these flames. Yuan, with widened eyes, recalled that this was precisely where he had earlier cast the celestial youth into the rift of illusion. Could it be that he has emerged? Yuan uttered in disbelief. Although the youth possessed unparalleled combat prowess, earning Yuan's silent admiration, he was aware that the boy's cultivation was merely at the third level of the Golden Core stage. It was precisely this reality that compelled Yuan to marvel inwardly. Yet, must there not be some fundamental principles at play? To transcend an entire realm and survive a confrontation with a being at the spirit division stage, how could he have possibly escaped unscathed? What sort of prodigy have I encountered? Yuan raged within himself. The crystalline flames swirled chaotically in that bewildering void, prompting the great Ming Lion King, along with the Golden Feather Great Peng's royal guard, and Yuan, to hastily retreat. Enveloped in the shimmering flames, a youth emerged from the distorted space, exuding an aura of innate sanctity. A mere illusion, what can it do to me? Nezha stepped forth, his gaze regal and dismissive, surveying the surroundings with indifference. As the flames consumed the illusory realm, warping the fragile rift, Nezha grasped a new technique. This technique was a fleeting inspiration that had occurred to him while reflecting on the Xuantiand mirror. He sought to wield the formless, ethereal patterns as a sword, using sheer force to cleave through space. As the thought took shape in his mind, Nezha attempted to sever the fabric of reality, but soon realized that his strength was woefully inadequate. He could not ascertain the precise amount of power required. Had the great Ming Lion King been privy to Nezha's musings, he would have scoffed, with a mere 50,000 jun of strength. How could one hope to rend the fabric of this vast celestial realm? Even his father, the unmoved Lion King, possessed over 1,000,000 jun of power, yet could only stir spatial ripples, not tear through them. After several attempts, Nezha acknowledged his limitations. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. If 50,000 jun was insufficient, what if he concentrated this power into a singular point? Resolute, he set to work. After numerous failures, Nezha successfully condensed the 50,000 jun of strength into the tip of his finger. Upon witnessing the intricate, ominous patterns radiating terrifying and enigmatic power from his fingertip, Nezha grinned broadly. With that very finger, he cleaved through the space, emerging triumphantly from within. Otherwise, should one ignite the realm with the mystic pattern fire, despite its exceptional nature and unparalleled temperature, it is feared that even Nezha, when depleted of spiritual energy, would find it impossible to escape. Observing the swiftly vanishing spatial fissure behind Nezha, the great Ming Lion King's pupils constricted. This youth could actually sever the fabric of space. Yet he was merely at the third level of the golden core stage. In that instant, the great Ming Lion King's long-held notions of cultivation crumbled, leaving him in disbelief at the sight before him, even questioning whether he had fallen into an illusion. Did you indeed slay the young patriarch of my Phoenix and Rock clan? The Golden Feather Rock inquired solemnly. The Golden Feather Rock's guards were not oblivious. They had discerned the spatial rift behind Nezha, yet they surmised that he must have employed some artifact to achieve such a feat. They could not fathom that Nezha had accomplished it solely by his own power. What a jest! Even a major demon in the spirit-severing stage could not do so. If a golden core cultivator could, would that not imply their kind could simply end their lives against a stone? The Golden Feather Rock's guards pondered, their keen avian eyes fixated on Nezha, revealing a sharp intensity. It was I who killed him, Nezha admitted without a hint of trepidation, confidently asserting that none of the formidable demons present could match him. Although the Golden Feather Rock and the lion instilled a slight sense of danger in him, it was not one of life and death. He believed he could handle it, and, moreover, he was eager to test his new mystic arts. Indeed, Nezha referred to the techniques he had devised through mystical writings as mystic arts. For instance, his protective technique, the Nine Dragons' Divine Fire Shield, had now been rebranded as the Nine Dragons' Mystic Pattern Bell. Nezha harbored the intention of refining the Nine Dragons' Divine Fire Shield into a new treasure, a novel divine ability. After all, the protective item he currently wielded could be substituted with the Mystic Pattern Furnace. The technique capable of rending space was dubbed the Rending Void Finger. With a shift in thought, Nezha ceased his distraction, for upon hearing his admission, the Golden Feather Rock's guard charged toward him. Rapid slashes of blade light erupted from the feathers atop the guard's head, each strike aimed at Nezha's vital points. Nezha remained motionless, simply standing at a distance as the mystic pattern furnace above him tilted, unleashing a cascade of mystical patterns to shield him. Extending his hand, a golden light flashed forth, and the celestial spirit mystic pattern spear appeared in his grasp, alongside the manifestation of his 3 heads and 6 arms. Nezha exhibited no fear as he engaged in combat with the Golden Feather Rock's guard. The sharp blade lights struck against Nezha's protective patterns with resounding clinks, audible to demon cultivators within a 1,000-mile radius. Meanwhile, the previously stationary Baifeng observed the commotion and took flight toward Nezha, once again summoning the Xuantiand mirror, from which beams of divine light erupted. Nezha regarded this with a cold smile. Countless mystical patterns transformed into a flowing form. While he was currently unable to manipulate the elemental patterns of light, creating a mirror of mystical patterns was a trivial task. Indeed, when the divine light struck the mirror formed by the patterns, it rebounded with force, though it was unclear where it had been deflected. The golden feathered rock transformed into human form, wielding a grand blade, with a bronze ding atop his head emanating a frigid divine light. The ding clashed incessantly with the mysterious furnace patterns on Nezha's head, producing a series of deep, resonant thuds. Why aren't you coming to assist? The golden feathered rock bellowed at the great Ming Lion King, who remained stationary behind him. A flash of fury flickered in the Lion King's eyes. How dare this feathered creature roar at him? Was his title of Great Ming Lion King merely a facade? Despite these thoughts, the Lion King made no move. continuing to observe the fierce battle between the two formidable demons and a human, lost in contemplation. Upon noticing the Lion King's gaze directed at Nezha, a jolt of recognition surged within him, reminiscent of the time he had been ensnared by a group of Western marauders. However, Nezha found himself unable to withdraw. The two great demons unleashed a relentless onslaught, and the terrifying waves of battle surged like a tempest, divine mists filling the sky. In no time, a phantom of a phoenix materialized above, spewing forth nameless infernal flames toward Nezha. These flames were not to be trifled with. Unlike ordinary fire, they were tainted and corrupt. In Nezha's memory, he recalled a celestial being who, while on a mission to the underworld, inadvertently became ensnared by a strand of the Blood Sea's infernal flames, resulting in the instantaneous destruction of 3 flowers and dispersal of 5 energies. That celestial was then truly consigned to the netherworld, reincarnated as a mortal. On the periphery of the battlefield, 3 modestly dressed figures lay low. Brother, this young man is astonishing. He dares to confront 2 major demons head-on, both renowned in their own right. One burly man exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe. Brother, when shall we extract him? What if he perishes? Another man queried anxiously. I wish to take him away, but look who stands there, the great Ming Lion King. If we act, it would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. Indeed, brother, the great Ming Lion King is on the move. The trio immediately directed their gaze skyward. Chapter 60. The invitation of the great Ming Lion King. The 3 looked up to behold the imposing and fierce lion demon charging toward Nezha. A colossal spectral lion loomed in the air, its paws sweeping through the clouds with a fearsome presence that sent shivers down spines. To the astonishment of the observing demon cultivators, the claw was not aimed at Nezha. Rather, its afterimage suggested a different target. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over Bai Yuan, a sense of impending peril rising within him. Is there another enemy? He thought. But before he could discern the source of this dread, an immense force struck him fiercely on the head. Bang! A resounding crash echoed across the sky, causing pain to reverberate through the gathered demons. In that instant, Bai Yuan was transformed into a fiery meteor, plummeting earthward. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted as Bai Yuan crashed into a mountain, his wings fracturing, with glistening crimson blood seeping from the broken appendages, each droplet radiating potent spiritual energy. Reeling from the impact, Bai Yuan felt grievously wounded, glaring with fury as he screeched, Great Ming Lion King, what are you doing? Bai Yuan questioned the Great Ming Lion King. The Great Ming Lion King merely grinned, paying no heed to Bai Yuan, and instead charged towards the golden feathered rock, launching a powerful punch towards its guard. Accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens and earth, the onlookers understood this was the famed Lion King Fist, a signature technique of the Lion King's lineage. A vividly lifelike lion's head emerged from the Lion King's fist, roaring into the void ahead, exuding an unparalleled might as it surged towards the golden feathered rock's guard. Nearby, Nezha sensed the essence of power emanating from the punch's shadow, and he was astonished to discover that the great Ming Lion King's technique also embodied the principle of strength. At this moment, the golden feathered rock's guard, having anticipated the attack, was not so easily struck by the Lion King. Renowned for their speed, the guard flapped their wings and swiftly evaded the blow. What is your intention, Great Ming Lion King? The guard asked darkly, suspecting that the Lion King intended to eliminate him and seize the ancient celestial youth's vital essence for himself. Ah, you cannot kill him. The Great Ming Lion King chuckled dismissively at the guard's inquiry and, having uttered this, lunged once more towards the golden feathered rock's guard. Golden light shimmered upon the ethereal lion's figure as Nezha temporarily withdrew his inherent mystical energy, choosing to observe the unfolding drama. Although unaware of the Lion King's true motives, Nezha was content to watch the spectacle, thinking it would be best if the Lion King managed to vanquish the rock, leaving only himself to contend with. He felt no fear. Even if he could not prevail, could he not escape? Nezha pondered. In the sky, the celestial arts radiated with brilliance. For the great Ming Lion King was already renowned within the boundless wasteland, a figure of formidable repute. The golden feathered rock felt increasingly uncomfortable. As the moment he had posed his question, he found himself ensnared by the Lion King, rendering him helpless to utilize his once proud speed. The golden feathered rock could not endure for long. Observing the battle, Nezha thought to himself, while the radiant glow from the furnace of his mystical patterns prepared to spring a surprise upon the great Ming Lion King once the clash between the 2 formidable beings drew to a close. I assure you, celestial youth, I have no intention of consuming you. Are you truly intent on ambushing me? The great Ming Lion King, seemingly not exerting his full strength, struck the already dazed golden-feathered rock with another punch, simultaneously calling out to Nezha. Nezha, who had yet to take action, was momentarily taken aback by the Lion King's words and sheepishly retracted the energy fluctuations from his furnace. He found it curious. What trickery was the great Ming Lion King up to? Not devouring him? What a jest! As a former celestial being, Nezha silently vowed not to easily believe the words of these creatures. With a slight raise of his brow, although he had withdrawn the energy from his furnace, the power within him swirled tumultuously, poised to respond to any sudden developments. Crack! A crisp sound resonated through the air as the magical radiance in the sky dissipated significantly. It belonged to the golden-feathered rock's guardian. At this moment, the rock's magical powers had clearly lost their ethereal support, with its neck firmly grasped by the great Lion King of the Ming dynasty. A closer inspection revealed that the rock's once bright eyes now lacked vitality. All the little demons below were gripped by fear. The golden-feathered rock had indeed been brutally slain, with even its primordial spirit unable to escape. A horror surpassing that of the celestial youth. At least that youth had employed a mysterious flame to extinguish the great demon's spirit. A flame considered extraordinary among many demon cultivators. Unlike the great Lion King, whose every strike not only inflicted physical harm, but also eroded the spirit, truly deserving of its reputation as the foremost clan on the fringes of the endless wilderness. After snapping the rock's neck, the great Lion King disdainfully tossed the lifeless body towards Bai Yuan, who had just started to rise and was promptly crushed back into the mountain with a resounding thud. Hearing Bai Yuan's anguished cry, the younger lion demons watching from below trembled in sympathy. How tragic, thought the lion demon. Are you Nezha? The great Lion King called out. Having discarded the bird's corpse below, I am. Who are you? Nezha replied, his gaze sharpening as he looked at the great Lion King, the ancient Buddha of the West, protector of the lion clan. As the great Lion King spoke, a spectral image of the divine lion rose behind him, its majestic head surrounded by flickering Buddhist light. As if countless arhats and bodhisattvas were reciting sacred texts within, Nezha focused intently, sensing a hint of familiarity in the aura. However, after encountering so many enigmatic figures in the heavenly Xian world, Nezha was now wary of any ambiguous sensations. What are you doubting? The great Lion King seemed to perceive Nezha's concerns and inquired with a resonant tone. Upon hearing this, Nezha relaxed and smiled nonchalantly. I shall take you at your word. What is it you desire? Or do you wish, like those great demons, to consume my flesh and blood, to devour my very soul? Come with me to my clan, and you shall naturally learn the truths you seek, the great Lion King replied, his gaze towards Nezha filled with complexity, compassion, yearning, and hope. Nezha, filled with numerous questions, realized it was indeed necessary to visit the great Lion King's clan. After a moment's contemplation, Nezha declared, very well. Lead the way. The great Lion King dissipated the spectral lion image, extending his hand downwards. Instantly, a fifth-level golden core lion was drawn upwards, and with another wave, a cloud formed of golden mist floated towards Nezha. Chapter 61. The Buddha Lion Clan. Without a moment's hesitation, Nezha stepped onto the cloud, exhibiting no trace of fear. The great Lion King, witnessing this, regarded him with a glimmer of admiration and murmured softly, truly deserving of the ancient celestial lineage. Two golden clouds swiftly soared westward, leaving behind a group of melancholic little spirits gazing at the ruins of their gathering place, on the verge of tears. At that moment, an elderly man donned in pure white feathers emerged from the debris. His visage was frail and his hair entirely white, exuding an aura of ethereal grace that could easily mislead a spirit into mistaking him for a human. Despite a fleeting moment of confusion among some of the little spirits, they all regarded him with reverence, lowering their heads in respect. These little spirits were well aware that this elder was the ancient demon king who had once established the gathering place within the boundless wasteland, a crane that had transformed into a demon. Even if one disregarded his identity, his profound cultivation was unfathomable. Go, rebuild the gathering place. The celestial king may be absent, but all matters within the gathering still rest upon our shoulders, the elder declared, gazing pensively in the direction where Nezha and the great Ming Lion King had departed. He continued to stare westward, his eyes flickering with a distant thought, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from the gathering place, three figures clad in animal hides, resembling ancient humans, stood silently, their gazes lingering on the west with an air of sorrow. Brother, the youth has been taken away. What shall we do? One of them inquired of the burly man standing at the center. Regardless, it seems the Lion King is aware of the youth's origins, so he is unlikely to come to harm for the time being. The burly man pondered before responding. Should we return to the tribe, brother? Let us return, he affirmed. The three figures, akin to primordial human beings, swiftly vanished into the vast forest. At this moment, Nezha had been invited into the domain of the Lion clan by the great Ming Lion King. Upon entering the territory, Nezha was greeted by the sight of numerous lion demons, some still untransformed, frolicking about. As they caught sight of Nezha, they cast curious glances in his direction. Deeper within, he encountered fully transformed lion demons, each seated in a meditative posture upon a flat expanse, their serene presence almost overwhelming, reciting Buddhist scriptures. In a moment of reverie, Nezha nearly believed he had arrived at the sacred site of Buddhism, the great Thunder Sound Temple of the West. How does it feel? Do you sense the essence of the former sacred site of Buddhism? The great Ming Lion King inquired, turning his majestic lion head towards Nezha, a hint of pride in his voice. Nezha let out a soft sigh in response, remaining silent. What is truly happening? What do you know? After a brief pause, he pressed for answers. As soon as his words fell, Nezha noticed a flicker of fear in the Lion King's eyes, his mane bristling in a display of tension. This matter, do not question me. I dare not speak of it. Come, let us seek the elders of our clan, the Lion King finally replied after a considerable silence. Continuing deeper into the Lion clan's territory alongside the great Ming Lion King, Nezha arrived at a grand hall constructed of colossal stones. Upon entering, he observed the corridor flanked by intricate carvings, the reliefs seemingly aged by millennia. Though the passage of time has left its marks upon it, it cannot obscure the profound narratives etched upon these reliefs. For within these depictions, the radiance of the Buddha flows, suggesting that these murals were crafted by a great adept of Buddhist cultivation. Nezha, lost in thought, contemplated this revelation. Indeed, at that moment, he heard the voice of the Lion King resonate. This is the ancestral lineage of my clan, the Buddha lion that followed the ancient Buddha in their spiritual pursuits, inscribing these works before entering nirvana. Upon hearing this, Nezha's gaze flickered. Nirvana? Are you implying that the Buddha lion has attained nirvana? The great Ming Lion King suddenly turned, exclaiming, "It is the natural exhaustion of lifespan that leads to death by the passage of time." In that instant, Nezha felt a chill run through him. In his memory, lions that accompanied the ancient Buddha in their spiritual journey were rarely of low cultivation. They were at least of the immortal realm, embodying the essence of Arhat in Buddhist practice. The general understanding of immortals among mortals, albeit broad, is somewhat accurate. Those who do not consume, do not die, and are divine. The old who do not perish are called immortals. This simplistic perception is how ordinary beings regard the divine. To Nezha, however, immortals coexist with the great Tao, with heaven and earth. As long as the universe endures, so shall I endure. As time flows, I remain unscathed. Once one reaches the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, even if heaven and earth were to perish, I would not. At the end of time, I would persist. This is the essence of immortality. Therefore, any being of immortal status or of the same realm could not possibly succumb to the decay of time. It is inconceivable. Nezha immediately refuted this notion. I understand your disbelief, the great Ming Lion King sighed. Your skepticism is of no consequence. Perhaps it would be best for our clan's elder to speak with you. With another deep sigh, the great Ming Lion King led Nezha into the depths of the grand hall, into the underground palace. Upon raising his gaze, Nezha's pupils contracted. This underground palace was astonishing. Within his view lay countless skeletal remains seated upon the ground, an unsettling sight. Upon closer inspection, these bones were remarkably robust, clearly not human remains, but those of the lion demon clan, with the skulls bearing the unmistakable shape of a lion. Nezha gasped in horror. This is the burial ground of my lion clan. The great Ming Lion King's voice was filled with profound sorrow. Nezha's spirit was shaken. The reason for his alarm was that these bones gleamed like jade, and within their hollow chests floated a relic radiating boundless Buddhist resonance. Some of the skeletal remains even bore inscriptions of Buddhist scriptures, a feat only achievable through deep mastery of the Dharma. The bones manifested the sutras, allowing for the blossoming of lotuses with every step. An extraordinary phenomena accompanied their passage. Yet, such attainment could only be achieved by those of the great Arhat, the great Bodhisattva, or the great Buddha realms. These are the remains of great Buddhas and great Arhats? Nezha, swallowing hard, exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the response did not come from the great Ming Lion King, but from a voice that was ancient and resonant. Nezha turned his gaze towards the sound, and in a distant corner of the pile of bones, he beheld a figure, emaciated and nearly skeletal, slowly turning towards him. It was a male lion, yet more importantly, it was a Buddha lion radiating the aura of the Arhat fruit. Nezha's heart was shaken, disbelief coursing through him as he uttered, How can this be? Even I am unaware, replied the old Buddha lion softly. According to the ancestral teachings of my clan, during the battle with the otherworldly demons, the celestial realm was shattered. Countless immortals perished, and even the spirit mountain could not escape this calamity. The old Buddha lion seemed to possess knowledge of events from the heavenly court, and Nezha, filled with urgency, inquired, what exactly transpired? Chapter 62. Unspeakable. The old Buddha lion shook his head, falling silent. Beside him stood several other aged Buddha lions, their forms frail yet brimming with Buddhist power, unequivocally revealing their Arhat fruit status. The Arhat fruit rank was equivalent to the earthly immortals of the ancient celestial realm. How could they appear so close to death? Nezha's gaze shifted to the great Ming Lion King. Noticing Nezha's puzzled expression, the great Ming Lion King opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it in despondency. What is going on? Nezha furrowed his brow and asked. You are Nezha from another world, from the ancient heavenly court, are you not? Another old Buddha lion turned to say. Indeed, Nezha replied, his brow knitted, for he sensed a nearly imperceptible glimmer of greed in the old Buddha lion's gaze. Do you wish to know what truly occurred? The old Buddha lion queried. I do. Nezha's voice was resolute. However, revealing such matters requires a price. The old Buddha lion's eyes flickered as he turned to face Nezha, his gaze intense with fervor. Desire for the unattainable. Speak not, hear not, be not infatuated. The previously speaking old Buddha lion suddenly chastised the one named Desire. It became clear to Nezha that this old Buddha lion was known as Desire. Brother, I feel my demise approaching. The Tao has vanished. I do not wish to die. Desire exclaimed, eyes blazing as he gazed at Nezha. A shiver ran down Nezha's spine. The old Buddha lion's demeanor was unsettling, as a dark mist emanated from the halo behind his head, instilling unease. In the depths of his memories, Nezha recognized this as a sign of demonic corruption. Those who transition from Buddha to demon are often terrifying. They either lose all their Buddhist cultivation or transform into incomprehensible demonic beings. Once the process of demonic transformation begins, it is irreversible. Even the former masters of the Great Thunder Sound Temple would be powerless to intervene. It appeared that this old Buddha lion desired something from Nezha. Nezha, what say you? Let us make a deal. I shall reveal the truth, and in return, you will grant me some of your spiritual essence, aiding me to live another 1,000 years. Desire trembled as he stood, the halo behind him gleaming, while the dark mist rapidly tainted the luminous aura. Nezha frowned and took 2 steps back, directing his gaze towards the great Ming Lion King. Uncle, do not do this. Please, refrain. The great Ming Lion King gazed at the manifestation of insatiable desire, instantly grasping the situation. He pointed furiously towards a corner of the underground palace, roaring with indignation. Following the direction of his finger, one could see, nestled in that shadowy corner, countless dark corpses entwined with tendrils of ominous mist, an embodiment of demonic energy. It appeared that the Lion clan was not singularly afflicted by this malevolence. Nezha's mind raced, quickly piecing together the reality of the situation. Nezha, what shall you do? The frenzied and deranged embodiment of desire struggled to approach Nezha, demanding in a furious bellow. Nezha furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon the creature as he inquired, how much flesh and blood do you require? At that moment, the chance to unveil some truth lay before him, and Nezha would not let it slip through his fingers, merely offering a bit of his own flesh. Upon hearing Nezha's response, the embodiment of desire rejoiced, exclaiming, for arms will suffice. I shall spare you 2 for your cultivation. For arms? Nezha's lips twitched. How did this creature know of his tri-headed, 6-armed prowess? It was astonishing that it sought 4 of his arms. After a contemplative gaze into the depths of the embodiment's eyes, Nezha drew a deep breath and replied, very well. Nezha distinctly observed the great Ming Lion King's incredulous expression as he turned his head in disbelief. The elder Buddha lions, who had their backs turned to him, also trembled, their celestial auras flickering. At this moment, Nezha recalled the ancient tales spoken of in the Gathering of Demons, tales he had read in that tome, regarding the celestial beings of yore. Indeed, his flesh was quite the remedy, he thought, filled with resentment. I shall now speak, the embodiment of desire said, his countenance shifting from excitement to solemnity. The demonic energy that had coiled around the halo at the back of his head suddenly stilled, as if something had instantaneously quelled it. Then, the ancient voice of the embodiment began to resonate slowly. In days of yore, the heavenly court faced the onslaught of otherworldly demons, remnants of fragmented celestial realms, and the upper Xian great world. As the first sentence fell, an eerie wail echoed throughout the hall, and countless restless souls emerged. This was a sanctified hall, suffused with the essence of Buddhism. How could such malevolent entities manifest here? Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, the great Ming Lion King had assumed a meditative posture, reciting Buddhist scriptures, his aura ablaze with light. The elder Buddha lions, still facing away, began chanting as well, creating an illusion of innumerable arhats and bodhisattvas materializing within the underground palace. Nezha understood that this was merely an effect conjured by the recitation of sacred texts, a phenomenon elicited by those well-versed in the Buddhist path. Yet, the manifestations undeniably held sway over the obscure entities. However, in Nezha's eyes, these ghastly apparitions remained utterly unaffected, appearing far more horrifying and bizarre than the vengeful spirits of hell. The embodiment of desire, noticing Nezha's astonished expression, smiled enigmatically and continued his narration. Within the myriad worlds exist countless genuine fragments of celestial realms, each forming a grand world of its own, all bearing the shadows of the former celestial domain, replete with the deities and beings that once thrived therein. This is a conclusion posited by the great powers of the Upper Qian Great World. As the second sentence was uttered, Nezha beheld a sudden surge of eerie phantoms in the underground palace. Countless souls wailed, rushing towards the entity known as Wang Yu. A pang of alarm surged through Nezha's heart as he observed Wang Yu offering no resistance. The pure Buddhist light surrounding him proved futile against the onslaught of these spirits. One by one, the phantoms passed through Wang Yu's corporeal form, and to Nezha's astonishment, each spirit seemed to siphon away a fragment of his lifespan. Wang Yu appeared increasingly aged, his once fleshly body now reduced to a mere skeleton enveloped in skin, resembling a frame draped in flesh. His once vibrant lion-like eyes grew murky, yet the essence of Buddhism within him remained unchanged. It was speculated by great sages that the true celestial realm had long ceased to exist, and that the Upper Qian realm might once have been the heart of the ancient celestial domain. Hence its relentless quest to merge and seek out fragments of the celestial worlds. As Wang Yu uttered his third statement, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. A cacophony of thunder reverberated from outside the palace, accompanied by chilling lion roars echoing in fear. Yet, the great Ming Lion King and other Buddhist lions seated nearby remained unperturbed, seemingly having anticipated this occurrence. At that moment, Wang Yu appeared as if he had been stripped of countless years, reduced to mere Buddhist bones, with a faint primordial spirit and relic shimmering within. Nezha, could you lend me a hand? Otherwise, I fear I may depart before I finish speaking. Wang Yu's skull opened and closed as he spoke, producing an eerie yet terrified sound. Nezha understood that the voice was emanating from Wang Yu's primordial spirit. Chapter 63, Not Merely 30,000 Years. Upon hearing this, Nezha furrowed his brows, only to soon relax again. He sensed that Wang Yu was not deceiving him, given his current state. It was indeed a matter of running on empty, and without further aid, he might truly perish. With a flicker of insight, he called forth his 3 heads and 6 arms, which were no longer mere manifestations, nor were they the simplistic forms from his past in the mortal realm. They now brimmed with the power of arcane symbols. After some contemplation, Nezha absorbed the arcane energy from the severed arm he had decided to relinquish, transforming it back into a simple, yet spiritually potent limb, devoid of its former terrifying strength. He then retrieved a superb quality sword from his storage pouch, severed the arm, and cast it towards Wang Yu. The moment he released the severed arm, he halted the flow of blood. A glint of Buddhist light flickered in Wang Yu's eyes as he swiftly seized the severed limb. To Nezha's astonishment, Wang Yu's corporeal form soon swelled with vitality, his body once again brimming with Buddhist power, even surpassing his previous state of cultivation. My arm possesses such remarkable utility? Nezha mused, casting a peculiar glance at his own body, contemplating whether he might one day experiment with consuming a part of himself. However, this thought was swiftly extinguished in his consciousness. He shuddered at the notion of self-cannibalism. What would he become then? Seemingly perceiving Nezha's thoughts, Wang Yu attempted a light chuckle as he remarked, "Your flesh holds no value for you. It is only of significance to the beings of the Upper Qian realm." "Why? Are you not also beings of the Upper Qian realm?" Nezha could not help but inquire, despite having relinquished such notions. "No. We are not beings of the Upper Qian realm. Although we are a race birthed from the creation of the Buddha lion ancestor, we did not originate from other worlds," Wang Yu replied while shaking his head slowly. "Thus, to be precise, we are indeed beings of the Upper Qian realm. We can also augment our strength by consuming the spiritual flesh and blood souls of beings from the fragments of the immortal realm. Oh, were it not for the decree of the Buddha lion ancestor forbidding us from targeting the ancient immortal populace, I would have certainly desired to consume you." Wang Yu gazed greedily at Nezha. A pang of fear gripped Nezha's heart. Yet he soon calmed himself. If Wang Yu truly wished to devour him, he would have acted long ago. Please continue. First, tell me about the news of the celestial deities from the heavenly court of your, Nezha said, a hint of impatience in his tone. Wang Yu's gaze toward Nezha suddenly turned sympathetic, as if lamenting Nezha's anxiety. Do you not realize that in the vast Upper Qian realm, there exists neither reincarnation nor an immortal realm? The tales of the immortal realm have long been debunked. What do you mean? Nezha's heart raced, an ominous premonition stirring within him. The immortal realm has been shattered. How can such a realm exist? Wang Yu's voice echoed with a distant melancholy, seeming to traverse countless epochs. And the only reincarnation is that of your former realm. After the fragments of the immortal realm were consumed by the Upper Qian realm, it too vanished. Countless celestial deities from your realm, before the cycle of reincarnation disappeared, had already entered into reincarnation, now existing in the present heavenly Qian small world or within this Upper Qian realm. Are you aware of the Totem King, Li Jing? Nezha asked urgently. I know. He is your father. Whether he was killed or reincarnated, I cannot say for certain. Wang Yu's words left Nezha feeling disheartened. What more? Nezha pressed on. Wang Yu's expression grew more solemn, and he inquired with deliberate emphasis. Do you know how many years have passed since your world was merged with the Upper Qian realm? 30,000 years. Nezha replied immediately, having learned from the archives in Bianqing and the gathering place of the demon. Not merely that. It seemed Wang Yu was on the verge of revealing a taboo. The eerie souls within the subterranean palace grew increasingly numerous, howling as they traversed the halls. While thunder rolled outside, resonating loudly within the palace, akin to a cacophony ringing in his ears. Wang Yu, unwilling to keep Nezha in suspense, continued. It has been 30 million years since that world merged with the heavenly Qian realm. Impossible. Nezha retorted vehemently, for in comparison to Wang Yu's claims, he held greater faith in the words of the deceased king of Bianqing. What you refer to as 30,000 years must pertain to the time in the heavenly Qian small world, Wang Yu remarked softly. What do you mean? Nezha sensed that there was more to this than met the eye. Do you know what the heavenly Qian small world is? The expression of desire was somewhat peculiar. As the words escaped from its lips, countless wraiths shrieked and lunged towards it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and the dome of the underground palace shattered, revealing the scene above ground. Nezha glanced around and was taken aback. The grand hall he had entered was reduced to ashes, seemingly non-existent. The once practicing Buddhist lions had vanished without a trace. Another arm, please. The corporeal form of the being once driven by desire morphed back into bone. Teetering on the brink of disintegration into dust, its primordial spirit flickering precariously as if on the verge of extinction. Observing this, Nezha, without hesitation, severed another arm. As the being consumed the limb, its body rapidly rejuvenated, and its voice resonated once more. However, Nezha furrowed his brow, noticing that the being's cultivation had significantly weakened compared to before. Desire, cease your words. The elderly Buddhist lion, its back turned to Nezha, quivered with divine light emanating from its head, its voice ringing out. No, I must speak. The being of desire retorted, its visage contorted with fury. If you continue, you may meet your end. A certain voice warned from the elder Buddhist lion, whom the being referred to as a senior brother. Unperturbed, the being continued to address Nezha. The celestial mystic small world is merely a unique realm, housing the reincarnated beings of celestial deities from various realms of your. And therein lies. Just as the being was about to divulge further, tendrils of dark mist rapidly enveloped it, abruptly halting its words. With wide, terrified eyes, the being murmured faintly, I haven't finished speaking. Almost instantly, a gentle breeze swept through, and Nezha watched as the being was instantaneously reduced to nothingness, vanishing without a trace. With the being's disappearance, the multitude of wraiths in the underground palace were suddenly liberated from their torment, and the terrifying thunder resonating in the sky ceased. Nezha stood in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. We, the Buddhist lion clan, have fulfilled our ancestors' promise. Nezha, you may depart, came the voice of the elder Buddhist lion, issuing an unexpected decree for Nezha to leave. This abrupt shift in demeanor left Nezha perplexed, as he had come seeking the elder of the lion clan, only to be dismissed. Go on, whispered the great Ming Lion King, a hint of sorrow in its eyes as it addressed Nezha. Nodding in response, Nezha understood, albeit without clarity, that he was unwelcome among the lion clan elders. The great Ming Lion King rose to escort Nezha out of the underground palace. Outside, a throng of lions awaited. The untransformed cubs gazed at Nezha with trepidation, as did the adult Buddhist lions. Not entirely. Nezha observed among the adult Buddhist lions a singular figure radiating a serene and tranquil divine light, exuding an exquisite fragrance. Behind it, a halo of divine light appeared, as if countless arhats and bodhisattvas were chanting within, safeguarding its path. Why did the elder dare to send me away? Nezha, perplexed, inquired of the great Ming Lion King. Originally, the Elder of Desire was not supposed to come, but your appearance altered that. The great Ming Lion King replied with a hint of distress. You are bound by the destiny of our guardian lion clan. 30 million years ago, the Buddha lion ancestor left behind a Buddhist verse, instructing future generations to guide an ancient celestial being along its path, and the cost of this guidance is thus. Before Nezha could ask for clarification, the great Ming Lion King continued, guide along the path? Nezha felt utterly bewildered. What path? He could not comprehend. His thoughts swirled. Just moments ago in the underground palace, the Elder of Desire had mentioned 4 matters. The first was that the Upper Qian realm might be a fragment of the true celestial realm. The second was that the celestial realm they once inhabited was merely a shard of the celestial realm. The third was that these celestial beings were but shadows of the former celestial realm. The fourth revelation left Nezha in disbelief. 30 million years had elapsed since the heavenly court was breached. There was initially a 5th matter regarding the true nature of the heavenly Qian realm. Was it a secret realm? What kind of extraordinary secret realm was it? Nezha furrowed his brow in contemplation, inadvertently directing his gaze towards the great Ming Lion King. I will not divulge this to you, and there are matters I do not know and cannot disclose. To do so would mean my demise, as I still require protection for my clan. The great Ming Lion King stated, shaking his head as he noticed Nezha's scrutiny. It seemed that answers could not be gleaned from the great Ming Lion King. He would have to seek them himself. What I can tell you is to immerse yourself in this realm and strive to grow stronger. The great Ming Lion King sighed before calling out to the lion pride, come. Dujan. From the group of adult Buddha lions emerged one with a distinctly refined aura. This Buddha lion, if not present among the pride, would almost be mistaken for a human monk, clad in a flowing white robe. With a string of verdant prayer beads in hand, Dujan exuded the essence of a venerable monk. Dujan, he is an ancient celestial being. You shall follow him. The great Ming Lion King instructed. Amitabha. Dujan clasped his hands in reverence towards the great Ming Lion King. Was that an acceptance or a refusal? Nezha stood aside, bewildered. Why must this monk accompany me? He pondered in confusion. He is a white lion, one I rescued. He is, after all, part of our guardian lion clan and is well versed in Buddhist teachings. There is no need for him to wait with us in this place of demise. The great Ming Lion King elaborated to Nezha. A white lion? Nezha echoed, somewhat astonished. A white lion was already a rarity, and this one possessed mastery of Buddhist doctrine. I wonder how it would taste? Nezha's thoughts veered into an inappropriate direction. Sensing Nezha's malicious intent, the elegant white lion turned to him, lowering his gaze as he spoke. Benefactor, my flesh is not palatable. At this, the surrounding lions cast Nezha disapproving looks. Cough, cough. I had no intention of eating, none whatsoever, Nezha hastily chuckled, attempting to alleviate the tension. What a jest. Can he truly acknowledge such a thing? Among the adult lions here, there exist 2 whose profound abilities are unfathomable. Not to mention the 5 elder lions of the Rohan fruit rank that reside within the palace. Nezha, you may leave now. The great Ming Lion King glanced at Nezha, seemingly eager to send him away, and hastily urged him to depart. Perceiving the Lion King's impatience, Nezha scoffed. This guardian lion clan has deep-rooted ties with my realm, essentially making them fellow countrymen, yet they do not even offer him a night's hospitality. Even if they do not retain him, they could at least provide him with some fare for his journey, to spare him from another night in the open. Nezha thought with displeasure. However, since they were keen to see him off, Nezha felt it inappropriate to linger, and thus he set off in the direction from which he came. Upon witnessing Nezha's departure, Bai Dujan performed a respectful gesture towards the great Ming Lion King, and then slowly followed behind Nezha. The 2, oh no, 1 person and 1 lion, or perhaps 1 person and 1 monk, soon departed the lion clan's territory. Nezha glanced back at the white lion Dujan, a malicious grin forming in his heart. He wishes to follow me? He must first prove himself in battle. With a thunderous roar, a crystalline furnace of profound patterns materialized, its luminous fire instantly transforming into a fiery dragon that surged towards Dujan. Observing the radiant flames rushing towards him, Dujan remained unperturbed. He chanted a Buddhist incantation, and with a graceful flick of his hand, a dozen verdant prayer beads scattered, swiftly enlarging to the size of fists, swirling around him in a protective dance. Each bead shimmered with countless intricate symbols and images of bodhisattvas and arhats, and behind Dujan, an ethereal figure resembling a Buddha emerged. The air was filled with the resonant chanting of numerous sutras, as if thousands of Buddhist practitioners were present, safeguarding Dujan. In an instant, the fiery dragon collided with the verdant prayer beads. Nezha's eyes glimmered with astonishment. His unparalleled flame of profound patterns was surprisingly held at bay by those prayer beads. Humph! Nezha's expression darkened, and with a sword-like gesture of his hand, he pointed towards Dujan. The furnace of profound patterns above his head surged towards Dujan, appearing cumbersome yet comprised of countless condensed patterns, shimmering with brilliance and moving with incredible swiftness, as if transcending the barriers of space. In the blink of an eye, the furnace reached Dujan, its lid bursting open to pour forth a cascade of crystalline flames. Dujan's expression shifted to one of alarm, his demeanor turning serious. Nezha's technique was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Immediately, Dujan raised his hands in a gesture of support, and a myriad of Buddhist light radiated from above his head as he continued to chant the sutras. In the next moment, two enormous hands, formed from the condensation of countless scriptures, materialized above Dujan, bracing against the torrent of crystalline flames pouring from the furnace. The flames flowed like water, streaming away from the palms, causing no harm to Dujan whatsoever. With a flicker of awareness, a glint of battle intent emerged on Nezha's face as he extended his hand, grasping a long spear adorned with profound patterns. With a gentle push of his foot, the thunder step technique was unleashed. Nezha had already appeared before Duchan, thrusting a spear towards Duchan's forehead, causing countless glimmering dark flames to erupt with the strike. Chapter 65. Where is the Dragon Maiden? In an instant, the spear pierced through Duchan's defenses. Duchan's heart skipped a beat, and he swiftly retreated, a golden lotus gracefully manifesting beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, Duchan found himself 100 feet away. Evade? Just how long can you evade? A look of dissatisfaction crossed Nezha's face as he approached Duchan once more, while the Qiankun furnace soared towards Duchan's protective Buddhist visage. The protective visage, which had originally kept its eyes closed, suddenly opened in fury, and with a powerful hand, it struck down towards the Qiankun furnace. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Under this strike, the Qiankun furnace was sent reeling back. Nezha noted Duchan's impressive reaction speed and thought his technique was commendable. He then transformed his spear into thousands of spear shadows, enveloping Duchan. Each spear echoed with the sounds of dragons and tigers, the dragon-tiger war technique reappearing. However, this time, the manifestations of the dragons and tigers were not the same as those Nezha had previously employed, for they were now formed entirely from dark patterns. Each dragon and tiger shadow possessed the power of thunder and fire, a manifestation of the elemental energies that Nezha commanded, each exuding the force of 100,000 Jun. As each spear struck Duchan's Buddhist visage, a resounding noise ensued. Duchan's expression shifted. Such formidable strength, he thought. A fierce roar echoed. Behind Duchan appeared a figure, a pure white lion shadow. The lion's roar momentarily disoriented Nezha. When Nezha regained his senses, cold sweat broke out upon him. He had not anticipated that Duchan possessed such mastery over spiritual awareness. A single lion's roar could briefly confound his mind. If this were in actual combat, Nezha's expression darkened. In the next moment, Nezha sheathed the Qiankun furnace and spear, dispelling his magic, and turned to continue forward. Duchan watched, a hint of smug satisfaction gracing his handsome features, before silently following Nezha. As they traversed the path, Nezha vanquished numerous foolish little demons that dared to rob him, crushing them effortlessly. At this moment, Nezha felt a sense of confusion within. He was uncertain of where to go or what to do. It seemed that apart from cultivating the Tai Xian True Classic, he had nothing else to occupy his time. Suddenly, three individuals came to his mind. Zhou Ruoyan, the Dragon Maiden, Kailinger. He wondered how these three were faring now, a frown forming on his brow. Are you looking for someone? Duchan inquired softly, having approached Nezha without him noticing. How did you know? Nezha replied, surprised as he glanced at Duchan. The little monk has a talent for divination, Duchan said, producing a fist-sized tortoise shell that shimmered with light, suggesting it was a mid-grade spiritual artifact. This fellow possesses quite a treasure, Nezha pondered. Within the turtle shell, there seemed to be something stirring, as if it harbored secrets. Duchan covered one end of the shell, closed his eyes, and shook it vigorously. After a moment, he opened his eyes and gazed at Nezha. Well, have you discerned anything? Nezha inquired eagerly, although he was not entirely unfamiliar with divination. This particular method required an understanding of celestial secrets. However, at that moment, he was utterly unable to communicate with the celestial forces of this realm, thus relying solely on Dujan's abilities. Dujan regarded Nezha silently, and after a prolonged pause, he replied, "You haven't mentioned what you wish to divine." Nezha's lips twitched. "Did you not claim to have seen something?" he thought, realizing Dujan was merely a novice in this craft. "First, assist me in divining a dragon, a female dragon. Do you require any additional information?" Nezha questioned skeptically, uncertain of Dujan's competence. Seemingly provoked by Nezha's gaze, Dujan's previously calm demeanor shifted as he slightly twitched his lips and began to mutter incantations, shaking the turtle shell once more with renewed vigor. Subsequently, he removed his hand from the turtle shell's opening, and a beam of radiant light burst forth, transforming into a luminous screen that revealed the dragon maiden Nezha had previously rescued from the small village. However, within the screen, the dragon maiden appeared to be in dire straits, bound to a pillar, surrounded by flickering divine light, with a burly man wielding a large blade standing before her. As Nezha caught sight of the formidable weapon in the man's hand, his pupils constricted, instantly recognizing it as the celestial slayer blade from the Slaying Immortals platform. A gasp escaped his lips. He was well aware that the celestial slayer blade was notorious for its lethal prowess, capable of slaying even the most powerful beings. Once one was dragged to the Slaying Immortals platform and struck by this blade, even a grand immortal would meet a fatal end, resulting in the obliteration of one's celestial essence and a subsequent incarnation in the cycle of 6 realms. What calamity had befallen the dragon maiden? How had she come to be taken to the Slaying Immortals platform? The scene within the luminous screen continued to unfold, revealing the burly man approaching the dragon maiden and gesturing towards a direction obscured from the screen's view. Soon, a figure clad in a dragon robe emerged, and Nezha recognized him as the Dragon King of the South Sea. What connection did the dragon maiden bear to the South Sea Dragon King? Nezha contemplated. At that moment, a voice resonated from the screen. "Child, this is where I must leave you. I have infused the South Sea Dragon King's seal and cultivation methods into your true spirit. So trust in your journey. You are the only one among our South Sea Dragon lineage who can reach the celestial realm." The Dragon King spoke slowly, his dragon eyes filled with sorrow. "Father, I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die." The dragon maiden cried out in terror, her eyes fixed on the celestial slayer blade held by the burly man. "The dragon maiden can speak?" Nezha was taken aback, sensing something amiss. "Go forth with confidence." The South Sea Dragon King sighed, "For you are destined for the heavenly Qian world." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. At that moment, the burly man seemed to receive some signal and, without hesitation, brandished the celestial slayer blade. The piercing divine light shimmered upon the celestial slayer, an unparalleled sharpness emerging as a manifestation of intent. This brilliance rendered Nezha and Dujan before the luminous curtain unable to gaze directly, compelling them to instinctively shut their eyes. Suddenly, a soft sound pierced the air, and when they glanced back, the dragon maiden had transformed into a headless corpse, a wisp of true spirit escaping her flesh and vanishing into the void in an instant. At that moment, Nezha discerned the source of the predicament. With a twitch of his lips, he cast an exasperated glance at Dujan, remarking on the remarkable proficiency of his divination, capable of uncovering events from millions or thousands of years past. Dujan, perceiving the disdain in Nezha's words, felt a rare flush of embarrassment cross his features. He then struck the back of his head with his right hand, and a radiant aura materialized behind him. With a flourish, Dujan grasped the luminous orb, which was not merely a divine light, but a manifestation of Buddhist mysticism. "The present Buddha?" Nezha exclaimed, realizing that Dujan indeed possessed extraordinary abilities. This was the divine power of the present Buddha, one of the 3 great divinations of Buddhism, which encompassed the past, present, and future. Dujan's knowledge of the present Buddha's incantation was unexpected, as only a select few adept sages in the Western spiritual realm had mastered such powers. As the radiant orb flickered in Dujan's grasp, it appeared to disperse the mists, revealing a scene. Upon witnessing this vision, both Nezha and Dujan involuntarily flinched. Chapter 66. The edge of the forbidden land wreathed in wisps of white mist, a fair-skinned figure emerged, delicately caressing her shoulder, seemingly bathing. "One must not gaze upon what is inappropriate," Dujan silently admonished himself, turning his gaze elsewhere. The woman's beauty was admirable, yet she was not the dragon maiden, and Nezha did not recognize her. However, he was puzzled as to why she appeared within the present Buddha mirror. At that moment, Nezha heard a sultry voice emanating from the mirror. "Hee, little dragon, come here." The speaker was undoubtedly the woman within the mirror. A pure white creature, resembling a small serpent, appeared in the reflection. Is this the dragon maiden? How has she transformed into a little snake? Nezha pondered. In the mirror, the serpentine being, adorned with magnificent horns that unmistakably identified it as a dragon, or a small iron ring inscribed with countless runes around its neck. Nezha's brow furrowed at the sight of the ring, sensing something amiss. Observing the little dragon's eyes, he noted a look of reluctance, its spirit seemingly diminished. He, don't be upset. It was your repeated attempts to flee that prompted me to place this spirit-locking ring upon you. Once you cultivate to the transcendent stage, you shall naturally break free, the sultry voice continued, as the woman in the mirror rose, revealing her graceful form. With a gentle wave of her hand, a delicate veil soared toward her, enveloping her form, while a diminutive dragon coiled around her, presenting her as if she were a goddess from ancient times, radiating an extraordinary grace. Indeed, the iron ring harbored secrets. Nezha observed the enchanting scene within the Buddha mirror, his heart unperturbed, yet his eyes betrayed a fierce intensity. Xuantiand, is there any way to trace that location? Nezha inquired. Who? As soon as the words escaped his lips, the woman within the Buddha mirror appeared to hear Nezha's voice. Her delicate brows furrowed as she summoned a heavy robe that draped over her. Within the mirror, divine light erupted, and an imposing aura emanated from the alluring woman, palpable even to Nezha, who stood on the other side. Transcending tribulation stage. Nezha's pupils constricted. Beside Nezha, Xuantiand's complexion shifted drastically upon the woman's alarming exclamation. In a heartbeat, he covered Nezha's mouth with one hand and swiftly transformed the Buddha mirror into ethereal energy with the other. Just as the mirror was on the verge of vanishing, the woman within, having swept her divine sense around in vain, revealed a burst of brilliance in her eyes as a pristine white lotus emerged from her forehead. An overwhelming pressure surged through the Buddha mirror, traversing countless realms, bearing down upon Nezha and Xuantiand. Humph! Shameless thief! Prepare to meet your demise. The enchanting woman sneered coldly, sending a beam of divine light hurtling towards the Buddha mirror. At that moment, the mirror dissipated entirely, transforming into pure spiritual energy. Xuantiand exhaled softly, casting a glare at Nezha. Do you wish for death? That is a being of the transcending tribulation stage. Upon hearing this, Nezha offered a sheepish smile, unaware that his words could draw the attention of such a formidable opponent. And he certainly did not anticipate that the woman was a powerful entity of the transcending tribulation stage, far from the boundless wasteland. A captivating woman gazed at the divine light she had unleashed upon a mountain peak, which was obliterated into dust in an instant, a sight both fearsome and awe-inspiring. Yet, an unusual fury marred her features as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Shameless thief! Should I discover your identity, I will assuredly slay you. The petite white dragon coiled around the woman's hand blinked its eyes, seemingly lost in recollection. Do you know where the scene within the divine Buddha mirror was? Nezha inquired, scratching his head in frustration. The little monk does not know, Xuantiand replied with an exasperated glance at Nezha. Raised by the guardian lion clan, he had scarcely ventured beyond their territory, having never strayed far from the periphery of the boundless wasteland. As for venturing deeper into the wasteland, Xuantiand had never contemplated such a notion. The inner sanctum of the boundless wasteland was a forbidden zone. Upon hearing Xuantiand's response, Nezha furrowed his brow, uncertain how to seek out the dragon maiden if he remained ignorant of the location within the divine Buddha mirror. Well, it seems I must proceed step by step. First, I shall exit the boundless wasteland. Nezha pondered as he rose to his feet and continued onward. Nezha and Xuantiand had lost track of time, hunting wild beasts and foraging for fruits when hunger struck, and quenching their thirst with the pure waters of nearby rivers. As they ventured further westward, the variety of flora began to dwindle, and even the traces of mystical beasts became scarce. Fortunately, both individuals possessed considerable cultivation, rendering them impervious to the effects of hunger and thirst, even over the course of several days. This endless wasteland, aptly named, revealed increasingly sparse vegetation and elusive creatures as they progressed outward. After traversing this desolate expanse for 9 days and nights, both Nezha and Xuantiand found their mouths parched and dry. The boundless wasteland lived up to its name, with barren mountains and jagged stones strewn about. Trees, grotesque in appearance and reminiscent of malevolent spirits, stretched out their eerie branches in every direction. Occasionally, they would encounter crow-like birds perched on the branches, screeching in a most unmelodious manner. Nezha, perplexed by the increasingly bizarre and unsettling scenery, inquired whether they had strayed off course. Xuantiand reassured him that they had not. To escape the endless wasteland, they must pass through its core, which led to the border town of the human realm. Through Xuantiand's explanations, Nezha learned of the ancient legends surrounding the endless wasteland, which spoke of 10,000 forbidden grounds, the mysteries of which remained unknown to all living beings. Those who sought to explore these enigmas would find themselves irrevocably lost upon entry. The forbidden region, when viewed from above, resembled the shape of a gourd. To exit the endless wasteland, one must traverse along the upper edge of this gourd. Nezha, curious, queried how they would discern whether they had entered the forbidden territory. Dujan smiled and replied, "If my predictions hold true, you shall soon discover the delineation between the forbidden ground and this endless wasteland as we proceed further." After another half-day of travel, a strange river appeared before them. The water, dark as ink, concealed countless skeletal remains beneath its surface, yet it bore no foul odor. "What river is this?" Nezha asked Dujan, feeling an unsettling aura emanating from the waters. "We must be nearing the border of the forbidden ground," Dujan indicated towards the river. "If we follow its course and cross it, we will ultimately reach the gourd's mouth and escape the endless wasteland." Nezha glanced in the direction Dujan pointed. Noticing that the sky ahead was slightly clearer, while a thick shroud of dark clouds loomed behind them, casting an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "It is said that the source of this dark river lies within the forbidden ground. Only the deceased may truly know its nature," Dujan murmured softly, imparting knowledge to Nezha. Nezha nodded in understanding. Merely gazing towards the forbidden ground sent chills down his spine. He was acutely aware that such a sensation could only emanate from entities of at least sage-level power. The overwhelming terror and unparalleled despair he felt, reminiscent of the awe he experienced in the presence of a sage, remained indelible in his heart, even after countless years had passed. A fleeting glance caught Nezha's attention as he lifted his gaze towards the western expanse of the boundless wasteland. The horizon there was clear, a brilliant azure, punctuated only by a few dark clouds that hinted at an extraordinary presence. Over the past 9 days, Nezha had almost raced alongside Dujan. In Nezha's recollection, the speed at which he now executed his thunderous steps was akin to lightning, swift and unparalleled. He mused that if he were to refine his skills to a higher level, he might rival the legendary Monkey King's somersault cloud. Yet, despite such prowess, he and Dujan had consumed a full 9 days on their journey. To Nezha's astonishment, Dujan had proven no slouch in speed either. He revealed that he practiced a form of Buddhist footwork, which, when perfected, could shift the very balance of the universe with a single step, merging the art of travel with the essence of combat. A flicker of envy stirred within Nezha, tinged with a sense of resignation. For he knew that aside from cultivating the supreme mystery scripture, he had no other path available. After previously attempting to practice earlier methods and finding himself devoid of resonance with the Tao, Nezha had abandoned them, turning instead to the supreme mystery scripture. "Let us depart. Nightfall approaches, and we must make haste to leave this place before darkness envelopes us," Dujan suddenly remarked, a hint of concern etching his brow. "What troubles you?" Nezha inquired, sensing the unease. "If we linger by the Black Water River after nightfall, we may encounter something sinister," Dujan replied, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. "Then let us proceed," Nezha responded, having little interest in the ominous unknown, which he instinctively sensed was far from benign. The two then resumed their rapid journey, reaching the location Dujan referred to as Gourd Mouth just as darkness fell. Upon arriving at Gourd Mouth, Nezha instinctively glanced back, a chill creeping over him. In his line of sight, he beheld a torrent of black mist surging downstream from the upper reaches of the Blackwater River. The mere sight of this ominous fog sent alarm bells ringing in Nezha's mind, warning him of great terror and unnatural occurrences that were beyond perception or comprehension. Urging him to flee, Dujan, noticing the same, suddenly radiated with an aura of Buddhist light. "Run," Dujan commanded, stepping decisively westward, towards a small mountain range that separated the boundless wasteland from other territories. Safety lay beyond its embrace. An elder lion from the Guardian Lion clan had once warned Dujan that if one found themselves by the Blackwater River at night, they must flee at least 500 miles or face certain death. The elder's conviction stemmed from his youthful ventures into the boundless wasteland, during which he had passed through Gourd Mouth and encountered the same ominous presence, only to vanish without a trace. Neither body nor spirit remained. His companions at that time were even of earthly celestial cultivation. Gathering his focus, Dujan summoned forth his inner Buddhist power, manifesting a spectral white lion beneath him, propelling him swiftly forward. Observing this, Nezha felt a pang of regret. If only my wind and fire wheels were still with me. Nezha, filled with frustration, realized that Dujan had concealed secrets. The tiger was swifter than any of the steps he had previously employed. "Nezha, come up." Dujan called urgently from atop the white tiger's ethereal form, sensing the dire situation. Feeling an unsettling prickling sensation behind him, Nezha wasted no time in leaping onto the white tiger's silhouette. As the wind howled like a dragon and the clouds swirled like a tiger, each bound of the white tiger was accompanied by auspicious clouds. To Nezha's astonishment, this white tiger was indeed a divine beast, indicating that Dujan's legacy was far from ordinary. Having settled upon the tiger and found a moment of respite, Nezha turned his gaze and was taken aback. Within the dense black fog, he discerned countless figures hastily advancing, each exuding tendrils of inky mist. Could it be that the formidable fog was generated by the darkness emanating from these individuals? Nezha pondered. Upon a closer inspection, a shock coursed through him as he spotted the silhouette of his father, Li Jing, within the black haze. Do not look. It is but an illusion. Before Nezha could scrutinize further, a voice accompanied by a chilling sensation surged toward him. In an instant, Nezha was jolted awake, and when he furtively glanced back into the black mist, there was no trace of Li Jing, only those who resembled mere shells of humanity. That voice. It was not Dujan's. It sounds oddly familiar, Nezha mused, quickly scanning his surroundings to locate the source of the voice, yet found nothing. Could it be my imagination? Nezha furrowed his brow, pondering once more, just as he contemplated that the previous voice was a mere auditory hallucination. Dujan had already maneuvered the white tiger's ethereal form to the summit of a small mountain. At that moment, Nezha caught sight of a familiar white-clad figure. Is that not the white-clad guest? Nezha exclaimed in surprise, turning toward the pure white silhouette. The white-clad guest bore a visage marked by the passage of time, his hair and beard entirely white, yet still resembling Nezha, albeit with a scar etched across his face. What is this? Before Nezha could articulate his thoughts, Dujan expressed his astonishment. The white-clad guest regarded Nezha, appearing as an aged version of him. In just over half a year, how have you aged so much? Nezha remarked without restraint. Though uncertain whether the white-clad guest was friend or foe, Nezha harbored no fondness for those who bore his likeness and name, especially after losing his treasured artifact to the green-clad guest. The white-clad guest paid no heed to Nezha's words, his gaze lingering on the swirling black fog. Releasing a heavy sigh, I have not found the path to the immortal land, and my old acquaintances are no longer here. I cannot ascend to immortality. The white-clad guest's voice resonated, yet his words left Nezha perplexed. What is the immortal land? Who are the old acquaintances? What does it mean to be unable to attain immortality? Nezha contemplated, his mind swirling with questions. The notion of becoming an immortal has never troubled Nezha. In his view, it merely entails the repetition of his previous life as cultivation. Even if he is currently unable to practice the true scriptures of his past life, and has instead turned to the Taishan scriptures, it matters not. As long as he persists in his training and continues to grow stronger, he will inevitably return to his former realm. Chapter 68. There are no immortals in this world. Seemingly aware of Nezha's thoughts, the man in white let out a scornful laugh, his sharp brows framing eyes that regarded Nezha as if he were a simpleton. Do you truly believe that we were once immortals? The man's voice, low and heavy, carried an air of self-mockery or perhaps derision towards Nezha. Upon hearing this, Nezha felt a jolt in his heart. 9 days prior, in the territory of the guardian lion, after listening to the words of the deluded, he had harbored such a question. If their world was merely fragments of the true immortal realm of Ur, and they were but reflections of the beings from that ancient realm, what then was he, in truth? I presume you have come to realize that our former world is merely remnants of the true immortal realm, the man in white said, gazing at Nezha. His eyes, shadowed by his pure white brows, seemed to hold a multitude of sorrows. Indeed, though we are all manifestations of the remnants of the ancient immortal realm, our fates are not entirely alike, he continued, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Do you know? Our heavenly court was unlike the heavenly court of your world. It was devoid of any laws or strict regulations. The man's eyes glimmered with a myriad of emotions, as if he were lost in reminiscence. Thus, the immortals there were not barred from love. After my ascension, I, too, led a life akin to that of mortals, establishing a family in the immortal realm and raising a son and a daughter. Upon hearing this, Nezha was taken aback. He had never understood love. Throughout the countless years, both before and after his ascension, he had never formed any romantic ties with other female cultivators. Such actions would trigger divine laws and under Li Jing's constraints. He had never had the opportunity to engage in any romantic pursuits. This was a concept that Nezha simply did not grasp. I once believed that I possessed an eternal life, destined to live in such a manner for all eternity. Yet, I never anticipated that day would come. The man in white said, his expression shifting to one of fury. That day, Nezha's mind raced with conjectures about what had transpired, likely mirroring the invasion by the so-called outer demons in his own world. With the cycle of reincarnation shattered and the fortunate spared from death, the immortals, devoid of any place for rebirth, could only choose to reincarnate anew. The man in white abruptly shifted his demeanor, his expression returning to that of an aloof and carefree figure. Later, after much searching, I discovered that many immortals had reincarnated into the Xuantiand world. Over the course of more than 10 million years, I devoted most of my time to restoring my cultivation, he said, facing Nezha directly. Is there a connection in this? Nezha furrowed his brow, recalling the unfinished words of the deluded. What exactly is the Xuantiand world? Without the cycle of reincarnation. Do you know what transformations occurred to those immortals after they reincarnated into the Xuantiand world? A mysterious smile played on the corner of the man's mouth as he observed Nezha with an enigmatic gaze. I do not know. Upon hearing this, Nezha shook his head honestly, admitting his ignorance. His time in these two worlds had been brief, leaving little opportunity to study the essence of true spirits. Their true spirits had become pure. Even though the foundation of their past celestial paths resided within these spirits, they were no longer the beings they once were. Even if one of them were to attain sanctity one day, they could not return to their former selves. At this point, the white-clad guest's words resonated with Nezha, revealing that those celestial beings had irrevocably bid farewell to their previous identities. In their reincarnated existence, the purity of their true spirits meant that their lives in the Xuantiand world would dominate their consciousness. Although some might have the chance to recall memories from their time in the celestial realm, those recollections belonged to their present selves in Xuantiand, not to their former celestial identities. A flicker of concern crossed Nezha's mind as he pondered the fate of his past mentors and friends. He sighed inwardly, realizing the vast implications of this scenario, particularly as it involved the consumption of one grand world by another. The forces at play here were likely beyond the control of even the sages. What kind of power would one need to unreservedly explore all these mysteries? Nezha's thoughts were tumultuous. Then, the voice of the white-clad guest resounded once more. In this world, there are no true immortals. We are but mere ants, he lamented. His white hair, tied back with a crimson ribbon, fluttering in the wind. Nezha paused at these words, recognizing the absurdity of their former titles as celestial beings. It was akin to a frog in a well, comfortably ensconced in a vast world yet oblivious to its own limitations. Perhaps even the lofty sages were unaware that they were merely reflections of the true celestial realm. What you mentioned earlier about the path to immortality, what is it? Nezha inquired, embodying his virtue of seeking knowledge without hesitation. The white-clad guest was taken aback by the question and then burst into laughter. Do you wish to know? You are unworthy of such knowledge. You lack even the qualification to seek the truth, he exclaimed with mirth, turning away and stepping toward the boundless desolation of the forbidden domain. In that instant, a scene unfolded before Nezha and the Zen master that left them both awestruck. With a single step, the white-clad guest found himself atop the tumultuous black mist that had yet to disperse. As he entered the darkness, terrifying roars erupted from within, while he radiated a resplendent white light. Countless grotesque phantoms, akin to those that had appeared in the subterranean palace to whisper secrets, surged toward him with fervor. Nezha vividly recalled that day in the palace when innumerable spirits had disregarded the Buddha's light and intent, suffering no harm, as if they belonged to another dimension, yet capable of inflicting pain upon the beings of this realm. It was with alarming ease that they rendered desire before him into rapid decay, culminating in the emergence of a strange figure that reduced desire to mere ashes. The figure clad in white extended a delicate hand from the voluminous sleeves of his robe, and with a graceful flourish, a beam of pure white radiance emanated from his palm. A small emblem materialized in his grasp, which he gently tossed above his head. This emblem, radiating a soft white glow, enveloped the figure in a protective aura, rendering the surrounding malevolent spirits powerless to approach. A rare treasure, exclaimed Duchan, who stood beside Nezha, astonished. Nezha's lips twitched in acknowledgement. Indeed, to possess the means to ward off such eerie entities was undoubtedly a remarkable artifact. Once a true deity of a realm, he sought the guidance of the immortal. Yet, witnessing the fall of the gods during the great catastrophe, he realized that true immortals were but a myth in this world. Amidst the thick black mist, the pure white silhouette gradually faded into the obscurity, and a wild, enigmatic laughter echoed from within the fog. Listening to the whimsical verses uttered by the figure in white, Nezha felt a tremor in his heart, an inexplicable sorrow washing over him. He began to comprehend the sentiments of the other. It was the pride of a former celestial general, now shattered upon the revelation of truth. They were merely illusions, phantoms of the genuine deities that once resided in the celestial court. A bittersweet pang struck Nez's heart. Was he not also ensnared in a similar fate? Yet what of it? The remnants of the celestial realm from days gone by were but fragments. Did this not signify that the celestial world had perished? Thus, one day, he too could tread the path back to the celestial realm and be reborn as an immortal. With a resolute gaze, Nezha looked towards the forbidden land, a place he vowed to visit one day, a domain where he would ultimately earn the right to tread. His expression hardened as he turned to Duchan, saying, "Let us proceed." Duchan had intended to inquire why the figure in white sought entry into the forbidden land, but he refrained, pondering the futility of such questions. With their current cultivation, what could they achieve? Merely gazing upon the black mist sent shivers through their souls. What strength did they possess to venture into its depths? Akin to that enigmatic figure? After replenishing their spiritual energy, the two set forth. By the following night, they found themselves beneath the towering walls of a grand city. Nezha gazed in awe at the imposing fortifications, beginning to understand why the heavenly court had been powerless against the invasion of the demonic forces from beyond. The very stones that composed these walls were crafted from rare Taoist essence stones, even in the days of the heavenly court. Each stone harbored a faint yet formidable Taoist aura. With such fortifications in place, even a Tai golden immortal would find it impossible to breach these walls at will. The very existence of this great city revealed the profound depth of the Upper Qian realm, far surpassing the foundations of the heavenly court Nezha once called home by countless magnitudes. This was not merely a comparison of scale. "Take this with you," Duchan said, suddenly producing an object as they neared the city gate. It was a token, adorned with intricate Buddhist motifs that swirled around it. "What is this?" Nezha inquired, puzzled. "This is a Buddhist artifact that can conceal your true essence," Duchan replied with a smile. Nezha suddenly comprehended his consciousness, realizing that his identity seemed to present numerous inconveniences while traversing the Upper Qian realm. It appeared that individuals like him, emerging from the fragments of other celestial realms, were not particularly welcomed in this domain. Contemplating this, Nezha casually refined the token, seamlessly integrating it into his own being. Upon completion of the refinement, Nezha was astonished to discover a profound transformation in his aura. The sight of the crossing Zen before him now felt oddly familiar. However, as he shifted his gaze, a sense of dejection washed over him as he recognized that the token could not facilitate communication with the great Tao of this world, nor could he employ his former magical techniques. To wield the divine arts of this realm, one must inevitably engage with the celestial enigmas, and there was no circumventing the threshold of the great Tao. Zen, perceiving Nezha's intentions, promptly remarked, "It is indeed advantageous to possess the essence of a native being like yourself." Nezha expressed his admiration in response. "What? Do you desire the identity of a native being? It is quite simple. Relinquish everything and undergo reincarnation to cultivate anew," Zen replied with a smile. Instantly, Nezha turned his head, dismissing him. Along their journey, Zen had shared all the knowledge he possessed regarding the heavenly Qian realm. Due to the absence of reincarnation, once a person dies, they are irrevocably lost. Even if a remnant spirit were to be reborn, it would no longer be the individual it once was. Recollecting his thoughts, Nezha and Zen arrived before a grand city. At the city gates, throngs of cultivators bustling in and out were all imbued with spiritual prowess. Not a single mortal was in sight. Nezha contemplated this, realizing that the abundant spiritual energy of the Upper Qian realm could benefit even the most unassuming creature. Just as they were about to enter the city, 3 unparalleled auras emerged from their direction. In the sky, 3 beams of radiant light, exuding immense power, swiftly passed over the city. Instantly, a commotion erupted at the city gates. "That must be the might of a Qian Jun," one exclaimed. "I perceive such force. It must be at least a Qian Zun." Another countered, No, it should be a Qian Wang at the very least. In my opinion, it is indeed a Qian Jun." Yet another retorted, "What a prestigious position a Qian Jun holds. How could they possibly visit Luoxian City in person?" Nezha and Zen exchanged glances, both bewildered. Nezha, stepping for the first time into the realm of the human race in the Upper Qian realm, was naturally unaware of the various realms referenced by the cultivators. Zen, who had never ventured beyond the endless wasteland and was only familiar with the Buddhist cultivation system, was equally uninformed. They discreetly resolved to seek knowledge to avoid arousing suspicion. However, awkwardly enough, just as they were about to enter the city, they encountered a dilemma. Nezha observed a group ahead of them facing difficulties as they attempted to enter the city. "Go on, go away. If you have no money, then pay with the beasts you hunted from the endless wasteland. Otherwise, get lost," one of the gate guards impatiently berated. Before the guard stood 3 cultivators at the nascent soul stage, who were now timidly bowing their heads, too intimidated to utter a word. After exchanging a glance, Nezha and Dujan decisively stepped out of the queue. Do you have any money? Nezha inquired. No, Dujan replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his calm demeanor. What shall we do then? Nezha felt a twinge of frustration. How could they enter the city without funds? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Nezha's mind. He recalled the weapons he had pilfered from the members of the Qiankun Sect in the heavenly realm that still resided in his storage bag. I have a plan, Nezha said to Dujan. The two promptly rejoined the queue. After a brief wait, their turn finally arrived. Previously, Nezha and Dujan had observed that the guards at the gate would use a magical mirror to inspect those wishing to enter the city. As they stood before the guard, Nezha noticed that the mirror bore a resemblance to the celestial demon revealing mirror of old, albeit in a more rudimentary form. With a flicker of insight, Nezha maintained his composure, allowing the divine light from the mirror to wash over him and Dujan. As the light shimmered, revealing no abnormalities, both Nezha and Dujan internally sighed in relief. Entry fee. The guard extended his hand towards Nezha. With a slightly tattered storage bag, Nezha produced 3 weapons, all of superior quality. The guard frowned upon seeing the offerings. You have no money? None, Nezha replied nonchalantly. The guard scrutinized Nezha closely, then glanced at Dujan, his lips twitching. Which sect do you hail from, disciples? The guard seemed to harbor reservations, regarding Nezha with uncertainty. In that moment, Nezha's mind raced back to the 3 individuals he had encountered upon first entering the upper realms. I am a disciple of the Qianshu Hall, Nezha proclaimed, a proud expression gracing his face. As a once mighty figure who commanded legions of celestial soldiers, he naturally exuded an air of arrogance. The guard, taken aback, pondered for a moment, his eyes widening in astonishment. I had no idea a true disciple graced us with their presence. Please forgive my oversight. The guard stammered in alarm. Is it truly that simple? Just a pretense? Nezha mused internally, surprised that the guard did not inquire about any form of identification and so readily accepted his claim. As for the entry fee, Nezha decided to maintain the ruse. Since we're already pretending, let us see it through, he stated with an air of disdain. Of course. A disciple of the Qianshu Hall has no need to pay the entry fee, the guard responded obsequiously, bowing deeply. Seeing the guard's demeanor, Nezha could not suppress a chuckle, though he forced himself to maintain a lofty facade as he led Dujan into the city. Truly, a disciple of the Qianshu Hall, even clad in animal skins, carries an extraordinary presence, remarked another guard, enviously watching them. Indeed, for they are disciples of the Qianshu Hall, unlike us, who toil away as mere wild cultivators guarding this desolate city. After bidding farewell to Nezha, the 2 soldiers resumed their duty of guarding the city. Meanwhile, within the city of falling immortals, Nezha and Dujan were akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden, their eyes scanning the surroundings with wonder. Everything within this city struck Nezha as novel. For instance, there was a group of elegantly featured beings with pointed ears. Passers-by informed him that they belonged to a race known as the Elves, a lineage that had emerged after the great world of Upper Qian absorbed another world. Upon further inquiry, Nezha and Dujan learned that the Elves were not originally adept in the path of cultivation, yet they possessed an innate affinity for it. This race excelled in a power known as magic, which, upon investigation, was discovered to be rooted in the 5 elemental forces, albeit utilized in a different manner. Additionally, they observed beings resembling demonic cultivators engaged in labor, each possessing animal-like heads. These were the Orcs, another race from the same realm as the Elves. Naturally inept in the art of cultivation, they nonetheless exhibited extraordinary strength, with adult Orcs boasting physiques comparable to those of ordinary Golden Core stage cultivators, and some exceptional individuals rivaling those in the Tribulation stage. On another side, they spotted a race confined within a prison carriage, possessing human-like bodies but adorned with a pair of ebony wings, exuding an inherent malevolence towards other beings. This race, also from the realm of the Elves, was known as the Demons. Each race and every being they encountered, previously unseen in their former world, left Nezha and Dujan utterly astounded. However, at this moment, Nezha and Dujan were not at a loss. After generously bestowing a low-grade treasure weapon as a bribe to a passerby, they first located a place akin to a pawn shop from their memories. This establishment was called the Treasure Exchange Pavilion, aptly named for its function of trading goods for goods and treasures for treasures. After observing for a while, Nezha boldly presented nearly all of the weapons and various items from his storage bag in exchange for the universal currency of the Upper Qian world, the spirit crystals. With a total of over 10,000 spirit crystals, nearly filling the space within his storage bag, Nezha and Dujan couldn't help but revel in their newfound wealth. Understanding the wisdom of keeping wealth concealed, Nezha, who had lived for over 10,000 years, promptly disguised himself and changed into a new outfit at the shop. Clad in black, Nezha and dressed in white, Xuantiand strolled through the streets of falling immortals, feeling somewhat disoriented. Shouldn't we acquire a map or something of the sort? Xuantiand suggested with a cough. Nezha, upon hearing this, found the reasoning sound. Thus, the two made their way to an inn within falling immortals, indulging in a lavish feast before seeking information from the inn's attendant. To their surprise, the attendant was a beautiful elf, gracefully traversing the first floor of the inn clad in sheer fabric. "One moment, please, I have a few inquiries," Nezha called out to the enchanting elf. "How may I assist you, esteemed guest?" The elf, having integrated into the Upper Qian world for hundreds of thousands of years, naturally spoke the common language of that realm. It is quite a coincidence that the Xuantiand realm and the Tianxian world, much like the homeland of Nezha, share the same language, allowing for seamless communication. Nezha inquired softly, seeking knowledge about where in Luoxian City he might acquire some fundamental information regarding the Xuantian realm. He spoke cautiously, aware that those from the Xuantian realm would likely be familiar with its basic tenets. His interest in this knowledge stemmed from his desire to navigate the Xuantian realm without revealing any weaknesses. "Are you perhaps a recent release from home for cultivation?" The enchanting fairy chuckled softly, playfully adjusting the pink gauze draped over her form, revealing hints of her figure. However, neither Nezha nor Xuantiand were swayed by her beauty. Nezha, a celestial being from the heavenly court, had encountered countless women, and his father, Li Jing, had taken measures to seal Nezha's romantic entanglements with the Moon Elder to prevent him from violating heavenly laws. Presently, Nezha found himself devoid of such attachments. For this realm did not possess a heavenly court, and thus, he would embrace fate as it came. Xuantiand, whose true form was that of a white tiger, would only be inclined towards a woman of exceptional talent and grace. Most importantly, as a monk, Xuantiand adhered to the ancient Buddhist teachings of Nezha's realm and dared not entertain frivolous thoughts. Noticing that Nezha and Xuantiand remained unfazed, the fairy narrowed her eyes, suspecting they hailed from a secluded sect, thus explaining their unfamiliarity with the Xuantian realm. Such individuals were not uncommon, and nothing warranted alarm. If you seek such tomes, you may visit the branch of the Confucian Academy in Luoxian City, where a vast collection of texts resides, accessible to those who can enter, the fairy suggested sweetly. Nezha nodded, retrieving a low-grade spirit crystal from his storage bag and placing it in the fairy's outstretched hand before she hurried away. Exchanging a glance with Xuantiand, the two understood each other's intent. After settling the payment, they casually inquired with an ordinary passerby before making their way to the Confucian Academy branch. As they approached, Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a towering 9-story pavilion radiating a resplendent silver light. He recognized this power as the kind only wielded by the illustrious Xuantiand Star Lord or esteemed sages of humanity, known as the righteous aura. With a flash of determination, Nezha stepped before the gates of the Confucian Academy, where shadows danced and numerous figures moved about. Chapter 71. The True and False Xuanzu. Upon entering the courtyard, Xuantiand immediately felt as though he had sunk into a viscous mire. The Confucian Academy was saturated with righteous energy, starkly contrasting with Xuantiand's Buddhist path, hence his discomfort. With a moment of contemplation, Xuantiand understood. "I shall await you here," he sighed softly, retreating a few steps to stand at the entrance, watching Nezha. With a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, Nezha observed the individuals entering the Confucian Tao Academy. They were either practitioners of Confucianism or those of remarkable cultivation. Naturally, Nezha was not a follower of Confucian Tao, yet he felt the profound patterns within him pulsating with a resplendent silver light, seamlessly blending with the righteous aura in the air. Thus, this righteous energy had no detrimental effect on Nezha. In fact, it seemed to enhance his own power. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. As Nezha stepped into the first level of the 9-story pavilion, his eyes widened at the scene unfolding before him. He couldn't help but glance back, only to realize that there was a spatial division both inside and outside the pavilion. The first level was much more expansive than it appeared from the outside. Such magical techniques were something Nezha had only witnessed in the heavenly court before. It was evident that a powerful entity had established the Confucian Tao Academy here. Nezha mused, resolving to maintain a low profile in the Upper Qian world. Within the pavilion, each grand bookshelf was adorned with countless scrolls, radiating a silvery glow, and faintly, the echoes of Confucian sages' recitations seemed to resonate in the air. The practitioners entering from outside spoke in hushed tones, while the majority hastened directly to the shelves of books they sought. On the outermost bookshelf of the first level lay the volumes Nezha needed, categorized under the title Records of Common Knowledge in the Upper Qian realm. Approaching the shelf, Nezha began to peruse the texts diligently. As a practitioner himself, his memory was exceptional, and he swiftly flipped through the pages of one book after another. In fact, there were some texts he need not even examine, for he had already attracted the attention of several onlookers who regarded the scrolls he held with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Who is this wild mountain dweller? They wondered, seemingly oblivious to even the records of common knowledge. As Nezha immersed himself in the literature at the city gate of Luoxian, which faced the endless wasteland, the bustling scene continued. Practitioners entered the city, each preoccupied with their own affairs. Among those queued at the gate stood a graceful woman clad in white, moving slowly with the line. Finally, she had emerged. Gazing upon the grand city teeming with life, the beautiful woman felt tears welling up in her eyes. Soon, it was her turn to pay the entrance fee. As before, the guards halted her, and after shining a magical mirror to confirm her identity without any anomalies, one guard extended his hand to her with a composed expression. My master said that if I present the token directly, they should not dare to collect a fee from me, she thought anxiously, as she raised her hand and, with a flick, revealed an object. It was a token inscribed with the 3 characters Xian Shu Dian. The guard's expression shifted upon seeing it, followed by a look of skepticism. 2 disciples from the Xian Shu Dian passing by in one day? The Xian Shu Dian was renowned for its strict admission process and the rarity of its disciples. The soldier, pondering deeply, resolved to confirm once more. Are you truly a disciple of the Xian Shu Hall? He inquired cautiously, his brow furrowed with doubt. The beautiful woman, initially confident, trembled slightly upon hearing the soldier's question, her voice quavering as she responded. Observing her hesitation, the soldier guarding the gate grew suspicious. With a stern expression, he raised his voice slightly, demanding, Are you genuinely a disciple of the Xian Shu Hall? Know that impersonating someone from one of the 8 great sacred grounds is a capital offense. The soldier's gaze was filled with skepticism, and his hand instinctively rested on the weapon at his waist. The blade appeared to be a superior magical artifact. Earlier that morning, he had encountered a youth clad in animal hides who claimed to be a disciple of the Xian Shu Hall, a claim he was willing to entertain. He had received orders stating that the Xian Shu Hall had sent a flying sword message to the city lord of falling immortals, indicating that a disciple was undergoing training in the endless wasteland and should not be obstructed from entering the city. Given that this was a training expedition, the youth in animal hides indeed bore the appearance of one seasoned in trials. Though somewhat disheveled, he radiated an aura that surpassed the peak of the spirit separation stage. Such youthful prowess could indeed qualify him as a disciple of the Xian Shu Hall. However, this seemingly pristine woman, who appeared to be merely at the golden core stage, dared to assert her status as a disciple. The soldier found himself perplexed, questioning her intelligence. In his mind, this female cultivator was at least in her late 20s. While achieving the golden core stage at such an age was commendable, it did not align with the standards of the Xian Shu Hall, one of the 8 great sacred grounds of the Upper Qian realm, known for accepting only the most exceptional talents, at the very least. Individuals of the same age and capability as the youth he had encountered that morning. Feeling the weight of the soldier's scrutiny, the beautiful woman, her expressive eyes glistening with unshed tears, pleaded, I am not deceiving you. I am indeed a disciple of the Xian Shu Hall. Her voice trembled with desperation. The soldier's eyes widened, and the peak of his spirit separation stage power surged forth, an overwhelming force directed at the beautiful woman as he thundered. Do you dare to lie? I just permitted a disciple of the Xian Shu Hall to enter this morning. If you are also a disciple, then who was the one I let in? No sooner had he spoken than the guard drew his blade with a swift motion. A brilliant arc of light slicing through the air toward the woman's neck. Stunned, the beautiful woman gazed at the lethal strike, paralyzed, unable to react. Yet, within her heart, she remained composed, knowing that the token bestowed upon her by her master was a formidable artifact. It was this very treasure that had enabled her to traverse the perilous, endless wasteland. As the blade's gleaming edge neared her neck, a sudden surge of sharp energy erupted, startling all present atop the city walls. The soldier wielding the blade felt a tightening in his chest, witnessing a scene that left him utterly aghast. Before their eyes, the exquisite lady's token suddenly radiated an infinite silver light, casting a shadow over the sky surrounding the fallen immortal city. In that singular moment, the sun and moon seemed to reverse, and the Milky Way manifested itself. A full moon hung high in the heavens, while countless star powers cascaded down like a celestial waterfall. In the blink of an eye, the essence of the stars coalesced into a figure, from which emanated a haunting voice laden with an inexorable killing intent. Who dares to harm my disciple? Chapter 72. The sword enthusiast who dares to harm my disciple? As this voice resonated, the figure composed of star power gradually became clearer. Upon recognizing the visage of this being, the guard at the gate felt his legs weaken. Collapsing to his knees with a thud, his back instantly drenched in sweat. It was none other than Yu Tai Su, renowned as the reincarnation of the Sword Immortal. One of the 9 luminaries of the Qianshu Palace, the celestial Qian of Yu Tai Su. Born in the Upper Qian, he had lived for nearly 10,000 years. Undefeated in all that time, he had subdued countless formidable foes from the pseudo-immortal realm. Upon witnessing this figure, a cultivator gasped in astonishment. But that is not the crux. The true significance lies in the fact that the immortal has actually taken a disciple. Another exclaimed in disbelief. The beautiful lady, upon hearing this voice, joyfully called out, "Master." The starry apparition inclined its head, tacitly acknowledging her address. This moment firmly established the identity of the exquisite lady, eliciting envy from the nearby prostrate cultivators, who gazed at her with admiration. They could discern that her cultivation level was relatively modest, even considered quite low. As her aura indicated, she was merely at the 3rd layer of the Qian Void Realm. Moreover, it appeared that she was practicing a pseudo-immortal technique, having formed a golden core within her body at such a young and seemingly weak stage. Such an honor to be accepted as a disciple by a powerful being from the Qianshu Palace seemed almost too fortunate. Hearing the discussions around her, the beautiful lady was somewhat perplexed by their references to the 3rd layer of the Qian Void Realm, yet her joy remained undiminished. Master, please tell them. I truly am a disciple of the Qianshu Palace," she implored, her voice tinged with urgency. The kneeling guard, upon hearing her words, felt tears welling up within him. "My lady, may I call you my lady? Please, I beg you, do not say any more. If you continue, I fear." Before the guard could finish his thoughts, he felt a gaze descend upon him, knowing it was the pressure emanating from the starry avatar of the mighty being before him. An overwhelming spiritual pressure bore down upon him, laced with a sharp sword intent that rendered his thoughts frozen in place. After what felt like an eternity, the guard suddenly sensed the release of the pressure, followed by a detached voice inquiring, "What is happening?" Understanding that the powerful being was seeking an explanation, the guard hastily relayed the events. Upon hearing that someone had impersonated a disciple of the Qianshu Palace earlier that morning, the starry figure displayed a hint of surprise. "Oh." After expressing her confusion with a single word, the figure of the stars closed her eyes. Within the span of a heartbeat, she swiftly reopened them, leading those below to believe it was merely a blink from a formidable being. In truth, far within the Qianzhu Hall, Yu Taishu had just shut his eyes to calculate the identity of the individual masquerading as a disciple of the Qianzhu Hall. However, to his bewilderment, he found himself unable to discern this person, as if they did not exist at all. Upon meticulously sifting through the intricate web of cause and effect surrounding the Qianzhu Hall, he uncovered a faint clue. It stemmed from his sole disciple, a recently accepted pupil, whose causal line unexpectedly connected to one he had not observed during the acceptance of disciples. Yet, even upon witnessing this line, Yu Taishu remained perplexed, for the vibrant, multicolored causal line leading to the void seemed to vanish abruptly, as though severed. Such a phenomenon was inconceivable. Causal lines either existed or did not. The notion of them being severed was utterly unfathomable. Evidently, the individual impersonating a disciple of the Qianzhu Hall was rather peculiar, Yu Taishu mused. As his thoughts flitted through his mind, the starry embodiment of Yu Taishu suddenly spoke. "Disciple, arrive at the Qianzhu Hall within 3 months, or you shall find it impossible to locate your master." With that, his starry form rapidly dissipated, no longer manifesting. The assembled cultivators exhaled a collective sigh of relief, and soon their gazes turned fervently towards the graceful young woman. This lady was a powerful figure of the Qianzhu Hall, the reincarnation of the sword immortal Yu Taishu's sole disciple. "May I inquire, dear lady, if there is any assistance you require?" A somewhat reserved youth, clad in azure and bearing an ordinary sword on his back, posed the question as he gazed at her. Many onlookers, upon witnessing this, scoffed in disdain. Surely, one would not be so impatient in seeking connections to the Qianzhu Hall. Although this newly accepted female disciple appeared to possess a modest level of cultivation and seemed somewhat naive, she would eventually come to understand the ways of the world. Thus, the azure-clad youth's approach seemed overly opportunistic. "It is the sword enthusiast Wei Jianfeng," someone exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah, that explains his eagerness to engage. For a sword fanatic, the opportunity to encounter the world's foremost sword is of paramount importance. As for his pride, in the face of opportunity, it holds little value," another whispered. "Sword fanatic? Wei Jianfeng?" The beautiful young woman, hearing the murmurs, blinked her eyes curiously and leaned slightly closer to the youth standing before her. "Why yes, indeed, my lady," Wei Jianfeng stammered, appearing quite anxious. "Do not be so tense. I shan't bite. Just call me Sister Kai," the enchanting woman replied with a cheerful smile, pointing to herself. "My apologies, Sister Kai, for any offense caused." At that moment, a nearby soldier approached with utmost respect, harboring deep resentment towards the impostor who had disguised themselves as a disciple of the Qianshu Palace earlier that morning. "Humph, you frightened me just now," a graceful lady named Kai remarked with a cold snort. The soldier, in charge of guarding the gate, felt a rush of embarrassment and murmured, "Miss Kai, please take a look at this." As he spoke, he handed over a storage bag. Upon receiving it, Miss Kai's expression brightened instantly, and she said, "Very well. You may go about your business. I shall not hold this against you." Wei Jianfeng instinctively glanced at the bag and discovered it was filled to the brim with spirit crystals. The soldier, witnessing the disciple of the Qianshu Palace accept the storage bag, breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift from his heart. In the Upper Qian world, disciples from the 8 sacred grounds were all exceptionally gifted, each possessing the strength to dominate the realm. As an ordinary cultivator, merely a gatekeeper in Luoxian City, he dared not entertain any ill thoughts towards Miss Kai. After the soldier departed, Miss Kai turned to Wei Jianfeng and asked, "Do you wish to assist me? What do you seek in return?" Although she was innocent, she was certainly not foolish. She understood the adage that no gift comes without a price. Wei Jianfeng, caught off guard by her inquiry, stammered, "I hope to request that you take me to visit the Sword Burial Peak within the Qianshu Palace." Sword Burial Peak? What sort of place is that? Miss Kai pondered. In truth, she had only recently become a disciple under her mentor's tutelage. Less than a month had passed, during which she had been entirely unmonitored and had not received any information regarding the sect. Her decision to apprentice under him was born out of desperation, having nearly fainted from hunger, and she was willing to accept whatever he offered. Thus, her mentor had taken her in with a bag of spiritual food. Reflecting on this, Miss Kai concluded that although she was unaware of the nature of Sword Burial Peak, its notoriety among outsiders suggested it was a well-known location, likely not of great significance. As she contemplated, she hesitated slightly before saying, "I will do my best." Her conviction, however, was not particularly strong. "Thank you, Miss Kai," Wei Jianfeng exclaimed with delight upon hearing her words. "Could you first show me around Luoxian City?" Miss Kai's bright, lively eyes sparkled as she responded. "Certainly. Where would you like to go?" It seemed that the promise had alleviated Wei Jianfeng's stuttering, allowing his words to flow with remarkable fluency. "Please take me to a place similar to a library," Miss Kai suggested after a moment of thought. "Of course. Please follow me," he replied eagerly. The two entered Luoxian City amidst the envious gazes of countless onlookers, destined for the Confucian Tao Academy, the place Wei Jianfeng had chosen to take her. At that moment, within the academy, Nezha was immersed in a sea of books, gaining insights into the common knowledge of the Upper Qian realm. He found the distinctions of this realm's levels, in comparison to the celestial realm he once inhabited, to be exceedingly fascinating. It is widely acknowledged that in the realm of cultivation, prior to attaining immortality, there exist 8 fundamental stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, dividing spirit, merging body, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. Beyond the great ascension phase, there exists a unique state known as the loose immortal realm, designated for those who fail to transcend the tribulation of immortality. If one endures the tribulation yet does not succeed, they may still transition into a loose immortal, provided their spirit and flesh can barely withstand the ordeal. The loose immortal realm comprises 9 celestial layers. If one has not successfully crossed the tribulation during the Great Ascension, they must first cultivate through the 9 layers of loose immortality in the mortal realm before they can hope to transcend the tribulation of immortality. In truth, the advantages of the loose immortal realm are manifold. It not only extends one's sojourn in the mortal realm, but also allows for the reinforcement of foundational skills before achieving immortality. However, in Nezha's recollection of the 3,000 small worlds from his past life, few cultivators opted for the loose immortal realm. Most would smoothly navigate the tribulation without significant peril, except for a small fraction of unfortunate souls who, having failed the tribulation, were compelled to transform into loose immortals. Given the immense benefits of transitioning into the loose immortal realm, why do so few cultivators choose this path? The answer lies in the fact that once one becomes a loose immortal, they must traverse 9 transitions, each fraught with peril, and each transition necessitates overcoming a tribulation. More critically, each transition grants a lifespan of nearly 500 years if one fails to reach the next transition within this time frame. They are left with only two options: to reincarnate or to forcefully attempt the tribulation of immortality. To even contemplate crossing the tribulation of immortality before achieving the ninth transition of loose immortal status is nothing short of absurd. Nezha once witnessed a desperate 8th transition loose immortal, who had no choice but to confront the tribulation of immortality at the 8th transition, only to be utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace of their true essence. It is noteworthy that this individual was merely one transition away from the 9th. Yet, that single transition represents an insurmountable chasm. Typically, a loose immortal who reaches the 9th transition exhibits combat prowess upon achieving immortality that far surpasses that of an ordinary great ascension cultivator who ascends directly to immortality. Nonetheless, even with such advantages, few willingly transition into loose immortality due to the inherent dangers. At this moment, Nezha perused a tome that delineated the realm divisions of the Upper Qian world, which referred to the stages preceding the tribulation of immortality collectively as the Xuantiand realm. This realm encompasses 9 minor stages: qi, blood, bone, tendon, body, dan, spirit, rhythm, and extremity. At the pinnacle of extremity, one melds all 9 stages into a singular entity. The text asserted that cultivating by this method is far more potent than the methods of false immortals. The false immortal techniques referenced in the book unmistakably alluded to the cultivation practices Nezha had previously engaged in before the celestial court. Moreover, in Nezha's memories, the tribulation of immortality was referred to in the Upper Qian world as the spirit-cleansing tribulation rather than the immortal tribulation. What, then, constitutes immortality in this world? Nezha pondered as he examined the subsequent descriptions of realms: Qian General, Qian King, Qian Sovereign, Qian Monarch, Qian Saint, and Heaven Pillar. Only after the Heaven Pillar does one attain the status of an immortal, which is the final realm. Upon reading this, Nezha felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This is what it means to be an immortal? He then scrutinized the general descriptions of these realms, comparing them to the realms that followed immortality in his past life. The earthly immortals correspond to the mysterious generals, the true immortals to the mysterious kings, the golden immortals to the mysterious venerables, the Tai golden immortals to the mysterious lords, the great Luo golden immortals to the mysterious saints, and the sages to the heavenly pillars. Contemplating this correspondence, Nezha was suddenly taken aback. According to the text, does it not imply that one must harmonize with the Tao, and that the legendary Hongjun Laozu resides in the realm of true immortality? Clearly, Nezha was reluctant to acknowledge this. Yet upon further examination of the text's description, the immortal is one who neither dies nor perishes, as all things in heaven and earth may fall, yet I do not. All beings may perish, yet I do not. With a mere flick, the universe may crumble, and in stillness, a new realm may be born. Such is the essence of the immortal. After a prolonged silence, Nezha was suddenly awakened, realizing that the Tai Xian Jinjing he was cultivating seemed to align with the cultivation path of this realm. This thought unsettled him deeply. Although Nezha did not regard all beings of the Upper Qian world as adversaries, those who invaded the heavenly court were indeed his enemies. Furthermore, with his friends' and mentors' fates uncertain, how could he embark on the cultivation of the true scriptures of this realm? Reflecting on this, Nezha recognized that he could no longer practice the ancient scriptures. Even the heavenly laws of this realm eluded his senses. He had no choice but to proceed unless he truly wished to lead a mundane existence. With this realization, the mental barriers he had anticipated dissipated instantly. Having gleaned much from his observations, Nezha now understood the cultivation levels of this realm, the names and brief descriptions of some major powers, as well as locations designated as forbidden grounds. Additionally, he acquired a rough map of the Upper Qian world, dotted with countless uncharted territories, with annotations indicating areas explored in the preceding decades. Beyond the map lay vast spaces yet to be organized. To obtain this map, Nezha inquired of a scholar present, who informed him that it could be purchased at the Wanbao Zhai, which even offered more detailed maps. Thus, Nezha set off, preparing to leave the Confucian Academy. At that moment, a graceful and familiar figure approached from outside the academy. Oh, Nezha. The newcomer was none other than Kai Linger, accompanied by a young swordsman with an expressionless demeanor. Kai Linger? Nezha queried, somewhat uncertainly. Shoo, be quiet. Kai Linger suddenly hushed him. At her words, Nezha felt his brows twitch slightly. After all, it was not he who had called out loudly just moments before. By the way, Dragon Maiden, do you know where she has gone? Nezha asked. No, I did not see her when I arrived here. It was dreadful, in the endless wasteland. I was pursued by countless monsters, all eager to devour me. Had I not encountered my master, I might have long since become someone else's meal, Kai Linger said. her face filled with fear. After she spoke, she instinctively patted her chest in a gesture of relief. Initially, Nezha felt indifferent to her words. But he suddenly realized the implication. Countless monsters wishing to consume Kai Lingu? Was this not akin to the treatment he had endured? Could it be that Kai Linger is also an ancient celestial being? No, that cannot be. Kai Linger possesses neither the foundation of celestial Tao nor any remarkable traits. How could she possibly be an ancient celestial? There must be some information she has overlooked. Nezha pondered momentarily before inquiring, "Why do they wish to consume you?" "I don't know. It's rather peculiar. They referred to me as a remnant of the ancient celestial lineage," Kai Linger replied, her expression one of perplexity. Remnant of the ancient celestial lineage? Upon hearing this term, Nezha felt a sudden jolt of interest. What connection does this remnant bear to the ancient remnants? However, upon observing Kai Linger's bewildered demeanor, he realized that she might not possess as much knowledge as he did regarding these matters, rendering further questioning futile. From Kai Linger's words, Nezha discerned another significant detail. When they were transported from the heavenly mysterious world to the upper mysterious realm, it was likely that everyone had been separated. Yet the exact number of individuals who had been transmitted remained unknown. Nezha contemplated this while casting his gaze toward the young man beside Kai Ling, who was clad in blue and bore a long sword on his back. The sword, however, was not a magical artifact, but rather an ordinary weapon, forged by mortal hands. Such a sight was quite rare, whether in the heavenly mysterious world or the upper mysterious realm. Nezha seldom encountered anyone who did not carry magical treasures, but instead wielded a mundane sword that held no significance for cultivators. Kai Ling noticed Nezha's scrutiny and promptly introduced the young man. "This is Wei Jianfeng. It is said that he is a sword enthusiast." Upon hearing Kai Linger's introduction, Wei Jianfeng merely nodded in acknowledgement, displaying little reaction. He appeared to possess a certain naivete rather than arrogance, a fact Nezha could discern from the indifferent gaze he cast upon his surroundings. "By the way, you mentioned a master earlier. Has your master from the Qiankun Sect caught up with you?" Nezha inquired once more. Kai Linger paused, her expression shifting to one of dismay. "I do not have a master at the Qiankun Sect," she replied. Nezha was momentarily taken aback, then pressed on. "So who is this master?" "Oh, he is a middle-aged man with a long sword. So formidable. The other day, I was being pursued by numerous monsters, and I was so famished that I could hardly run. Then he appeared, and with a single swing of his sword, you should have seen it. Those monsters that were chasing me vanished entirely." Kai Linger recounted, her excitement evident as she gestured animatedly. Upon hearing her description, Nezha felt a sense of familiarity. "When your master appeared, was there an old cultivator and a female cultivator accompanying him?" Nezha asked, his expression odd, pondering the coincidence. "Yes, how did you know?" Kai Linger replied, startled. "One belongs to the Celestial Holy Court, and the other is from the Cold Moon Pavilion. Lastly, your master must be from the Xinshu Hall. Am I correct?" Nezha's lips twitched, his tone exceedingly peculiar. "Wow. Nezha, have you been following me all along?" Kai Linger gazed at him with suspicion. "Why would I follow you? I encountered those three individuals when I first arrived in the endless wilderness," Nezha clarified. "Oh, I see. What are your plans now?" Kai Linger inquired, glancing at the tower behind Nezha. "I am off to seek the Dragon Maiden." "And you?" Nezha replied. "My master has instructed me to return to the Xinshu Palace within 3 months, so I may not be able to accompany you." Kai Linger's expression fell, feeling disheartened at the prospect of parting from someone she had only just met. "It's all right. Focus on your training at the Xinshu Palace," Nezha said with a smile. In the book he had just perused, there was a detailed account of the Xinshu Palace. The Xinshu Palace, one of the 8 sacred places of cultivation in the upper celestial realm, ranks 4th, founded upon the North Dipper stars, with 9 major pivot points. Among them, the Tianshu, Li Yunyan, serves as the palace master, possessing inscrutable mystical arts that no other sect in the upper celestial realm can rival. Furthermore, there is the illustrious Dongming Zhuge Yuchuan, who is rumored to have engaged in a stalemate with the headmaster of the paramount Kunlun Palace, only to vanish during the 30,000th year of the Xiantian era. The account of the Xinshu Palace alone occupies an entire scroll in the records of upper celestial insights, rivaling that of the Kunlun Palace, the highest-ranked sacred site. Moreover, it seems the author hinted at countless secrets left unwritten. Truly, the writer of the records of upper celestial insights is a timid soul, failing to complete the narrative, Nezha mused inwardly. Meanwhile, atop an extraordinarily perilous mountain in the upper celestial realm, an elderly man clad in a pure white robe was hunched over a stone desk, seemingly inscribing something. Suddenly, he sneezed. "How peculiar. Why am I sneezing?" The elderly man paused, perplexed. He then began to calculate with his fingers, and after a few breaths, His expression grew grave as he swiftly calculated, his hands moving with such speed that they nearly left afterimages. Moments later, a point of white light appeared on his forehead, and a bamboo scroll flew forth, expanding to nearly obscure the peak of the spiritual mountain where he stood, casting a resplendent white light. Recording of heaven. The white-robed elder exclaimed, his previously closed eyes snapping open. With a thunderous shout, a spectral brush appeared above the bamboo scroll. Should any other cultivators have been present, they would have been struck with terror at the sight of the grand brush, which bore a crystalline jade hand emanating an ominous and profound aura. At the very instant the jade hand appeared, countless terrifying black rifts manifested in the void beside it, evoking dread. Yet the white-robed elder remained unfazed in the presence of the jade hand. As a pure white eye emerged from the light on his forehead, radiating a piercing divine glow. Through the elder's gaze, he could discern that the jade hand was inscribing ancient celestial characters upon the bamboo scroll. Chapter 75. The Confucian Tao's Pursuit Order. At this moment, the elder clearly recognized the two ancient celestial characters inscribed on the scroll. Nezha? With the elder's exclamation, the massive jade hand on the scroll suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed. At that moment, the sky abruptly manifested countless terrifying thunderclouds, within which various bolts of lightning flickered. In less than a breath's time, these clouds morphed into a swirling vortex. Within this vortex, an ominous single eye formed from innumerable flashes of lightning emerged, its gaze appearing cold and indifferent, surveying the world from on high, as if it had existed since the dawn of time. Upon witnessing this eye's emergence, the elder felt a jolt within. His face contorted with fear, and he hastily prostrated himself on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The celestial eye gazed down at the elder with an inscrutable expression, seemingly warning him of something. However, the appearance of this eye seemed to have transgressed some taboo, as a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the heavens, imbued with a chilling and cutting intent that severed all in its path, palpable even to the prostrate elder. In the blink of an eye, this piercing divine light appeared to transcend the boundaries of space, poised to strike the single eye amidst the thunderclouds. The eye, composed of terrifying lightning, merely cast a detached glance at the divine radiance, and in an instant, the beam was arrested in the void, gradually dissipating to reveal a sword inscribed with the ancient characters "Slay Immortals." If Nezha were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the true slaying immortal sword, though perhaps even more formidable than any he had encountered, radiating an aura of annihilation that surpassed his previous experiences. The slaying immortal sword. The elder gasped in horror as he furtively raised his head. Just then, another beam of divine light soared from the heavens, causing the eye within the thunderclouds to tremble, as if it were deeply apprehensive of the impending arrival of something or someone. This beam of light revealed its true form without concealment, allowing onlookers to discern that it was, in fact, a seal. Beneath the seal were inscribed 4 ancient characters, imprisoned the celestial emperor, the mere presence of which shattered the surrounding spiritual peaks and mountains. The elder trembled, summoning his courage to unfurl his secret treasure, which was none other than a bamboo scroll radiating a magnificent divine light, as if countless sages of humanity were resonating with the teachings of Confucianism. As the seal descended upon the thunderous eye, it struck down with fierce intent, the 4 characters emanating a formidable aura that obliterated countless bolts of lightning, transforming them into pure spiritual energy. A residual wave surged downward, striking precisely upon the bamboo scroll atop the elder's head. With a thud, the elder's face turned ashen, his once mighty aura rapidly waning. When he dared to gaze upward at the thunderclouds again, he found that the 2 divine beams, along with the enigmatic thundercloud and eye, had vanished without a trace. Alas, the elder murmured, trembling as he waved his hand, and in the next instant, a small jade vial appeared within his grasp. The small jade bottle opened automatically, and a pure white elixir soared out, entering the elder's mouth. Instantly, the elder's complexion grew rosy, and a hint of vitality returned to his visage. At that moment, the elder stood amidst the ruins at the mountain's summit, seemingly murmuring incantations. Before long, 4 beams of white light shot up from the valley below. Before the elder appeared 4 other aged figures, their hair as white as snow, each clad in robes of the same hue. Confucian sage. The 4 elders called out in unison, bowing deeply. Next, the edict to hunt down Nezha, commanded the elder holding a bamboo scroll, his expression filled with reverence as his gaze discreetly glanced towards the heavens. In the presence of the elder known as the Confucian sage, the 4 white-clad men exchanged glances, and one stepped forward. "May I inquire, Confucian sage, who is Nezha?" The advancing elder asked respectfully. It is suspected he is an ancient immortal. The rest remains unknown. He is an adversary of our Confucian way, and his demise would herald our prosperity. After a moment of contemplation, the Confucian sage replied, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, the four elders transformed into four beams of pure white light, racing off in different directions. Once the elders departed, the Confucian sage gazed at the desolate mountaintop, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. This spiritual peak was a divine artifact forged through his own Confucian essence. Originally intended for the refinement of a supreme treasure of the Confucian way, now rendered to naught. Truly, peering into the mysteries of the heavens demands a price. The Confucian sage thought, his spirit unsettled as he looked towards the firmament. At this moment, Nezha had parted ways with Kai Linger, who had left behind one companion for him, Wei Jianfeng. Before their separation, Kai Linger had entrusted Wei Jianfeng with a singular request, to protect Nezha. As long as he safeguarded Nezha, she would beseech her master to grant him passage to the Sword Burial Peak. After perusing the record of upper mysteries within the Confucian Academy, Kai Linger finally understood the significance of the Sword Burial Peak. It was the sacred resting place of past swordsmanship practitioners from the Qianshu Hall, accessible only to those of the hall or their invited guests. In the annals of history, merely 5 individuals had entered, and it was rumored that within the Sword Burial Peak lay countless sword intents and divine swords. Should one become aware of these, they might ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In the vast realm of upper mysteries, countless individuals yearned to seek out the Qianshu Hall, many recklessly attempting to infiltrate the Sword Burial Peak to pilfer its sword intent or divine swords. Yet, throughout the eons, not a single soul had succeeded. Even upon locating the Qianshu Hall, they were slain by its disciples before ever discovering the whereabouts of the Sword Burial Peak. Thus, Kai Linger's request to Wei Jianfeng was not daunting in her eyes. After all, she viewed Nezha merely as a slightly extraordinary cultivator, albeit one with an abundance of secrets. Observing the stoic swordsman beside him, Nezha's lips twitched. He had initially declined Kai Linger's proposition, yet she had nonetheless dispatched Wei Jianfeng to protect him. Most importantly, after sparring with Wei Jianfeng, Nezha discovered something peculiar. Despite possessing merely the cultivation of the Golden Core stage, he found himself unable to best him. Wei Jianfeng wielded a mere 3-foot azure blade, a single stroke of chilling intent poised against Nezha's throat. Left with no choice, Nezha found himself compelled to follow. Where to next? Duzhan inquired softly, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed the humbled Nezha, while simultaneously harboring a sense of trepidation towards the unfamiliar swordsman. The ancient adage, "Better to offend a female immortal than to provoke a swordsman," seemed to aptly describe Wei Jianfeng in that moment. Chapter 76. The Savage Beast Mountains. Let us explore this world, Nezha declared, his gaze flickering with determination. A profound understanding of this realm was imperative for him to devise his subsequent plans. "Are you a denizen of this world?" Nezha whispered, turning to Wei Jianfeng. The latter, taken aback by the question, nonetheless resolved to fulfill his promise to protect Nezha, regardless of his origins. "Indeed," he affirmed. "Are there places nearby for cultivation?" Nezha queried. "There are," Wei Jianfeng replied succinctly. "Combat skills? Ascending realms?" His words were straightforward, offering Nezha a choice between the two. "Realm," Nezha responded with a faint smirk. Previously, during his parting with Kai Linger, Wei Jianfeng had been quite loquacious, eager to impart advice and reminders about their agreement. Yet, now his demeanor was notably terse, which, in truth, Nezha found preferable. He had grown weary of excessive chatter. "Follow me," Wei Jianfeng commanded, leading the way forward. Duzhan and Nezha trailed behind him, exiting the city of Luoxian through the northern gate. In contrast, Nezha and Duzhan had entered through the eastern gate. The eastern side faced the boundless wasteland. The west led to the center of the Qian realm, and the south was home to a sect of cultivators. The northern expanse, however, was a mountain range known as the Savage Beast Mountains, adjacent to the endless wasteland, teeming with countless ferocious beasts. Each year, these creatures would launch a tidal assault on Luoxian City, a phenomenon shrouded in mystery that few sought to unravel. As the trio ventured deeper into the mountains, peculiar and bloodthirsty beasts emerged before them. These creatures were more savage than any Nezha had encountered in the endless wasteland. The moment they spotted the three, they charged recklessly. Undeterred by the prospect of death, even the foundational beasts, merely at the second level of the Qian realm, exhibited no fear. With a decisive stomp, Nezha crushed the skull of one beast, casting a dubious glance towards Wei Jianfeng. "Are you certain this is the right place? Is this truly a location for cultivation and not merely a battlefield for honing martial skills?" he questioned skeptically. "Yes, it is," Wei Jianfeng replied with an expression of indifference. Nezha pondered for a moment, recognizing Wei Jianfeng's intentions were likely tied to the fabled sword-burying grounds. With that understanding, he saw little reason to suspect any ill will towards them. As they journeyed, Wei Jianfeng was taken aback by Nezha's remarkable ability to vanquish one formidable demon beast after another, all with his corporeal strength. He had not anticipated that Nezha's physical prowess could rival that of the so-called prodigies he had encountered in the Upper Qian realm. What puzzled Wei Jianfeng even further was the occasional display of techniques by Nezha, which bore no resemblance to the methods of the Qian Dao, nor to the ancient pseudo-immortal practices that Kai Linger was known to cultivate. An enigma, indeed. Wei Jianfeng harbored a keen curiosity regarding Kai Linger's pursuit of the pseudo-immortal path. In the Upper Qian realm, aside from a few mortals yearning to embark on the path of cultivation but lacking a way in, who would purchase the ancient pseudo-immortal techniques from some practitioners, those with authentic lineages or familial ties to sects would never allow themselves to practice such methods. This was because, although these techniques could facilitate cultivation, they ultimately led to a dead end upon reaching the Qian general realm, specifically the Earth immortal stage within the pseudo-immortal domain. It was said that while some ancient immortal beings had managed to elevate the pseudo-immortal techniques to terrifying heights, they had done so relying on dubious paths, incurring significant side effects. Observing Nezha effortlessly dispatch another demon beast with his techniques, Wei Jianfeng couldn't help but twitch his lips, contemplating that Nezha must possess a different lineage. As dusk approached, the perilous Mang Beast Mountains were not suited for nocturnal travel, prompting Wei Jianfeng to suggest rest to Nezha before he ambled over to a colossal tree. From his storage pouch, he retrieved several spirit crystals and scattered them around. Instantly, a wave of array fluctuations swept through the area, causing Nezha's eyes to light up in surprise. He had not anticipated that Wei Jianfeng was also versed in the art of formations. Seemingly aware of Nezha's curiosity, Wei Jianfeng smiled with a hint of mischief. This is the 3 talents 5-sword formation, utilizing 5 swords as its core. It embodies the dynamic essence of the 3 talents, capable of myriad transformations and illusions, an excellent formation for outdoor lodging. Ba, benefactor, this humble monk also possesses a formation, interjected Dujan, who had been silently observing. With a flourish, Dujan revealed a golden lotus, formed from condensed spiritual energy, blossoming in his palm. He cast it forth, and soon, a multitude of golden lotuses unfurled, blanketing a radius of nearly 100 miles in mere moments, emanating an aura of tranquility and Buddhist essence. Nezha raised an eyebrow. Although he harbored a slight aversion to Buddhist formations, he refrained from voicing his discontent. The golden lotus life-claiming formation, anchored by a heart of wrathful Buddha and fueled by my own magical potency, while I endure, the formation persists, and my realm dictates its might. Dujan elucidated with a gentle smile directed at Wei Jianfeng. Quite intriguing, Wei Jianfeng remarked, his curiosity piqued as he observed Dujan's formation. Although the golden lotuses had vanished, his keen perception still sensed the faint echoes of sutras being chanted by bodhisattvas and arhats in the air, a phenomenon most peculiar. As the two engaged in their comparison of formations, Nezha felt a stir of interest. However, he was unable to employ his previous techniques, prompting him to seek alternative means. It seems that I can only utilize the profound script to arrange the formation, Nezha thought to himself. Which formation should I choose? At this moment, Nezha's distress did not stem from a lack of formations, but rather from the uncertainty of which one to select. In the once flourishing heavenly court, myriad formations existed, and Nezha had studied many of them. His mind was certainly not devoid of options. What was crucial now was how to transform those formations effectively. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Nezha as he recalled a formation that could surpass the one employed by the 2 individuals before him. It originated from a junior of the heavenly court, belonging to a revered figure known as the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, a celestial being of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. The name of this formation was straightforward yet powerful, the Azure Lotus One Sword Formation. This formation combined illusions with offensive and defensive capabilities, serving as the signature technique of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. To initiate the formation, one must base it on the essence of the Azure Lotus, using a single sword as the focal point. Should any adversary find themselves within the formation, one sword could transform into a myriad of swords, each of which would possess both tangible and intangible qualities. When an enemy attempts to breach the formation, the Azure Lotus could conjure an illusory realm, obscuring the 6 senses and rendering escape impossible. For defense, the entire formation would morph into a sword lotus, which could exist either in reality or in another dimension. Only those of great power or masters of spatial formations could hope to dismantle it. As Nezha contemplated this, he raised his gaze to see that Duzhan and Wei Jianfeng had already engaged in a battle of formations. With a focused mind, Nezha began to ponder how to modify the formation. In his past life, as a being of lotus and transformation, he had grasped the essence of the azure lotus. The azure lotus, emerging untainted from the mud and unblemished by the clear waters, embodied a transcendent solitude. For Nezha, understanding the essence of the azure lotus was relatively straightforward. He merely needed to locate the corresponding profound script within the chaotic pearl in his mind. Moreover, the azure lotus one-sword formation required a sword as its focal point. Yet the quality of this sword could not be inferior. A low-grade sword would significantly diminish its potential power. As Nezha contemplated this, his consciousness delved into his storage pouch, only to find a scarcity of weapons. Apart from the celestial spirit profound script spear and the treasured bow gifted by Zhou Riyun of the Qiankun Sect, he possessed nothing else. What to do? Should he change the formation? Opening his eyes, Nezha glanced at the lively duel between Duzhan and Wei Jianfeng, feeling a surge of frustration. In his urgency, a thought flashed. Since the profound script could be transformed into a profound script furnace, why could he not also create a profound script sword? Resolutely, Nezha began to search for sword-related profound scripts within the chaotic pearl in his mind. Sharp, invincible, the weapon of a gentleman, the weapon of the imperial path, the weapon of righteousness, the heavy sword without a blade. Under Nezha's mental guidance, countless profound scripts regarding swords began to emerge from the chaotic pearl. What is this? Nezha's spirit trembled. He beheld 4 terrifyingly meaningful profound scripts, their meanings strikingly succinct and instantly comprehensible. The extermination sword, the slaughtering sword, the trapping sword, the absolute sword. The meaning of these 4 mysterious inscriptions is astonishingly straightforward. It caused Nezha's spirit to tremble, and then a terrifying possibility crossed his mind. Could it be that all things in heaven and earth can be transformed into mysterious inscriptions? As this thought surged within him, Nezha was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. If that were the case, the Taishan scripture would indeed be exceedingly formidable. For whom was this cultivation method created? Countless thoughts raced through Nezha's mind. In the next moment, Nezha forcibly suppressed his desire to delve deeper into these mysteries, for he understood that his current strength was insufficient. The mere appearance of these 4 inscriptions, representing the meanings of the 4 swords of slaying immortals, made him realize that even if he were to regain his former power, it would be inadequate. He needed to become even stronger. His gaze flickered, and Nezha opted for the inscriptions related to ordinary swords and their meanings, not because he did not wish to choose the more terrifying inscriptions, but because he found himself unable to even approach their essence at that moment. Even though he comprehended the meanings of these inscriptions, without the ability to connect with them, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to engrave them. Once Nezha grasped the more ordinary inscriptions, he quickly inscribed them upon his flesh and soul. Subsequently, using his vital energy as a brush, he inscribed a series of inscriptions concerning swords in the void before him. The inscriptions on his flesh were intended to enhance the secret arts of his body and soul, while those inscribed in the void were meant for the creation of a sword embodying the inscriptions. As the inscriptions floated in the void without a medium, Nezha knew that if he did not find a vessel for them soon, they would inevitably dissipate. His gaze scanned the surroundings, and after a moment of contemplation, he decisively retrieved 50 pieces of top-tier spirit crystals from his storage bag. Each of these exquisite spirit crystals could be exchanged for 1,000 superior spirit crystals, and 1 superior spirit crystal could be exchanged for 1,000 middle-tier spirit crystals, and so forth. A middle-tier spirit crystal could be exchanged for 1,000 inferior spirit crystals. These spirit crystals contained impure spiritual energy along with traces of celestial essence. The higher the tier of the spirit crystal, the fewer impurities it contained. For instance, top-tier spirit crystals could even be used for cultivation. Nezha had seen in the Confucian Tao Academy that above the top-tier spirit crystals existed spirit jade, each piece of which contained a thread of spiritual rhythm and abundant pure spiritual energy. It was said that these could only be mined from the most concentrated areas of pure spiritual energy veins. Furthermore, it was rumored that above the spirit jade lay a celestial spirit stone, filled with abundant celestial essence, but this was merely a legend. Its truth remained unknown. Shifting his thoughts, Nezha ceased to ponder further. Suddenly, mysterious flames of inscriptions surged in his hands, and in the blink of an eye, he melted the 50 top-tier spirit crystals into a liquid state. He then infused all 81 inscriptions concerning swords into the liquid spirit crystal. Employing the weapon forging techniques he had learned in the heavenly court, making slight alterations to harness the power of the inscriptions, shaping the liquid into the form of a sword. With a seal of law cast forth, a divine light illuminated Nezha's eyes, and he let out a powerful roar. Success. An unparalleled sharpness and a weighty significance, among various attributes that can be bestowed upon a sword, manifest upon this blade. This sword, imbued with 81 runes pertaining to weaponry by Nezha, emanates an aura that instantaneously captivates the attention of both Du Chan and Wei Jianfeng. Can you still forge swords? Wei Jianfeng inquired, his gaze alight as he beheld the crystalline, ethereal sword. Nezha, however, paid him no mind. He was preoccupied with the preparation of a formation diagram. He had no intention of permanently anchoring the array in this location, for that would be a loss. The formation was, of course, meant to be mobile, capable of being deployed and retracted at will. Yet, with the sword already possessing such qualities, he needed to source materials capable of supporting the Qinglian profound pattern alongside this exquisite sword. In that moment, Nezha found himself ensnared in vexation. Meanwhile, within the confines of Luoxian City, at the Confucian Tao Academy, numerous scholars donned in scholarly robes hastened into the library, making their way to the uppermost level. It was common knowledge among the citizens of Luoxian City that this tier was accessible only to those of pure scholarly integrity. The topmost floor, much like the lower levels, was spatially fragmented, concealing a vast expanse within, a grand plaza adorned with jade stone platforms. Within a mere half hour, all the scholars of Luoxian City had gathered there. A middle-aged man, clad in a white robe with red patterns, stepped forward through the crowd, instantaneously appearing atop the jade platform. By the decree of the Confucian sage, I announce a pursuit order for a fugitive, Nezha. Slay him, and you shall gain entry into the sacred Confucian Academy. His voice reverberated across the plaza, stirring a considerable uproar. Who is this individual that, upon his death, one could enter the sacred Confucian Academy? Murmured a perplexed scholar. Surely he must be a formidable figure, another speculated hesitantly. Is there no further information? Just a name, and where are we to seek him? A scholar queried, bewildered. Silence. The middle-aged man bellowed, and the plaza fell into an immediate hush. The Confucian sage has indicated that this person has been within a 10,000-mile radius of Luoxian City these past few days. Moreover, his cultivation is not high, merely at the 4th level of mysterious void. What do you have to fear? The moment his words concluded, the scholars below were even more confounded. A practitioner at the 4th level of mysterious void? Is such a fuss truly warranted? Many scholars harbored similar doubts in their minds. Then, the voice of the middle-aged man resounded once more from the platform. This matter pertains to the life and death of the Confucian way. All of you must exert your utmost effort. At this proclamation, the scholars dared not utter another word. The task of eliminating Nezha had escalated to a matter of life and death concerning their very path of cultivation, and none would dare speak further. In a word, it is simply to kill. Thus, within Luoxian City, countless cultivators witnessed the scholars, previously resembling a swiftly converging swarm of ants, pour forth from the Confucian Tao Academy. The scholars bore expressions of grave concern, accompanied by an aura reminiscent of the chilling winds of the Yi Shui, and an undercurrent of lethal intent rarely seen on their refined faces. What transpired? A cultivator from the city of Luoxian remarked in astonishment, sensing the weight of the situation. It appears to be something significant, said a bearded cultivator, stroking his chin. Why not simply inquire? A fellow cultivator nearby gazed at the two with an expression akin to that of one observing a simpleton. Embarrassed, the two resolved to approach and ask. To their surprise, before they could make their way over, the scholar strode directly to them, his righteous aura surging forth, an overwhelming spiritual pressure suddenly enveloping the three. Do you know of Nezha? The scholar inquired with a beaming smile. Nezha? The three wild cultivators exchanged bewildered glances. Who or what is Nezha? Observing their perplexed expressions, the scholar realized their ignorance and continued his inquiries with others. Throughout the entirety of Luoxian City, this peculiar scene unfolded. Scholars from the Confucian Academy relentlessly questioned every cultivator they encountered about a person named Nezha, while none understood the scholar's motives. It was clear to everyone that a significant event was afoot. At that moment, Nezha remained blissfully unaware of the search for him. He was preoccupied with forging the foundation of a formation. Nezha utilized the formation diagrams he was familiar with, albeit with some modifications. As for the materials for the foundation, Nezha's gaze flickered, his thoughts drifting toward Du Chan and Wei Jianfeng. The two, currently admiring the sword Nezha had forged, an exquisite item of at least mid-grade spiritual quality, suddenly felt an ominous premonition as they noticed Nezha's intense stare. I still require a formation foundation, gentlemen. Might you contribute some materials? Nezha spoke with a sinister grin. What do you need? Du Chan, taken aback by Nezha's unusual demeanor, stepped back, eyeing him with caution. Your blood, which contains the essence capable of blossoming into a Buddha lotus. Nezha's gaze was fervent, as if he were beholding an extraordinary treasure. Du Chan's mouth twitched at the revelation. What could Nezha possibly want that he would demand his blood? I intend to use it for the formation foundation. Nezha swiftly discerned Du Chan's apprehension. You wish to create a formation foundation? Wei Jianfeng asked, astonished. Upon seeing Nezha nod, Wei Jianfeng pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, summoning a pitch-black, square object that appeared before him. Take a look at this, Wei Jianfeng declared, tossing the item to Nezha. Upon catching it, Nezha found that the black, square object was a chessboard. To his delight and curiosity, he sensed a faint trace of a familiar aura upon it, the so-called celestial energy from the heavenly realm. Although it differed somewhat from the celestial energy in his memories, it confirmed for Nezha that this chessboard was akin to the artifacts from the shattered realms of the celestial world he once inhabited. Once a celestial artifact, Nezha contemplated the chessboard in his hands, devoid of any spirit. Thank you, he said, beaming at Wei Jianfeng. Upon hearing Nezha's gratitude, Wei Jianfeng slowly shook his head, replying, It was not given freely. I wish to learn your sword forging technique. At this, Nezha's lips twitched, recalling how often he had reacted this way in Wei Jianfeng's presence. Indeed, Wei Jianfeng truly lived up to his reputation as a sword enthusiast, Nezha mused. Nezha nodded in agreement to Wei Jianfeng's request, considering the sword forging method to be rather unremarkable in his mind. Thus, he decided to impart the original technique without hesitation. As Wei Jianfeng had not cultivated the Tai Xin true scripture, at that moment, the drop of blood from Du Zhan, capable of manifesting the golden lotus of Buddhism, found its way into Nezha's possession. The blood shimmered with golden light, exuding an aura of sanctity, and was enveloped by the spectral form of a white lion, which roared into the void. Nezha glanced at Du Zhan, who appeared pained as he gazed at the drop of blood. This sight left Nezha both amused and perplexed. Surely this blood could not be of great value, considering Du Zhan had yet to transcend his mortal form. However, Nezha chose not to dwell on this. As he began to forge the foundation for the Qinglian sword array, countless mysterious runes materialized in the air before him, which he inscribed into the chessboard. The chessboard lacked any spirit, likely having perished long ago. It was difficult to fathom what trials this artifact had endured, for celestial artifacts are not easily destroyed. The crafting and nurturing of a celestial artifact typically spans millennia. In Nezha's recollections, many deities in the heavenly realms, even after thousands of years of ascension, possessed no such artifacts. Those who wielded celestial artifacts would often retract them in the face of danger to prevent damage, rarely employing them to such a degree as this chessboard unless in dire circumstances. As Nezha pondered, he suddenly recalled the invasion of the heavenly realm, where the enemies were cultivators from the upper Xian realm. It was no wonder the celestial artifact had been damaged. Momentarily silent, Nezha refocused his thoughts and commenced the forging process. Given that the spirit within the chessboard had vanished, even perished, Nezha found it surprisingly easy to control the artifact. Had Du Zhan or Wei Jianfeng attempted this, they might not have succeeded as effortlessly. Nezha's ability to refine the damaged celestial artifact in the blink of an eye stemmed from the fundamental nature of his soul, which bore a striking resemblance to that of the artifact's former master. After successfully refining the broken celestial artifact, Nezha extracted a drop of his own heart's blood. Originally, Nezha's heart's blood was expected to embody the pure essence of celestial energy. However, he now observed that his blood was filled with countless runes, swirling slowly within the vivid red liquid. Chapter 79. The emergence of the Confucian scholar. It seems that the transformation brought about by inscribing the mysterious script within the very sinews and blood of one's corporeal form has begun. Observing this, Nezha contemplated. With a flick of his finger, he directed a drop of his heart's blood onto the sacred blood of Du Chan. In an instant, radiant streams of light burst forth, enveloping the precious blood, as the golden Buddhist resonance contained within Du Chan's blood was entirely assimilated, connected to his heart's blood. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Nezha's eyes. As the two droplets of blood fused, he unexpectedly grasped a fragment of Buddhist essence. It must be the influence of the mystical script, Nezha pondered in wonder. With a beckoning gesture, he summoned the precious blood toward him. Upon receiving it, he flicked it once more, causing it to merge with the shattered celestial artifact resembling a chessboard. The foundation of the formation was established. Nezha's eyes sparkled with joy. The reason he sought Du Chan's blood was due to the fact that his current physical form was no longer the celestial lotus body of his past life, but a newly forged body of mystical script. The subtle essence of the lotus flower that once resided within him had vanished. Even though Nezha comprehended the meaning of the lotus, he required the assistance of elements associated with it to manifest its essence. Thus, the formation of the azure lotus sword array could finally be deemed complete. With this thought, Nezha extended his hand to grasp the lustrous sword before him, radiating countless sword intents, and plunged it directly into the chessboard-like formation foundation. Immediately, a brilliant light erupted upon the board, as the original 3-foot azure blade rapidly diminished, landing squarely in the center of the board, piercing it forcefully. Nezha's spirit was instantly stirred. The board had been infused with his lotus essence. The recent tremor was caused by the fragile celestial energy, which nearly succumbed to the force of the sword forged from the mystical script, almost shattering the entire board. A cracking sound resonated from the board, prompting Nezha to realize that he must find a way to fortify the board, rendering it more robust and resilient to withstand the power of this mystical script sword. The mystical script sword, a manifestation of the lotus born from the essence of mystical blood, should naturally bestow the strength of the script upon the chessboard. In doing so, the foundation of the formation would be capable of bearing the weight of this mystical script sword. Nezha mused and promptly set to work. Nezha raised his hand once more, inscribing lines of mystical script into the void before him. With each character etched, it was infused into the foundation of the formation. Half a day passed, and Nezha finally imbued the entirety of his mastery of the mystical script into the foundation. In truth, as Nezha inscribed all the mystical script pertaining to sword artifacts into the foundation, it was already capable of withstanding the mystical script sword. However, at that moment, an inspired thought struck Nezha, leading him to decide to infuse additional mystical scripts into the foundation. With the completion of this inscriptive endeavor, the azure lotus sword array was formed. No, it could no longer be referred to merely as the azure lotus sword array. It deserved a more fitting name. Nezha narrowed his eyes, gazing at the formation diagram, which emanated an extraordinary brilliance. With a sweep of his hand over the diagram, a stream of light surged from it into the heavens. Beside them, Duchan and Wei Jianfeng were suddenly engulfed by a chilling sensation. What is the name of this formation? Wei Jianfeng inquired, surveying the seemingly unchanged surroundings. Nezha did not respond to his question, but instead raised a finger in a sword-like gesture and pointed into the void. In an instant, the environment before the three transformed dramatically. Before their eyes lay a vast desert, with a towering volcano in the distance, spewing forth torrents of fire. At this moment, even Wei Jianfeng's expression shifted, for despite employing his spiritual sense, he could discern no anomalies. Duchan, furrowing his brow, cast his gaze about, and a golden eye appeared on his forehead, radiating a luminous aura as it surveyed the surroundings. Nezha, observing the golden eye, felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that Duchan was cultivating a power akin to Yang Jian's celestial eye. No need to look further, you cannot perceive it. This formation can only be unraveled by those at least at the level of Earth Immortal or above, specifically those in the realm of Xuantiand. Even I can only command less than 2 layers of its power, Nezha remarked with a smile. At that moment, Nezha had already begun to grasp the name of the formation, which he dubbed the soul-slaying sword formation. Perhaps due to the infusion of Duchan's Buddhist blood, this formation unexpectedly possessed a trace of Buddhist might. Moreover, after Nezha infused it with countless mysterious inscriptions, the formation underwent a transformation. The soul-slaying sword formation could captivate souls, conjuring numerous sword lights within its confines, capable of slaying other spirits. Additionally, there existed a sword lotus within, which could absorb the essence of slain beings to grow stronger. Thus, it was a formation of growth, evolving alongside Nezha. What a delightful surprise, Nezha mused, waving his hand to dismiss the formation. How far are we from the cultivation site you mentioned? He asked. Not far. We shall arrive after another day's journey, Wei Jianfeng replied, casting a somewhat envious glance at the formation disc in Nezha's hand. Nezha, upon hearing this, felt somewhat speechless. How could one consider that not far? Even after entering the barbarian beast mountain range, where they faced obstructions from demonic beasts, their pace remained significantly swifter than that of ordinary cultivators. Yet, at their current speed, it would still take them another day to reach their destination. Don't look at me like that. The formation disc in your hand was found at that cultivation site, Wei Jianfeng remarked, glancing at Nezha. Nezha's eyes brightened at the revelation. Could there truly be such a wondrous place? Is it for real? He exclaimed. Then there must be someone. Just as Wei Jianfeng was about to suggest they take a rest, he suddenly sensed approaching figures, and there were quite a number of them. The trio immediately became alert. Duchan casually waved his hand, and a glimmer of golden light appeared within it. The previously unwithdrawn Golden Lotus Death formation flickered momentarily, and golden lotuses sprang forth as a golden mist, akin to divine radiance, surged from the ground. Nezha looked around in astonishment, realizing that he could no longer sense the auras of Du Chan and Wei Jianfeng, nor could he see them with his naked eye. Suddenly, a hand emerged from behind Nezha, seizing him and drawing him gently. Only then did Nezha discern the presence of Du Chan and Wei Jianfeng. As he surveyed his surroundings, the realization dawned upon him that they were likely situated at the heart of the Golden Lotus life-claiming formation. At that moment, a disturbance arose outside their formation. Those we encounter shall be met with no mercy. There shall be no compassion. The voice belonged to a scholar clad in an elegant white robe, his countenance stern, with traces of blood marring his attire. To merely gaze upon him, one would not assume he was capable of taking a life. Another voice followed, that of a different scholar, who remarked, "Brother One, I never anticipated that we would seize this opportunity to plunder outside the city. Ah, they are all searching for Nezha. Yet I shall refrain from seeking him, and instead take this chance to slay cultivators and seize their magical artifacts." In this manner, Ning Ziyuan chuckled. "However, I harbor some concerns. What if others were to learn of our actions?" The speaker was yet another scholar. There were over 30 of these scholars, each exuding the aura of fifth-tier void refinement, equivalent to the spirit division phase of cultivation. Indeed, we ought to express our gratitude to that so-called Nezha. Otherwise, how would we have the chance to venture outside the city and abduct rogue cultivators? After all, the dean has stated that it is better to mistakenly slay 1,000 than to let one escape. The voice of the apparent leader of this group of scholars was exceptionally cold. "Brother One, to be honest, I am somewhat apprehensive. What if we encounter that formidable Nezha outside the city? After all, the Confucian sage has proclaimed that Nezha is within 1,000 miles of Luoxian city," voiced a freckled scholar with concern. At that moment, Nezha and his companions, concealed within the formation's core, overheard the scholars' conversation. Du Chan and Wei Jianfeng exchanged peculiar glances with Nezha, having taken in every word spoken by the scholars. From their brief exchanges, they gleaned 3 crucial pieces of information. First, there were numerous individuals from the Confucian Academy intent on killing them. No, it should be Nezha specifically. Second, those who sought to slay Nezha seemed to have misjudged the situation. Nezha was currently no great power. Third, it appeared that the order to eliminate Nezha emanated from the highest authority within the Confucian Academy, the Confucian sage. Upon learning that this command originated from the Confucian sage, Nezha could not help but gasp in shock. He had previously encountered descriptions of the Confucian sage within the academy. The sage was regarded as a paragon among countless scholars, the overseer of the Confucian Academy, with unfathomable mastery in Confucian teachings. It was said that he had reached the level of a void master, corresponding to the golden immortal realm in Nezha's shattered celestial world. Such an exalted being, who could be considered a golden immortal in Nezha's homeland, dared to target him, a mere mortal yet to attain immortality. What audacity! Nezha cursed inwardly. Yet, Nezha remained powerless. He could not fathom why such an order had been issued against him, nor could he ascertain the extent of the forces mobilized to eliminate him. Halt! Something is amiss here. At this moment, the leading scholar known as Brother One, with a stern countenance, suddenly raised his hand to signal those beside him. Upon hearing this, Du Chan, at the center of the formation, revealed a faint smile, his laughter echoing through the woods. "Who?" The scholar named Wen's expression abruptly shifted upon hearing the laughter. He spoke while extending his hand in a gestural manner, and in an instant, a piece of golden paper appeared in his grasp, declaring, "Who goes there? Step forth at once." Upon seeing the golden paper in the scholar's hand, Wei Jianfeng's expression subtly changed as he murmured, "This scholar possesses considerable stature. The item in his possession is the sacred page of the Confucian Tao Academy." Regarding the sacred page, Nezha had also encountered it within the academy. It is one of its treasures, containing the handwritten poetry and profound meanings of the ancient Confucian sages. Noticing that their surroundings remained unchanged, yet the eerie sensation lingered, the scholar named Wen's expression darkened, causing unease among the scholars around him. They are scholars, not practitioners of the immortal path. And while some of their ancestral sages have immersed themselves in the Confucian Tao, establishing a significant presence in the Upper Xian realm over millions of years and garnering numerous disciples, this does not alter the reality that scholars are still outmatched when confronted by immortal cultivators. These scholars do not possess the sacred page of golden paper that the one scholar holds, which could withstand the enigmatic offensive techniques of those high-level immortal practitioners. Observing the anxious expressions of his companions, the one scholar took a deep breath and began to recite the ancient doctrines of the Confucian sages. Instantly, the void around him was filled with countless pure white streams of righteous energy, surging towards him. The Wind Scholar tossed the sacred page into the air and pointed at it. It rapidly expanded, ultimately transforming into a golden sheet measuring 5 zhang square, hovering above the heads of the scholars, barely covering them. Following this, the Wind Scholar shouted, "Summon the sages." Upon witnessing this, the surrounding scholars, stirred by the righteous energy within them, echoed loudly, "Summon the sages." Immediately, Nezha and his companions beheld a remarkable sight. From the immense golden sacred page, numerous verses of poetry flew forth, swiftly coalescing into a human form. It was an elder with flowing white hair, exuding an air of elegance, holding a branch of pine that radiated overwhelming pressure, causing Nezha and his companions to change their expressions in surprise. Regardless of the combat prowess of the elder's apparition, the pine branch, formed from the gathered poetry, possessed the unmistakable qualities of an authentic immortal artifact, immortality. Only an immortal artifact could embody such a trait. As the elder's apparition manifested, he stood upon the golden sacred page like a mortal, wielding the pine branch, and his spiritual pressure gently swept outward like a soft spring rain. In an instant, the golden lotus life-taking formation shattered. PFF, Duchan, standing beside Nezha, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The three individuals gazed in horror at the elderly figure in the sky, their minds shaken. The mere exertion of spiritual pressure had shattered the formation. What level of cultivation could achieve such a feat? In Nezha's eyes, it was a capability that could only be attained after becoming an immortal. Yet, Nezha's astonishment was far from over, for he recognized this elder as none other than Confucius, the venerable ancestor of the Confucian Tao from the celestial court of Ur. However, this Confucius appeared to differ from the one he knew. Upon seeing Nezha, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever, his gaze as indifferent as if he were observing 3 mere ants. "I will block him. You run," spoke Wei Jianfeng beside Nezha, his countenance grave and his words succinct. Nezha smirked at this. Wei Jianfeng's cultivation was not significantly superior to his own, and although his sword techniques were remarkably powerful, capable of subduing Nezha in an instant, that did not provide him with the means to confront Confucius. Nezha would never permit a stranger to safeguard his life. Indeed, at that moment, Wei Jianfeng was no different from a stranger in Nezha's mind. Boldness indeed. It appears we have 3 wild cultivators. The Confucian scholars surnamed one, upon spotting Nezha and his companions, bellowed fiercely, "Dare to announce your names." For some inexplicable reason, a thought suddenly crossed the mind of the scholar surnamed one as he shouted towards Nezha. Nezha looked at the scholar in disbelief, wondering if he had become foolish from excessive study. Did he truly believe Nezha was unaware of their intent to kill him? Did he expect Nezha to reveal his name? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Nezha's mind. This scholar seemed unaware of his identity. Thus, Nezha resolved to temporarily withhold his true name and test the waters. For the Confucian Academy was indeed a significant power within the Upper Qian realm. The sensation of being hunted by such a formidable force was hardly pleasant. As his thoughts swirled, Nezha called out to the scholar, "I am Li Xianqi, your grandfather." Upon hearing Nezha's response, a fleeting expression of anger crossed the scholar's face. But inwardly he thought, "I initially suspected he might be that Nezha, but it seems I was mistaken. How could someone of such a low realm be the target of a pursuit ordered by the Confucian sage?" Convinced that this was not the Nezha he was looking for, the scholar resolved to kill him. He then bowed towards the elder on the golden paper, saying, "Please, esteemed sage, vanquish our foes." In unison, the many scholars behind the surnamed one also bowed and chanted in unison. The elder on the golden paper, upon hearing their words, slightly lowered his head and glanced at the multitude of scholars, his expression inscrutable. Suddenly, the elder moved, pointing a branch in the direction of Nezha and his companions. A brilliant light erupted in Wei Jianfeng's eyes, and Nezha gazed in astonishment. Behind Wei Jianfeng appeared an immensely powerful and imposing phantom. This phantom's aura seemed to resonate with that of the elder across from them, and a terrifying spiritual pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings. Unlike the elderly figure, this ethereal apparition emanated an unparalleled sharpness, as if it were a sword in its own right. The elder on the golden parchment gazed at the suddenly materialized shadow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, followed by a dry laugh that reverberated through the forest canopy. I was curious as to who had arrived. I did not expect it to be merely a fragment of the former swordsman's intent. What a pity, it is no match for me. The elder seemed to lament for someone, while Wei Jianfeng's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that this elder could discern the origins of his hidden card. With this realization, Wei Jianfeng's spirits plummeted. The apparition behind him was merely one of the fortuitous gains from his youth, yet it was his strongest asset. This shadow could unleash a technique from a supreme master known as the swordsman from the Upper Qian realm, but once the technique was executed, the shadow would instantly disintegrate. The elder on the golden parchment was the first formidable opponent to compel Wei Jianfeng to reveal his trump card since he began his cultivation journey. A bitter taste filled Wei Jianfeng's heart. He never expected to encounter such an unparalleled being, even if this being was merely a summoned shadow. Nevertheless, the path of the sword demands relentless forward momentum. There is no room for timidity in the face of adversity. With a resolute thought, the supreme shadow behind him stirred into action. A formidable beam of sword light was unleashed from the apparition's hand, hurtling towards the elder. The sword light radiated an awe-inspiring majesty, rendering Nezha and his companions unable to gaze directly at it. In the blink of an eye, the divine beam reached Confucius, who merely squinted slightly, observing the sword light with calm detachment, extending his hand in a fist, with only his index finger pointing forward. The radiant fingertip collided with the sword light, resulting in no dazzling celestial brilliance nor terrifying shockwaves sweeping the surroundings. Remarkably, the sword light transformed into pure spiritual energy under Confucius's single gesture, dissipating directly into the void. Within a mysterious hall in a secluded realm of the Upper Qian realm, an elderly figure clad in black robes, with hair as white as snow, sat quietly upon a mat, a sword resting beside him, an ordinary blade. He was the legendary swordsman, renowned millions of years ago in the Upper Qian realm, possessing the supreme sword intent and having defeated the foremost sword cultivator of the Xuantiand Palace with a single strike, instilling fear across the lands. The atmosphere in this hall was eerily silent, shrouded in mist, as several black-robed figures sat in meditation near the swordsman, their forms obscured yet formidable. None spoke, enveloped in profound stillness. Suddenly, it seemed as if the swordsman, who had been in a deep slumber with his eyes tightly shut, opened them wide, his youthful visage filled with astonishment. In that instant, the ambience within the mysterious hall shifted to one of palpable tension and oppression. The black-robed figures seated near the swordsman also opened their eyes, gazing at him in utter astonishment. The beings seated upon the cushions possess an acute awareness of the individual before them. Within this grand hall, they have traversed countless lifetimes, each narrative leaving behind a brilliant myth in the Upper Qian realm. Among them, a figure cloaked in black recalls the origins of this supreme being, known as Sword Child. "My disciple is in peril. Go forth," Sword Child uttered in astonishment, only to soon close his eyes again, resuming his meditation atop the cushion. Behind Sword Child, those enigmatic entities draped in black robes sat enveloped in mist, their expressions devoid of any tumult, as the hall was shrouded in a chaotic haze, emanating an aura of immense pressure. "Indeed," remarked one cloaked figure, whose form then began to dissipate, gradually vanishing without a trace. The eerie hall promptly returned to its former tranquility. Meanwhile, Nezha and his companions were fervently strategizing within their minds. Confronting this nearly Earth immortal-level Confucius directly would yield no advantage for Nezha, who felt acutely aware of his lack of fortune in this encounter. It seemed clear that this Confucius hailed from another fragment of the celestial realm, distinct from the one he knew. Despite his reservations, Nezha could not resist inquiring, "Might you be Confucius?" The Confucius poised to strike down Nezha and his companions on the golden paper paused at this question, his eyes suddenly igniting with divine light as he turned his gaze toward Nezha. "Ah, you must be Nezha," he remarked, recognition dawning upon him. The Confucian scholar beneath the golden page was momentarily taken aback, then filled with furious indignation at Nezha's audacity to deceive him. Nezha, aware of his own identity, recognized that this Confucius was likely fully informed of his origins, given his shared background from a similar world. Reluctantly, he nodded in acknowledgement. "I hail from the second fragment of the celestial realm that fused with the Upper Qian world," he stated. Confucius responded with a calm demeanor, his eyes betraying no ripple of emotion as they regarded Nezha with the detached gaze one might reserve for mere insects. Upon hearing Confucius's words, both Du Chan and Wei Jianfeng were struck with profound astonishment, waves of turmoil surging within their hearts. Du Chan was particularly shocked to learn that this elder was indeed from the second fragment of the Upper Qian world, suggesting he was a being of unfathomable age.